A penniless young man experiences failure in a blind date, inadvertently stumbles into the dragon lock well, witnesses the carcass of a dragon, and merges with a dragon pearl. On the first day, gained internal vision, cleanses marrow, possesses boundless strength. On the second day, controls and divides water, sees objects in water, breathes underwater. On the third day, catches fish, collects shrimp, gathers crabs, secures his first pot of gold. On the fourth day, harvests pearls from old clams, unexpectedly becomes famous, strikes it rich overnight. On the fifth day, sets sail, captures exquisite seafood, and becomes the center of competition among major hotels. On the sixth day, salvages antiques, becoming a billionaire, attracting countless admirers, ultimately traversing the vast oceans, refining the world's water veins, transforming into a dragon, enlightening shrimp soldiers and crab generals, crafting a dragon palace across the seas. He faces the provocation of maritime military forces from various nations. With a resolute declaration, "Those who dare to infringe upon my territorial waters shall meet their end, no matter the distance." Countless aquatic beings rise in unison. "Hey son, your Aunt Wang's introduction will be leaving in a couple of days. Don't forget about it." "Got it, Mom. I'm just cleaning the yard." "All right, take your time. If the blind date works out, we can gather a down payment and buy a new house in the county, so we won't be looked down upon." "Okay." He'll hang up now. After ending the call, Chu Chio sighed and shoved his phone into his pocket. However, the pocket was not open wide enough, and the phone slipped right out. In a panic, Chu Chio hurriedly reached for it. This was a brand new phone he had bought specifically for the blind date, costing him a month's salary. But in his fluster, not only did he fail to catch the phone, he inadvertently knocked it further away. And, as luck would have it, it fell straight into the dry well in the yard. Damn, Chu Chio was instantly dumbfounded. His mind was filled with a torrent of expletives. If this were a mere ordinary dry well, it wouldn't be a problem. He could simply climb down and retrieve his phone. But the crux of the matter was that this was not an ordinary dry well. It was the legendary Dragon Lock Well, passed down through generations in his family. The Dragon Lock Well, also known as the Dragon Lock Pit, is said to be the place where the tempestuous dragon and malevolent serpent are subdued. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Chu family village thrived due to the guardianship of this well. He still remembered how, during festivals, his grandfather would burn paper offerings at the well's edge. Of course, Chu Chio did not believe in such feudal superstitions. Yet, having grown up in this village and hearing countless tales of the Dragon Lock Well, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. At this moment, Chu Chio's heart was in turmoil. The phone had cost over 4,000 yuan and had only been in his possession for less than a week. Moreover, all his relatives, friends, and even the contact information of his blind date were stored on that phone. Yet, this Dragon Lock Well, forget it, he'll just go down and take a look. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Chu Chio resolved to descend into the well to retrieve his phone. After all, the well had been dry for hundreds of years. What could possibly be down there? He retrieved a power bank with a flashlight feature from his suitcase and grasped the rusty iron chains at the well's mouth as he descended. There were 4 iron chains at the well's mouth, said to have been used to bind the dragon and serpent. However, observing the rusted chains crumbling away, Chu Chio couldn't help but scoff. These flimsy chains, not even as thick as an arm, could restrain a dragon? Are you kidding me? Yet, after descending 6 or 7 meters, a sense of unease began to creep over him. The dim light within the well gave rise to a heavy, chilling atmosphere. Looking down, he could only see the 4 rusted chains extending into the darkness, swaying ominously as if something terrifying were about to occur, sending shivers down his spine. But having descended this far, Chu Chio could only turn on the power bank and grit his teeth to continue downward. In such a state, every second felt like an eternity, and he became numb to the passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, Chu Chio suddenly felt solid ground beneath his feet and was instantly filled with excitement. Finally at the bottom. However, the next moment, a glance around sent a chill racing up his spine, causing his scalp to tingle. At the bottom of the Dragon Lock Well lay an expansive underground cavern, vast and interconnected. Within the cavern rested a dragon skeleton, measuring a staggering 7 or 8 meters in length, ensnared by the 4 rusted chains. In that instant, Chu Chio felt as though he might explode. "This is a serpent dragon." Chu Chio trembled all over. He pinched his own face repeatedly. This wasn't a dream, it was reality. He stood precisely at the dragon's head, which was larger than a water vat, and his newly purchased graphite-colored phone lay within the cavernous head, starkly visible in black and white. Gulp! Chuchio couldn't help but stretch his neck and swallow hard. What an astonishing revelation. It turns out the dragon lock, well, truly housed a serpent dragon. After what felt like an eternity, Chuchio finally calmed down, only to feel a sharp pain in his hand. He glanced down. His palm had been cut by the rusted chains, now bleeding, but at that moment he could think of nothing else, driven by the overwhelming urge to retrieve his phone. Yet, as he reached for his phone, Chuchio suddenly noticed a pearl the size of a chicken egg beside it. In an instant, images from several fantasy novels flashed through his mind. A phrase suddenly popped into his head. Could this be the legendary inner Dan of the serpent dragon? Holy smokes! Suddenly, Chuchio felt a jolt, and without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the pearl. His blood inevitably stained the pearl. At that moment, upon contact with the blood, the pearl abruptly flew from his grasp and directly entered his body. In shock, Chuchio suddenly discovered he had gained the ability of internal vision. He could see the pearl sinking into his dantian, slowly rotating. With each rotation of the pearl, wisps of watery energy surged into his limbs, strengthening his muscles and bones. In mere moments, Chuchio felt an incredible surge of strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease. He then picked up his shattered phone, exerting a sudden force, resulting in a crackling sound as the phone exploded, shards of tempered glass scattering everywhere. Holy smokes! Chuchio was startled by the power he had unleashed. Fortunately, the phone SIM card remained intact, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Chukiu, Chukiu. At that moment, a voice called from the yard, likely his uncle summoning him for dinner. After calling several times without a response, he heard his uncle murmur, "This brat, it's almost mealtime, where could he have run off to?" Before long, his uncle left. Chuchio, not wanting to linger at the bottom of the well, hastily climbed up the iron chain. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to investigate later. There was no need to rush. However, as soon as he emerged, an unpleasant odor invaded his nostrils, causing him to gag. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of marrow-like filth had formed on his body, sticky and utterly revolting. Is this what they call cleansing the marrow? Chuchio thought to himself. He pinched his nose and searched for a clean set of clothes, preparing to wash up in the river. Chu family village, nestled behind verdant mountains and in front of crystal-clear waters, is truly a feng shui treasure, harmonizing the elements. The villagers primarily rely on fishing for their livelihood, leading relatively prosperous lives. Unfortunately, in recent years, due to overfishing, the state has imposed a fishing ban. The villagers have ceased fishing and instead sought work outside the village. At this moment, the sun was blazing, and with dinner time approaching, Chuchio encountered no one along the way. A few minutes later, a shimmering river came into view. By the riverbank, a small dock hosted a few dilapidated fishing boats, with a few birds resting atop them. This familiar scene brought a smile to Chuchio's face, prompting him to quicken his pace. Yet at that instant, the serpent dragon inner Dan within his dantian seemed to respond to some stimulus, suddenly swirling violently, like a dehumidifier, voraciously extracting moisture from the air. Even the serene riverbank was affected, as thick mist began to rise from the surface of the water, converging towards Chuchio. Chapter 2. The underwater abilities bestowed by the inner Dan of the dragon. Such a bizarre scene momentarily left Chuchio in a state of astonishment. However, he soon realized that the surging mist of water, before it could even graze his skin, was being drawn into his dantian like a whale consuming water, refined into droplets of azure liquid. The majority of these azure droplets were absorbed by the inner Dan of the dragon, while a smaller portion was utilized to bolster his physique. This revelation filled Chuchio with immense joy. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the dock and, with a splash, leapt into the river. The instant he entered the water, it felt as if a wayward traveler had finally found his home. A sensation beyond words. Simultaneously, the inner Dan of the dragon within him began to operate at an astonishing speed, voraciously absorbing the abundant water energy from the river. Before long, a vortex approximately 5 meters in diameter manifested around Chuchio. To his delight, he discovered that he could control this vortex. With a mere thought, the massive whirlpool began to spin and, astonishingly, shrink at a visible pace. Another thought, and the vortex expanded rapidly with a resounding whoosh. Furthermore, within a 5-meter radius, it seemed he could manipulate the river water in any manner he desired, as if this area was his absolute domain. This newfound ability sent Chuchio into a frenzy of exhilaration. He understood that all of this was a transformation bestowed upon him by the inner Dan of the dragon. To avoid detection, he plunged into the deeper waters, intending to thoroughly explore this newfound capability. However, upon submerging, Chuchio unexpectedly discovered an even more wondrous phenomenon. He found that he could see clearly underwater, with a field of vision even broader than on land. Everything in the water came into view: schools of various fish, an abundance of succulent shrimp and crabs, all were distinctly visible. This revelation stirred something within Chuqiu.it. Should be noted that this river is a tributary of the Yangtze, teeming with wild fish, shrimp, and crabs of high nutritional value. Especially in recent years, due to fishing bans, some rare wild fish have become highly sought after, often fetching exorbitant prices when large catches are available. Now that he possessed the abilities granted by the inner Dan of the dragon, capturing a few large specimens in the water would be a trivial task, wouldn't it? With wealth at his fingertips. Why would he endure the drudgery of labor? Why should he allow himself to be bossed around like a subordinate? Soon, he would transform into a high-flying gentleman, marrying a wealthy heiress, ascending to the pinnacle of life. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chuchio became increasingly agitated, his eyes darting about until finally, a look of joy illuminated his face as he spotted his target, not far from him. In the riverbed's depths, there was a lush expanse of aquatic grass, where numerous plump crabs nestled at its edges and among its foliage. These crabs, varying in size, numbered around 30 or so, collectively weighing nearly 20 pounds. At the market price of 50 yuan per pound, this haul could easily yield 1,000 yuan. This realization sent a rush of excitement through Chuchio. These were not just crabs. They were bundles of cash. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly removed his short sleeves, tying up the collar and cuffs, and glided towards the edge of the aquatic grass. Perhaps due to the influence of the inner Dan of the dragon. With just a few strokes, he approached the grass's edge silently, akin to a great fish. Then, in a flash, he struck with lightning speed, grabbing the nearest crab and, before it could react, stuffed it into his short sleeves. Ha ha ha! The ease with which he captured the crab filled Chuchio with uncontainable joy. He felt as though he possessed the ability to part the waters like a dragon. With a mere stretch of his hand, the river parted silently, allowing him to seize the crab. Remarkably, he remained standing upright, not floating in the water. This meant he could walk upright on the riverbed without needing to surface for air. As his pores could absorb oxygen from the water, incredible, absolutely remarkable. Compared to him, the characters from water margin seemed trivial. Just then, a sizable crab seemed to sense danger, rapidly scuttling sideways, stirring up a cloud of silt as it attempted to hide among the aquatic grass. But in the next moment, a large hand silently pinned it down. Regardless of how it struggled with its 8 legs, it could not escape its fate of capture. It was quite hefty, weighing at least 8 or 9 taels. Grasping this large crab, the weight brought a smile to Chuchio's face as he gleefully stuffed it into his short sleeves. He proceeded to methodically clean out the crabs at the edge of the aquatic grass, pulling each one from the foliage and adding them to his collection. In just 2 minutes, his sleeves were bursting at the seams. Regrettably, he glanced back at the depths of the grass, where a few larger crabs still waved their pincers, their beady eyes darting about warily. Oh well, he thought, it was time to head back for dinner. His uncle would surely be worried if he lingered too long. After all, with his current underwater abilities, there was no need to rush. Content with his bulging sleeves, Chuchio prepared to surface. Just then, a shadow suddenly burst from the grass, measuring over 1 meter in length and moving with fierce speed. Startling Chuchio, he squinted, quickly realizing it was a black fish, fiercely pursuing a loach. Goodness, such a large black fish. It must be a formidable creature. The black fish, also known as snakehead fish, is a ferocious carnivorous species. Tadpoles, fry, loaches, and small shrimp are all its prey. Therefore, its nutritional value surpasses that of ordinary fish, especially when wild enough such a size, making it quite a rarity. Chuchio hadn't expected to encounter such a wild treasure at the last moment. Fortune was indeed on his side, and since it had crossed his path, there was no reason to let it go. Watching the formidable black fish dart more than 5 meters away, Chuchio smirked maliciously. Adopting a running stance, the next second, he sprang forward as if propelled by a spring, shooting out with a splash. Yes, you read that right. Chuchio was running along the riverbed, sprinting, thanks to the inner Dan of the dragon. He moved effortlessly in the water, even more swiftly than on land. In that moment, he resembled a torpedo, surging through the water, creating a current as he seized the black fish by its neck. With a splash, the startled fish thrashed violently, twisting and turning in the few meters of water beneath him. Quite powerful indeed. Chu Chiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his smile. A fish of this size, even on land, would possess a struggle stronger than that of an adult's arm. How much more so in water? In the past, he wouldn't have dreamed of capturing such a creature with one hand. Even wrapping his entire body around it might not have sufficed. But today was different. After the transformation brought forth by the inner Dan of the dragon, his strength rivaled that of legendary figures like Xiang Yu and Elbu. In ancient times, he would surely be a peerless warrior, capable of claiming the heads of foes amidst the chaos of battle. A mere black fish posed no threat, and no matter how it squirmed. Chu Chiu's grip remained unyielding, akin to a vice. Even when he reached the riverbank, his grasp did not falter in the slightest. However, once the black fish was out of the water, it began to weaken rapidly, its fierce energy dissipating quickly. Ha! I can surely handle you. Seeing this, Chu Chiu chuckled, picking up a clean piece of clothing from the ground and draping it over his shoulder as he headed towards his uncle's house. Chapter 3. Valuable aquatic treasures. Having hurried back from the matchmaking meeting, Chu Chiu found himself without provisions at home and thus decided to mooch a meal from his uncle. Upon arriving at his uncle's yard, he kicked open the gate, his voice preceding him. "Uncle, is dinner ready? It smells delicious." This brat finally returned. From the main room, the sound of a stool scraping could be heard as Chu Songbai emerged. A tobacco pipe in hand, dressed in the garb of a laborer, his shoulders slightly hunched, and his face bearing the marks of hardship. This was Chu Chiu's uncle, Chu Songbai. "What's the matter with you, brat? It's mealtime and you're nowhere to be found. Just returned and went off gallivanting." Chu Songbai glared at Chu Chiu, chiding him. Aunt Wang Fan also stepped out, addressing Chu Chiu. "Chu Chiu, you're of marrying age now. You must learn to be more composed. You can't be so reckless anymore, do you understand? Hurry up and come inside to eat. The food will get cold." Chu Chiu, carrying his catch, couldn't he help but feel exasperated. "What did I do? I didn't do anything." At that moment, Wang Fan noticed the large black fish in Chu Chiu's grasp, her expression shifting. "Chu Chiu, did you go buy fish? How can you spend money like this without saying a word? Such a big fish must have cost a fortune." Chu Songbai frowned. "What is going on? You come to your uncle's house for a meal and still spend money? Do you take your uncle for a fool?" Chu Chiu replied with a hint of frustration. "Uncle, aunt, I just worked up a sweat cleaning the old yard, so I went to wash off in the river. This fish is something I bought. I caught it in the river. Caught it in the river." Upon hearing this, Chu Songbai grew even angrier, scolding. "You caught such a large fish with your bare hands? Who do you think you're fooling?" "Uncle, I'm not lying. It accidentally got entangled in a broken net, and I just happened to catch it." Chu Chiu presented his prepared explanation. "And you should take a closer look at this fish. It's a blackfish, a genuine blackfish. While the market's blackfish usually weigh around 2 to 3 pounds, with 5 to 6 pounds being rare, this one was at least 20 pounds. In this small town, where could he find another like it?" "What? You caught a blackfish?" Upon hearing that it was a blackfish, Chu Songbai immediately displayed a look of astonishment and hurried over. After a brief appraisal, he exclaimed in shock, well, it truly is a formidable blackfish, and it's worth quite a sum." At this moment, Chu Songbai was convinced and urgently gestured to Wang Fan, saying, "Quickly, go fetch the large water basin." He turned to Chu Chiu, urging, hurry, get it into the basin. It must not die. Such a sizable blackfish is a rare sight nowadays, a genuine treasure indeed." As he spoke, he filled the basin with water and placed the blackfish inside. Then, with great haste, he brought over his oil-powered cart, exclaiming, "Chu Chiu, lift the basin onto the cart. We must make haste to the fish market and sell this prized catch. If it dies, its value will plummet." Wang Fan, upon hearing this, grew anxious and interjected, "Where are you rushing off to? It's mealtime, and dinner is ready. We should eat before leaving." Chu Songbai immediately countered, "What do you understand? It is precisely because it's mealtime that we should go. The managers of those grand hotels in the county are already at the fish market selecting the freshest catches." He continued, "This black fish is exceptionally large and wild. They will surely take notice. The price will undoubtedly be double the market rate." "What? Double the price? Wouldn't that mean over 100 yuan per pound?" Wang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the fish was indeed quite valuable. She ceased her objections and instead urged the two to hurry. Conversely, Chu Chiu appeared bewildered, asking, "Uncle, can this black fish really fetch such a high price?" "Of course," Chu Songbai replied. "Let me tell you, Chu Chiu, the prices at the fish market fluctuate daily. This black fish is a rare gem. The value will only be higher than I've stated." Chu Chiu, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had not anticipated that the fish market had become so unpredictable during his absence over the years. With a slight adjustment of his bulging short sleeves, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, "Uncle, what about the crabs? What is their market value now?" "Crabs?" Chu Songbai turned his head, noticing the bulge in Chu Chio's short sleeves, his eyes lighting up. "Did you catch crabs?" "Yes, about 30 or so." "As," he spoke. Chu Chio emptied the crabs onto the ground. "Wow!" Chu Songbai gasped upon seeing the crabs, unable to contain his excitement. "Goodness, these crabs are impressive. This one, and this one. Each must weigh at least 8 or 9 tails." "Chu Chio, you've struck it rich today," he continued. "Do you realize that crabs are sold by the piece now? 3 crabs weighing 3 tails each go for 388 yuan, 3 at 3.5 tails for 558 yuan, 3 at 4 tails for 718 yuan, and those over 5 tails can sell for hundreds or even thousands of yuan." Chu Songbai gazed at the crabs, his excitement palpable. "What? Are they really that expensive now? Selling for several thousand yuan each?" Hearing his uncle's words, Chu Chio gasped in disbelief. He knew crabs had always been pricey, but he never imagined they could reach such astronomical prices. After all, the famous Yangqing Lake hairy crabs in 2018, the first Crab King, sold for just over 2,000 yuan, and that was due to hype and exceptional significance. Now, just 2 years later, such prices had soared? Expensive? Chu Songbai scoffed. "Chu Chio, you work in the bustling metropolis. Surely you understand that the wealthy dine for prestige and luxury? Let me tell you, this is just for the male crabs. The female crabs are even more exorbitantly priced. Enough chit-chat. Let us not dawdle. We must rush to the fish market before any perish. That would be a tremendous loss." With that, Chu Songbai pulled Chu Chio onto the oil-powered cart, hastily heading towards the fish market in the county. Given that Chujia village was on the outskirts of the county, they arrived at the fish market in just over 10 minutes. As they entered the market, Chu Chio noticed the relative lack of crowd and remarked, "Uncle, there aren't many people here at the fish market." Chu Songbai chuckled and explained, "It's mealtime. The small households have already purchased their supplies and left, so the market is relatively sparse now. The remaining patrons are mostly affluent individual vendors and larger enterprises. These individuals are quite discerning and enjoy showcasing their wealth by selecting the freshest catches. A few are procurement managers from hotels and restaurant owners. All here for top-quality goods. In short, these remaining customers are our fortune bringers." "Oh." Chu Chio nodded in understanding, asking, "Should we call out to them?" "No need. At this hour, discerning eyes will recognize the freshly caught quality goods. We can simply wait for them to approach us," Chu Songbai confidently stated, parking the cart at a wall-side stall and leisurely lighting a dry cigarette. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Chu Chio silently praised him as a seasoned veteran. In the next moment, a crowd, as if drawn by the scent of fish, began to gather around them. "Hey there, did you catch something exceptional today?" One voice called out. "Look at the confidence in this gentleman. Is it freshly caught? Goodness, this gentleman truly is as vigorous as ever." "Rest assured, it is indeed freshly caught top-quality fare," Chu Songbai replied, taking a puff of his cigarette and gesturing toward the large water basin. "A black fish over a meter long and dozens of large crabs. You are sure to be satisfied." "What? A black fish over a meter long? Is that for real?" Upon hearing of such a sizable black fish, the crowd surged forward, disregarding the crabs momentarily. "Wow, this black fish is enormous. It truly is over a meter long, as thick as a thigh. My goodness. It must weigh at least 20 pounds. A black fish of this size must be a rare find." "Enough chatter. I will buy this black fish for my Wangda restaurant. The market price for black fish is around 30 yuan. Pure wild fish over 5 pounds goes for 75 yuan per pound. For such a large specimen, I'll offer 120 yuan per pound. I'll give 130 yuan per pound. It's perfect for my restaurant's grand opening. 130? Ha! I'll offer 135. At Chongqing Grand Hotel. I'll give 140. The atmosphere became lively as several restaurant owners began to bid against one another for the black fish. 140 yuan per pound. Chu Chio couldn't help but calculate in his head. His eyes widened in shock. That's over 2,000 already. My goodness. I toil for an entire month in the metropolis for only 5 or 6,000 yuan, and now I can sell a single black fish for over 2,000 so easily. No wonder he had seen news about fishermen in Jiangsu and Zhejiang who caught several wild yellow croakers and sold them for nearly 1,000,000 yuan. Initially, he had been skeptical, but now it seemed entirely plausible. However, excitement soon filled Chu Chio. With his current underwater prowess, venturing into the ocean would be as effortless as strolling through his backyard. He eagerly anticipated his romantic interest's return. Once they were acquainted, he would resign from his job in the metropolis and explore the sea. Is 140 yuan per pound the highest offer? If not, this black fish will go to Chongqing Grand Hotel. Chu Songbai took a couple of puffs from the dry cigarette, calling out to pull Chu Qiu back to reality. Chu Qiu quickly stepped forward, ready to retrieve the black fish. Wait. Just then, a melodious and graceful voice cut through the air, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. Chu Qiu looked up, and with the advantage of height, he beheld an enchanting woman radiating allure. She wore a sleek black professional suit over a white blouse, her long legs encased in flesh-colored stockings and adorned with fishmouth high heels. Her chestnut waves danced in the breeze, creating a breathtaking elegance that held everyone's gaze. Chu Qiu was momentarily entranced, staring in a W&in comparison to the dazzling woman before him. The actresses and internet celebrities he frequently saw, reliant on makeup and packaging, seemed no more than the daughters of the neighbors. It was no wonder people said that truly stunning women were either married to wealthy men or the daughters of affluent families. Seldom seen in public, even when they did appear, it was a fleeting glimpse, incomparable to ordinary stars. The beauty before him was undoubtedly the epitome of every man's desire. I heard there's a wild black fish weighing around 20 pounds. Is it true? Her elegant and magnetic voice resonated, prompting all to part, allowing her to walk confidently into the fray. A subtle fragrance enveloped the crowd, captivating their senses and causing them to glance at one another in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and even a mere glance left one feeling inadequate. Yet, Chu Qiu remained composed, unperturbed by her presence. He took a few moments to appraise her before nodding and saying, "Indeed, although it has yet to be weighed, it certainly exceeds 20 pounds and is entirely wild." After all, he possessed the inner essence of a dragon, destined for greatness. Chu Qiu quickly regained his composure, responding, "Yes." The stunningly elegant woman evidently possessed a wealth of experience. Remaining unperturbed as she gazed upon the enormous wild black fish, indeed, a wild black fish weighing 20 pounds. This is quite the spectacle. 200 yuan per pound. I'll take it. How much? 200. The moment her words fell, the atmosphere was instantly filled with gasps of astonishment. Such a price point was undeniably steep for them, leaving little room for profit margins. After all, black fish are not akin to fresh seafood from the ocean. Even wild specimens do not qualify as high-end fare. The fact that it could fetch 140 yuan per pound was merely due to its relatively rare size. However, the owner of the Chongqing Hotel glanced at the woman with a flicker of recognition. She was none other than Miss Su from the Jinghua Hotel, a delightful surprise indeed. He smiled and nodded at Su Qingya, explaining to the surrounding crowd, at 200 yuan per pound, there is naturally no profit margin for establishments of our caliber. But for Miss Su's Jinghua Hotel, it is an entirely different matter. What? The Jinghua Hotel? She's the owner of the recently opened Jinghua Hotel? The murmurs spread through the crowd. The only five-star hotel in Hucheng. It became clear to everyone why such a price was acceptable. Patrons of their establishments would never lower themselves to dine alongside the less affluent, regardless of the allure of a good deal. However, in the high-end environment of the Jinghua Hotel, even a slight promotion would attract the wealthy like moths to a flame. Indeed, the affluent seek prestige and grandeur, and without an enticing offer, their social standing remains unremarkable. The crowd sighed in agreement. Yu Qingya remained silent amidst their chatter, turning to Chu Qiu with a gentle smile. "Could you please weigh it for me?" "Ah, yes, certainly." Chu Songbai nodded repeatedly, only to awkwardly realize that in their haste, they had forgotten to bring a scale. Dear, wait a moment. I'll borrow a scale from another stall." With an embarrassed smile, he turned to leave. "Uncle, there's no need to trouble yourself. Given the price, let's just round it off for this lady, 20 pounds. No need to weigh." Chu Qiu decisively took charge. After all, for him, catching a fish was a trivial task, and there was no need to be overly meticulous, which would seem rather petty. "All right, the fish is yours. You make the call," Chu Songbai conceded without objection, "but we still need to borrow the scale. We have crabs to consider." As his words fell, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward another basin of water. Upon seeing the crabs within, they were momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of exclamations. "Goodness, these crabs are enormous. In the golden autumn of October, when crabs are at their fattest, how can they be this large in August? They must be farmed. Those three largest ones must weigh around 8 or 9 taels." Even Su Qingya's eyes sparkled with interest as she remarked, "These dozens of crabs do look exceptional. They hardly appear to be farmed, though I cannot be entirely certain. What do you think, handsome?" Her gaze turned toward Chuchio. Being addressed as handsome by such a beautiful and wealthy woman left Chuchio feeling elated, and he quickly replied, "Rest assured, these crabs and the black fish were all personally caught by me. I guarantee they are entirely wild." At that moment, the owner of the Chongqing Hotel approached, plucking a crab from the basin. Inspecting its coloration and aroma, he calmly stated, "The young man speaks truthfully. These crabs are indeed wild, and they are of the Jiang River variety. In terms of appearance and quality, they are superior, no less than those from famous lakes. The rivers of Jiang are quite deep. For you to catch these crabs, you must possess either exceptional skills or remarkable swimming abilities. You are no ordinary individual," Li Chongqing commented with admiration. The crowd's eyes lit up, their excitement mounting to Li, who had previously farmed crabs, was an expert. If he claimed they were wild, there was no doubt. Indeed, at this season, only the Yangtze and its tributaries could yield crabs of such size. "Without further ado, I'll take 10, at market price." "Ridiculous. Where would you find wild crabs of this size at this season? The regular market price won't suffice." "Exactly. I'll take 5, but at the price of the famous Daza crab." Hey. We all have our standards. It's first come, first served, you know? Who cares about first come, first served? In this day and age, seizing the opportunity is what matters. Ha. Everyone, remain calm. The scale is here." At that moment, Chu Songbai returned, holding an electronic scale. The crowd could hardly contain themselves, eagerly urging, "Sir, please weigh the 3 largest crabs first. We are all curious about their weight." "Of course." Chu Songbai, smiling, skillfully weighed the 3 crabs. The largest was 9.5 taels, with the other 2 weighing 9.1 and 8.8 respectively. Upon hearing their weights, the crowd erupted in astonishment. These crabs were colossal. Just these 3 crabs alone were likely worth over 10,000 yuan. After all, authentic wild crabs weighing more than 5 taels typically sold for 700 to 800 yuan each. For those exceeding 9 taels, the price soared several times higher, making them inaccessible to the wealthy. If these 3 crabs were auctioned at a Crab King competition, each could easily fetch over 10,000 yuan in prosperous cities. As the crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what price to offer. Su Qingya's eyes suddenly brightened. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "I'll take these 3 crabs for my Jinghua hotel. I'll offer 4,800 for the largest, and 4,200 and 3,800 for the others." The prices she announced had everyone shaking their heads in resignation. It was clear she had outbid them all, a total of 4,800, 4,200, and 3,800 yuan. My goodness, that amounted to over 10,000 yuan. Chuchio felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It turned out that a man's happiness could be so simple, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Subsequently, Chuchio watched in a daze as one crab after another was eagerly purchased. Aside from the 3 enormous ones, there were also 4 crabs weighing 6 taels each and 1 female crab weighing 5 taels. Each male crab sold for 900 yuan, while the female crab fetched 1,000. As for the remaining crabs, mostly weighing between 3 to 4 taels, they too were sold at the highest market prices. Once all the crabs were sold, Chuchio quickly calculated. 36 crabs had brought in a staggering 23,968 yuan. Goodness gracious, adding the 4,000 from the black fish, the total approached 30,000 yuan. This was the first time in his life he had earned such a sum in one go. Filled with excitement, he looked forward to the future with anticipation. He understood that this small fortune was merely a fraction of the wealth hidden within the rivers. In the country, the rivers were countless. Aside from the major canals, there were the Yangtze and the 4 seas. Internationally, there were even greater oceans such as the Pacific, Indian, Atlantic, and Arctic. It could be said that an inexhaustible treasure awaited his discovery and exploration. Of course, one must take it step by step. For now, the first goal was to set a modest target, earning 100 million. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, Su Qingya immediately snapped a photo of the black fish and oversized crabs, sharing it on her social media. Then, she picked up the phone and began dialing. "Hello, Boss Zhang. Our Jinghua hotel has just received a freshly caught wild black fish over a meter long. Yes, it will be perfect for entertaining business partners and friends. It will certainly make a statement. Truly, you can check my social media. You've already placed an order? Wonderful. Mrs. Zhao, didn't you mention wanting to take your daughter to enjoy wild crabs? The hotel has received several today, and they are exceptionally large. You will be more than satisfied. Yes, they are purely wild. You can check my social media. If you wait too long, they might be sold." After several phone calls, Su Qingya crossed her legs, a smile playing on her lips. Having opened her hotel for half a month, The reputation had yet to meet expectations, primarily due to a lack of rare offerings. After all, wealthy businessmen and affluent socialites had grown tired of ordinary seafood. What could attract them and enhance their impression was nothing short of unique wild delicacies. With these rare offerings as a draw, coupled with various culinary styles and exquisite seafood paired with high-end wines, a single meal could easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. It is worth noting that these guests rarely came alone. They typically arrived with a small circle of acquaintances, and even a bottle of ordinary Romanicani could cost tens of thousands. As she pondered this, Su Qingya opened her phone and clicked on Chu Chio's WeChat profile, her gaze filled with hope. I wonder if this Chu Chio truly possesses extraordinary swimming skills or unique methods. As Li Chongqing suggested, if he can regularly procure some rare goods, the hotel's reputation could rapidly improve. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone vibrated with an incoming call from someone named Yunchang. Su Qingya smiled and pressed the answer button. Before she could speak, the caller urgently exclaimed, "Sister Qingya, today the chairman of Ronghui Real Estate is personally attending the opening ceremony in Haching, and in the evening, he will host a banquet for major partners and relevant departmental leaders. I recommended your hotel for the banquet. This is a fantastic opportunity to enhance the hotel's reputation, so you must seize it." "What?" Su Qingya suddenly stood up, exclaiming in surprise. "What do you mean, what?" "Now the chairman has arrived in Haching. You still have a few hours to prepare, and I have fervently recommended you. You must ensure that we uphold our reputation." "Enough of that. I must get busy now. That's all." Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. It was only then that Su Qingya realized. The chairman of Ronghui Real Estate is coming. This is an extraordinary opportunity. One must understand that this individual is a self-made titan in the real estate sector of the Central Plains, a figure of great renown in the provincial capital, always accompanied by hot topics wherever he goes. Who he meets, where he dines, it is all subject to media scrutiny. Therefore, if this event is well organized, the hotel is highly likely to feature prominently in the related reports, significantly enhancing its visibility. Thus, she hastily dialed the office phone, instructing her team to scour various fish markets for premium seafood. She even reached out to a few acquaintances in the city. However, after all the arrangements were made, Su Qingya still felt a twinge of unease. In recent days, she had dispatched numerous people to monitor the fish markets, yet only a few truly remarkable catches had surfaced. Moreover, finding friends in the city on short notice was proving difficult. Compounded by time constraints, this left her feeling anxious. With so many prominent figures coming to the hotel, failing to present top-tier offerings could severely tarnish the hotel's reputation and standing. What to do? What to do? Su Qingya furrowed her brow, clutching her phone in distress. Chapter 6. A beautiful request. Into the river. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What about reaching out to Chu Chio? Although she doubted that he alone could significantly elevate the banquet, it was certainly better than nothing. Besides, he had only recently arrived in Haching and had yet to establish connections in this area. With time running short, she could only rely on a desperate gamble. With that thought, she decisively pulled out her phone and opened Chu Chio's WeChat. That moment, Chu Chio, having just received a windfall, was out dining with his uncle. Due to his new phone being broken, he was using an old device, which took him a while to realize it was buzzing in his pocket. However, when he saw that the voice message was from Su Qingya, he was immediately taken aback. "Su Qingya? Why is this woman sending me a voice message? Could it be that she regrets the high price for crabs?" Chu Chio stepped out of the restaurant and answered the call. "Hello, Miss Su." Chu Chio. As soon as the call connected, Su Qingya rushed to speak. "I wanted to ask if you could catch some of those large fish today, like you did before." "What?" Chu Chio was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingya realized she had come on too strong and rephrased. "So, tonight we have a very important banquet at our hotel, and we urgently need a batch of premium river delicacies or some rare wild catches. I wanted to inquire if you could still catch similar wild blackfish and large crabs as before. Anything with a bit of flair will do, and the price is not an issue. Or do you know any skilled fishermen or expert anglers who could help spread the word? We can negotiate the price." After Su Qingya finished speaking, Chu Chio was stunned. That's it? He had thought it was a matter of high stakes. But it was merely for such a trivial request. "Hello? Hello? Chu Chio, are you still there?" "Oh yes, I'm here," Chu Chio quickly replied. Su Qingya added, "Well, can you help with this? I would really appreciate it. Of course, leave it to me." "Wait for my good news," Chu Chio said readily. He had initially planned to utilize his underwater abilities to explore the river during his days off and earn some extra cash. Now, with a client reaching out, it was fortuitous. Feeling grateful for Chu Chio's promise, Su Qingya hung up the phone pleasantly. After lunch, when he returned to the village, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. This time, the sun was high. and every household remained indoors. Chu Qiu made his way to the riverbank with ease, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and jumped into the water. The moment he submerged, a refreshing and invigorating sensation surged through him, instantly revitalizing his spirit. The inner essence of the dragon within him began to whirl rapidly, absorbing the immense energy from the water. Soon, a whirlpool emerged once more, and Chu Qiu felt a tug at his core. Plunging into the vortex and reaching the riverbed. This time, he thoroughly explored his underwater abilities. Within a 5-meter radius, streams of water shifted and transformed at his will, sometimes forming a wall of water, other times becoming a net, at times remaining still, and at others, swirling violently. It wasn't until half an hour later that Chu Qiu, fully satisfied, decided to commence his expedition at the riverbed. The river in front of their village was called Wangjiang River. It only took a fishing boat a mere 10 minutes to reach the river. Hence, the aquatic resources here were exceptionally abundant. Of course, this abundance was relative to Chu Qiu, as no one else could see the riverbed as clearly as he could. Splash! A burst of water erupted as Chu Qiu glided through the water like a large fish, swiftly reaching the patch of aquatic grass he had previously scouted. He parted the grass and carefully examined the crabs he had overlooked last time. He found that they were of uniform size, weighing around 3 to 5 tails, none particularly remarkable. After some hesitation, Chu Qiu decided against capturing them, allowing them to mature a bit longer. 3 to 5 tails for a male crab would only fetch about 588 yuan for 3. Collectively, they would barely amount to over 1,000 yuan. However, in a month or two, once they grew to 6 or 7 tails, they could be worth quite a bit, fetching around 1,000 yuan each. With that thought, Chu Qiu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The entire Wangjiang River is our backyard. How could we stoop for a mere few hundred yuan? Are we in need of such petty cash? With that, Chu Qiu waved his hand and swam away with the grace of a fish. Not long after, he arrived at a denser patch of aquatic grass. This area was lush, with the grass reaching waist deep, and many small fish frolicked within. This patch of aquatic grass was evidently thriving. Could it be a treasure trove beneath the water? A gleam of excitement lit up Chu Qiu's face as his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had stumbled upon something unbelievable, and he exclaimed, "Wow! Wow! Giant river clams! Such a massive river clam! This must be a legendary creature." Following his gaze to the center of the aquatic grass, he saw a cluster of dark river clams arranged neatly, and among them was an enormous clam, the size of a wash basin, resembling fine porcelain. At that moment, it was opening its shell, revealing its plump meat and releasing a series of bubbles. Perhaps disturbed by the sounds Chu Qiu made underwater, it quickly closed its shell, sinking into silence. "Wow! This creature is quite sensitive." Chu Qiu marveled slightly, then his excitement surged. Such a large creature, a river clam. Who knows how many years it has grown wild. Additionally, the clam's shell, having been polished by the current for years, had lost its dark hue and transformed into a translucent, porcelain-like sheen. Just its appearance alone would attract attention even in an aquarium. A clam that emits bubbles like crystal. What a spectacle! If he sold this to Su Qingya, placing it in a crystal tank in the hotel lobby would surely draw a crowd. If only he weren't underwater. He would have wanted to snap a picture and send it to Su Qingya right away. Calm down, calm down. With such a vast patch of aquatic grass, there must be many more treasures to discover. Best to observe quietly for now. Chu Qiu suppressed his excitement, using his water-splitting ability to stealthily approach the edge of the grass. As he neared, the edge of the grass suddenly stirred up a cloud of silt. A few crabs, blending seamlessly with the grass, raised their claws warily and shifted slightly. These crabs were not small. Each weighed about 6 to 7 tails. Chu Qiu's eyes immediately lit up. This is worth several thousand yuan. However, Chu Qiu did not rush to capture them. Instead, he spent a few minutes circling the patch of grass. After observing, he nearly shouted with glee. The number of crabs was astonishing. Just the visible crabs numbered in the hundreds, each weighing at least 6 to 7 tails. Among them, some were enormous, with claws spread wide enough to cover the bottom of a basin, conservatively estimating their weight at around 10 tails. Chapter 7. A fortuitous encounter. 10 tails. That is a pound. I'm striking gold. Such 10-tail crabs would fetch at least double the price of those weighing 9 tails. This patch of aquatic grass is indeed a treasure trove. Chu Qiu surfaced excitedly, quickly swam to the dock, found his uncle's old fishing boat, and pushed it over. Given the sheer number of crabs he had discovered, he would need the boat to carry them. Not to mention, there was also a pile of giant river clams. After securing the boat, Chuchio grabbed a large net from the cabin and dove back into the water. Observing the plump crabs beneath him, he swiftly caught them with lightning speed, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Upon reaching a particularly dense area of crabs, he found himself overwhelmed with excitement. Some crabs, sensing danger, raised their claws and began to scuttle away, trying to escape. Chuchio, witnessing this, felt no urgency. Instead, he nonchalantly pointed his hand. Stay put. Instantly, the water within a 5-meter radius solidified. The grass ceased its swaying, and the small fish halted in their tracks. The crabs, as if paralyzed, froze in place, claws raised. Chuchio leisurely approached, bent down, and began to scoop them into the net. It was as easy as picking up money. Light and effortless in just a brief moment. The net was filled to the brim. Chuchio emerged from the water, emptied the crabs into the boat's cabin, and dove back in. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, the bottom of the cabin was teeming with crabs. Subsequently, Chuchio picked up some river clams and placed them on the ship's railing. Under the sun's rays, the basin-sized porcelain-colored river clams reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, far surpassing any exquisite treasure. With a crisp click, Chuchio retrieved his phone from the waterproof bag and snapped a photo, sending it to Su Qingyao. Su, my beautiful friend, have you ever seen a river clam this large? Is it enough to make a splash? After sending the message, Chuchio waited for a moment, but noticing the lack of response, he surmised she must be busy and tossed his phone back into the boat, diving underwater once more in search of more treasures. Meanwhile, in the center of River City, at the Maiden's Grand Hotel, Su Qingyao had just emerged from the kitchen. She had set the entire kitchen into motion, preparing an array of side dishes, secret specialty dishes, and private recipes. The only thing she was lacking was a truly sensational centerpiece. However, the thought of this made her head throb. She had dispatched numerous people to scout various fish markets. Yet after a couple of hours, not a single thing had been found. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. This banquet was a crucial opportunity to win acclaim and establish a reputation. If it fell short, her hotel would be utterly forgotten. She couldn't fathom what these people were doing. I suspect they pocketed the money without doing any work. No, I must think of a solution. Feeling a sense of urgency, Su Qingyao turned and headed to her office. She prepared to contact friends in the city once more. If all else failed, she would ask them to procure some high-priced big catches from other hotels. However, upon entering her office and picking up the phone on her desk, she was astonished to discover that Chuchio had sent her 2 messages. Could it be that he had caught some rare treasure? Su Qingyao quickly opened her phone and clicked on the messages. As soon as she did, an enormous, gleaming river clam image flooded her vision. Su Qingyao gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Oh my! This is a river clam. Such a large river clam. How could there be one so enormous? And it's porcelain-colored. I must have it. I want to display it in the water feature tank in the lobby. It's simply unbelievable. This is the hotel's prized possession." In her excitement, Su Qingyao leaned towards her phone screen, her stunning visage flushed with exhilaration. Soon after, she noticed Chuchio's accompanying text and couldn't help but express her joy. "Chuchio, you are truly my savior. Such a gigantic river clam must be over 100 years old. A century-old clam. What a sensational find." As she spoke, she couldn't resist enlarging the image. However, upon doing so, she was once again taken aback. Crabs? There were crabs in the cabin behind the river clam. My goodness, how many were there? And that big one. It must weigh at least a pound. No, I must ask Chuchio where he is. I need to go there immediately. Such a large river clam and crabs cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Su Qingyao could no longer sit still. Earlier, her attention had been completely captured by the river clam, causing her to overlook the crabs in the cabin. Now, seeing so many wild crabs, each of considerable size, she felt a surge of urgency. To catch such large, purely wild crabs in this season is simply a rare opportunity. If the hotel obtained this batch of pure wild crabs, a little promotion would undoubtedly create a sensation and elevate its reputation. Yet, when she attempted to make a voice call, it rang over and over, with no one answering. What is going on? Why isn't anyone picking up? Hurry and answer. Su Qingyao anxiously tapped her foot, frustrated with Chuchio's lack of response. What does he mean by sending a picture to tease her without answering the phone? Chuchio, oblivious to the situation on her end, was too preoccupied to reply, as he had stumbled upon another big catch. A whole school of fish. Leading the group was a magnificent, vibrant red carp, measuring a full arm's length. Wow, this is just like the auspicious red carp depicted on New Year's paintings. Chuchio was ecstatic. This was pure wild red carp, often featured on social media as a symbol of fortune. Furthermore, this majestic red carp not only boasted a beautiful shape, but also an exceptionally pure color, with each scale appearing exquisitely detailed. Behind it swam a group of golden-threaded carp, each measuring over a foot long. Numbering a staggering 70 or 80, if he managed to catch them all, selling them for 30 or 40,000 should be a breeze. Unfortunately, the cabin was too small. Forget the other carp. This red carp could not be measured by conventional prices. He had to catch it at all costs. With excitement, Chu Chiu clenched his fist and hid in the aquatic plants, patiently awaiting the school of carp to pass by. Chapter 8. A Bountiful Harvest. Carp, especially the pure red variety, have long been adored by the Chinese people as symbols of prosperity and good fortune. The idioms associated with them, such as "may there be fish every year" and "fish leap over the dragon gate," carry incredibly auspicious meanings. The current king of carp, with its pure color and rare size, is practically priceless in the eyes of affluent individuals. Thus, as the red carp swam closer, Chu Chiu began to feel nervous. It seems the power of sentiment is indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, he calculated the distance. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, splash. Just as Chu Chiu ready to strike when the red carp was within 5 meters, it suddenly flicked its tail, sensing danger, and swiftly turned to swim away. As the red carp moved, the other golden-threaded carp also seemed spooked, collectively darting away in a frenzy. 70 or 80 carp, each over a foot long, erupted from the water, leaping high into the air, creating quite a spectacle. Fortunately, there was no one by the riverside. Otherwise, this scene would surely attract a crowd. Chu Chiu hadn't anticipated the red carp to be so agile. It was clear that catching it effortlessly would be impossible. Reluctantly, Chu Chiu bolted forward, rapidly pursuing the red carp. With a splash, the water churned violently as his figure darted beneath the surface, resembling a great shark. Moving with fierce speed in this whirlwind of motion, the red carp had no choice but to concede, allowing Chu Chiu to wrap his arms around its neck. Its strong, robust body thrashed about, its strength astonishing even to Chu Chiu. Goodness, this creature was even mightier than the previous big black fish, deserving the title of the heavyweight champion of the water. Chu Chiu couldn't help but admire its power. Indeed, with the strength of the red carp, even a weightlifting champion would struggle to control it without leverage. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. Embracing the red carp, Chu Chiu joyfully surfaced and swam towards the fishing boat. Just as he approached, a series of loud thuds erupted from the cabin. Curious, he glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle. To his surprise, 2 golden-threaded carp had inadvertently leapt into the cabin, flopping around and opening their mouths incessantly. Clearly, they had fallen in during the chaotic escape from the school of fish. What unfortunate creatures! Chu Chiu found it amusing. However, the next moment, his mirth faded as he scanned the cabin and noticed 2 large crabs, each weighing 6 or 7 tails, flipping over, with 2 of their legs broken. Evidently, they had been struck by the tails of the 2 carp. Oh no, crabs weighing 6 or 7 tails, each worth over 1,000, have now lost 2 legs, which must have diminished their value by 200 to 300. Chu Chiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he placed the red carp into a designated compartment and quickly relocated the 2 golden-threaded carp. Considering the intense sun, the cabin contained no water, and the red carp would soon perish. Raising his hand, he summoned a jet of water that cascaded into the cabin. As the water filled the cabin, the red carp immediately regained its vitality. Still, Chu Chiu felt a twinge of concern. After contemplating, he submerged his hand into the water, activating the dragon essence within him, releasing a strand of azure liquid that circulated through the cabin. Soon, the water transformed into a cool and crystalline state, the gentle breeze carrying a refreshing sweetness, invigorating the senses. It was evident that the water quality had improved exponentially. The 3 carp appeared to be enlivened, their mouths opening and closing in a playful competition to gulp the water. This reminded Chu Chiu of the saying, "Water may not be deep, but with a dragon, it is spiritual." Perhaps he should consider purifying a pond for breeding shrimp and crabs. With the essence of the dragon purifying the water, the quality, taste, and nutritional value would surely surpass those of renowned lake specialties. Just as Chu Chiu contemplated the feasibility of this idea, his phone on the boat suddenly buzzed incessantly. He picked it up to find it was from Su Qingya. The WeChat notification indicated over 20 missed voice calls. It seemed she was quite anxious. The image of her stunning beauty flashed through his mind, causing his throat to dry. Clearing his throat and shaking off any inappropriate thoughts, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Miss Su." "Chu Chiu." You've made me frantic. Why did it take you so long to answer? As soon as the call connected, Su Qingya's voice echoed with urgency. Do you have any idea how many times I called? Quickly send me your location. I'm driving to find you. Find me? What for? Chu Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Of course, it was for the gigantic river clam and crabs. Do you really think I came here to flirt with you? Su Qingya exclaimed, stamping her foot in irritation. Quickly send me your location. I'm on my way right now. And you better not sell that big crab to anyone else. I want it all. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiu nearly blurted out that she might as well include him in her plans. Thankfully, he managed to restrain his tongue just in time and replied, All right, I'll send you the location. After sending the location, Chu Qiu found himself lost in thought at the bow of the boat. However, he soon realized he could not sit still, for his mind was filled with visions of Su Qingya. If he continued to dwell on her, he would surely lose his composure. This woman was utterly captivating. Her every frown and smile tugged at his heartstrings. It seemed no man could resist harboring inappropriate thoughts about her. Nevertheless, Chu Qiu maintained his composure, understanding that in her eyes, he was merely a somewhat capable fisherman. If not for her owning a restaurant, their paths would have never crossed. Thus, rather than sitting idly and daydreaming, he resolved to take practical action, diligently amassing capital to seize the opportunity for a remarkable breakthrough. Only then could he shed the fisherman label she had placed upon him and have a chance to bask in her favor. Motivated by this thought, Chu Qiu felt a fiery passion ignite within him, and he leaped into the water to begin a new round of hard work. Before long, a hefty, over half-meter-long crucian carp came into view. Without hesitation, Chu Qiu sprang into action, propelling himself through the water like a javelin. Cutting through the waves and closing in on the fish, the crucian carp didn't struggle for even a second before he skillfully controlled it in the water. With a splash, the water churned, and the crucian carp was lifted out, shimmering in the sunlight. Finally, he tossed it into the boat's cabin, where it splashed about joyfully. Shortly thereafter, Chu Qiu resurfaced not far away, triumphantly holding 2 more large crucian carps. Returning through the waves, at this moment, he resembled a wild water bird, diving into the water and popping up intermittently, each time emerging with a bounty in hand. In just half an hour, the boat's cabin was filled with various fish, each measuring at least half a meter long. Among them was a rare nearly 1 meter long Wangzi fish, even more precious than the previous black fish. Chapter 9. The first significant fortune as Chu Qiu was engrossed in his fishing endeavors. The sound of a car horn suddenly echoed from the riverbank. He looked up to see an enchanting woman with exquisite features and an alluring demeanor stepping out of a vehicle. Dressed in a black OL professional outfit, she looked strikingly stunning, reminiscent of a black widow. It was none other than Su Qingya, who had hurriedly arrived from the city. Chu Qiu, she called out, glancing towards the distant figure on the river. He waved in response and paddled the rickety fishing boat towards the dock. After securing the boat, he climbed to the bow and could not help but remark, Miss Su, as the owner of a 5-star hotel. Don't you have anyone to run errands for you? Aren't you worried about getting sunburned in this blazing sun? I have no choice, Su Qingya replied with a resigned smile. The hotel has just opened, and many positions are still unfilled. I had to send everyone out today, so I had to come myself. However, I truly didn't expect you to catch so many exquisite fish. It was worth my trip here. Hurry, let me see what's on the boat. I can hardly contain my excitement. With that, Su Qingya slipped off her high-heeled sandals and, like a child, prepared to step onto the boat barefoot. Chu Qiu quickly stood up, reaching out to catch her. Be careful. The boat is unsteady in the water. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya instinctively extended her hand toward him. The soft, cool touch sent a thrill through Chu Qiu, causing his thoughts to wander. Meanwhile, as soon as Su Qingya steadied herself, she beheld the boat's bountiful catch. Heavens, Chu Qiu, how did you manage to catch so many fish? Such large wild crucian carps, and a Wangzi fish, and, Su Qingya suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the cabin, a big red carp. You actually caught a big red carp. My goodness, Chu Qiu, how did you manage to catch such a magnificent, pure wild big red carp? You've completely astonished me. It's so beautiful. I absolutely adore it. You must sell this big red carp to me. Observing Su Qingya's exuberant demeanor, Chu Qiu scratched his nose and feigned a sigh. Now that you're on my boat, do I really have a choice? Su Qingya quickly asserted her claim. No, absolutely none. But then she caught on to the implication and shot him a flirtatious glare. What do you mean, now that I'm on your boat? What are you thinking? Men truly have no redeeming qualities, am I mistaken? This is my boat, after all, Chu Qiu replied, feigning innocence. which only earned him another round of eye rolls from Su Qingya. All right, enough of the pretense. Let's get down to business. At the mention of business, Chu Qiu ceased his playful banter. Yu Qingya continued, I'll take that big red carp for 66,000. What do you think? Upon hearing the price, Chu Qiu was momentarily taken aback. How much? 66,000. Yes, 66,000. Of course, that's just a temporary price for my hotel. Since this fish is so rare, it would be a shame to eat it. If a wealthy patron at the hotel takes a liking to it, I will offer you a relatively reasonable markup. Chu Qiu was left speechless. 66,000 is just the temporary price? It seems that poverty truly limits my imagination. What about the other two golden-threaded carps? How much are they worth? Feeling a tinge of greed, he inquired. Yu Qingya reluctantly shifted her gaze from the big red carp to the golden-threaded carps, which were over a foot long, however, after merely glancing at them. She lost interest. Considering the big red carp, I'll offer you 500 for the two golden-threaded carps. 500. Chu Qiu felt a significant sense of disappointment wash over him. This is truly a case of different fates for the same fish. 500 was not negligible, but if it weren't for their wild nature, they wouldn't even be worth 300. Noticing the shift in Chu Qiu's demeanor, Su Qingya chuckled. However, that Wangzi fish is quite rare. It's not easy to grow this large. I'll offer you 6,000 for it. The wild crucians are also valuable. Currently, it's quite difficult to find such large wild crucian carps in the market. How about 1,005 for 3 of them? Oh, all right. Chu Qiu nodded repeatedly, quickly adjusting his mindset. Yu Qingya discreetly observed him, noting that he wasn't blinded by money or displaying dissatisfaction or complaints, which made her regard him with newfound respect. Next came the real big-ticket item, a basin-sized colorful river clam. When Chu Qiu soaked it in the fresh water, it promptly opened its shell, revealing a dazzling array of colors that mesmerized Su Qingya. So beautiful, absolutely stunning. Su Qingya gazed at it, captivated. She lost track of time until she noticed Chu Qiu smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush. I'm sorry, the clam opening its shell is just too beautiful. I became entranced for a moment. I'll take it for 100,000. This is also a temporary price. What do you think? Su Qingya looked at Chu Qiu with eager eyes. Sure. This time, Chu Qiu was quite composed. From the moment he first saw the clam expelling water, he knew it was a truly rare find. 100,000 was certainly not its ceiling price. If someone who truly appreciated it came along, it could easily fetch even 1 million. This is the principle of rarity. As for the remaining clams, they were far less impressive, together worth only a little over 2,000. The rest of the cabin was filled with catfish and silver carp, which collectively sold for another 10,000. In terms of pricing, Su Qingya was quite fair, even slightly generous in some aspects. Lastly, there were the crabs in the other compartment, which were also today's big catch. However, there were simply too many crabs, so Su Qingya called the hotel front desk and summoned a few people she had previously sent out to help. Half an hour later, 2 large pickup trucks arrived with big water tanks and oxygen machines. 2 men and 2 women stepped out of the vehicles. President Su. The 4 of them greeted respectfully at the riverbank. Okay, Su Qingya instructed, you 2 gentlemen, move the clams and fish onto the trucks. The big red carp and the large clam need to be placed separately. Make sure they don't get scratched or bumped. Xiaoli, Xiaohong, you 2 are in charge of counting the crabs. One weighs them, and the other records. Understood, President Su. The 4 of them happily boarded the boat. However, as soon as they stepped onto it, they were utterly astonished. The big red carp and the large clam were rare treasures, their value immeasurable. But the more than 100 wild crabs were something they knew the worth of. Each crab weighed at least 6 or 7 tails. In the market, they are sold by the piece. A 6-tail male crab could fetch 900, while a 5-tail female crab could reach 1,000. For a 6-tail female crab, the price could go up to 1,200. The larger ones, weighing 7, 8, or 9 tails, could see their prices double with each additional tail. Roughly estimating, these crabs could easily sell for several 100,000. Truly a case of different fates for different fish. Finally, all the crabs' weights were tallied. The largest male crab weighed 10.1 tails. Yu Qingya immediately offered 12,000. Approximately 7 female crabs, each weighing around 9 tails, are priced at 70,000. There are 18 male crabs, each weighing between 9 to 9. 4 tails, with an average price of 4,800, totaling 86,400. For the 42 male crabs weighing between 8 to 8.4 tails, the average price is 2,800, amounting to 117,600. Additionally, there are 56 male crabs weighing between 7 to 7.4 tails, averaging 1,200, which sums up to 67,200. There are also some female crabs of varying weights, totaling 35,000. Just from the sale of these crabs, the total comes to 388,200 if we include the 176,000 from selling fish and river clams. The grand total reaches 564,200, a staggering sum of 564,200. When Chuchio received such a substantial transfer, he was utterly bewildered. After graduating and stepping into society, he had toiled in the bustling metropolis for 7 whole years. In those 7 years, after deducting rent, utilities, and daily expenses, the amount he managed to save was merely a fraction of this total. In the metropolis, he couldn't even afford a restroom. But now, in less than 2 hours spent in the water, he had netted over 500,000. The exhilaration was simply overwhelming. This left him even more eager for his upcoming trip to the metropolis. Curious about what delightful surprises the ocean might hold for him, he even contemplated calling his blind date to nudge her for a meeting. Chapter 10. Chuchio controls the water. Fortunately, reason triumphed over impulse. After Su Qingya left with her team, he calmed himself and sat quietly at the dock, reflecting. Earning 50 to 60,000 in a single day was indeed astonishing. However, this surprise did not cloud Chuchio's judgment. Instead, it sharpened his awareness. For, as the saying goes, an innocent man bears no blame, but possessing wealth invites suspicion. Such rapid gains might be acceptable once or twice, but with frequency, it would inevitably draw scrutiny and unwanted attention. Although Chuchio possessed unparalleled strength akin to the legendary warrior Elbu, he still had family and friends to consider. Even if he disregarded his well-being, he had to think of their safety. Thus, he needed a discreet identity to serve as a protective facade. After much contemplation, he concluded that engaging in aquaculture was the most fitting choice. Only through aquaculture could he maximize the potential of the dragon's inner elixir. The site for his aquaculture was already decided, right behind the main house, in the expansive pond. This pond, originally excavated by his family for building purposes, had been transformed through 3 generations of effort. In earlier years, the elder members of his family would stock the pond with unsold fish. However, as fishing conditions deteriorated and fishing bans were enforced, the pond fell into neglect, becoming a stagnant pool. Yet, for Chuchio, this posed no issue. The dragon could summon water and purify it. He had already conducted experiments on water purification aboard his fishing vessel, achieving remarkable results in a short time. The only uncertainty that lingered was how long it would take to purify a 3-acre fish pond. With this thought in mind, Chuchio returned home and made his way directly to the rear of the main house. Before him lay a large, square pond surrounded by a fence. Several towering willow trees cast gentle shadows at its edge. Nearby, his uncle had cultivated narrow plots of land, planting cucumbers and tomatoes that were now bearing fruit. Exuding a delightful fragrance, Chuchio plucked a cucumber, wiped it on his sleeve, and began munching as he approached the pond. Within the vast expanse of water, patches of green rust marred the surface. And a nauseating stench reminiscent of a foul drain wafted through the air was truly unbearable. Chuchio shook his head. The cucumber he had just picked was now unappetizing. He strode toward the pond. And with each step he took, the water level rose incrementally. He continued until he reached the center of the pond, standing firmly in the water as a mysterious aura radiated from him. Merging with the liquid, before long, a vortex, 1 meter in diameter, formed beneath his feet, rapidly expanding to visible proportions. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, it swiftly grew to 5 meters. This time, Chuchio actively channeled the dragon's inner elixir, allowing waves of energy to circulate, permeate, and blend with the water. In mere moments, this energy had spread throughout half the pond. As the aura expanded, so too did Chuchio's control over the area. Half the pond began to bubble and boil. The green rust was swiftly refined, and the pond transformed into a crystalline expanse, akin to a freshly polished glass surface. Within minutes, the 3-acre pond was entirely revitalized by Chuchio's efforts. The once foul, green-hued water was rejuvenated, becoming fresh and invigorating, teeming with vitality. The entire pond was now under Chuchio's dominion. With a flick of his hand, he directed a jet of water from the pond, which cascaded into the vegetable patch with a resounding splash. Laughing joyfully, Chuchio animatedly gestured, and streams of water erupted from the surface like a fountain. 3 parts returned to primordial energy. He then reached out, gathering the flowing water into a massive sphere, which he flung into the air, causing it to explode spectacularly. The 18 dragons subduing palms. With childlike glee, Chuchio reveled in his playfulness. It was only after a considerable time that he finally reined in his exuberance and discreetly returned to the river. This time, Chuchio was thorough in his work. He intended to gather all crabs exceeding 2 tails from the river and transport them to his pond for cultivation. He wanted to see if refining them in the purified spiritual water would accelerate their growth and enhance their flavor. This would also benefit his future plans. However, what Chuchio did not know was that shortly after his departure, the wilted cucumbers and tomatoes in the sun-drenched plots began to revive after receiving the water he had purified. The once curling leaves that were on the verge of withering started to unfurl, gradually turning green again, miraculously bursting forth with vibrant life. As a gentle breeze blew, a rich, fragrant aroma of the crops wafted across the entire pond. Chapter 11. The priceless carp and the invaluable clam. Meanwhile, Su Qingya returned to the hotel and immediately arranged for the large red carp and river clams to be placed in a sea view tank in the hotel lobby. This action drew the attention of diners at the hotel. However, since the clientele of such establishments often had pets or enjoyed aquatic displays, initially, no one paid much heed. It wasn't until a couple entered the hotel that the woman suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the sea view tank, "Heavens, darling, is that a river clam? How could it be so large and colorful? Could this be real? And look, a large red carp with such a pure color. My goodness, I've never seen such a big red carp in my life." The man, equally astonished, rubbed his eyes. Could it be? Is my vision failing? Or does this crystal glass have a magnifying effect? Can river clams really grow this big? It must be a hoax, as the couple's astonishment echoed. The entire hotel fell silent, all eyes turning toward them. A hotel receptionist approached, smiling as she explained, "Hello, dear guests. This sea view tank was custom-made by our owner, and it absolutely does not have any magnifying effect. What you see is entirely authentic. Our hotel prides itself on transparency, so rest assured, and please, all guests, feel free to inquire. As for the large red carp and river clams, our owner acquired them for 66,000 and 100,000 respectively, and they were just caught, so they are certainly genuine. 66,000? When did a carp become so expensive? A river clam for 100,000? What kind of clam could possibly be worth that much? Could it be that both have become exquisite treasures?" The atmosphere in the hotel shifted dramatically. Many, unable to contain their curiosity, began to gather around. Is that a red carp? How can its color be so vivid? It has no trace of discoloration, and it's so large, absolutely stunning. Yes, it's breathtaking. Such a pure color, resembling a dragon in its grace. I swear, this is the most beautiful large red carp I've ever seen. It's simply marvelous. Indeed, this 66,000 is a steal. Owner, would you accept 80,000 for it? Most of the patrons, being affluent business people, had discerning eyes and quickly recognized the value of the red carp. That moment. An elderly gentleman rushed over, carefully examining the large red carp, his expression brimming with excitement. A treasure. This is a rarity, a gem seldom seen in a century. This large red carp, with its pure color and golden-tipped whiskers, possesses a graceful and robust physique. It is undoubtedly a natural wonder. Such a pure red carp could only be raised in the imperial palace in ancient times. Ordinary folk could merely depict it on door paintings, symbolizing wealth and prosperity. This large red carp is unparalleled in both appearance and size, far surpassing any artificially bred, round-bodied fish. Saying this, the elder turned to the receptionist, urging, "Miss, I am willing to pay 180,000 for this large red carp. Could you please ask your owner if it is for sale? 180,000? Isn't that a bit excessive? I'll offer 200,000. Who dares to be so shameless, raising the bid while criticizing? I'll offer 210,000. This auspicious fish is mine. Stop the nonsense. Be careful lest the old gentleman becomes irate. By the way, my father-in-law is celebrating his 60th birthday in 2 days. I need this fish for good fortune. I'll pay 260,000. In an instant, with the elder's commentary, the large red carp became the undisputed star of the show. Everyone unconsciously overlooked the motionless giant river clam at the bottom of the water. Do you ruffians understand fish? Do you comprehend the essence of our nation's culture? Observing the fervently contested red carp, the elder in traditional attire became increasingly agitated. After nurturing fish for the better part of his life, this specimen was undoubtedly the rarest treasure he had ever encountered. With this fish, he felt assured that he could peacefully enjoy his twilight years. However, fate had other plans. The maximum he could muster was a mere 180,000. Surely, he could not approach his children for funds to purchase a single fish. Moreover, Would they even grasp the sentiment behind it? In that moment, the old gentleman was truly beside himself with anxiety. This fish is mine for 660,000. Is there anyone else who wishes to contest this bid? Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed from behind the crowd. A throng of people surged in, the men exuding an extraordinary presence, while the women radiated elegance. Leading the group was a refined middle-aged man, surrounded as if he were the sun and they the stars. It was he who had placed the bid of 660,000. Goodness, 660,000. Now that is a true heavyweight. I can't compete with that. I withdraw. I merely sought a stroke of luck, and besides, my father-in-law is not particularly fond of fish. Such a lofty price is simply not worth it. It was over, truly hopeless this time. Upon hearing the exorbitant sum of 660,000, the elder in traditional attire despondently shook his head, his gaze betraying profound desolation. Teacher? Yet at that moment, the narrative took a twist. The refined middle-aged man approached the elder and cheerfully addressed him as teacher. Teacher. The crowd looked on in confusion. Even the elder was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to recognize the man before him. Soon, however, the elder appeared to recall something, his face lighting up with surprise. Ronghui, is that you? I thought your voice sounded familiar. It's been quite some time. I heard your business is flourishing. What brings you back to Hucheng? I have just completed a project here in Hucheng and thought I would return to pay a visit, not expecting to encounter you here. Li Ronghui laughed heartily, his joy emanating from within. This time, he had returned personally to inaugurate a new venture, intending to treat various collaborators, but his true aim was to visit his esteemed teacher. As the old saying goes, a prosperous man must not forget his hometown. It is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for his teacher's frequent assistance and earnest guidance, he likely would not enjoy the success he does today. He returned, adorned with remarkable achievements, to pay respects to his mentor. To his delight, Li Ronghui turned to his beautiful secretary, Yunshang, and said, "Could you please call your friend and inquire whether this magnificent red carp is for sale? I wish to purchase it as a gift for my teacher." Indeed, this refined middle-aged man was none other than Li Ronghui, the chairman of Ronghui Real Estate, a prominent figure in the Central Plains region. "Chairman, I have already made the call. She is on her way down." Dressed in her secretary attire, Yunshang smiled subtly, poised and graceful, a stark contrast to her demeanor while conversing with Su Qingya. Meanwhile, Su Qingya hastily arrived at the hall and exchanged a distant glance with Yunshang. She then approached gracefully to welcome them, courteously stating, "Hello, Director Li, I am the owner of the Jinghua Grand Hotel, and we warmly welcome your presence. I understand you wish to purchase this red carp? Indeed, it is a rare opportunity to encounter my teacher here, alongside his beloved fish. It is fate. I kindly ask you to ensure the fish is delivered to my teacher's residence." Li Ronghui replied with an affable smile. "Certainly, no problem at all." Fu Qingya nodded and instructed someone to note the elder's address. The elder, however, hastily grasped Li Ronghui's arm, exclaiming, "No, no, Ronghui, I cannot accept this fish. It is far too precious. Teacher, you know my nature. I do not retract my words in front of so many witnesses. Should you decline, I will simply ask you to inform the kitchen to prepare this red carp as a dish titled Fortune at your door." Li Ronghui said with an understanding smile. The elder, clearly flustered, rushed to protect the aquarium, declaring, "No, no one shall touch it. This red carp is a rare gem. How could you be so callous as to consume it? This is sacrilege. I cannot allow it." Laughter erupted among the crowd. It was evident to the discerning that Li Ronghui's intentions were light-hearted. Yet the elder was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot stove. "So, teacher, do you wish to accept this fish? Or would you rather eat it?" Li Ronghui chuckled. "I will accept it, if that is what you wish." The elder sighed, fully aware of the implications. His heart swelled with both pride and gratitude. Consequently, the giant red carp caught by Chu Chiu was sold for the astronomical price of 660,000. Many in attendance recognized Li Ronghui, stepping forward to offer their congratulations. Just then, someone shouted, "Everyone, look, the clam is bubbling. The river clam is bubbling. A clam? Bubbling?" The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes converging. Many had initially overlooked it, but upon closer inspection, were utterly shocked. "My goodness, is that a river clam? It's larger than a wash basin. It must be a magical creature." Indeed, such a large river clam has likely taken over 100 years to grow. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Especially around the clam's edges, a series of tiny bubbles began to form, signaling that it was about to open. "Look, it's opening." It's really opening. Heavens, at first, I thought it was merely a decoration. A fake? Oh my, it's opening. It's truly opening. Amidst the enthusiastic gasps of the onlookers, the giant river clam slowly began to unfold its shell. In that instant, the iridescent interior of the shell was revealed. Illuminated by the chandelier, resembling a mystical world woven with celestial light, breathtakingly beautiful. The bubbles emerging from this enchanted realm added to the surreal ambience of the underwater spectacle. Beautiful, truly exquisite, dazzlingly beautiful. The women present could not help but scream in delight, wishing they could shrink down and dive into the clam. I'm losing my mind. This giant river clam is real. It's truly real. My heavens, it's too beautiful. Indeed, who needs diamond rings or designer handbags when compared to this magnificent river clam? It pales in comparison. I have made up my mind. Whoever can procure this giant river clam for me, I shall marry on the spot. Not a chance. This celestial clam belongs to me, boss. I'll offer 800,000. Will you sell it? 800,000? You might as well buy 2 of its bubbles with that. This clam is clearly one of a kind. Do you think 800,000 would suffice? Chapter 12. The old clam contains a pearl, pursued by the whole internet. I'll offer 1 million. Surely that will do? 1 million? As if anyone can't afford $1 million. Then what do you suggest? How much should we bid? 2 women found themselves embroiled in a heated argument over the clam. The other woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, how much should one offer for such a rare and stunning treasure? Moreover, having already spoken, would a lower bid not simply be a slap in the face? Yet, if they were to place a high bid for this unparalleled gem, they were uncertain of the appropriate amount. Just then, from behind the crowd, a flamboyantly dressed avant-garde girl suddenly changed her expression, seemingly making a decision, and picked up her phone to make a call. Hello, Dad? You mentioned that since you couldn't accompany me for my birthday, you would buy me a Bentley Continental? I no longer want the car. Just transfer the money to me. Yes, right now. Thank you, Dad. Click. The call ended, and the fashionable girl coolly extended 3 fingers. Boss, is this clam for sale? I am willing to offer 3 million. At this price, the venue erupted in astonishment. What on earth? 3 million. Another one of those who are unfazed by wealth. This clam is worth 3 million. It must be the most valuable clam I've ever seen. Hesitant no longer, many began to take photos, fearing they might miss the chance to see it again. Under the influence of the staggering 3 million offer, many felt envious. If they could not afford it, they could at least capture a video to relish later. Oh, it's so beautiful, truly stunning. The crowd could not resist pressing forward, some recording videos while others snapped pictures. Among them, a gentleman from a couple made a bold decision. While having a friend take their photo, he retrieved a long-purchased engagement ring he had never had the courage to present. The woman clearly awaited this moment, showing no hesitation. Without waiting for him to kneel, she immediately accepted the ring. The couple embraced, oblivious to the crowd's cheers. Just then, the giant river clam released an enormous bubble. Following this, the glistening clam meat wriggled, revealing an extraordinarily round and dazzling pearl. Wow, look, what is that? Is it a pearl? What a pearl! My heavens! This pearl is massive and stunning. Oh my God! Is this what they call an old clam yielding a pearl? But this pearl is too beautiful. It's more exquisite than a luminous pearl. The women present almost erupted into screams. Yuchinya, equally exhilarated, covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes brimming with delight. In the very center of the enormous river clam, amidst the most succulent flesh, lay a pearl. The size of a chicken egg, sparkling like a star, radiating a resplendent glow. As one drew closer, the pearl appeared even more lustrous and smooth, dazzling the onlookers. Surrounding it were rippling water patterns, while within, misty clouds swirled, continuously swaying as though a mystical land inhabited by beings was concealed within the pearl. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire trembled with excitement and recited a perfectly fitting line of poetry. From afar, the mountains possess hues. Up close, the waters whisper silently. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a reverie, as if they had merged with the enchanting scene, entering a mysterious world formed by the pearl and the clam. The entire hotel fell silent for a moment. However, it was not long before everyone became animated again, the atmosphere buzzing with chatter. Many recorded this extraordinary moment, capturing even the embracing couples in their videos. These recordings soon made their way to various social media platforms, accompanied by sensational headlines. A century-old clam reveals its pearl. A spirited young man successfully proposes on site. The old clam produces a pearl. Witnessing true love on earth. A wealthy heiress, seeking a clam, recklessly offers 3 million. These titles swept across the internet like a tornado on Douyin. Within just 2 minutes, the likes soared past 10,000, with shares and comments climbing into the thousands. What? Is this clam truly that massive? Is it destined for celestial ranks? The upstairs folks are outrageous. That clam is clearly only at the dance stage. Can't they see the shining inner Dan? Stop, don't make wild guesses. Just watch the video properly. This clam is astonishingly sentient. The moment the couple embraced, it produced a pearl. Is this not a testament to true love? Verification complete. They are indeed in love. But all I want to know is, can a clam of this size, which harbors such a magnificent pearl, be bought for 3 million? Ha! 3 million. Have you just woken up? This 3 million is what the rich heiress intended to use to purchase the clam, and that's not even the final price. Now that it's discovered to hold a pearl, one the size of an egg, unique in the world, do you really think 3 million could suffice? My friend is spot on. Are you familiar with the Miley pearl? A pearl that grew inside a conch. Auctioned in Hong Kong in 2003 for a staggering $2.7 million at 100.4 carats, barely larger than a coin. Now, look closely at this pearl. It might not even be measured in carats but perhaps in taels. And it's so beautiful. Is it not superior to the Miley pearl? Oh my. 1 carat is merely 0.2 grams. Thus, 100 carats equals 20 grams. If this pearl were priced accordingly, it would surely start at $10 million. Is there an expert among us? Expert, please come forth and provide an explanation. I am the owner of Noble Jewelry. Can you share the address of this pearl? I am willing to purchase it for 8 million. What? 8 million? You can buy the clam for that, but don't even think about the pearl. They're not fools. Exactly. I, Huang Sihai, will take that pearl for 10 million. Who has the address or contact information? Can anyone locate the owner of this clam? Our paying jewelry auction house can guarantee that if it's auctioned here, we will not charge any commission. I can offer 50,000 for the address. 60,000. Please send it privately. The internet exploded. Someone was willing to pay a fortune for the pearl. Inside the hotel, several individuals filming were flushed with excitement, nearly jumping out of their skin. Just these few videos garnered them tens of thousands of followers in no time, rapidly making them popular. Moreover, many directly messaged them, requesting real addresses and offering substantial transfers. A sky-high price? The wealthy heiress panicked upon hearing this and hurriedly exclaimed to Su Qingya, "Boss, for million. I'll offer 4 million. Can you sell me the giant river clam? I adore it. What are you thinking? 4 million?" It skyrocketed to 10 million within 2 minutes online. Indeed, this pearl is exceptionally rare, definitely more precious than the Miley pearl. How dare you utter 4 million? The heiress's face flushed, yet she still gazed at Su Qingya with hopeful eyes. Sadly, she was destined to be disappointed. Su Qingya shook her head, forcing herself to remain calm, and replied, "I'm sorry, but the giant river clam is not for sale at this time." The elderly gentleman in traditional attire sighed, "This pearl is likely beyond the means of ordinary individuals. It is truly a rare gem. Its size and quality warrant the title of the finest pearl of the East. Since the teacher has spoken, I shall add a flourish. 15 million, Li Ronghui chuckled. However, he understood that this 15 million would likely need the addition of the word dollars to match the pearl S starting bid.m.r.li is merely jesting. Su Qingya replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Everything that transpired today, even for her, was a roller coaster of emotions. Prior to this, she had intended to keep the giant river clam as a prized possession for her establishment, merely planning to gauge its market value to settle the price difference with Chu Qiu. Yet, the moment the old clam produced the pearl, Su Qingya realized she could not hold onto the clam. After all, a single giant river clam could fetch several million. With the addition of such an extraordinarily rare pearl, its total worth was incalculable, making it far too unsafe to remain in the hotel. Moreover, strictly speaking, this giant river clam did not belong to Su Qingya yet. She had merely placed a deposit and did not possess ownership of the clam. Now, with the emergence of such a remarkable pearl, she needed to consult with Chu Qiu. Chapter 13. In a single day, I became a millionaire. However, this situation arose abruptly. Su Qingya had yet to sort through her thoughts. So she did not immediately inform Chu Qiu. Instead, she promptly summoned security personnel from all levels to the lobby for 24-hour vigilant guarding. Despite this, the hotel lobby remained a scene of fervor, with a group of security guards sweating profusely. Those capturing photos and videos were incessantly streaming in, the fervor comparable to that of a celebrity's fan reception. This exhilarating atmosphere continued until around 7 in the evening when Li Ronghui and his party concluded their feast. Accompanied by Su Qingya, the group exited the hotel, their faces glowing with delight, praising the experience. U.S. hotel visit was truly eye-opening and a feast for the senses. It was well worth it. Indeed, the vibrant red carp, the enormous river clam, and the cloud-wreathed pearl had left everyone in awe. The hotel's cuisine was equally memorable. Wild crucian carp soup, wild golden silk carp, wild razor fish. The flavors surpassed even that of lobsters and abalone, proving that wild ingredients are indeed superior. Absolutely, especially the wild crabs. They were incredibly fresh and tender, and there were even 2 full of crab roe. What a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha. If the hotel has such treasures in the future, you must remember to inform us. Had I not been so full today, I would have truly wished to indulge in 2 more crabs. Oh, come now, you esteemed executives. It's just that you've grown weary of seafood, and a change in flavor is what makes it seem so delightful. Su Qingya wore a captivating smile, cheerfully responding, however, if I do come across any good items in the future, I will certainly inform all of you at the first opportunity. I hope the esteemed executives will grace us with your presence then. Certainly, certainly. We will certainly make an appearance. The group laughed heartily before departing, satisfied. Dressed as a secretary, Yun Shang winked at Su Qingya and followed Li Ronghui to the car. Soon after, Su Qingya's phone vibrated with a message from the other party. The banquet was splendid. The esteemed executives were very pleased, and you didn't tarnish your sister's reputation, especially the giant river clam and the grand pearl. Both are treasures of the ages. Once word spreads, countless wealthy individuals will flock to your hotel. It will be impossible for it not to thrive, of course. Just look at who I am. Su Qingya grinned with pride. TCH. Yun Shang sent back a playful face. Putting her phone away, Su Qingya's smile remained undiminished. This banquet had undoubtedly propelled the hotel's reputation to new heights. It would soon be the talk of the wealthy circles. Moreover, with someone like Li Ronghui in the spotlight, the Haching television station would undoubtedly cover the related news. Especially given today's events, with the appearance of the vibrant red carp, the giant river clam, and the grand pearl, such rare treasures. There was no need to mention the distant implications. At the very least, the entire Haching would surely be abuzz. With these thoughts, Su Qingya felt both joy and a twinge of envy towards Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu, do you have any idea how much your presence has transformed the hotel? Do you realize that, conservatively speaking, you have already become a millionaire? So lucky. If I possessed your fortune, perhaps I would have long since freed myself from the shackles of my family. Boss? Boss. Just then, the front desk receptionist, in heels, hurried out, calling from afar, Boss, you must return to check. The front desk phones are nearly overwhelmed. All inquiries for reservations to view the giant river clam and the pearl. There are also many wealthy individuals, treasure merchants, and auction houses, all calling the hotel, requesting to speak with you. What? Su Qingya was taken aback upon hearing this. Boss, you must be preoccupied with attending to clients. And I fear you remain unaware of the online frenzy that has erupted. The female receptionist remarked with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Major video platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili have already begun showcasing videos filmed within our hotel. The viewership and click rates are astonishing, propelling our content into the top 10 of various short video platforms. Currently, our hotel's location, contact number, and even your photograph have circulated across all platforms. After the receptionist finished speaking, Su Qingya inhaled deeply and strode swiftly towards the hotel. We need to inform the kitchen staff to expedite the preparation of ingredients. Furthermore, assess our inventory. If supplies are insufficient, we must procure more urgently. Su Qingya spoke rapidly as she walked. Thankfully, Chu Qiu had captured an abundant supply of crabs and fish, all of exceptional quality and wild-caught. Otherwise, when the influx of guests arrives, we would be left with nothing impressive to offer, which would be utterly embarrassing. Initially, she had intended to use this batch of wild crabs for promotional purposes, but now, they would serve a more immediate need. Upon entering the hotel, Su Qingya observed the security personnel sweating profusely and declared, there will be a significant influx of guests shortly. Please bear with it a little longer. This evening, each of you will receive a bonus of 200. And the security staff will receive 300. Hooray! This is fantastic. Bonuses in the first month of employment. Our boss is generous. Thank you, boss. The hotel staff erupted in joyous cheers. Su Qingya smiled but refrained from revealing that the true person they should thank was Chu Qiu. In reality, everyone at the hotel today, including herself as the boss, was riding on Chu Qiu's coattails. Now, she needed to head to the office to call Chu Qiu and share the good news. Entering the office, Su Qingya took a deep breath and dialed Chu Chio's number. "Hello, Su, the beautiful." Chu Chio's surprised voice came through after 2 rings, evidently astonished that Su Qingya would call him at this hour. "Chu Chio, the big red carp has been sold." Su Qingya's voice trembled with excitement as she got straight to the point. Chu Chio expressed mild astonishment. "Sold? So soon? How much?" 660,000. Cough, cough, how much? Upon hearing the price, Chu Chio, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately choked. Disbelief etched across his face. If it were a river clam selling for 660,000, that would come as no surprise to him. However, for a big red carp, he had envisioned a price of around 15 to 16,000 as already impressive. 660,000. That was something he dared not even dream of. "You heard correctly, it is indeed 660,000. With Su Qingya's confirmation, Chu Chio's heart soared with joy. "Does this mean that within a single day, I have amassed over 1 million? I have become a millionaire?" Chu Chio was overwhelmed with excitement. Had this been before, following a mundane routine of clocking in and out, he would have needed decades of toil to achieve such a feat. Yet now, with the inner elixir of the dragon, he had accomplished it in merely a day. This happiness had come upon him with astonishing swiftness. "A millionaire? Chu Chio, do you harbor some misconceptions about yourself?" Su Qingya retorted with mild irritation. "Haven't you been scrolling through Douyin this afternoon?" Chapter 14. Am I famous? Surprised, Chu Chio replied that he had been discreetly working hard, preparing for his money-making plans, leaving no time to browse Douyin. Moreover, aside from consuming toxic motivational speeches, how could Douyin lead him to wealth or transform him into a high-flying rich man? If he had that time, wouldn't it be better spent fishing? "I don't usually scroll through Douyin," Chu Chio responded. "In a wonder," Su Qingya exclaimed, covering her forehead and speaking rapidly. "You need to open Douyin and see for yourself? You are already famous? And not just famous. You are extraordinarily popular. The entire online platform is buzzing about you." "I'm famous?" Chu Chio was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Yes, no." Su Qingya felt exasperated, realizing that she was growing anxious while he remained oblivious. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she finally articulated clearly. "To be precise, it is you who is famous. It is the river clam you caught that has become a sensation. Currently, platforms like Douyin and Bilibili are ablaze with videos featuring your river clam, each boasting titles with millions of views. Are you aware of how sought after the river clam is right now? Do you know how many wealthy individuals are leaving messages online expressing a desire to purchase it? Moreover, the bidding for just the river clam has already skyrocketed to over 8 million. The pearl it harbors is also the most exquisite known to date. Experts have indicated that the conservative starting bid for such a rare pearl would be at least 10 million. And that is in US dollars, therefore, do not speak to me about being a millionaire. It feels like an affront." With that, Su Qingya let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, after absorbing Su Qingya's words, Chu Chio stood frozen in shock. The river clam is a sensation. The online bidding has reached 8 million. It contains a rare pearl, and the conservative starting bid is 10 million. In US dollars, so, within a day, I have not merely become a millionaire but a multimillionaire. Chu Chio felt dazed, stunned by the intensity of the news. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Prior to today, his bank account held only 50 to 60,000. Now, in an instant, he had transformed into a multimillionaire, an incomprehensible leap that felt surreal. "I need to check Douyin." After a moment, Chu Chio blurted out, abruptly ending the call. Chu Chio needed to see and hear it all for himself to believe this news. Su Qingya was not angry. Instead, she patiently waited for Chu Chio to call her back. After all, such news would leave anyone reeling. Opening Douyin, Chu Chio went straight to the trending list. A single glance made him gasp in astonishment. The trending list on Douyin featured no less than 6 or 7 titles related to the river clam and its precious pearl, nearly monopolizing the entire chart. Expert commentary: the first pearl of the East, valued over 100 million. Incredible! The world's most precious pearl emerges at hotel. Old clam spits pearl. Witness true love. Rich girl offers 3 million for a clam. Gazing at these titles, each boasting millions in views, Chu Chio struggled to contain his excitement as he clicked on the top video titled Expert Commentary. The video opened, revealing the bustling hall of the Jinghua Hotel. It was evident that the hotel was packed to the brim, and the cacophony of voices was overwhelming. The individual filming this video clearly possessed high-definition equipment, capturing the river clam in the marine view tank with stunning clarity. Particularly captivating was the luminous pearl nestled within the clam, glistening like a star amidst clouds. Its egg-sized form was strikingly prominent. Even Chu Chiu himself was entranced by the beauty of such an exquisite pearl. Furthermore, he immediately recognized that the river clam featured in the video was indeed the one he had caught. Below the video, there was the most liked expert commentary pinned at the top. This pearl is undoubtedly the largest, most beautiful, and most exquisite known to the world, with no second to compare. Even at domestic auctions, its value is incalculable. The starting bid must be at least 10 million in US dollars. If presented at an international auction, it would undoubtedly incite bidding wars among royal families, fetching unprecedented prices. The expert concluded by expressing hope that this pearl could become the most dazzling first pearl of the East, remaining within the country and not being taken abroad. This is the first pearl of the East, unquestionably the world's finest. Do they think our great nation has no one to safeguard it? Beneath the expert's commentary, countless individuals chimed in with their own remarks. Indeed, our nation's pearl cannot be claimed by those from outside. Such a pearl is the national treasure, and outsiders wishing to take it away and flaunt it internationally should think twice. Absolutely, I support the expert. Furthermore, numerous wealthy women left comments. Oh my, this is undoubtedly the most beautiful and largest pearl in the world. I would love to have it. I envy the owner of this pearl. I heard that it was caught by a young fisherman. Wonder what he looks like. I want to support him. Dream on. With this pearl, what kind of woman wouldn't he attract? I merely wish to know when this pearl will be auctioned. Even if I can't bid for it, I want to witness its breathtaking beauty up close. Ha ha ha. I saw in another video that this pearl is currently at a 5-star hotel in Huching, in the Central Plains region. Let us all go there? Ah, so beautiful. I want it so badly. Too bad I can't afford it. I also want it, but I know I have no hope of getting the pearl. I hope that after it is harvested, I can at least get my hands on the river clam. Not very likely. That river clam is too old, and with such a large pearl, their bond is too deep. After harvesting the pearl, the clam probably won't survive. What should we do? What should we do? As Chu Chiu read through these comments and watched several other videos, he took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with sheer delight. Truly, this is all real. I am rich. I am genuinely wealthy. Chu Chiu had not anticipated such fortuitous luck to catch a rare river clam and, in turn, uncover an even rarer treasure. Ha ha ha! Overcome with joy, Chu Chiu leaped up, laughing heartily. A staggering $10 million. If converted to Chinese yuan, that amounts to over 60 million. And this is merely the starting bid for the pearls. Who knows what the final sale price will be? It could reach 100 million, or even 200 million, or perhaps even more. How could he not be elated? Has he not struck it rich in a day? However, soon after, Chu Chiu regained his composure. This is an immense fortune, and it is likely to attract significant societal attention. Presently, he possesses neither power nor influence, and he does not wish to draw undue attention to himself prematurely. Thus, he must deliberate carefully on how to handle this situation. Chapter 15. A life of extraordinary luck needs no explanation. Eureka! After contemplating for a moment, Chu Chiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He thought of Su Qingya and her illustrious hotel. An incredibly feasible plan began to take shape in his mind. Chu Chiu promptly contacted her via WeChat, and his opening line was nothing short of astonishing. Miss Su, I no longer require the river clams and the pearls. What did you say? Su Qingya's expression shifted, her disbelief evident. You heard me correctly, Chu Chiu stated emphatically. I do not want the river clams, or the pearls at all. Chu Chiu, do you understand what you are saying? Have you lost your mind? I am not joking. I do not want the river clams or the pearls. They are all yours. Chu Chiu took a deep breath and continued. Of course, it is not a gift. I wish to exchange them for 51 ownership of the illustrious hotel. What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's expression tightened, and her tone turned icy. You want to exchange them for 51 ownership of the hotel? That is absolutely impossible. I assure you, no one shall lay a hand on my hotel. Su Qingya's reaction was intense. She nearly hung up on Chu Chiu in her indignation. The illustrious hotel was her sole means of escaping her family's constraints. She would not permit anyone to scheme against it. Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to harm the hotel. Rather, I propose a mutually beneficial collaboration. Chu Chiu sensed her reluctance and quickly clarified. Please maintain your composure and allow me to explain. Since you opened a hotel, it is undoubtedly for the purpose of generating profit, correct? However, as I understand, the illustrious hotel has only been operational for less than a month, and its reputation and fame can only be described as mediocre. In this context, it is exceedingly difficult for the hotel to recoup its investments, let alone achieve short-term profitability. But now, with the river clams and the magnificent pearls, this series of attractions will undoubtedly propel the hotel's popularity and visibility to unprecedented heights in a remarkably short period. One can easily envision that the hotel will experience explosive growth in business for a considerable time to come. The benefits derived from this are incalculable. However, if I were to take the river clams away, the hotel's business would likely plummet. Are you threatening me? Su Qingya's gaze sharpened. No, this is not a threat. Rather, it is an undeniable fact. Moreover, the river clams and pearls are exceedingly rare treasures. If auctioned, they could fetch a staggering sum of 1 to 200 million. This amount would be more than sufficient to purchase half of the hotel's shares. And by exchanging half of the shares for such a substantial influx of funds, you could even reinvest in a 3-star or even 4-star hotel while still making a profit. What is there not to gain? You listening to Chu Qiu's eloquent arguments, Su Qingya opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. From a standpoint of profit, Chu Qiu's proposal was indeed highly advantageous for her. It is worth noting that the total investment in the illustrious hotel was merely 300 million. Furthermore, according to various experts online, the pearls, once auctioned, could be valued at no less than 200 million. To exchange 200 million for a mere 51 stake clearly indicated that Chu Qiu was making a significant concession. However, this would mean that the illustrious hotel would no longer be entirely hers. Yet, with the influx of 200 million in capital, she could indeed invest in another 3-star or 4-star hotel, thereby ostensibly owning 2 high-end hotels and increasing her influence within her family. Nevertheless, the thought of sharing her meticulously built 5-star hotel with a major stakeholder made Su Qingya hesitant. Just then, Chu Qiu spoke again. Miss Su, I can assure you that once I become a shareholder, my role will solely pertain to dividends. I shall not interfere in the hotel's management. Additionally, I can offer you 2 extra benefits. First, I can guarantee that the river clams will remain alive after the pearls are harvested. And I trust you understand the advantages of this. Second, I can provide the hotel with a stable and long-term supply of high-quality seafood, just as I did today with the wild crabs and Chinese carp. Of course, this will not be free. Rather, it will require the hotel to purchase from the official account. What do you think? With these 2 conditions, how do you feel? Having articulated all this, Chu Qiu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had never engaged in business before, and now he was suddenly handling such a significant transaction that directly affected his interests. What did you say? However, upon hearing his 2 conditions, Su Qingya was taken aback. Chu Qiu, are you certain that what you just said is true? Can you truly guarantee that the river clams will survive after pearl extraction? Can you genuinely provide a stable supply of high-quality goods? Su Qingya's attitude shifted dramatically. Chu Qiu, if you can deliver on these promises, we can sign the share purchase agreement tomorrow. No, tonight. We can sign tonight. At this moment, Su Qingya was visibly excited. The allure of the river clams was evident from the online reactions. If they could survive after pearl extraction, the hype would undoubtedly intensify. There was even the possibility of future pearl production, which could continuously attract clientele to the hotel. Moreover, a high-quality supply was crucial for any upscale hotel. The illustrious hotel now possessed a reputation and fame. The only thing it lacked was a stable source of high-quality goods. Chu Qiu's 2 conditions struck at the very heart of Su Qingya's concerns. Any lingering hesitation she had dissipated instantly. After all, Chu Qiu was correct. The purpose of running a hotel is to make a profit. If she could not generate income, what leverage would she have within her family? Rest assured, since I have made these claims, I will certainly follow through. This can be clearly outlined in the contract. Hearing Su Qingya's response, Chu Qiu released a sigh of relief. After all, 1 to 200 million is a colossal sum, and having it in hand would not bring peace of mind. It is far more prudent to convert it into equity. Furthermore, this would allow him to generate additional income, providing benefits without drawbacks. In this way, he could maintain both face and substance, avoiding being labeled as a nouveau riche. As for Su Qingya's concerns about how he would accomplish this, with the inner elixir of the dragon in his possession, this was hardly a challenge. Not to mention, throughout the course of the afternoon, he had already discreetly introduced thousands of crabs and various fish into the pond. If all went according to plan, these creatures, nourished by the refined spiritual water, would not only grow rapidly but also surpass the taste and quality of any seafood available in the market. This was the source of Chu Qiu's confidence. A life of extraordinary luck needs no explanation. In the end, the 2 reached a consensus on the details of the share purchase and agreed to sign the contract at the hotel the following day. By the way, Chu Qiu, what are your thoughts on the pearl auction? With everything settled, Su Qingya could not help but seek Chu Qiu's opinion once more. Just a few minutes prior, she would have only symbolically informed him of the auction, as she had been the one in complete control of the flow and arrangements. However, the situation was now different. Chu Qiu had become a major shareholder of the hotel, which necessitated that she regard his opinions and insights with greater seriousness. Chapter 16. Allow me to be the hotel's marketing strategist? Su Qingya marveled at the transformation. In a single day, Chu Qiu had ascended from a mere fisherman to a major shareholder of her hotel. He now stood on equal footing with her, stepping onto a pinnacle that ordinary individuals could scarcely hope to reach in a lifetime. Even she could not help but feel envious, for compared to Chu Qiu, her life was far from free. Chu Qiu noticed the shift in Su Qingya's demeanor and felt a wave of satisfaction. Before today, women of Su Qingya's caliber had always seemed distant and unattainable to him, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing up at a swan, forever an observer, never receiving even a glance in return. But now, she was soliciting his opinions, discussing matters with him over the phone. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Without losing his composure, Chu Qiu spoke with an air of confidence. The pearl auction is inevitable, as you need to recoup funds. However, before the auction, we can maximize the impact generated by the pearls. Oh? How do you intend to achieve that? Su Qingya inquired, her interest piqued, clearly testing him. Noticing her scrutiny, Chu Qiu remained undeterred and replied, "It's quite simple. We should not disclose the news of the pearls being auctioned. Instead, let it simmer in the public discourse, attracting potential customers. I am confident that with the allure of the first pearl of the East, combined with the colossal river clams, we will undoubtedly draw more domestic tourists, resulting in a significant surge in the hotel's clientele and revenue. Moreover, as long as we remain resolute, the wealthy elite, jewel merchants, and auction houses will undoubtedly perceive opportunities to exploit, continuously extending olive branches to us or covertly visiting the hotel. These individuals are indeed affluent, and the expenses incurred during a single visit could very well equate to a day's worth of the hotel's marketing efforts. This approach would not only generate revenue but also facilitate publicity. Is it not a delightful prospect? Indeed, Chu Qiu, I never imagined you to be a marketing genius hidden in plain sight." Chu Qiu's eloquent analysis of various mindsets left Su Qingya astounded. Particularly, his insights into the psychology of different parties rivaled those of seasoned business magnates. Prompting her to regard him with newfound respect, Su Qingya suddenly pondered whether Chu Qiu, as a major shareholder of the hotel, was perhaps underutilizing his potential, akin to a pearl hidden in the dust. Just a humble opinion, unlikely to pique the interest of the illustrious Su. Upon hearing Su Qingya's praise, Chu Qiu's vanity was significantly bolstered, and his confidence soared. He continued to elaborate. Of course, with the passage of time, any novelty eventually wanes. Therefore, once the hotel's foot traffic begins to dwindle, we must seize the remaining momentum and initiate a pearl auction, reigniting the fervor, and the auction venue shall be our very own hotel. At that time, a multitude of affluent individuals, socialites, and stars will gather at the hotel, undoubtedly elevating its reputation and prominence to unprecedented heights, becoming a glorious chapter in its history. We can also utilize this opportunity to cultivate the hotel's image, establish a unique culture and heritage, thereby creating our own brand effect, laying the groundwork for future investments in chain branches. Well, that encapsulates my personal perspective. What do you think? After speaking, Chu Qiu suddenly realized that there was no response on the line. Su, are you there? Why the silence? Did I say something amiss? Chu Qiu queried, perplexed. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Qingya's voice broke through the silence. Chu Qiu, I have come to realize that merely holding shares and receiving dividends is an utter waste of your talents. How about considering a concurrent role in marketing strategy for the hotel? We have just opened, and we are in dire need of someone with your expertise. What? Chu Qiu was taken aback. I merely spoke a few casual remarks. And now you want me to be the marketing strategist for a 5-star hotel? When did I become so remarkable? So it turns out my 7 years in the bustling metropolis were a misstep? Chu Qiu, the hotel is newly established and in need of talent. As a major shareholder, could you lend a hand? Furthermore, as a man, could you bear to see me, a fragile woman, venture into battle alone? We are partners now, sharing the same boat. Seeing that Chu Qiu remained silent, Su Qingya employed her feminine charm, her voice softening with a hint of vulnerability, which quickened Chu Qiu's heartbeat. This woman is truly captivating. Ultimately, Chu Qiu succumbed and agreed to temporarily assume the role of marketing director for the hotel. However, truth be told, being recognized by a goddess of Su Qingya's caliber filled Chu Qiu with immense satisfaction. Moreover, he had a stake in the hotel itself, As the saying goes, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, and 1,000 years to share a bed. Sue, now that we are in the same boat, does that not count as 100 years of harmonious union? Through their exchange, their relationship had significantly deepened. Chucho felt remarkably at ease and could not resist teasing, "Pa, who has 100 years of harmonious union with you? You men are all the same, always seeking to take advantage of women." Not wanting to linger, Suchinya retorted, "Enough. I have hotel matters to attend to. Remember to come by tomorrow to sign the contract." With a playful scoff, she hurriedly hung up. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably drawn to click on Chucho's selfie. He looked decent, but in reality, he appeared even more handsome. Suddenly realizing her actions, Suchinya's face flushed, and she scolded herself. "Pa, what am I thinking?" On the other hand, Chucho chuckled foolishly after the call ended. He could distinctly sense that Suchinya's attitude toward him had shifted significantly. The distance between them had narrowed considerably in less than half an hour. With the contract signing the next day, their proximity would only increase. He wondered if it might spark some unexpected chemistry. In anticipation, Chucho rose early the following day. He didn't even glance at the fish pond behind his house. Instead, he hopped on his Yachty electric scooter and headed into the city. Half an hour later, Chucho arrived at Suchinya's office. Today, he donned a complete white athletic ensemble, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. Especially after the transformation from the Jiaolong inner Dan, his facial features were more defined, and his physique had become a natural clothing rack. Standing in the office, he emanated a distinctive charm. Upon seeing Chucho in this light, Suchinya was momentarily taken aback. "Sue, do you not recognize me just because I changed my outfit?" Chucho jested. Suchinya's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You arrogant fool, even if you donned a pigskin, I would still recognize you. Is it necessary to dress up as if for a blind date just to sign a contract?" She shot him a disapproving glance. Chucho grinned. "So that means you acknowledge that I am handsome? Less of your nonsense. Let's sign the contract." Suchinya shot him a glare and presented a contract before him. Chucho perused the document briefly, finding no issues. He then swiftly signed his name and affixed his thumbprint. At that moment, an overwhelming joy surged within him. After 7 years as an employee, he finally possessed a share in an enterprise of his own. "From this day forth, you are the major shareholder of the Jingwa Grand Hotel." After signing the contract, Suchinya stood up, her expression complex, extending her hand. "Welcome to the team. Thank you. I hope we will have a pleasant collaboration." Chucho shook her delicate hand, his face breaking into a satisfied grin. Suchinya keenly noted that Chucho's words hinted at a pleasant relationship rather than just a cooperative one. Causing her cheeks to flush slightly, she retracted her hand, and for some reason, she felt that Chucho today radiated an unusual charm. Chapter 17. A gathering of many? Is it a blind date or a party? Upon observing Suchinya's reddened cheeks, Chucho felt a surge of delight. "Since I have become a major shareholder of the hotel, what do you think about organizing a welcome ceremony? Perhaps a dinner for the two of us to discuss the future?" Chucho suggested, his eyes gleaming. "It's only 8 in the morning." Suchinya rolled her eyes, wondering if she had unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold. This guy had become notably more glib since becoming a major shareholder. "Well then, how about breakfast together?" Chucho persisted, embodying a spirit of perseverance. As Suchinya hesitated, it seemed she was leaning toward acquiescence. Chucho felt a flicker of hope. Just then, his phone buzzed unexpectedly in his pocket. Suchinya's demeanor instantly relaxed as she smiled. "You should take the call first." Having never dined alone with a male before, Chucho's request induced a bit of pressure on her. "All right, I'll take the call." Chucho sighed in resignation. He pulled out his phone to find an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, who is this? Is this Chucho?" A female voice inquired from the other end. "I am Linyaran, your blind date introduced by Aunt Wong." "Linyaran?" Chucho was taken aback, glancing at the number. "Did you change your number?" "No, this is my best friend's number. I arrived late yesterday and forgot to charge my phone." "Oh, by the way, my schedule is tight. I have a class reunion tonight, so we can only meet this morning." Linyaran continued. "I heard from my classmates that there's a Jingwa Grand Hotel in Hucheng, and it has been making quite a buzz lately. Let's meet there." "Meeting at the Jingwa Grand Hotel?" Chucho frowned. Was it really necessary to hold a blind date at a 5-star hotel? "Yes, and I'll be bringing 2 friends along." "You won't mind, will you?" Linyaran stated matter-of-factly. Chucho's frown deepened. Meeting for a blind date at a 5-star hotel where ordinary people could hardly afford to go? He found it hard to believe that Linyaran wouldn't have familiarized herself with his family's financial situation prior to the date. Moreover, bringing friends along for a blind date? while bringing a relative would be acceptable. Friend seemed excessive, however. To avoid causing offense, Chuchio refrained from arguing and replied neutrally, "All right, it's settled then. See you at the Jingwa Grand Hotel?" It would serve as a concession to his mother. However, upon hanging up, he discovered Su Qingya regarding him with a playful expression. "Looks like someone has been caught. Dressed up like this, you truly came for a blind date. Choosing to meet at your own hotel? Talk about mixing business with pleasure." Su Qingya jestingly remarked, "Oh, it was purely coincidental." Chuchio awkwardly chuckled. "It seems that our meal today is not meant to be. A mother's command is hard to defy. One must attend to their family obligations. Well then, I wish you a delightful blind date." Su Qingya responded with an elegant smile, suddenly recalling something and quickly gesturing, "Oh, right, I almost forgot. I need to transfer some money to you." She continued, "Yesterday, the hotel business was booming, and I got so busy that I forgot. It's the money from selling the big red carp, 660,000. After deducting the commission, I will supplement you with an additional 500,000 to cover the difference." While speaking, Su Qingya swiftly opened her computer and completed the transfer in a flurry of activity. Soon after, Chuchio received a notification from the bank. "You have received a transfer of 50,000 yuan from Industrial and Commercial Bank, account number ending in 7588. Current balance, 1,154,360.00 yuan. Sender, Su Qingya, sender account ending in 6316. As he gazed at the substantial balance in his bank account, Chuchio's mood shifted from overcast to sunny. This was tangible, visible cash. What a delightful surprise. Thanks to your help, not only was the hotel bustling yesterday, but the occupancy rate also exceeded 70%. Such a rate is virtually unheard of in a third or fourth tier city like Huching. Reflecting on the vibrant scenes at the hotel from the previous day, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Qingya's face. In fact, the revenue generated from just one night surpassed the total earnings from the past half-month since the hotel's opening. Furthermore, online bookings were fully booked, extending even 2 weeks into the future. It was reasonable to anticipate that for the next 2 weeks, and potentially for 2 to 3 months as the word about Huching's Pearl continued to spread, the hotel would remain in a state of high occupancy. Conservatively estimated, the hotel's monthly revenue might even eclipse that of comparable establishments in first and second-tier cities. Such prospects undeniably filled Su Qingya with joy. Chuchio, too, was overjoyed, knowing that with the hotel's success, his share of the profits would also increase. Meanwhile, at another hotel, Liniran, having just finished a phone call with Chuchio, disdainfully set her phone down. He actually agreed. Did he not have any awareness of his family circumstances? Lin Iran scoffed. She had already learned from Aunt Wang that his family was merely an ordinary working-class household with modest income. Her insistence on meeting at a 5-star hotel was merely to prompt Chuchio to withdraw, thereby providing her with a convenient excuse. Yet, he stubbornly clung to his pride and accepted. "How ridiculous," Lin Iran sneered. "Since he wants to put on a show, I won't hold back," with a dismissive huff. She sent a voice message in her class group. "Dear classmates, didn't you mention that the Jingwa Grand Hotel has some grand pearls? Today, I'm going there for a blind date, so don't say I didn't give you a chance. Those who want to join, raise your hands." "What? Iran, you're going to a 5-star hotel for a blind date? No way. Is that for real? Your first blind date is at such a fancy place. Lin Iran, you are incredible. What kind of person is your blind date? Can we really go along to see for ourselves? Right, Iran? Is it appropriate for us to join?" The female classmates in the group began to chime in. "You're all my old classmates. What's inappropriate about it?" Lin Iran replied nonchalantly. "Besides, I never wanted to go on a blind date in the first place. It was my mother who insisted I come back, and the other party's family background is quite ordinary. I find it beneath me to is that true? Your first blind date at a 5-star hotel, and the family background is poor. Indeed, the Jingwa Grand Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Huching. How could an ordinary person afford it?" Some classmates expressed skepticism. "Why would I lie to you?" Lin Iran retorted dismissively. "When I returned, I inquired and found out their family used to fish. After the policy changes, they all went off to do labor jobs. Their entire family consists of regular workers. What great prospects could they possibly have? They'll likely never afford a decent house in their lifetime, and I certainly don't want to share in their struggles." Lin Iran continued with a cold laugh. "Moreover, it was my suggestion to meet at a 5-star hotel, solely to encourage him to back out. Yet, he insisted on putting on a brave face and agreed outright. This is a waste of time. And he deserves his misfortune. We'll just feast at his expense." "Well then, is there anyone who doesn't want to join?" Lin Iran asked, her tone dripping with superiority. Let's go. with such a good opportunity to feast at someone else's expense. Not going would be foolish, exactly. Who would pass up such a chance? Indeed, Iran, you're so generous to include us in this splendid opportunity. Her classmates chimed in with excitement. As an outsider in the group, Li Xiaoya felt a pang of guilt. After hesitating, she couldn't help but message Lin Iran, is this really okay? After all, the expenses at a 5-star hotel are exorbitant, and he's not exactly someone with great means. However, her concerns were quickly interrupted by her classmates. Xiaoya, why do you still act so saintly after all these years? No wonder you haven't found a boyfriend yet. Exactly. If you don't want to go, no one is forcing you, but you might find yourself excluded from our circle of friends in the future. Right? And we're benefiting from his lack of means. He won't be able to do anything about it. The group of classmates excitedly discussed their plans. Li Xiaoya sighed inwardly, thinking that since she was Lin Iran's deskmate, she might as well go this time. As for the future, it mattered little if she lost touch with these classmates. After agreeing on a time, the group eagerly carpooled to the hotel and reserved a private room. A few minutes later, Chu Chiu received the message and made his way downstairs, following the room number provided by Lin Iran. He walked inside. However, upon entering the room, he was taken aback. Inside, there were both men and women, at least 14 or 15 individuals. Chu Chiu quickly realized he might have entered the wrong room and said, "Excuse me, I think I may have come to the wrong room." Just as he was about to leave, a provocatively dressed girl stood up. "Are you Chu Chiu?" she asked Dada. "And you are?" Chu Chiu responded. Puzzled, "I am Lin Iran," the girl said, casting a glance before resuming her seat with an air of superiority. "You are Lin Iran?" Chu Chiu raised an eyebrow, realizing he hadn't entered the wrong room after all. But what was the deal with all these people? Was this a blind date or a party? Observing her nonchalant demeanor, which even hinted at indifference, Chu Chiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow again. Fine, he thought, let us see how this blind date unfolds. Chapter 18. Insulting but not harmful. Iran. Is this your blind date, Chu Chiu? Not bad. He looks quite handsome. Indeed. He is quite the charming young man. Hello, Chu handsome. We are all Iran's old classmates. I am Wang Qian. I am Zhang Meiqi. I am Iran's close friend. Yang Wei. A group of old classmates looked at Chu Chiu with expressions of amusement and schadenfreude. Chu Chiu felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Lin Iran had brought along her male friends for the date, and her classmates Wang Qian and Zhang Meiqi had even brought their boyfriends. What a ridiculous situation. Chu handsome, why are you just standing there? Sit down. After we finish eating, let us go see the giant river clam spitting pearls. I heard those pearls are incredibly valuable, worth over 100 million. Yes, let us order. Waiter, come in here. Without waiting for Chu Chiu to sit down, Lin Iran's friends and classmates called out excitedly. They began ordering sea cucumbers, abalone, giant lobsters, and crabs in a frenzy, showing no restraint whatsoever. Observing this, Chu Chiu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, as he scanned the room, he noticed a girl who seemed out of place. She was fair-skinned and demure, sitting quietly with an air of awkwardness. She was the only person in the room who made Chu Chiu feel at ease. Without hesitation, he approached her and greeted, "Hello, I'm Chu Chiu. May I sit here?" The girl was taken aback by Chu Chiu's direct approach and quickly stood up. A hint of fluster in her voice. "Oh, hello, I'm Li Xiaoya. Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Chu Chiu nodded with a smile and pulled out a chair. Just then, the menu was passed around. "You go ahead and order," he said, handing the menu to Li Xiaoya, who paused for a moment before responding with an affirmative hum. However, upon seeing the prices on the menu, her expression visibly changed. "This is too expensive. Xiaoya, you're not paying? Just order whatever you like." Lin Iran shot a glance at the two, her expression flashing with disdain, then turned to the waiter. "Bring me a bottle of 2017 Lafite Rothschild, and let it breathe." "Understood. Please wait a moment," the waiter replied with a smile as he exited. Li Xiaoya had just noticed the wine section and, upon hearing Lin Iran's choice, voiced her concern. "Iran, isn't the 2017 Lafite too pricey? How about we pick something else?" Chu Chiu also glanced at the menu and couldn't help but smirk. The Ch2 Lafite Rothschild from 2017 is priced at 6,999 yuan per bottle. How bold of them. What makes it so expensive? I usually drink bottles that cost over 10,000. Besides, it's not as if I'm forcing you to drink it. Lin Iran remarked nonchalantly. Li Xiaoya fell silent, quietly ordering a dish. Soon, the menu found its way into Chu Chiu's hands. Rather than ordering immediately, Chu Chiu lifted his gaze and inquired of the group, "Have you all decided what to order? Hurry up, you're the last one." "Yes, we've all ordered." "Stop dawdling. You're here for a blind date. Try to act a bit more like a gentleman." Several gentlemen at the table chimed in. as if the final decision rested solely on them. Meanwhile, Lin Yiran completely ignored Chu Qiu, engaging in light-hearted banter with a few classmates. Is this really the demeanor of someone attending a blind date? Not even a token effort to acknowledge him? Fine. A playful smile graced Chu Qiu's lips as he thought to himself, let them revel in their arrogance for a while. Soon enough, they'll have cause to lament. Opening the menu, he couldn't be bothered to scrutinize their choices. However, he did notice that Li Xiaoya ordered a dish of smashed cucumber for 88 yuan, likely the lowest-priced item on the menu, which significantly boosted his fondness for her. Simultaneously, he became curious about the price of the wild crabs he had caught. They must surely be exorbitantly priced. Soon enough, he found the answer. Wild female crabs. 5 tails for 1,688 yuan each, 6 tails for 1,886 yuan each. As for the items below, Chu Qiu didn't need to look any further. It was outrageous. He remembered that Su Qingya charged 1,000 yuan for a 5-tail female crab and 1,200 for a 6-tail one. This meant each crab was being sold for an additional 600 to 700 yuan, with the larger ones even fetching an extra 1 to 2,000. Truly, one can't engage in commerce without deceit. Hey, are you done yet? Is ordering food really that difficult? Lin Yiran's friend Yang Wei impatiently interjected. Chu Qiu shot him a glance and quickly ordered 2 6-tail female crabs. Handing the menu to the waiter, done. Stop dawdling, Wang Qian's boyfriend muttered under his breath, directing the waiter. Go, bring us 2 more bottles of Feitian Mao Dai and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. Yang Wei continued. Yes, get the Huazi. I can't stand other brands, my throat hurts. Zhang Meiqi's boyfriend chimed in, sporting a malicious grin. Throughout this exchange, Chu Qiu noticed that aside from Li Xiaoya, who seemed hesitant to speak, Lin Yiran and the other classmates exhibited an air of entitlement. Chu Qiu remained unruffled, quietly calculating the bill in his mind. 2 packs of Huazi, 2 bottles of Feitian Mao Tai, plus 1 bottle of the 999 yuan Sich To La Fight Rothschild, brought the total well over 10,000 yuan. These people certainly had a knack for extravagant spending. Before long, the drinks arrived, followed by the dishes. The group began to indulge, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively. They feasted heartily, their mouths slick with grease, boasting about their exploits. Amidst this, Chu Qiu abstained from alcohol, wearing a smile as if he were merely an observer. Moreover, within the private room, aside from Li Xiaoya occasionally speaking with him, no one else acknowledged his presence. Halfway through the meal, Chu Qiu excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning, he pondered and made his way to the front desk. Hello, could you please tally the bill for room 802, the Fuguo Hall? Chu Qiu addressed the cashier, eager to see just how much this group had racked up. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The cashier replied with a sweet smile. And after a brief period of processing, she cheerfully informed him, hello sir, the total expenditure for room 802 is 128,864 yuan. How much? Chu Qiu nearly exploded upon hearing the sum. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the figure of over 120,000 still took his breath away, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Had he not been capable of handling it now, in the past, such a meal could have bankrupted his family. Over 120,000 yuan. This wasn't just a blind date. It could suffice for a wedding. May I see the itemized bill? Chu Qiu tried to maintain his composure. Of course, sir. The cashier printed the bill and handed it to him with a smile. Thank you. Chu Qiu nodded and glanced at the detailed charges. 14 wild female crabs weighing 7 tails, 8 wild abalone, 14 Chinese exquisite lobsters, 2 bottles of Sich To La Fight Rothschild, 2017, along with an array of other costly dishes and desserts. Yet, none of these items stood out to him as much as the final 2 lines of the bill. 9 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, 9 bottles of Feitian Mao Dai. Upon seeing this, Chu Qiu couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? He distinctly remembered that before he went to the restroom, they had only ordered 2 bottles of Feitian Mao Dai and 2 packs of Huazi. Now, the bill showed 9 bottles of Mao Dai, 9 packs of cigarettes. It was evident that while he was away, they had taken the opportunity to reorder from the waiter. He hadn't consumed a single drop of alcohol. The women only drank red wine. And how could 3 men possibly finish 9 bottles of Mao Tai? Although the Mao Tai was not the most expensive drink, one can't deny the saying. It may not hurt much, but it is highly insulting. This was clearly a premeditated scheme to drain him dry. Even if 3 people could down 9 bottles, how could they possibly smoke 9 packs? Not even 9 people could finish that. Sir, are you ready to settle the bill? Just as Chu Qiu's anger reached its peak, the female cashier suddenly spoke up. Settle the bill. Chu Qiu scoffed internally. picking up the itemized bill and stating, "Hold on, I need to confirm the expenses with my friends." With the bill in hand, Chuchio stepped outside the hotel to retrieve 10,000 yuan, then returned to the private room. Upon entering, he quickly scanned the room and noticed that Yang Wei and Wang Qian's boyfriend each had several black plastic bags beside their seats. The shapes protruding from the bags unmistakably indicated they were packed Huazi and Maodao. "Look who's back. You took quite a while in the restroom. We thought you might skip out on the bill. You haven't touched any alcohol. Could it be that you're not up to par in that regard?" The men jeered, shifting the topic towards him as they eyed him mischievously. Let them laugh. Soon enough, they have reason to weep. With a sly smile, Chuchio raised the itemized bill towards Lin Iran, saying, "Miss Lin, we've eaten. We've drunk. It's time for us to bid farewell." "All right then, go ahead and pay the bill. We still have to stay at the hotel to admire the river clam pearls," Lin Iran replied without looking up, engrossed in her phone, waving her hand dismissively. "Fine," Chuchio scoffed, tossing the 10,000 yuan onto the table. "The money is right here. You can settle it yourselves. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye." "Yeah, let us go. Let us go." Lin Iran waved her hand impatiently. The surrounding classmates and friends joined in, chanting, "Brother Chu, you're a good man. We'll see you later. Good brother. Thanks for the treat. Farewell, brother. Goodbye. Handsome Chu." The group looked at Chuchio as he departed, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a fool. Truly a complete idiot. Indeed, treating us to such a lavish meal, spending so much unnecessarily, yet not a peep of protest, all while wearing a smile. This is the fate of someone trying to save face. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat?" A chorus of scornful laughter and disdainful remarks echoed among them. Throughout this, not a single person bothered to consider how much Chuchio had actually lost. It was Li Xiaoya who finally sensed something amiss, timidly saying, "It seems he only lost 10,000 yuan. At her words, the group instantly froze, their eyes widening in shock as if they had been silenced. The next moment, they snapped back to reality, staring at the neatly stacked fresh bills, their reactions becoming frantic. "What? This bastard thinks he can settle the bill with just 10,000 yuan. Is he out of his mind? What can 10,000 yuan accomplish at a 5-star hotel? Is he a fool? Quick, call him back." Lin Iran's expression turned dumbfounded as she hastily set down her phone and used her friend Yang Wei's phone to dial him. "Sorry, the number you are dialing is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Unavailable? Lin Iran's expression shifted, and she hung up to redial. "Sorry, the number you are dialing is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." This time, the group was equally stunned. It was still unavailable. He had clearly blocked them. "Quick, use another phone to call him. Don't let him get too far, damn it. This guy seemed so honest. I can't believe he would pull such a shameless stunt." "Exactly, Lin Iran. What kind of pathetic blind date did you find? He is not manly at all." The group's expression soured as they indignantly shouted. Feeling the heat from her classmates, Lin Iran also felt a surge of frustration, taking turns calling with their phones. However, after a series of calls, she discovered he had simply turned off his phone. Unable to connect, he has turned off his phone. At this moment, Lin Iran's previously lofty demeanor vanished, her expression betraying a hint of panic as she exclaimed, "What should we do? If he leaves, there will be no one to settle the bill, and we must have consumed quite a lot. Right?" The countenances of the crowd shifted dramatically. They had come prepared to indulge lavishly, ordering delicacies such as sea cucumbers, abalone, lobsters, and crabs. Now, with both eating and taking into account the expenses, it was evident that the bill would be substantial. Ironically, just moments ago, they had all berated Chuchio, calling him foolish and incompetent. Yet now they found themselves in a bind, oblivious to their own folly. Ultimately, it was Yang Wei who stepped forward with a suggestion. Lowering his voice, "Everyone, let us not panic. We shall exit with laughter and chatter. Then inform the waiter that Chuchio, who just left, has taken care of the bill. Afterward, we shall simply depart the hotel. After all, this is a 5-star establishment. Who would suspect us of skipping out? By the time they realize, we will already be gone, and all blame will fall on Chuchio, leaving us unscathed. That is a splendid idea. Indeed, I find it quite feasible. Well then, let us proceed with this plan. If anything goes awry, let that scoundrel Chuchio take the fall." The group instantly brightened, nodding in agreement. "That 10,000 yuan shouldn't count as a payment. If no one wants it, I shall take it." Wang Qian, quick-witted, snatched the 10,000 yuan from the table, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. The others, however, wore frozen expressions, silently cursing their own sluggishness. "All right, let us depart." Yang Wei's expression darkened. The idea had originated from him, and he felt that the 10,000 yuan rightfully belonged to him. Yet, time was of the essence, and he could not dwell on it now. As they pushed open the door, the group plastered on false smiles, beginning to engage in idle chatter. "Oh, I believe the dishes at this hotel are quite delectable. I am thoroughly satisfied. What do you all think?" "Indeed, especially the wild crabs. Their flavor is truly exceptional. As expected from a wild-catched IT, seems we should visit more often." "Exactly. I heard this place was even in the news yesterday, showcasing a giant clam that produced a rare pearl. We must go see it. Let us hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement." However, they had barely taken a few steps when two waiters intercepted them. "Excuse me, your bill has not yet been settled. May I ask who will be taking care of it?" "Settle the bill? Are you blind? Did you not see someone just step out to pay?" Yang Wei retorted angrily. He was already displeased about the 10,000 yuan, and now he seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, startling even his own companions. Yet, unfortunately for them, when Chu Chiu had exited, he had not only blocked their numbers but had also specifically informed the waitstaff, stating that someone from room 802 intended to skip out on the bill. Thus, upon hearing this, the waiter smirked coldly and replied, "Enough with the theatrics. The individual who left has already informed us of your intent to evade payment. I do not care what disagreements you may have among yourselves, but you must settle the bill immediately, or I will call security." "What did you say?" The group collectively felt a jolt of dread. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Chu Chiu had anticipated this. All eyes instinctively turned to Lin Yiran, the one primarily responsible for this affair. Stealing herself, Lin Yiran retorted indignantly, "Who says we plan to skip out? The one attempting to evade payment is him. I am here for a blind date." "A blind date?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback. Just then, one of Lin Yiran's classmates hurried forward, embellishing the story. The waiter then realized, I see, but who are these individuals?" He gestured towards Wang Qian and the others, his expression filled with confusion. "These are all my classmates and dear friends," Lin Yiran replied. "Classmates and friends? So, you brought this many along for a blind date?" The two waiters' expressions shifted from confusion to shock. Lin Yiran quickly clarified, "I mentioned to him beforehand that I would bring a few classmates and friends, and he agreed." "What?" The two waiters were rendered speechless. However, a quick glance revealed that these were not merely a few friends, but rather a large entourage. Moreover, where were they? The only five-star hotel in Hucheng, where even seating came at a premium. For a first blind date, she chose such an extravagant venue, and brought along this motley crew, classmates and friends? Are you certain you're here for a blind date and not throwing a party? Moreover, look at these individuals, eating and drinking, and carrying plastic bags that clearly contain the hotel's beverages, clearly treating others as fools to be taken advantage of. In that instant, even the two waiters nearly lost their composure. Who wouldn't want to walk away from such a situation? Well done. A round of applause. The two waiters exchanged glances, one pressing the earpiece of his walkie-talkie, declaring, "Calling security. Room 802 in the affluent hall has individuals attempting to skip out on their bill." Meanwhile, Lin Yiran and her companions stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Soon, they began to protest loudly, refusing to take responsibility. The waiters, however, were unyielding, urging them, "Please refrain from causing a scene. The second floor is home to our esteemed guests. Kindly accompany security to the lobby to settle your bill." Chapter 20. Reaping what you sow. Surrounded by a throng of security personnel, the faces of the group turned pallid. It was not out of fear, but due to the embarrassment of their predicament. Seeing that the hotel was serious about the matter, none dared to act out. After all, the further this escalated, the more shame they would incur. They could only sulk. Escorted by the security team from the second floor to the lobby. Upon entering the lobby, they felt an overwhelming surge of gazes directed at them from every corner, each one piercing their hearts like needles, leaving them utterly mortified. To their further humiliation, one of the security guards, unconcerned about his volume, recounted their situation to the cashier. Now, not only was the cashier aware, but everyone nearby had also heard. These days, you really encounter all sorts of people. Attending a blind date with such a large entourage, all classmates and friends, what were they thinking? Exactly, this is hardly a blind date. It's clearly a gathering under the guise of a date. Who would have thought they'd dressed to the nines, only to try and skip out on the bill? And to be caught red-handed. How utterly disgraceful. The lobby buzzed with gossip and ridicule. Lin Yiran and her companions nearly wishing to sink into the floor. Fortunately, at that moment, the cashier had completed the billing process. "Hello, room 802 in the affluent hall. Your total expenditure is 128,864 yuan. May I ask who will be settling the bill? What? Over 120,000 yuan. Upon hearing the cashier's statement, the group could not contain their astonishment. This was impossible. How could a single meal cost over 100,000? They hadn't ordered anything extravagant. Lin Yiran was equally bewildered. She recalled ordering only 2 bottles of red wine, totaling no more than 10,000 yuan. This is a fraudulent bill. Your hotel must be fabricating charges. Lin Yiran's classmates shouted in outrage. In their minds, the items they ordered were standard hotel fare. At most, they expected a bill of around 40 to 50,000, but now a staggering 12,000 had appeared out of nowhere. This was absurd. Please be cautious with your words. Our hotel has surveillance in every private room. What you ordered is all on record, the hotel security retorted, irritated. The lobby was filled with numerous guests, and such accusations of fraud could tarnish the hotel's reputation. The cashier, regaining her composure, placed the itemized bill on the counter, stating, "You may see for yourselves, if necessary. We can retrieve the surveillance footage for your review." Witnessing the hotel staff's unwavering stance, the patrons in the lobby could not help but mock them further. Ha! They probably came thinking they'd feast at someone else's expense, and during ordering, they didn't even bother to check the prices. Indeed, they consumed everything and still refused to pay. They deserve to have the surveillance footage aired online, so their ancestors can be cursed for generations. Listening to the unabashed comments from the crowd, the group's expressions shifted from disbelief to despair. Lin Yiran, steeling herself, took the consumption list and, after glancing at it, gasped sharply. How had they ordered so much? At that moment, her voice quivered. The list was filled with wild crabs, wild abalone, large lobsters, giant sea cucumbers, and exquisite birds' nests, along with 9 packs of premium cigarettes and 9 bottles of flying fairy Mao Dai. Lin Yiran was no fool. With so much alcohol and cigarettes, how could just 3 men possibly consume it all? No wonder Chu Qiu had bolted. If it were her, she would have done the same. This was an obvious scam. How do you wish to settle the bill? The cashier inquired again. Please hold on a moment. Lin Yiran took a deep breath, casting her gaze toward her classmates. She had always lived by the principle of earning 1 and spending 2, and her bank card was already empty. She only had a credit card with a few thousand left in credit. With a bill of over 100,000, she had no means to cover it, nor did she wish to shoulder the entire burden alone. I don't have that much money on me. Let us pool together for now. Once we reach Chu Qiu, I will reimburse you all, Lin Yiran stated, looking at her classmates and friends. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Meiqi and the others were displeased. Yiran, this is not right, is it? You went on a blind date and we came to support you. How can you expect us to pitch in for the bill? Indeed, it was you who invited us. We didn't come of our own volition. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have come. Exactly, it's utterly humiliating. A group of classmates, instead of offering help, complained bitterly. Lin Yiran's expression immediately soured. While they had been jovial and charming during the meal, when the moment of need arose, they turned their backs. Wang Qian, didn't you take that 10,000 yuan in the private room earlier? If you don't want to contribute, just bring that money out. Yang Wei, as Lin Yiran's male best friend, stepped forward, visibly displeased. His intention wasn't solely to defend Lin Yiran, but rather to settle the matter of the 10,000 yuan. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just demand it from me? Do I even know you? Wang Qian retorted, showing no sign of acquiescence. Her boyfriend spat in disdain and cursed. Seriously, a guy actually acts as a girl's best friend? How disgusting, damn you. I'll make you pay. Yang Wei, already simmering with anger, lost his composure in front of everyone and kicked Wang Qian's boyfriend. How dare you kick me? You're asking for death. Wang Qian's boyfriend, taken by surprise, was infuriated and immediately engaged in a brawl with Yang Wei. They exchanged blows, escalating the violence as they fought with increasing ferocity, fueled by alcohol. Their eyes reddened, and no one could restrain them. Eventually, one of them picked up a bottle of Mao Dai and smashed it over the other's head, causing blood to flow and leaving them both battered. The plastic bags they had were torn apart, scattering Huazi and Mao Dai all over the ground, provoking laughter from the onlookers. Stop fighting. I'll pay. Can we settle this now? Lin Yiran shouted, her teeth gritted, as she witnessed the chaotic scene unfold. She then maxed out her credit card, borrowed 70 to 80,000 yuan from various lending platforms, and opened accounts with WeChat Loan and 360 Borrowing, just to barely cover the bill. Only then did the uproar finally subside. However, the rift among her classmates was irreparably deepened, leading to a complete rupture in their relationships. Lin Yiran ultimately faced the consequences of her actions, reaping what she had sown. Meanwhile, Chu Qiu watched the entire farce unfold from Su Qingya's office, lounging comfortably with a smirk, exclaiming, "Serves them right. This is what happens when evil meets its match. I trust this lesson will be unforgettable for them. Being a decent person is indeed the better path." It is quite remarkable that a simple blind date could cause such a commotion. Su Qingya, having witnessed the chaos, remarked in disbelief, "Thank goodness your identity as a hotel shareholder wasn't revealed. Otherwise, the hotel's reputation would have been tarnished." Chu Qiu, bewildered, replied, "What did I do? Clearly, I was the victim, wasn't I?" He sighed, feeling a sense of melancholy. Chapter 21. Before departure, a frenzied harvest regardless, the matter of the blind date was now behind them, and there was an explanation for his mother. It was time for Chu Qiu to set off for the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Upon mentioning his plans to Su Qingya, she immediately sprang to her feet. "What did you say? You're going to Magic City? Why on earth would you go there? The hotel is currently thriving, and the demand for supplies is immense. If you leave now, who will provide the goods? Without quality supplies at this critical juncture, the hotel's reputation could plummet, even leading to its closure." "No, you can't go anywhere," Su Qingya insisted, leaving no room for argument. "It's not as serious as you make it sound," Chu Qiu replied, somewhat exasperated. "The hotel was operating just fine before I arrived. Wasn't it?" "That's not the same," Su Qingya retorted, her tone sharp. "Previously, most of our clientele were locals. Now, the majority of our bookings come from outside. We must offer quality supplies to build a returning customer base. Many of these external guests are avid travelers and food bloggers with discerning tastes. If we serve them well, we will attract even more visitors to the hotel." "How much supply do we need? Is what I provided yesterday sufficient?" Chu Qiu inquired. "Absolutely not. With the hotel booming, the supplies you provided barely last a day." "What? That much in just a day?" Chu Qiu thought to himself, astonished by the number of wealthy patrons. He recalled the exorbitant prices of wild crabs he'd seen on the menu. Over 100 of them were consumed in a single day. Of course, other seafood and river delicacies made up the bulk of the demand. "I don't care. The wild crabs you provided yesterday have already gained recognition from diners and have almost become our signature dish. You must ensure the supply remains stable. This is something you personally assured me and included in the contract," Su Qingya asserted, exuding the aura of a strong businesswoman. All right, I will guarantee the supply's stability. Before heading to Magic City, I will stock up adequately, ensuring the hotel is not delayed in the slightest." "Is that acceptable?" Chu Qiu replied, bemused that it seemed he would have to get back to work soon. "Are you sure?" Su Qingya asked skeptically. "Did I assure you?" Chu Qiu responded confidently. "Well, that's more like it." Su Qingya finally displayed a satisfied expression. "Do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall return to prepare the supplies." Chu Qiu said helplessly. Su Qingya chuckled. Go on. You're granted permission by me." Returning to the village in order to depart from Magic City as soon as possible, Chu Qiu went directly to Wangjiang River to begin his labor. However, this time the location was quite distant from the village, surrounded by wilderness, devoid of any nearby settlements or human presence. This was a spot Chu Qiu had spent an hour scouting. Since he intended to create quite a stir, it was best not to be discovered. Additionally, this location featured a large pit left by an excavator, situated just over 3 meters from the riverbank. He could control the water flow, filling the pit with water to serve as a covert storage base for his supplies. Splash! Chu Qiu leaped into the water, and with a thought, a massive surge of water erupted beneath his feet, resembling a dragon as it burst forth from the surface and plunged into the pit. But that was just the beginning. With a sudden burst of strength, he raised his hands, causing the water within a 5-meter radius to churn violently. It surged up like the flood in the tale of the legend of the white snake, rapidly filling the pit to the brim. Satisfied with his work, Chu Qiu smiled, beckoning the water level to return to the river's surface. Restoring tranquility, he then walked on the water, and wherever he went, fish, eels, and crabs were ensnared by an unseen force, swirling around him in abundance. This time, Chu Qiu fully unleashed the power of his dragon essence. Extending his control from 5 meters to 10, this transformation was a result of his previous refinement of the pond. The increase from 5 to 10 meters was indeed a spectacular sight. Countless fish and crabs covered over half the river's surface, plunging 10 meters deep, resembling an aquatic army, creating an overwhelming cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Go! Commanding this massive aquatic force, Chu Qiu approached the riverbank and waved his hand. A multitude of fish, including carp, crucian carp, silver carp, and crabs, as well as river shrimp, soft-shell turtles, and loaches, all surged frantically into the pit. Instantly, the entire pit became a lively spectacle, with various fish leaping and splashing, creating a cacophony of sounds. This was merely the first batch. Subsequently, Chu Chiu continued to swim through Wangjiang River, repeatedly bringing supplies to the pit. With such an overwhelming force at his disposal, within just 2 or 3 hours, the pit was completely filled. Looking at the overflowing pit, Chu Chiu felt a surge of exhilaration. Though he hadn't counted, rough estimates suggested that there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 fish altogether. As for the crabs, they were his primary target for storage, with more than 50 crabs weighing over 500 grams alone. That amounted to over 500,000. He could easily buy his father a long-desired Hongqi H9 with that. Additionally, there were hundreds of crabs weighing around 400 to 500 grams, while the smaller ones weighed over 1,000 in total. This harvest would easily amount to over 100,000. A no-cost venture is simply delightful. Pulling out his phone, Chu Chiu sent a location pin to Su Qingya, leaving a voice message. Hurry and send someone over, there's a surprise. It's best to bring 2 vehicles. Sure enough, upon receiving Chu Chiu's location and voice message, Su Qingya immediately understood. She dropped her hotel duties and rushed over with several armed subordinates. Before long, Chu Chiu heard the sound of honking cars. Here, Chu Chiu stood up high and waved at the arriving pickup trucks. Soon, several trucks pulled up, followed closely by Su Qingya's BMW. Chu Chiu, where's the surprise you mentioned? As she stepped out of the car, Su Qingya approached Chu Chiu, her figure exuding an alluring grace, her face glowing with anticipation. The surprise is all in the pit. Take a look for yourself. Chu Chiu, enchanted by her fragrance, pointed toward the pit. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, then directed her gaze towards the large pit. After a brief hesitation, she was immediately struck with astonishment. My goodness, how can this water pit be teeming with fish? This is simply an overwhelming quantity. Just how many are there to fill the entire pit to such an extent? The several subordinates accompanying her observed her reaction and hastily closed the car doors before rushing over. However, upon witnessing the scene in the water pit, they too could not help but gasp in surprise. Within the vast expanse of the pit, an array of fish was densely packed together, resembling a woven tapestry, so tightly crammed that they could scarcely move. Truly an exaggeration. Chapter 22. Come, say hello to our mother heavens. Chu Chiu, did you catch all these fish? How on earth did you manage it? After a considerable pause, Su Qingya still could not suppress her astonishment. Chu Chiu chuckled lightly without responding, instead retrieving a large net from the pickup truck and sweeping it deeply through the pit, pulling out a dozen large crabs. What on earth? There are crabs hidden down there too? To casually scoop up so many, just how many crabs must be in this pit to achieve such a result? This is utterly ludicrous. The drivers watching Chu Chiu's antics were left speechless in amazement. Setting down the net, Chu Chiu flicked the water droplets from his hands and remarked with a casual smile. I cannot say whether it is exaggerated or not, but there are certainly over 1,000 crabs in this water pit, more than enough to sustain the hotel for several days. He then turned to the hesitant Su Qingya and added, Rest assured, each of these crabs was caught by me from the river. I guarantee they are entirely wild. All right, let us begin the gathering. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya ceased her hesitation and promptly commanded, You gentlemen, grab 2 more nets and start collecting 100 large crabs for me. Xiaoli, Xiaohong, bring the scale and prepare to tally. Understood. The group instantly became animated. Catching fish and crabs is a task brimming with immense joy, and countless individuals would be eager to seize the opportunity at the hotel. By the way, Chu Chiu, what urgent business do you have in Modu? Surely it's not another blind date. Meanwhile, after assigning the tasks, Su Qingya inquired of Chu Chiu, How could there be so many dates? I have other matters to attend to in Modu, Chu Chiu replied, slightly exasperated. Just as he was about to elaborate further, his phone suddenly rang again. Sure, don't make a sound. I need to take this call. Chu Chiu gestured for Su Qingya to be quiet, stepping aside to answer, Hello, Mom. It's only 5 o'clock. Why are you calling me? The caller was Chu Chiu's mother, Wu Shijuan. Stop pretending to be clueless. I want you to explain today's blind date situation clearly. Why did the girl's family complain to Aunt Wang that you dined and dashed? Is this the kind of petty behavior you are capable of? As soon as the call connected, Wu Shijuan launched into a tirade of accusations. Dine and dash? Mom, you know what kind of person I am. Don't you? She is truly adept at playing the victim, Chu Chiu replied, feeling exasperated. Do you even know where I met Linyuran for the blind date? A 5-star hotel. 1 meal could consume my entire annual salary. And she brought along over 10 classmates. Today's meal totaled more than 128,000. I have the receipt to prove it. What? Over 10,000 for 1 meal. Does she have the appetite of a whale? Wu Xiujuan's voice shot up an octave upon hearing her son's explanation. I knew my son wouldn't behave in such a manner. It turns out this girl is quite unreasonable. What kind of person is she? Exactly, moreover, throughout the entire date, we had no interaction whatsoever. It was clearly a ruse to dine off someone else's wealth. Besides, I did not dine and dash. I left her 10,000 as part of an equal split. Chu Qiu explained helplessly. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiujuan's anger intensified. All right, I must discuss this matter with Aunt Wang. That girl's character is truly disgraceful. Just as she was speaking, her tone shifted abruptly. Son, this time I admit I didn't inquire thoroughly. Rest assured, the future matches I introduce you to will be well vetted, and I've seen the photos of the girls. They are suitable for you. How about this? With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I'll pick a day for you to meet and chat. Wait, Mom? Another blind date? Chu Qiu was left speechless. Was he to be eternally ensnared in this predicament? Hey, what kind of tone is that? At your age, shouldn't you be seeking a girlfriend and considering marriage? What are you planning? I'll tell you this. Of the 3 forms of unfilial conduct, having no descendants is the gravest. Establishing a family and continuing the lineage is your duty. You must pursue these matches, whether you like it or not, Wu Xiujuan firmly stated. Hearing his mother's insistence, Chu Qiu felt a headache coming on. He had no desire to entertain any more blind dates. Just as he pondered how to concoct an excuse to decline, he caught sight of Su Qingya stifling a laugh. Mom, wait a moment. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Yes, I have a girlfriend. Chu Qiu was determined not to be subjected to another round of his mother's lecture and unleashed his trump card. As expected, this tactic was highly effective. Wu Xiujuan immediately ceased her sermonizing, now on the defensive. What did you say? You have a girlfriend? Don't you dare lie to me. Do you think your mother is so easily deceived? She retorted skeptically. You see, I truly have a girlfriend. I just haven't mentioned it to you yet. In fact, I'm with her right now. Just wait and see. With that, Chu Qiu turned and brought his phone to Su Qingya's lips. Qingya, come, say hello to my mom. Su Qingya was taken aback, her eyes blinking unconsciously, looking utterly bewildered, as if she were lost in a daze. Initially, she had been enjoying the juicy drama between mother and son and contemplating how to tease Chu Qiu later. Yet, Chu Qiu's sudden maneuver left her flabbergasted. Come on, stop dawdling. Quickly greet my mom. Seeing Su Qingya's adorably dazed expression, Chu Qiu struggled to suppress a laugh, shaking his phone. On the other end of the line, Wu Xiujuan fell silent. Only then did Su Qingya realize she had been used as a shield. However, in front of Chu Qiu's mother, she could not express her displeasure and merely rolled her eyes dramatically. Given that Chu Qiu was now a major shareholder of the hotel and its most significant supplier, their relationship had become considerably closer. She had no choice but to muster her courage and speak into the phone. Hello, Annie. Hello. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Xiujuan's demeanor instantly softened. Yet she remained cautious. Dear, you wouldn't be colluding with Chu Qiu to deceive me, would you? Not at all, Annie. I have been with Chu Qiu for over 2 months now. Su Qingya replied calmly, her eyes narrowing at Chu Qiu. Oh, that is wonderful. But wait a moment. If he has a girlfriend, why is he still going on blind dates? Su Qingya was momentarily at a loss. How was she to respond? Chu Qiu was also momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. Mom, don't you realize how domineering you are? If I had told you I had a girlfriend earlier, you would have immediately pressured me into marriage. I finally found a girlfriend. I don't want you to scare her off. How can you speak to me like that? I'm not that, cough cough. Customers are coming in. I'll deal with you later. With that, Wu Xiujuan hastily hung up the phone. Phew, that was close. I narrowly escaped another crisis. Chu Qiu put away his phone and let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a piercing glare from Su Qingya made him feel a sense of foreboding. Chu Qiu, Chapter 23. Modu, buying a car. This chapter is a bit cliché, but the response afterward is quite good. Chu Qiu. Su Qingya's enchanting face was overshadowed by a fierce expression, her eyes seeming to threaten to devour him whole. Not far behind her, Xiaoli and Xiaohong, the neighboring sisters, were stifling their laughter. Currently, in the hotel, only they were aware that Chu Qiu had become a major shareholder. They understood that the hotel's transformation was largely due to Chu Qiu's influence, and they too were among the beneficiaries. In their eyes, the boss and Chu Qiu appeared to be increasingly well-suited. Now, how do you intend to explain this matter to me? Su Qingya glared at Chu Qiu, her teeth clenched in a menacing manner. It was merely a temporary measure, a benign falsehood. Besides, You suffered no loss. Did you? Chucho forced a sheepish smile, trying to navigate the situation. What do you mean I suffered no loss? What about my reputation? Am I not supposed to find a boyfriend? And what if your mother seeks me out again? Su Qingya shot him a glare. That is indeed a concern, but rest assured, I will resolve it promptly, Chucho assured her, then tentatively suggested. How about I offer you some form of compensation? Compensation for what? Su Qingya shot him a disdainful glance. Chucho chuckled mischievously. What do you think about pledging oneself? Get lost? How shameless, Su Qingya retorted, her face flushed. Ha ha ha, Chucho burst into laughter. Time flew by with their banter. In the blink of an eye, over 100 crabs were loaded onto the truck, and after calculations, their value exceeded 600,000. Additionally, they had also caught 50 to 60 wild big crucian carp, silver carp and carp, among which were a few wild giant soft-shelled turtles. These purely wild specimens were already expensive, and the rarity of their size made them even more valuable, as they were virtually non-existent in the current market, thus commanding a high price and generating considerable buzz. Su Qingya was not hesitant in her offer, directly compensating Chucho according to the previous price, adding tens of thousands to his earnings. Consequently, the total in Chucho's bank account was nearing 2 million. This left him feeling exhilarated. Once everything was settled, Su Qingya summoned someone to take over the water pit. Chucho bid her farewell and returned home. Upon arriving home, he first checked the pond behind the house and watered the flourishing vegetable garden before heading inside to pack his belongings. As for the locked dragon well in the yard, Chucho planned to investigate it thoroughly after resigning from his job and returning. Thus, a peaceful night passed. The following morning, Chucho arrived at the train station. Observing the throng at the ticket counter, he furrowed his brow. It seemed the time had come to purchase a vehicle. Previously, he had lacked funds, but now, with 2 million in hand, not buying a car would be a disservice to himself after holding a driver's license for 6 years. Yes, once he reached the Magic City, he would buy a car to reward himself. Furthermore, he would buy one for his father as well. A smile crept across Chucho's lips. His father's old Cherry had been in use for over a decade, and it was certainly time for an upgrade. Among domestic cars, his father had long coveted the Hongqi H9, a high-end, impressive model. Driving it would undoubtedly add to his father's prestige, whether he was dropping his mother off at work or shopping for groceries. Around 4 in the afternoon, the train arrived at the station. Pulling his suitcase, Chucho gazed at the opulent decoration of the Grand Magic City, excitement swelling within him. Due to time constraints, he refrained from immediately informing his parents of his arrival in the Magic City. Instead, he found a nearby hotel, settled his luggage, and then rode a shared bicycle to a nearby 4S dealership. This hour, his parents had not yet finished work, and their company was located far away in the economic development zone, making time tight for him to handle his resignation. Therefore, he decided to pick up the car today and surprise his parents by driving over tomorrow. The Chuanqing 4S dealership was a large establishment specializing in first- and second-line luxury brands. Chucho arrived in just a few minutes on his bike. However, as he parked, several salespeople inside began to tease each other. In a way, am I seeing this right? Someone actually rode a shared bicycle to check out luxury cars? Does he have a misunderstanding about luxury vehicles? Has he mistaken an Audi for a Yachty? This guy probably wandered in here by mistake, thinking he was looking for an electric bike. I have a big client coming in soon. Whoever wants to deal with him can do so. The salespeople shook their heads and scoffed. Who would want to attend to someone arriving on a shared bike? When Chucho parked and entered the store, none of the salespeople made any move to assist him. Chucho stood there, glancing around and suddenly frowned. Is this how your 4S dealership treats customers? Are you no longer interested in making sales? One of the top-performing salespeople suddenly laughed, the disdain in her eyes betraying her thoughts. She raised her hand and called out, Xiao Lu, someone is here to look at cars. Please attend to him. Huh? Oh, coming, a surprised voice echoed from the lounge, and a young girl hurriedly rushed out. Her name was Lu, a new salesperson at Chuanqing 4S dealership. Due to her lack of experience, she had the worst sales performance in the store, often relegated to serving the veteran salespeople. Only customers whom others looked down upon would be handed over to her. Thank you, Sister Yeya, for your care. Yet Lu didn't mind. Upon emerging, she immediately expressed her gratitude to the salesperson who called her. She then quickly approached Chucho, exuberantly stating, Hello, sir. I'm delighted to assist you. Which brand of car are you interested in? We have the entire range of BBA vehicles, as well as all major second-line luxury brands. Please let me know. Do you have the Hongqi H9? Chucho bypassed the less important dialogue and glanced at the salesperson named Yeya. The feeling of being looked down upon was quite irksome to him. Hongqi? Lulu's expression froze, clearly taken aback that someone of Chuchio's age would select a model like the Hongqi H9. Yes, we do have it. Please follow me. After regaining her composure, Lulu led Chuchio to the display of the Hongqi H9. Currently, we have 5 configurations of the Hongqi H9 in our store, but only one top-of-the-line 4-seat version is available for immediate delivery. It was reserved by a boss, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he relinquished the deposit, and the car is now unclaimed. As she spoke, Lulu guided Chuchio to the vehicle. With just one glance, Chuchio was captivated by the 4-seat top configuration of the Hongqi H9. The two-tone body, sleek design, and oversized straight waterfall grille exuded a sense of maturity and grandeur. Upon opening the door, the interior boasted an abundance of wood-grain accents, complemented by two-tone leather and ambient lighting. Rivaling the luxury of a Mercedes, Chuchio believed that if age and experience were disregarded, any man would be enamored upon seeing this car in person. This is the one, Chuchio decisively declared. Huh? Are you really going to buy this top configuration? Lulu appeared bewildered, stuttering slightly. This car is top of the line, with a market price exceeding $500,000 and over $600,000 once on the road, without discounts. Are you not considering other configurations? Lulu spoke in disbelief. Typically, younger buyers opted for entry-level models from first and second-line brands, often being picky and indecisive, unlike Chuchio's straightforwardness and no second thoughts. I want this one. Chuchio waved his hand. Go fetch the contract. I'll take a moment to enjoy the car. All right. Please take your time. I'll go get the contract right away. Lulu was elated, practically skipping into the sales hall, exclaiming, I got a car order. The gentleman just placed an order. Oh, I didn't see that coming, Lingyu scoffed. What entry-level model did you manage to sell? The Hongqi H9. But not an entry model. He wants the top configuration, Lulu joyously chimed. I'm going to get the contract for him. This is my biggest sale in half a year. Top configuration of the Hongqi H9? Wait a moment. Upon hearing top configuration of the Hongqi H9, Lingyu's expression changed dramatically, stopping Lulu in her tracks. This vehicle, once on the road, exceeded $600,000, and the commission would be substantial. She hadn't anticipated that she had misjudged the situation. However, she had her ways. What's wrong, Sister Yeya? Lulu paused to ask. Please bring that gentleman a cup of tea. I'll fetch the contract for you, Lingyu said, flicking her hair with a hint of a sultry smile as she strode off to retrieve the contract. But he is clearly my client, Lulu protested, yet Lingyu was already on her way. Indifferent to her words. Meanwhile, the other salespeople, upon realizing that Chuchio was indeed purchasing a high-end model worth over $600,000, felt a wave of regret wash over them. On the other side, Chuchio had explored the Hongqi H9 and was about to test another suitable vehicle when he noticed Lingyu approaching with the contract. Chuchio immediately frowned. Why are you here? Where's the other salesperson? He. Lingyu giggled flirtatiously. Young man, someone like you, a young and affluent gentleman, is our main clientele. Our manager has instructed us not to overlook you. Lulu is new and inexperienced, so I've been assigned to liaise with you. Feel free to make any requests. Handsome. Lingyu tossed her hair, emphasizing the words make any request heavily, clearly suggesting an unprofessional overture. Oh, all right. Please call that previous salesperson over for me. Chuchio calmly voiced his request, causing Lingyu's smile to freeze on her face. She had clearly underestimated him earlier, looking down on him as a potential buyer. Now that she realized he was affluent, she rushed to curry favor for a commission. What a naive thought. You're quite the jokester, aren't you? Lingyu forced a laugh, clearly reluctant to concede. However, Chuchio showed no patience for her antics, his expression turning cold as he stated, Do I look like I'm joking? I'm giving you 2 options. Either bring back that previous girl, or I will leave this 4S dealership. A salesperson, taking a commission for someone else's purchase while looking down on the buyer. Who did she think she was? Is this car yours, or is this 4S dealership your family business? If you have the ability, then don't take commissions. Chuchio did not mince words in his disdain. After all, there were plenty of other dealerships. He could easily take his business elsewhere. Why tolerate such behavior that soured his mood? Chapter 24. Diving into the sea. Listening to Chuchio's unrelenting sarcasm, Lingyu stood frozen, her face alternating between red and white. Her fingers clenched tightly, yet she dared not utter a word in retort. Such individuals, who look down on others while pocketing commissions from their purchases, deserve to feel embarrassed. Chuchio, feeling rather indifferent, opened the door of a BMW X6 and settled into the plush interior. The imposing chassis, complemented by large alloy wheels and a sleek design, rendered this BMW X6 both sporty and formidable, captivating Chu Chiu at first glance. As Lu Lu approached, carrying a tray of tea. Chu Chiu inquired directly, "Is there an available BMW X6? Ah?" Lu Lu, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression, "You wish to purchase a BMW X6? What about the Hongqi H9? Have you decided against it?" "The Hongqi H9 was a gift from my father. This BMW X6 is for my own use," Chu Chiu clarified. "By the way, I desire the top configuration for the BMW X6. Heavens." Just as Ling Yu was about to turn away, upon hearing that Chu Chiu intended to buy a BMW X6, especially the top model, her heart sank with regret, her expression twisting in disbelief. Two vehicles, one Hongqi H9 and one BMW X6, both top configurations, would amount to around 1,600,000 to 700,000. All because she underestimated him. She had foolishly missed such a lucrative deal, and she felt an urge to slap herself. As for Lu Lu, she was nearly bursting with joy, bowing and expressing her gratitude to Chu Chiu, leaving him both amused and bemused. Overall, the subsequent car purchasing process was remarkably pleasant. A slight disappointment lingered, however, as the BMW X6 was not in stock and would require a few days of waiting. With all the paperwork completed, Chu Chiu happily drove his father's Hongqi H9 onto the road, not back to the hotel, but rather to the long-anticipated seaside adventure. Cruising in the Hongqi H9 with cheerful music playing, Chu Chiu traveled for a solid 2 hours on the highway before finally arriving at a coastal fishing village named Wangjing Village, bustling with activity. He had visited this vibrant village during a company trip in the past. Wangjing Village boasted delectable cuisine, sandy beaches, lush islands, and private fishing boats and yachts available for rent. Tourists flocked here year-round, establishing it as a renowned seaside retreat. Having parked his car, Chu Chiu entered Wangjing Village, where night had already fallen. However, for Wangjing Village, this signaled the true beginning of nightlife. Everywhere, vibrant lights twinkled, crowds mingled, bonfires blazed, and barbecues sizzled. Chu Chiu immersed himself in the joyous atmosphere, indulging in drinks and merriment, thoroughly savoring the experience. Yet, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, he gazed longingly towards the distant shore, feeling a surge of restlessness within. An uncontrollable excitement spread throughout his being, and he sensed the latent energy of the dragon within him stirring. The humidity around him intensified noticeably within a 10-meter radius. Without further delay, he made his way to the fisherman's dock in Wangjing Village. At this hour, it was already past midnight, yet the dock remained lively, with numerous tourists and couples selecting yachts for viewing, especially the couples and affluent individuals renting yachts for overnight stays at sea. However, Chu Chiu sought not a yacht, but a fishing boat. Yachts were exclusively for recreational use, charging by the hour, costing several thousand, if not tens of thousands, for just a few hours. In contrast, fishing boats were considerably cheaper, with a monthly rental for a boat measuring over 10 meters costing just over 20,000. Upon arriving at the rental area, Chu Chiu surveyed the options and set his sights on a relatively new, small fishing vessel, approximately 14 to 15 meters in length. "Young man, I see you're considering renting a fishing boat?" The manager approached him with a keen eye. "Indeed, I would like to experience some fishing. How do I go about renting that new small fishing boat?" Chu Chiu inquired with a smile. "For the small fishing boat, the monthly rental is 22,000. If by day, it would be more expensive at 1,000 per day," the manager replied readily. "Additionally, we provide various tools, such as nets, traps, and crab cages. However, bait must be purchased separately." "Very well," Chu Chiu nodded, then proceeded to ask about other important details. Since he lacked a crew and was unfamiliar with operating a fishing boat, he also hired a captain and 2 assistants along with the boat rental. Their wages were paid daily, 300 for the captain and 200 for each assistant. Including the cost of bait, the total came to about 2,000. The moment of excitement had finally arrived. Boarding the vessel, raising the sails, and setting out to sea. As the engine roared to life, the boat gradually made its way into the ocean. At that very moment, the dragon energy within Chu Chiu surged, producing a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Instantly, torrents of water energy surged towards him, enveloping the boat in a thick mist, causing the water levels nearby to rise abruptly, jolting the fishing boat. "What on earth is happening?" the captain and assistants exclaimed, startled by the sudden surge in water levels and the inexplicable fog enveloping the sea. Such peculiar phenomena were unprecedented in their extensive experience at sea. Taken aback by the extraordinary occurrence, Chu Chiu quickly suppressed the dragon energy within him. Yet, almost immediately, he felt a fierce energy coursing back into his body, causing a series of resounding crackles, amplifying his strength significantly. Fortunately, the fishing boat was over 10 meters long, and the captain and assistants did not notice. Otherwise, it would have posed a problem. The fog descended swiftly, yet it dissipated just as rapidly. The captain and assistants, bewildered but not inclined to interpret the phenomenon negatively, noticed the fishing boat's speed beginning to increase. Under the night sky, the surface of the sea glimmered brightly, and the soothing sound of crashing waves lifted their spirits. Regrettably, the coastal resources were woefully depleted. With Chuchio's enhanced vision, even superior to that of open-air viewing, he could see several hundred meters underwater and dozens of meters deep. However, to his dismay, after navigating 700 to 800 meters from the shore, he had yet to spot even the smallest school of fish. It was hard to believe this was the vast sea. "Boss, there's no need to keep looking. Unless we venture several kilometers out, you won't see any fish schools, not even a shrimp or crab," the two assistants remarked, shaking their heads with a chuckle as they watched Chuchio's disappointment. "Masters, how far are we from the nearest island?" he asked, hoping to spend the night on an island and seize an opportunity to explore the depths of the sea. If it's an ordinary reef island, it would be just around 1,000 meters away. But those reefs are small and quite shallow, posing safety concerns. To reach a proper island, at our current speed, it will take about 2 hours, the assistants replied in unison. Indeed, by the time we reach our destination, it will be nearly 3 in the morning. At sea, it will almost be dawn, they continued. Then let us cast a few nets for a try. If we grow weary, we can simply spend the night on the water, Chuchio suggested cheerfully, preparing to search for fish and shrimp. The two assistants exchanged glances, chuckling as they thought, in 7 to 8 meters of shallow water, if we managed to catch something valuable, it would truly be a stroke of luck. However, just as they were sharing a laugh, Chuchio's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 25. Shallow waters, first net explodes shrimp. Indeed, Chuchio spotted shrimp, with his enhanced vision. Now akin to radar, he easily discerned clusters of shrimp at the bottom of the shallow sea, making it utterly mundane. However, what truly caught his attention was a large group of shrimp. In fact, right beside the boat, about 20 meters away, on the sandy surface of a coral area, there was a massive congregation of shrimp moving in unison, akin to an army of ants. At the center of this swarm were several translucent giant shrimp, larger than a palm, diamond shrimp. Indeed, this dense mass of shrimp was renowned as one of the 8 culinary treasures of the sea, the eastern shrimp. These giant shrimp have high water quality requirements, making them difficult to cultivate artificially. Only wild specimens can reach such sizes, typically priced between 80 to 150 per pound. In a wonder, Chuchio's eyes lit up. Discovering such a sizable group of giant shrimp in the shallow waters was undeniably thrilling. "Captain, please steer left. I want to cast the net 10 meters away on the left side and pull it into a circle," Chuchio said, barely able to contain his excitement. The captain chuckled, shaking his head, clearly thinking it a waste of time and effort. "All right, you're the boss. We'll follow your lead." Reluctantly, the captain turned the boat and accelerated. The two assistants grabbed the surrounding nets, waiting for Chuchio's command to begin working. In no time, they reached the 10-meter distance, and Chuchio called out, "Masters, let us begin casting the net." "Captain, speed up and steer left for 20 meters to form a circle." "Okay, stop." Watching the surrounding net form a large circle, encapsulating all the shrimp, a satisfied smile spread across Chuchio's face. As the net sank to the ocean floor, he turned to the assistants, grinning, "You've worked hard. It's time to haul in the net." "Just put it down, and you want to haul it in already?" The two assistants, who had just lit their cigarettes and taken a few puffs, were taken aback, their expressions shifting to mild displeasure. Was this a prank? However, since they were being paid by Chuchio, they begrudgingly grabbed the net ropes and began to pull. They assumed this net would yield no catch, hence they hadn't bothered to bring a water basin or any other tools. But as the net neared the surface, both men suddenly froze. Based on their experience and the sensation, they felt the net was indeed moving. It is improbable that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead mouse. Could it be that a school of fish has indeed swum into the net? Unlikely, for this shallow sea has long been stripped bare by the passing geese. Even if a school of fish were to appear, it would likely consist of mere small f or y. As the two conversed, they continued to haul in the net. Suddenly, one of the helpers near the side of the boat exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, there are shrimp. We actually caught shrimp in this haul?" The other helper leaned in for a closer look, equally taken aback. Emerging from the surface of the net were several translucent gray shrimps, each measuring around 7 to 8 centimeters. "Incredible! We truly have shrimp. Are these big prawns?" they exclaimed, and we've only just begun to pull the net. Let us see what else we can catch. The two helpers were suddenly invigorated, and their pace in hauling the net noticeably quickened. They soon erupted in excited shouts. We've got some. More. Look, there's even more. Oh my, quite a number indeed. Hurry, fetch a water basin. All right, I'll grab a basin. You keep pulling. By golly, we've struck pure luck this time. What a good omen. Hearing the commotion, the captain could not resist coming over, his expression reflecting surprise at the frequency of the big prawns appearing in the net. Wow, these are all big prawns? Impressive, boss. Your luck is truly remarkable. Prawns of such quality are exceedingly rare in these shallow waters. Chucho chuckled quietly to himself, thinking, this is just the beginning. Wait until the entire net is pulled up. You'll be in for a shock. For, in Chucho's gaze, the further back they went, the more densely packed the large prawns became, each larger than the last. Just as anticipated, as the helpers continued to pull, the feeling of resistance grew increasingly intense. One helper shouted in excitement, goodness! The resistance from the net is becoming stronger. Could it be that we're about to burst the net right here in this shallow water? Oh my, they're coming out? Coming out. It's big prawns. But before he could finish, his body jolted in disbelief. Goodness, goodness. So many big prawns. This is definitely going to burst the net. The captain and the other helper drew in a sharp breath. As they pulled a section of the net from the water, the big prawns appeared as if strung together like grapes, densely packed and wriggling with life. Just that section of the net had already yielded no fewer than 50 big prawns. The rhythm indicated that they were indeed about to burst the net. What are you waiting for? Hurry and lend a hand. Oh, quickly, quickly. Let us all pitch in. These big prawns are worth a fortune. Let us not let them die. By golly, this really is going to burst the net. In less than 5 meters of net, there are already over 100 big prawns. Surely there are many more behind. The two, filled with excitement, worked diligently to assist. In no time, one basin was filled to the brim. Weighing it revealed a whopping 28 pounds. Even at the lowest market price of 80 per pound, this haul amounted to over $2,000. It is worth noting that most fishermen would struggle to earn back their fuel costs after a full day at sea. Moreover, it was evident that the quality and size of this batch of big prawns would likely command at least $100 per pound. No wonder they were so elated. To achieve such a bounty merely 1,000 meters from shore was simply extraordinary. Pull, 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 quickly. There's more. Let us take a look. There's even more. My goodness, we're about to strike it rich. Hurry and get a large water basin. The small ones won't suffice. Boss, come help us quickly. If these prawns thrash around in the net for too long, they'll die, and the price will plummet. The captain called out to Chucho. Ha ha ha, all right, I'll join in. Chucho responded, delighted by their urgency and excitement, hastening to assist. After all, getting hands-on was one of the joys of being at sea. Seeing Chucho's nimble assistance, the captain regarded him with newfound respect. Initially, the three of them had been skeptical of Chucho's efforts to cast the net, thinking it a waste of energy and time. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Goodness! These are exquisite big prawns. Suddenly, one of the helpers shouted, his movements accelerating dramatically. The captain and the other helper were taken aback. What? Exquisite big prawns? Is that for real? Let me see. Indeed, it's true. The size, the dimensions, exquisite, absolutely exquisite. Each one is larger than a palm, with the smallest measuring at least 18 cm. Quickly, pull faster. We're about to strike it rich. Goodness, the more we pull, the more there are. This is truly going to burst the net. My word, this is the most exquisite big prawns I've ever encountered in my life. There must be at least 200 to 300 of them. Indeed, how magnificent! On average, 8 of these weigh a pound, and once we reach shore, those fishmongers will surely raise the prices. Quickly, fetch another basin. We must separate these exquisite big prawns. Be careful with them. They're precious. The 4 of them erupted in cheers, and Chucho joined in, feeling ecstatic. Chapter 26. This net is worth 50,000. As the net continued to be pulled in, the 2 helpers and the captain grew increasingly excited and agitated. The big prawns caught in the net showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, they became more densely packed. This was the true essence of a bursting net. Even Chucho was overwhelmed with excitement. For witnessing the catch was an entirely different thrill than simply being told about it. This joy was something outsiders could not fathom. Ultimately, after considerable effort, the lengthy net was fully retrieved. All the water basins were filled to the brim. Chaos reigning as the shrimp danced about. The four of them huddled together for over half an hour, meticulously sorting and storing all the big prawns in the water tank. Among them, a staggering 323 were of the exquisite variety. Averaging 81 pounds, this equated to approximately 41 pounds. Even without the fishmongers raising their prices, at a minimum, they would command 160 yuan per pound, totaling over 6,000 yuan. It's important to note that most fishermen struggle to earn back their fuel costs after a day at sea. Furthermore, the quality of these big prawns was remarkably high. Although not all were exquisite, they could still fetch at least 100 yuan per pound. With over 400 pounds in total, that amounted to over 40,000 yuan. The three on the boat were envious beyond measure. "Boss, this net truly is a stroke of genius." The captain thumbed up in admiration, saying, "We don't know what lies ahead, but just from this first haul, it's worth at least 50,000. Exactly. This trip to sea has already proven worthwhile just based on this first net." "Indeed. Boss, we admire your luck. To casually cast a net in shallow waters and stumble upon such a treasure is astonishing. Whatever you decide next, we will follow your lead. True, when it comes to fishing at sea, experience is often unreliable. In this vast ocean, it all boils down to luck. Yes, we're all ears." The captain and the two helpers patted their chests, their excitement palpable. Their perception of Chu Chiu had shifted dramatically, now filled with admiration and enthusiasm. They too hoped for Chu Chiu to continue enjoying such luck, as they often received generous tips during such fortunate encounters, sometimes tips even exceeding their wages. "Ha ha ha, all right, let us tidy up and prepare for the next net." Chu Chiu responded cheerfully, especially thrilled to see the exquisite big prawns. Truth be told, he had never eaten such premium big prawns in his life, partly due to their high cost, and partly because they were simply unavailable elsewhere. It could be said that once they hit the shore, they were quickly snatched up by locals. Even many wealthy individuals who claimed to have tasted them were likely consuming those farmed in coastal waters, which paled in comparison to the real deal. "Let us set off," the captain called out joyfully, and the fishing boat resumed its journey. The two helpers held the net, their eyes occasionally glancing at Chu Chiu. Ever ready to cast again, it was clear that they regarded Chu Chiu as their guiding star. After traveling several hundred meters, the two helpers, observing Chu Chiu's calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Boss, when are we going to cast the net? I'm starting to get a bit anxious." "Yes, boss, your luck has been splendid, and we're eagerly awaiting your command. No need to rush. Casting the net requires a certain intuition, and I don't yet feel the impulse to do so." Chu Chiu chuckled, reassured by their eagerness. After traveling over several hundred meters, the water deepened gradually, and he began to spot numerous schools of fish. However, they were mostly sardines, small fry, and ribbon fish, nothing worth his attention. Given the limited space in the boat, he was determined to wait for superior catches before making a move. "Captain, increase the speed. I have a feeling that 1,000 meters ahead, we might encounter some good fortune," Chu Chiu called out, hoping to keep their spirits high. "Absolutely. We've been waiting for your signal," the captain replied excitedly, immediately increasing the power. The two helpers visibly perked up. The fishing boat surged forward against the waves, its engine roaring, the sound of water rushing resonating from afar. Before long, they had traversed over 1,000 meters, and the seabed gradually deepened. Indeed, at this depth, the quantity and quality of marine life were markedly superior. The seabed began to reveal pristine coral reefs, where a myriad of colorful fish darted about, a truly delightful sight. Chu Chiu quickly identified a target that stirred his heart. "Masters, prepare yourselves. This time we shall not set a net, but deploy crab traps." The two assistants were momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. How many crab traps have we on board? Do we have 50? Chu Chiu asked with a smile. "Exactly 50. Wait, are we really going to use crab traps?" "Absolutely, and we will set all 50 of them." With a wave of his hand, a glimmer of excitement danced across Chu Chiu's face. For beneath their vessel, in the murky sands, lay a congregation of large crabs adorned with orange-red patterns. A rough estimate suggested there were around 300 to 400 of these genuine wildflower crabs, whose flavor rivals that of freshwater hairy crabs. However, due to their growth in the boundless ocean, they tend to be larger, easily reaching a pound in weight. Thus, their value is slightly less than that of hairy crabs. A crab weighing a pound might fetch 300 to 400 yuan, while a hairy crab could command prices exceeding 10,000. Yet, the size of these crabs was impressive. Each weighed over a pound, potentially worth tens of thousands. Chu Chiu had not yet reached a point where he could dismiss such sums, so he certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. "All right, we shall follow your lead." After a brief pause, the two assistants promptly placed the prepared bait into the traps. Under Chuchio's direction, they began to deploy the traps. Once the crab traps were set, they would wait for the bait to fully release its enticing scent, luring the crabs inside. A lengthy process. Thus, fishermen typically leave the traps overnight, returning the next day to collect their catch. Chuchio and his crew were no exception. They finished preparing the floats and departed. However, after traveling just a few hundred meters, Chuchio spotted another promising school of fish. Yet, he could not discern the species this time, as the variety of fish in the sea is vast. Nonetheless, their size was considerable, each weighing around 10 to 15 pounds. Given their substantial size, Chuchio deemed them worthy of pursuit. Without hesitation, he called out to the two assistants, "Masters, prepare to cast the net. Captain, accelerate forward, and upon my command, turn right." "Understood." The captain, filled with excitement, promptly increased the speed. As the fishing boat closed in on the school of fish, Chuchio shouted to the assistants, "Quickly, cast the net." The captain swiftly turned right. "Yes, 5 more meters. Now veer left forward. Good. Accelerate. Accelerate. Yes, encircle them." Chapter 27. The 200,000 yuan rice fish with Chuchio's guidance. The captain skillfully maneuvered the boat, tracing a circle on the sea surface before coming to a steady halt, splashing waves high into the air. Observing this, Chuchio called out, "Masters, quickly haul in the net." "We've been waiting for your cue," Old Zhang exclaimed. "Prepare the large fish basin. I sense a bountiful catch." The assistant holding the net rope wore an excited expression, feeling the vigorous thrashing of significant catches against the net. Even with his eyes, he could see the net rope quivering incessantly. Goodness, could it be another net bursting? Old Zhang chuckled as he rushed over with the fish basin, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Just then, they heard a splash, and a massive fish emerged from the net. This was a fish of substantial size, dark all over, displaying hues of gray-brown and purple-green, with a gray-white belly and a spiny back. It boasted a broad, arched belly and a body length comparable to an arm. Judging by its size, it weighed no less than 27 or 28 pounds. As soon as this large catch broke the surface, the assistant pulling the net exclaimed, "Goodness, a wild rice fish. This is a wild rice fish. What a colossal specimen, nearing 30 pounds. What on earth is a rice fish?" The assistants Old Zhang and the captain could not help but shout, craning their necks to peer beneath the boat. "Wow, it is indeed a rice fish. Such a hefty fellow, at least 30 pounds. Boss, your luck is extraordinary. Quickly, haul it up. This one has considerable strength. Don't let it escape." Rice fish? Chuchio's face was a portrait of confusion, wondering how this creature bore any resemblance to rice. "Ha ha ha." The captain noticed Chuchio's puzzled expression and laughed heartily. "Boss, I bet you're perplexed upon hearing rice fish, right? In fact, this fish is called a mackerel. The character for mackerel resembles that of rice, and with a slight accent, mackerel can easily be mispronounced as rice. Over time, people began referring to the large mackerel as rice fish. This rice fish ranks among China's top 10 prized fish species. The mackerel's gelatin possesses high nutritional and medicinal value, aiding in digestion, enhancing beauty, moisturizing the skin, alleviating aging, nurturing the ovaries, treating constipation, and improving sleep quality. So, does that mean rice fish is quite expensive? Chuchio's eyes lit up. "Indeed, it is," the captain replied. "Wild rice fish weighing around 5 pounds sell for 130 yuan per pound. Those between 5 and 10 pounds go for 160 yuan per pound. For fish exceeding 10 pounds? Due to the increased gelatin content, the price doubles to 300 yuan per pound. Such exorbitance?" Chuchio was ecstatic, pleasantly surprised that his impulsive actions had yielded such a windfall. "Oh, another one. Look, that one is sizable too. Surely over 20 pounds. Unbelievable. Boss, your luck is unparalleled. Just these 2 rice fish could fetch 15,000. The captain and Old Zhang quickly assisted, their faces alight with excitement and envy. This money came effortlessly. "Quickly, pull it in. I sense there are more," as the net rope continues to tremble. Could it be we've encountered a school of rice fish? If so, that would truly be a fortune. The 3 exchanged excited glances, eagerly scanning the sea. Indeed, shortly after their words, the surface erupted with splashes as more large fish broke through the water. "Wow, more are surfacing, and 3 at once. Each one is massive. We have struck gold." However, this was merely the beginning point. One by one, the rice fish emerged as if they were free, continuously breaking the surface. Each weighed over 10 pounds, with the smallest weighing 5 or 6 pounds, at that moment. The trio could utter no eloquent phrases, merely repeating wow in awe. Chuchio joined the fray, drenched in splashes of seawater. every cell in his body brimming with the joy of harvest. Once the netting concluded, they all collapsed onto the deck, exhausted, and lit cigarettes. Goodness, this has been the most exhilarating outing in 3 months. 2 sets of nets, both bursting with fish. What a thrill, the captain exclaimed. Indeed, that largest rice fish weighed a staggering 35 pounds. The force of its tail against an arm is something only the strongest could withstand, old Zhang remarked, cigarette dangling from his mouth, gesturing animatedly. It's been ages since I've encountered such premium seafood. Just that 35-pound rice fish is worth over 10,000. Yes, this trip has truly reignited my spirit, they said, casting envious glances at Chu Qiu. Although the quantity caught was not an overwhelming success, just over 40 fish, their weight and value far exceeded that of a typical shrimp catch. The rice fish alone, exceeding 20 pounds, numbered around 20, totaling over 400 pounds. At market rates, fish over 10 pounds command 300 yuan per pound. 400 pounds translates to over 120,000 yuan. Additionally, 2 colossal specimens weighed 29 and 35 pounds respectively, totaling 19,200 yuan. If they could maintain their vitality until reaching the shore, it would easily surpass 20,000 yuan. The remaining 20 fish, 13 under 10 pounds, valued at 160 yuan per pound, weighed in at 110.5 pounds, worth over 17,000 yuan. The last 7 or 8 fish, each weighing between 10 to 15 pounds, totaled 104 pounds, valued at over 31,000 yuan. Thus, the total worth of Chu Qiu's catch approached 200,000 yuan, 200,000. Earning such a sum would take years of hard labor in a factory. Yet, for Chu Qiu, it came effortlessly with just 1 net. Boss, could you save our number? Next time you visit Wangjing village, we'd love to accompany you to see. Old Zhang, with his lively disposition, sought to ingratiate himself with Chu Qiu while expressing envy. Sure, I'll save it. I'll be back in Shanghai for several days. So I'll definitely need your help again, Chu Qiu replied with a smile, not taking the offered cigarette but requesting the phone numbers of the 3. Given he would be in the city for several days, he anticipated more outings at sea. Seeing Chu Qiu's amicable demeanor, joy radiated from the faces of the 3. All right, I've saved your numbers. Let's rest here on the sea. Chu Qiu glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. He needed to return early the next day to resign from his job, so he would not make it to the island today. Deciding to let them rest, he planned to secretly dive into the sea while they slept. Huh? We're resting now. The captain was taken aback, feeling he hadn't fully satisfied his craving for the chase. Yes, boss, it's only 3 in the morning. We rested during the day, so we're not tired yet, the assistants chimed in. Right? Let's cast a few more nets. I haven't felt this exhilarated in years, old Zhang and the 2 assistants echoed enthusiastically. Chapter 28. A pair of exquisite lobsters, however. Chu Qiu shook his head. Let us call it a day. I have matters to attend to early tomorrow morning and need to return. You should take a few hours to rest. After 6 or 7 o'clock, we will head out to check the crab traps. I have a strong feeling that we might catch a considerable number of crabs this time. Remember, binding crabs is labor-intensive. So rest well. Chu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. After hearing this, the 3 of them reluctantly ceased their activities, yet soon after, they began to anticipate the crab traps with excitement. With such thoughts, the trio quickly slipped into slumber. At that moment, after a long wait, Chu Qiu could no longer contain his excitement and prepared to dive into the sea. To avoid disturbing the others, he approached the edge of the boat. With a mere thought, a silent column of water rose from the surface, enveloping Chu Qiu as he sank into the depths below. As he submerged, the icy embrace of the seawater enveloped him, evoking a profound sense of returning home, soothing his body and soul, akin to being caressed by a lover's hand. Subsequently, he completely relinquished the restraint of the dragon's inner core. Instantly, a terrifying aura awakened from the ocean depths, sending all marine life within a radius of several thousand meters burrowing into the sand, trembling in fear. In that fleeting moment, even the waters spanning tens of thousands of meters seemed to fall into an eerie stillness, the currents ceasing their movements. Yet, none noticed this phenomenon, including Chu Qiu himself. In his perception, the dragon's inner core transformed into an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming the energy of the ocean. This process persisted for a full hour. Strangely, this time, the inner core did not provide him with any energy feedback, as if it had slipped into a deep slumber, devoid of any presence or sound. Had it not been for Chu Qiu's ability to introspect, he might have believed the dragon's inner core had vanished from his body. A hint of worry flickered within him, but upon attempting to manipulate the seawater and discovering his powers intact, He felt reassured. Soon after, Chu Chiu began to meander through the underwater realm. Vibrant clusters of coral reefs emerged before him, beautiful and colorful, surrounded by a myriad of small fish radiating all hues. A scene of unparalleled beauty. He also spotted several rosy-hued east star groupers, adorned with countless star-like spots, which at first glance seemed to wear the night sky itself, a sight of exquisite allure. It was no wonder these fish commanded exorbitant prices, valued at over 1,000 yuan per pound. They were simply stunning. Furthermore, their flesh was incredibly tender, marking them as top-tier seafood. However, Chu Chiu refrained from capturing them, as their presence would be difficult to explain upon return. Moreover, the ocean floor was teeming with an array of beautiful shelled mollusks, tiger clams, white jade clams, luminous clams, pig ear shells, sea snails, seven-pointed shells, conchs, and more, each more splendid than the last. Even as a man, Chu Chiu found himself captivated. He resolved to return and select some exquisite seashells to present to Su Qingya. His eyes sparkled at the thought. These treasures would surely delight any woman. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Chiu ventured over 200 meters, encountering many remarkable finds, but alas, none suitable for taking back. It was only when he neared a massive underwater reef that he finally had his chance. At the edge of the reef, he spotted a magnificent lobster, resplendent in its colorful armor, exuding an aura of majesty. Having studied marine life, Chu Chiu recognized it at once as the renowned Chinese exquisite lobster, a creature historically referred to as the divine lobster. Historical accounts from the Taiping County Gazette describe it as follows. In the first year of the Song dynasty, fishermen caught one in the sea, measuring over 3 feet, with claws approximately 2 inches long, adorned with red whiskers over a foot long, resembling a measuring vessel, with dual eyes and 12 limbs, patterned like tigers and leopards, exhibiting a multitude of colors. Particularly striking in its robust form, hence named divine lobster. Clearly, this creature was famed even in ancient times. Naturally, the lobster's reputation was well earned, as it was notoriously expensive. Some individuals could not afford even a single specimen despite a lifetime of earnings. A notable lobster that made headlines in 2019 measured 1.2 meters from whiskers to tail, weighing 4.5 pounds, with local fisheries estimating its market value at around 400,000 yuan. The exquisite lobster concealed within the crevices of the reef, while not quite 1.2 meters in length, still approached nearly a meter. It could easily fetch 200,000 to 300,000, a genuine treasure. Chu Chiu was overwhelmed with excitement as he approached, gripping the edge of the massive boulder. With his newfound strength, he felt capable of uprooting a bull and surmised that this mere 1 or 2 ton boulder would pose no challenge. With a mighty effort, his eyes gleaming with determination, he forcefully lifted the colossal stone, sending a tumultuous wave of sand and sediment swirling around him, rendering the surrounding waters murky. Be gone. With a roar that echoed through the depths, Chu Chiu hurled the massive boulder aside. The tumultuous mix of mud and water surged forth, resembling a startled mud dragon. The lobster, startled by the commotion, flicked its tail in an attempt to escape. Yet, Chu Chiu was swifter. His arm shot forth like a bolt of lightning, seizing it firmly down. No matter how it struggled or thrashed, his grip remained unyielding, like 5 immovable mountains. Soon, the magnificent lobster succumbed to its fate. Ha ha! Worth 200,000 to 300,000. Enough to buy a car for my mother. Chu Chiu laughed heartily, clutching the lobster as he turned to swim towards the surface. However, just as he turned, his keen eyesight caught sight of 2 slightly swaying antennae. These antennae emerged from another, more concealed crevice in the reef, barely protruding a centimeter, with their tips almost blending into the rock itself, making them exceedingly difficult to spot. Yet, at that moment, they moved, and Chu Chiu seized the opportunity. With a mischievous smile, he leaned closer to examine the crevice, his grin widening upon discovering yet another exquisite lobster, undeniably another prize. This one appeared to be slightly smaller than the one in his grasp, perhaps 4 to 5 centimeters shorter. It seemed these 2 lobsters were indeed a pair. I cannot bear to separate you two. Chu Chiu smirked deviously and, employing the same technique, extracted the second lobster, bringing them together. Now, I've certainly recouped enough to buy a car for my father. Emerging from the depths, Chu Chiu glanced at the 3 men aboard the boat, who were blissfully asleep. Not wishing to disturb them, he focused his attention on locating the floating markers left by the crab traps. Soon, he spotted the target and strode across the waves. Upon reaching the marker, Chu Chiu dove back into the depths and carefully placed the exquisite lobsters into the crab trap. With this, when they pulled up the trap, There would be no need for explanations. Perfect. Chapter 29. The Bounty of the Crab Trap. A pair of lobsters the next morning, a radiant sun rose above the horizon of the sea. Chuchio opened his sleepy eyes. That moment, fishing boats and yachts began to return to shore. Dotting the distant water, Chuchio rose to check on the live wells containing the large prawns and rice fish. Although they were alive, they appeared somewhat lethargic, moving only sluggishly. Noticing this, Chuchio concentrated, and the dragon's inner core released a pulse of energy, circulating through the water tank, refining the seawater into spiritual water. Almost instantly, the previously listless prawns and rice fish sprang to life, as if rejuvenated, eagerly consuming the spiritual water. The two largest rice fish, in particular, became vibrant and energetic, creating a splash in the tank that startled the crew awake, who turned to see the commotion. "Are you all awake? How was your rest?" Upon seeing the three men stirring, Chuchio left the water tank and stepped onto the deck. The two crew members felt a bit sheepish, realizing they had slept soundly while their boss had remained awake, especially after claiming they were not tired. The rest was quite refreshing. "It was the most restful sleep I've had in years at sea," the captain responded with a smile, easing the awkwardness. "Well then, since everyone is well rested, it's time to get to work." Chuchio clapped his hands. "Boss, are we going to check the crab traps?" One of the crew members inquired eagerly. "Yes, it's been several hours. We should be able to retrieve them now." Upon hearing this, the two crew members' faces lit up with excitement and anticipation, given Chuchio's remarkable luck with the traps. "Indeed, let us go fetch the crab traps and head back to shore." The captain roared with laughter, steering the fishing boat back in the direction they had come. Chuchio stood on the deck, welcoming the brisk sea breeze with a beaming smile. Soon, the fishing boat reached the area where the crab traps had been set. Observing the floating markers bobbing with the waves, Old Zhang rubbed his hands together and said, "Old Wang, how many crabs do you think we'll catch this time?" Old Wang pondered for a moment before responding. "With the boss's luck, we should expect around 70 or 80 crabs." "Yes, 70 or 80 is quite substantial. Typically, we'd consider 20 or so a decent haul when fishing in shallow waters." Old Zhang nodded. Grinning as the fishing boat anchored, Old Wang eagerly began to pull the marker aboard, wrapping the main line around the small winch, preparing to hoist the crab traps. Retrieving the crab traps was straightforward, as they were all interconnected by a single main line. Once it was secured, they would all emerge together. With a series of creaking sounds, the first crab trap was swiftly pulled from the depths. In the crab trap, a dozen large, beautifully patterned crabs, each the size of a bowl, scuttled about with their claws raised, eliciting excitement in onlookers. Upon seeing the bountiful catch, the worker, Old Wang, immediately exclaimed with exhilaration, "Wow! Flower crabs, wild flower crabs! What a haul! This first trap has yielded over a dozen crabs. This is a sure sign of fortune." Furthermore, the size of these crabs was simply impeccable, each weighing over a pound. Old Zhang, equally thrilled, rubbed his hands together, stating, "Boss, your luck is unparalleled. Crabs of such exquisite quality are sold individually, each worth 300 to 400 yuan. Indeed, judging by their appearance and size, this trap alone could fetch several thousand yuan. One cannot help but admire your extraordinary fortune." The captain gazed on with immense envy. However, as the crane continued its operations and the crabs had yet to be secured, a second trap emerged from the water. Much to their astonishment, this second trap, like the first, was also filled with around 10 large flower crabs. The trio was utterly elated. Could it be that we have stumbled upon a crab swarm? At this rate, we might just have a trap bursting with crabs. The boss's luck was simply unbelievable. Old Chu chuckled, envisioning a hefty profit. Instantly, the envy in the eyes of the three men intensified. As the third, fourth, and even more traps surfaced in quick succession, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, this is too much. Have we truly encountered a crab swarm? This is unprecedented." They shouted in unison, "It's a trap bursting with crabs." It's definitely a trap bursting with crabs. After years at sea, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. It was exceedingly rare. Marvelous. Witnessing trap after trap filled with large flower crabs, the trio shouted with uncontainable excitement, their admiration for Old Chu reaching new heights. Their fortune was indeed remarkable. Hardly any crab trap was empty, with at least 3 or 4 crabs in each, and some even containing over a dozen. Within a short span, the deck was teeming with crabs that had yet to be bound, each brandishing their formidable claws as they scurried about. Several times, they were pinched by the crabs, wincing in pain yet ultimately laughing it off. A crab bonanza such as this was a rare spectacle after so many years at sea. Moreover, this batch of crabs was worth over 100,000 yuan. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. When Old Wang hoisted the final crab trap and discovered a vibrant array of lobsters within, he erupted in even greater excitement, shouting, "What on earth is happening? Lobsters? How did lobsters end up in a crab trap?" His exclamation caused Old Zhang to drop the crab he was holding. Even the seasoned captain rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to confirm, indeed, these are Chinese ornate lobsters. How could such premium catches be found in a crab trap? This is simply unbelievable, the captain marveled. The presence of lobsters in the crab trap was a remarkable marine phenomenon. They had struck gold. In this day and age, lobsters of such size were a rarity, each worth a handsome sum. Just these 2 lobsters alone could fetch 50 to 60,000 yuan, enough to build a small villa in Wangjing village. Old Zhang's face flushed with excitement as he swiftly retrieved the lobsters, his admiration for the crabs waning. Old Chu, too, was swept up in their enthusiasm and promised each of the 3 a 1,000 yuan tip on the spot. The trio was elated, their diligence intensified. What would normally take an hour to bind was accomplished in just half that time. However, their joy quickly turned to lamentation as they paused. Their fingers ached painfully, unable to lift even a single digit. Yet, they bore no complaints. On the contrary, they cherished the feeling and eagerly assisted Old Chu in contacting various merchants and local restaurant buyers. "Hello, is this Boss Zhang? We struck gold at sea today. Would you like to come take a look?" Chapter 30. A race to claim the bounty. "Hello, is this Boss Zhang? We encountered a great catch at sea today. Would you like to come take a look?" "Great catch? What great catch?" came the voice on the other end. The captain glanced at Old Chu and burst into laughter, saying, "Ornate lobsters, they're not that big. Only about 3 to 4 pounds each, a pair." "What did you say, ornate lobsters? 3 to 4 pounds, a pair?" The voice on the phone rose in excitement, loud enough for Old Chu to hear clearly, prompting him to touch his nose. Indeed, it was a pair of ornate lobsters, 1 male and 1 female, with the larger nearing 4 pounds and the smaller over 3 pounds, the captain proudly declared. "I am not afraid to tell you, our haul today is substantial. We have large prawns, wild rice fish, and exquisite flower crabs, all top-notch quality. The earlier you arrive, the better." "All right, I'll be there immediately." "No, I'll go personally. Please save them for me. We can negotiate the price." After hurriedly hanging up, the captain chuckled and continued dialing. "Hello, is this Oldley? It's like this. What? A pair of ornate lobsters? Great. I'll bring my team right over." "Boss Wang, really? 2 ornate lobsters? And several hundred pounds of rice fish? XXX, what? And many premium large prawns? XXX, I can't be hearing this wrong. Over 100 wild premium flower crabs? XXX, all right, I understand. I am on my way." The captain made several calls, and without exception, each conversation was met with fervent enthusiasm. Old Chu wasted no time, raising his hand authoritatively, declaring, "Set sail, we're heading back." "Understood." The captain nodded vigorously, steering the fishing boat swiftly toward Wangjing village. Meanwhile, Old Chu glanced at his phone, noting it was already past 7. Originally, he intended to check Douyin for the trending topics on river clam pearls. But his phone had no signal at sea, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the thought. Half an hour later, they arrived at the fisherman-s pier. As soon as Old Chu's boat docked, a throng of fishmongers and restaurant owners, having caught wind of the news, surged forward. "Captain, I heard you caught 2 ornate lobsters this time. Is that true? Let us take a look." "Yes, where are the lobsters? Hurry and show us. I've been waiting for almost half an hour." "I also heard there are over 100 premium flower crabs and dozens of pounds of premium large prawns." "Where are they?" "Yes, please show us quickly." The crowd clamored, and had it not been for Old Zhang and his companion holding them back, they would have rushed onto the boat. Observing the scene, Old Chu raised his hand and said, "Old Zhang, let them come aboard. I have matters to attend to. Let us wrap this up quickly." "Understood, boss." With Old Chu's directive, Old Zhang nodded obediently. "Since our boss has spoken, everyone can board. Follow me." The 2 of them gestured for the crowd to join them. The crowd visibly brightened, quickly following along to the live well as they approached the water tank. The sound of fish splashing vigorously filled the air, invigorating everyone. Several eager fishmongers leaned in for a closer look, their faces lighting up in surprise. Wow! Wild rice fish, genuine pure wild rice fish, and they were all sizable. This was undoubtedly the best quality they had seen this year, and large prawns. The tank is brimming with them. "How can there be so many?" Look, there are also a bunch of premium large prawns. Where? Where? A friend of mine is urgently looking for premium large prawns. I'll take them all. Market price is 150 yuan per pound. ILL offer 160. What are you thinking? Premium large prawns are the easiest to sell, and we haven't encountered such quality in months. You really think you can get them for 160? ILL offer 170 for the premium large prawns, and I'll also pay a high price for the others, 120 for all. Hey, if you're keeping the meat for yourself, wouldn't it be fair to leave some for others? With hundreds of pounds of large prawns, you should at least share 100 pounds. I'm sorry, but we have a wedding banquet at the hotel today, and I'm worried it won't be enough. The boss is offering 170 for the premium large prawns and 120 for the rest. Does that work for you? At this moment, it was a shrewd middle-aged boss making the offer. He knew this haul was substantial and with the ornate lobsters as the highlight. While others were still pondering, he decisively made the first offer, raising the price to secure a portion for himself. The others hesitated. Old Chu cast a surprised glance at the middle-aged boss and to expedite their departure. He nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, we'll go with that price. But I'd like to keep a few pounds of the premium large prawns for myself, having never tasted such large, wild premium large prawns before." Old Chu was determined to keep a few pounds for himself, not only to enjoy but also to bring home to his parents. No problem. Leaving a few pounds is absolutely fine. The middle-aged boss responded with a beaming smile. Quickly calling his subordinates to pack up the catch, clearly anxious that Old Chu might change his mind. Weighing the goods, the total value amounted to just over 60,000, a full 10,000 more than the initial estimate. Having received the payment, Chu Chiu felt a surge of joy and gestured to Old Zhang, saying, "Old Zhang, let's not keep anything hidden. Let us reveal all our harvest." The crowd's eyes brightened significantly at this implication, suggesting there were still many treasures to uncover. Curiosity rippled through the onlookers, however, when the three individuals brought forth the large crabs and placed them on the deck. Astonishment swept through the crowd. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets, 9 baskets. Good heavens, there were a staggering 9 large baskets of crabs. How could this be possible? Surely, there must be several hundred crabs here. It would be challenging for a trap to yield such a bounty, unless you had ventured into the deep sea. How else could you catch so many crabs? Moreover, the quality and size of these crabs were exceptional, as the 9 large baskets were neatly arranged in front of them. The sight of the tightly bound flower crabs left everyone in awe. While the flower crab may not be the pinnacle of seafood, its enormous size, exquisite appearance, and sheer quantity made a striking impression on all present. Almost instantly, bidding erupted. "For such exquisite flower crabs, I want 100, bidding 400 each. I'll bid 420 each for 200. Hey, can we show some mercy? You all want so many. What will the rest of us do?" "Exactly, there are only a few hundred in total. Let us share." "Share what? Isn't everyone here a wealthy tycoon? A mere few hundred crabs wouldn't last until tomorrow in the bustling metropolis." Several hotel owners began to quarrel amongst themselves. They didn't lack procurement channels. It was simply that this many top-tier flower crabs, freshly caught, were exceedingly rare, prompting their desire to acquire them. Thus, they began to compete fiercely, raising their bids. After a heated exchange, the crabs were ultimately valued at 460 yuan per gene, with the several hundred crabs being swiftly divided among the major hotels, bringing the total value to over 170,000. Undoubtedly, the subsequent bighead carp also became a coveted target for these fish merchants, and its price inevitably surged. Ultimately, the final settlement reached an impressive 230,000. Throughout this process, Old Zhang and his companions watched in exhilaration, their hearts churning with excitement. After a lifetime of fishing, they had only managed to earn a few 100,000. Yet, Chu Chiu, with just one experience of coastal gathering, had effortlessly earned more than they could in a lifetime. Incredible! Was Chu Chiu truly favored by fortune? Chapter 31. The main event, priceless lobster. However, despite their envy, Old Zhang and his companions acted swiftly. They quickly weighed and packaged the bighead carp and flower crabs. Next came the true highlight of the day, the Chinese splendid lobster. The group of wealthy owners and fish merchants fell silent, their gazes riveted on Chu Chiu. With a gentle smile, Chu Chiu signaled to the captain, who immediately understood and brought forth 2 magnificent lobsters. As these vibrant, imposing lobsters made their entrance, the atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement. Several seasoned fish merchants, familiar with the docks, gasped in exhilaration. "Wow, they really are a pair of lobsters. I haven't seen such large, splendid lobsters in years. Indeed, Catching 2 lobsters of such size in the coastal waters was akin to hitting the jackpot. It was a rarity. No more talking, boss. I'll bid 500,000 for these 2 lobsters. 26 for the large one, 24 for the smaller one. Boldly, that's not fair. Your pricing reflects 2019 standards. With the current skyrocketing prices, can a lobster really be worth that? Haha, I'm just setting the stage for everyone's bids, chuckled a fish merchant, eliciting laughter from familiar faces. So, what are we waiting for? ILL bid 540,000 for the 2 lobsters. Came an immediate response. 560, 570, 575, 580, 588. After a few rounds of bidding, one fish merchant boldly declared his maximum bid. Scanning the crowd. Anyone willing to raise the bid? 588. The moment this price was announced, even the hotel owners were momentarily taken aback, while the other fish merchants frowned. Bidding at such a high price left little room for profit. They had to weigh the risks and costs carefully, as a miscalculation could lead to a loss. The 3 from the ship exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their shock, based on their prior experience. Selling these 2 lobsters for 560,000 would have been quite satisfactory. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed highly likely they could reach 600,000. Could the owner's luck truly be a factor? Unable to contain their curiosity, they turned their gazes toward Chu Chiu. Meanwhile, Chu Chiu felt a surge of delight, never expecting the lobsters to command such a price. Just moments ago, when the bid reached 588,000, he had nearly agreed on the spot. Thankfully, he had restrained himself in time. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid from 588? Chu Chiu inhaled deeply, glancing at the composed hotel owners, silently acknowledging his own naivety. Simultaneously, the hotel owners exchanged knowing looks, preparing to enter the bidding war. Clearly, they regarded the fish merchants as unworthy competitors. One of the owners smiled and said, Yang, Zhao, allow me to make the first move. These lobsters, 1 male and 1 female, are exceptionally rare in terms of both appearance and size. Let us make it an even 600,000. Hiss, 600,000. Upon hearing the price, the 3 from the ship could not suppress their gasp. 600,000 was undoubtedly the peak price for these 2 lobsters. Yet, before their thoughts could settle, Zhao, another owner, chimed in, 600,000 is indeed substantial, but a pair of lobsters is a rarity. A great marketing opportunity. I'll bid 601,000. What? 601,000? The 3 were momentarily dumbfounded. Zhao was correct. In business, it's all about the angle. I'll bid 601,006. ILL bid 602,000. 602,006. Suddenly, a middle-aged owner, previously engaged in bighead shrimp, raised his bid. Oh? Seems like Oldley wishes to join the fray. Of course, we all know the stakes. Even if it means a slight loss, the marketing potential is worth it, the middle-aged owner stated shrewdly. All right then, since Oldley has made his intentions clear, let us not hold back, Zhao continued. I'll bid 602,008. I'll bid 603,000. 603,005. 603,008. Old Zhang and his companions were utterly astounded. To them, the behavior of these wealthy owners seemed irrational. 600,000 was already a fair price, yet they continued to escalate the bidding. This was truly bizarre. I still don't believe it. 605,000. One hotel owner declared, growing impatient as the bidding dragged on. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Exceeding this price, I'll gladly step aside. If not, I'll take it. Is there anyone else? Chu Chiu quickly echoed, his excitement palpable. 605,000 would cover the cost of a car for his father. It was exhilarating. He then scanned the room, asking, gentlemen, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 605,000 once. But as he posed the question, silence enveloped the crowd. It seems no one wishes to raise the bid. So let us call it 605,000 twice. Any further bids? 605,000 for the 3rd time. All right, then we shall proceed. Just as Chu Chiu was about to finalize the deal, the middle-aged owner who had previously engaged in bighead shrimp suddenly interjected, 606,000. I'll bid 606,000 for this pair of lobsters. Wow, 606,000. Old Zhang gasped, incredulously staring at the middle-aged owner. The latter chuckled and stepped forward, addressing the other owners. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? The others shook their heads with smiles. This pair of lobsters had reached an exorbitant price, and any further bids would likely be seen as malicious competition. Consequently, no one else raised their bids, though they couldn't help but wonder why Oldley had suddenly decided to draw attention to himself. In that case, I'll take this pair of lobsters, to be honest. Today marks a dear friend's elder's birthday, and they have a fondness for this delicacy, so I'm purchasing them for the occasion. The middle-aged owner revealed, laughing. Understanding dawned on the crowd as they exchanged knowing smiles before dispersing. Regardless, they had all acquired a substantial quantity of premium big flower crabs and bighead carp, making the trip worthwhile. Ultimately, these two splendid lobsters were sold for the astronomical price of 606,000 AT. The moment the transfer was received, Chu Chiu could no longer conceal his joy. A single venture at sea had effortlessly yielded over $1 million. The money came swifter than picking it up off the ground, and it was simply exhilarating. Although he was now a major shareholder in the Jinhua Grand Hotel, until the hotel distributed its dividends, he was unable to touch a single cent of its funds. Thus, this $1 million was tangible cash, readily available for his use. With money in hand and a car at his disposal, all that remained for him to achieve the standard of a successful man was a house. Chu Chiu contemplated when to purchase a property, perhaps even to bring honor to his parents. However, as this thought began to surface, his phone in his pocket vibrated violently. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that it had regained signal and was inundated with notifications of missed calls, voicemails, and unread messages. Among them were communications from his company, friends, and Su Qingya. Yet, the most conspicuous were the numerous missed calls and messages from his mother, numbering no less than dozens. As he scanned the screen, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was it. He was likely about to face the wrath of his mother. Chapter 32. Is that all? Gazing at the myriad of missed calls and messages on his phone, Chu Chiu wore an expression of utter despondency. When his mother was incensed, her fury was no laughing matter. One might as well call her a human Gatling gun. Consequently, Chu Chiu hastily bid farewell to Lao Zhang and the others and returned to his parking spot in Wangjing village. Ready to drive away, however, just as he entered the car and had yet to start the ignition, his phone erupted with another dreadful vibration. His mother was calling. Securing his seatbelt, Chu Chiu took a deep breath and braced himself to answer the call. Chu Chiu. A piercing voice erupted from the phone, compelling him to pull it away from his ear. Chu Chiu. You little rascal, where on earth have you been? If it weren't for your uncle calling, your father and I wouldn't even have known you were in Shanghai. Have you grown wings now? How dare you ignore my calls all night and go missing? Do you have any idea how many calls and messages I sent you last night? Your father and I even contacted your roommates and company leaders, and they all said you hadn't gone to work. If you don't answer me soon, I might have to call the police. Wu Xiaojun unleashed her fury over the phone, growing increasingly irate. Are you mute? Furthermore, you promised to video call me so I could see your girlfriend. Yet not only did I not see her, I didn't even receive a single photo. Are you trying to deceive me? Wu Xiaojun questioned angrily. Chu Chiu hastily chuckled, attempting to placate her. Mom, how could I dare to deceive you? It's just that my new phone accidentally broke, and I reverted to my old, faulty phone, which is why I had no signal all night. Really? Wu Xiaojun inquired skeptically. Then where are you now? Is your girlfriend with you? I'm on my way back. My girlfriend is working at home and isn't here, he replied. Fine, you have 3 hours to present yourself before me. I want to see you video call with your girlfriend. If I find out you are deceiving me, you can forget about stepping foot in this house. Wu Xiaojun's voice rose. Yes, I understand, Chu Chiu replied, smiling wryly. Video calling Su Qingya? I wonder if this counts as entrapment. Sighing, Chu Chiu opened WeChat and listened to a voice message from Su Qingya, updating him on the hotel's business situation yesterday. The summary was simply 2 words, booming. He then quickly initiated a voice call, which Su Qingya answered promptly. Hello, Miss Su, have you risen yet? Chu Chiu inquired. Chu Chiu. Su Qingya seemed to have just awakened, sounding quite fatigued, with the sound of a yawn escaping her lips. Upon confirming the caller's identity, her demeanor brightened considerably as she asked, What happened? I tried calling you yesterday, but you didn't answer, nor did you respond to my messages. Are you in Shanghai? I've arrived. It's just that my phone encountered issues and had no signal, making it impossible to contact anyone, Chu Chiu explained, noticing her weary tone. Are you all right? You sound rather listless. What can I say? The hotel has suddenly become incredibly busy, and I'm struggling to adapt. You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday's business was astonishingly brisk. The hotel was bustling all day long, with reservations and tables booked well into next month. As soon as the hotel's business was mentioned, Su Qingya's spirits lifted, and she excitedly shared her delight. Compared to the previous day, the hotel's revenue had doubled. Moreover, the rooms were nearly all booked, regardless of size, achieving a 100 occupancy rate. This far surpassed even the most prestigious hotels in first-tier cities. Additionally, on social media platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and Bilibili, Titles related to river clams and pearls dominated the top charts, maintaining high popularity. Even numerous internet celebrities and trending stars were sharing videos of the hotel, ensuring that business would continue to thrive for a long time to come. I've already decided to open chain branches of the Jinhua Grand Hotel soon, seeking the best and fastest construction teams, taking advantage of the pearl auction frenzy to announce it on social media. Therefore, I wanted to consult you about, discuss a matter. Su Qingya's voice suddenly turned tentative at this juncture. Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You want to discuss something with me? What is it? Speak up, he urged. Well, I must mention. Su Qingya hesitated, clearing her throat, which had gone tight with anxiety. Yesterday, I conducted a statistical analysis, and the hotel's daily revenue over the past few days has nearly matched the monthly revenue of a five-star hotel in a first-tier city. Furthermore, as the situation with the river clams and pearls continues to develop, daily earnings will only increase. If this keeps up, in just 2 to 3 months, we could gather enough funds to open a 4-star hotel, and this opportunity is simply too precious. So, I was wondering, could we possibly hold off on distributing dividends at the end of this year and instead reinvest that money into the establishment of a second hotel? However, in the meantime, you might not receive a single penny from the hotel until the end of the year. So, at this point, Su Qingya took a deep breath, seemingly summoning immense courage, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Chu Qiu, this matter is incredibly important to me. I sincerely hope you can agree. After a prolonged silence on the line, Su Qingya, sitting on her bed, felt the anticipation in her enchanting face begin to fade. Just as she was about to lose hope, Chu Qiu's voice unexpectedly rang out. Is that it? Nothing more? Having waited in vain for a response, Chu Qiu found himself at a loss for words. I thought you had something significant to discuss, but it's just this trivial matter? You're a second shareholder of the hotel. Can't you make this decision yourself? Just this? A trivial matter? Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, stunned by the unexpected twist. Opening a chain of hotels, especially a 4-star chain, is considered a trivial matter? What then qualifies as significant? However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Su Qingya quickly realized, did he agree? Chu Qiu agreed. Chu Qiu? You agreed? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. I must treat you to a meal when you return. Once she absorbed the news, Su Qingya was overwhelmed by a wave of sheer joy, bouncing on her bed with unrestrained delight. Her flowing silk nightgown flared around her like a playful rabbit, creating a captivating sight. Thankfully, this scene went unnoticed by Chu Qiu. Otherwise, he would have surely been left awestruck. Chapter 33. Meeting the parents, such a trivial matter. How could I possibly disagree? Besides, not seizing such a wonderful opportunity would be a waste. Wouldn't it? I'm not foolish. Chu Qiu could sense Su Qingya's elation through the phone, and he shared in her happiness. This situation was inherently mutually beneficial, a cooperative win-win. Moreover, with Su Qingya's character, using his dividends to establish the hotel would also mean he would retain a portion of the investment. With only 4 or 5 months until the end of the year, could he truly be worried about not having money to spend? What a joke. They must proceed. Not only must they proceed, but they must also aim for a grand hotel. He wouldn't settle for anything less than a 5-star establishment. Chu Qiu smiled and declared, just estimate based on 5-star standards. If there's a shortfall, I'll figure it out. In short, if funds are lacking, I'll take care of it. The hotel must meet 5-star standards. If necessary, I can even invest next year's dividends. Having attended university, Chu Qiu's vision and strategy were sound. In the past, he had simply lacked the capital to indulge. But now, armed with the internal elixir of the dragon, his underwater capabilities were his greatest asset. Behind him lay countless rivers, lakes, and oceanic resources awaiting development. How could he possibly fear the establishment of a mere chain of hotels? Chu Qiu, are you serious? You truly intend to invest next year's dividends as well? Are you really willing to do that? Su Qingya was rendered speechless by the magnitude of this unexpected surprise. Chu Qiu pondered whether she could manage the situation, uncertain as she was. However, the hotel dividends were undeniably tangible. With this financial boost, coupled with the current favorable circumstances surrounding the Jinhua Grand Hotel, which was thriving with daily substantial earnings, investing in the construction of a 5-star hotel was undoubtedly feasible. How could one possibly hesitate? Personally, I do not cherish power or land but rather the allure of beauty. Chu Qiu jested. So, Su de Run, have my words touched your heart? Touched, indeed. I am profoundly moved. Is that sufficient? Such sweet talk. Su Qinglei, holding her phone, felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, yet her face radiated an undeniable joy. She remained blissfully unaware that her tone was increasingly resembling flirtation. Over the years, the only one who had spoken to her in such an intimate manner was her dear friend, Yunshang. In that case, may I make a modest request of the illustrious Su Run? Seizing the moment of Su Qinglei's elation, Chu Qiu seized the opportunity. Su Qinglei, particularly cheerful today, playfully responded. Go on, as long as it isn't excessive, I shall grant it. Not excessive, not at all. Chu Qiu hastened to clarify. All I ask is that you pretend to be my girlfriend on a video call in front of my mother. It's quite simple. I had a feeling it would be something like this. Su Qinglei replied, utterly bemused, however, considering how gracious you were earlier. I shall indulge you this once. But let it be known, it is a one-time affair. Besides, it isn't right to deceive Auntie all the time. Oh, come now. What if, in the course of this deception, it inadvertently becomes true? Chu Qiu, elated by her prompt acquiescence, inadvertently revealed her underlying thoughts. Su Qinglei's cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly changed the subject. What nonsense are you spouting? I must rise and attend to work. By the way, considering the current situation at the hotel, the supplies you left behind may not last for long. You must return promptly. Especially the wild hairy crabs. They are the hotel's signature dish, and we cannot afford to run out. Goodness. I almost forgot about the crabs until you mentioned them. Upon hearing Su Qinglei's words, Chu Qiu suddenly recalled that there were over 1,000 crabs in the pond behind his house that had yet to be fed. Although he had transformed the pond's water into spiritual liquid, they still needed sustenance. Thus, Chu Qiu promptly said, Su Run, I have a favor to ask of you. There is a pond behind my house where I am raising over 1,000 smaller wild crabs. Could you please bring some scraps of chicken, duck, and fish from the hotel kitchen to feed them? Additionally, the crabs are crucial for an experiment of mine, so please ensure they are well taken care of. You may even catch a few to taste. Their flavor and nutritional value far exceed anything available in the market. Oh? You are remarkably confident. Do you possess some secret to raising them? Su Qinglei's curiosity was piqued, and she sought to inquire further. Chu Qiu, however, simply smiled and said it was a secret before hanging up. How mysterious. I must see what makes it unique. Initially, Su Qinglei intended to have someone from the hotel feed the crabs, but seeing Chu Qiu's enigmatic demeanor, she resolved to personally visit Chujia village to uncover his secret. Meanwhile, Chu Qiu had started his car, swiftly heading towards the economic development zone of Modu. 2 hours later, he arrived at the Jinhui community in the development zone, where his parents resided. It was a Sunday, and both his parents were home, likely at the market buying groceries. Thus, Chu Qiu drove straight to the market. Sure enough, upon arriving, he spotted his parents emerging from the market's entrance. His mother, Wu Xiujun, donned a simple home attire, carrying a basket filled with his favorite vegetables. His father, dressed in a tank top and shorts, was holding a few pounds of pork, grumbling about something. Observing the scene, Chu Qiu quietly followed behind them in his car, rolling down the window to eavesdrop. Chapter 34. This car is a gift for you. Just then, Chu Qiu's mother was muttering, I couldn't get in touch with him all night yesterday. Who knows what trouble that rascal is getting into? At his age, he still doesn't give us peace of mind. And to think he has a girlfriend and dares to keep it from me. He says I'm too strict, but listen to the nonsense your good son spouts. Does it even make sense? Let me tell you, when he comes over today, you must not give him a pleasant face. I will have a stern talk with him. Old Chu, are you listening to me? Seeing her husband lost in thought, Wu Xiujun shot him a dissatisfied glare. Chu Jiang, he suddenly snapped back to reality, raising his head. I understand. I understand. You can rest assured I won't give him an ounce of kindness. I will reprimand him thoroughly. Honestly, how can he speak to his mother like that? No upbringing. After saying this, he lowered his head and pulled out his phone. Opening an app, Wu Xiujun, upon noticing, glared again. Chu Jianghe, I warn you. We agreed to work on our son's mindset together today. You are not allowed to take any driving jobs. But our son hasn't even arrived yet. Moreover, it's Sunday, and there are plenty of ride requests online. If I pick up a few, I might save enough for this month's rent. Chu Qiu's father usually worked as a security guard in a high-end community and took on driving jobs during his off hours. Though he earned a decent sum by the end of the month, today was clearly not the day for it due to his wife's firm stance. Today, our son's matters take precedence. You cannot go anywhere. Fine, fine. If you insist, I won't go. Chu Jiang, he reluctantly shook his head, putting his phone away. At this point, Chu Qiu felt utterly speechless. His father was clearly under his mother's thumb, and it seemed he would never escape her grasp. He silently mourned for old Chu for a minute before honking the horn. Beep. The long honk made his parents instinctively pull over to the side of the road. However, wanting to surprise them, Chu Chiu trailed behind, honking again. This time, his mother was irritated. Turning with her basket, she exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? With such a wide road, why do you keep tailing us? Are you a lunatic? Honestly, is it so impressive just because you bought a new car? Can't you even drive properly?" The car was adorned with a red ribbon, indicating it was newly purchased, prompting Wu Xiaojun to speak rather brusquely. This was a two-tone red Hongqi H9, a high-end model costing several hundred thousand. Chu Jianghe, trailing behind, muttered enviously, "So what if it costs a fortune? It doesn't block his path. Money isn't everything." His mother's words remained sharp. Seeing this, Chu Chiu chuckled, pressed the accelerator, and drove alongside them. Tilting his head, he called out through the window, "Mom, take a closer look at who I am." Humph. Clearly, there's something wrong with you. Calling everyone Mom, Wu Xiaojun turned her head away, refusing to glance at Chu Chiu. Oh. Chu Chiu was taken aback. How could his own mother not recognize his voice? "Dad, what's wrong with Mom? I just returned a few days ago. And now she's lost her hearing." He glanced at his father, Chu Jianghe. You, Chu. His father, upon recognizing his son in the car, looked as though he had seen a ghost, stammering and unable to articulate a coherent sentence. He pointed at the car, his face reddening, finally managing to utter, "Say Chu Chiu?" Chu Jianghe was incredulous. "When did you arrive? And whose car is this? How did you end up inside? What? Is it really my son?" "Chu Chiu? What is happening?" At this moment, his mother was equally astonished, her expression one of disbelief. "So, are you surprised? Unexpected?" Chu Chiu grinned, parked the car, and stepped out. "You rascal. Without a word, you disappear, and now you show up unannounced. What on earth is going on? And whose car are you driving? You dare take someone else's new car? What if you damage it? Can you afford to pay for it?" After seeing Chu Chiu, Wu Xiaojun finally regained her composure, her face lighting up with joy, though she quickly reverted to a scolding tone. "Hurry and return the car to its owner. I will have your father pick you up later." "Yes, Chu Chiu, this two-tone red Hongqi H9 is top tier, costing around 400 to 500,000. Quickly return it before you scratch it," his father added cautiously. Chu Chiu had initially intended to tease his parents further, but seeing them so anxious and fearful of damaging the car, he felt a pang of sadness. Observing their aging faces, he decided it was time to reveal the truth. "Mom, Dad, I will no longer keep it from you. This car isn't borrowed. I bought it with my own money for both of you to use." "You child, what nonsense are you talking?" Wu Xiaojun glared. "This car costs tens of thousands. Where would you get the money to buy it? Hurry and return it." "Exactly. How old are you? Don't joke about such things," Chu Jianghe, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, quickly, "Let us hand this over to someone else. This is a luxury car, and even a mere brush against it equates to a fortune." However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Chiu opened the car door and produced two documents, placing them directly into his father's hands. "What? A motor vehicle registration certificate? A driving permit?" Chu Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. Staring blankly at the two documents, he glanced at Chu Chiu, then at his wife, instinctively flipping through the pages, in an instant. His gaze fixated on the section for the vehicle owner, beneath a conspicuously bold embossed seal. Three characters stood out clearly. Chu Jianghe. "This, my name? How is this possible?" Upon seeing his name, Chu Jianghe's eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed them vigorously. "Chu Chiu, did you truly purchase this car? But where did you acquire such a significant sum?" His voice trembled with incredulity. "Why heavens, is this a dream?" Wu Xiaojun was equally dazed, her mind swirling in confusion. "Father, mother, this is all in black and white, stamped by the Traffic Management Bureau. It cannot be falsified. Let us get in the car first, and I will explain everything on the way home." Observing their stunned expressions, Chu Chiu felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him as he cheerfully ushered them into the vehicle. Once inside, the luxurious ambience and the spacious, exquisite four-seater left Chu Jianghe, who was quite familiar with the car, utterly astonished. "Is this the flagship four-seater version of the Hongqi H9? My heavens, this is the top-tier model of the Hongqi H9. On the open road, it's worth at least 650,000. Chu Chiu, you?" Chu Jianghe was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to find the right words. Moreover, the possession of the green registration document clearly indicated that the car had been purchased outright. But where could his son have obtained such a sum? Wait, the motor vehicle registration certificate requires the original ID. How did you manage the registration without me present? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Chu Jianghe's brow. Could it be that all of this was a fabrication? That would be illegal. Father, think carefully. Have you ever lost your ID? Chucho chuckled. When I returned home this time to tidy up, I found your lost ID beneath the bed. I brought it back for you, so rest assured, this car is indeed mine. It's all documented. If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank transfer records when we get home. So, everything is real. This isn't a dream. Chu Jianghe was still somewhat hesitant to believe it. Indeed, everything is true, Chucho replied with a bemused expression. But where did you acquire such a sum? An outright purchase, over 60,000. Chu Jianghe inhaled deeply. Chapter 35. I revealed the truth, the shock for my parents over 60,000. Is that a lot? Certainly. Before obtaining the dragon's inner pill, let alone 60,000. Even 6,000 would have taken several years of diligent saving for Chu Qiu. However, now, not only 60,000, but even 600,000 would merely be a matter of time. Just a few hours prior, he had sold 2 lobsters for a staggering 66,000. This was under the constraint of time and with others present, showcasing a restrained performance. Furthermore, as a major shareholder of his hotel, the daily revenue dividends were likely worth more than 60,000. After 20 years of hard work raising him, it was time for his parents to enjoy some comfort. Seeing his father's childlike excitement as he touched the car only solidified Chu Qiu's resolve to reveal the truth to his parents. Father, mother, you must be puzzled about where I obtained such a sum and are concerned about the legitimacy of my funds, correct? Chu Qiu said with a confident smile as he presented the share transfer agreement signed with Su Qingya before his parents. He then retrieved his banking information, displaying recent transactions and account balances. This is the source of my wealth. Please take a look. What is this? A share transfer agreement? Chu Jianghe took the document with a skeptical expression, while Wu Xiujuan examined the phone. The next moment, however, as Chu Jianghe comprehended the contents of the share agreement, he was utterly stunned. What? A 51 share transfer of the 5-star Jinghua Hotel? The shareholder is you. Chu Qiu? How is this possible? Chu Jianghe's face was a mix of disbelief, nearly bursting with astonishment. This information was utterly shocking to him. A 51 stake in a 5-star hotel? That categorically made him a major businessman. How could this possibly be his son? His first reaction was that it was impossible. The second was that the agreement must be a forgery. Surely, he knew his son's capabilities. Simultaneously, Wu Xiujuan's eyes widened as she stared at the balance on her phone screen. Unable to believe her eyes, my heavens, this 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 7 figures? Let me think, 7 figures, 10,000, 100,000, million, a million. Wu Xiujuan gasped sharply, her hand trembling as she held the phone. This was the most money she had ever seen in her life. Son, your bank account balance exceeds 1 million. Is this real? Wu Xiujuan was genuinely incredulous. How could her son suddenly possess such wealth? Especially as she scrolled through the transactions, each amount was in the hundreds of thousands. Just last night and this morning, his expenditures and income exceeded 100,000. My goodness, this is simply unfathomable. When did my son become so affluent? Wait, that's not right. She suddenly recalled something. Didn't I just hear that you own 51 of a 5-star hotel? Chu Qiu, my son? In an instant, Wu Xiujuan felt a jolt of realization, snatching the share transfer agreement from Chu Jianghe's hands. Her gaze swiftly scanned the document, immediately locating the critical information. Hotel details, legal seal, and her son's signature. The next moment, she could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, my heavens, a 51 share transfer contract for a 5-star hotel. Son, is this true? You've become a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel? When did this happen? Wu Xiujuan looked at the agreement in hand, then at her impeccably poised son. Her head began to spin with disbelief. Old Chu, quickly, support me. I'm feeling dizzy. Son, you must explain this. Is it true or not? What on earth is happening? Wu Xiujuan was utterly astonished, her eyes fixated on Chu Qiu with intensity. Observing his parents' reactions filled Chu Qiu with immense satisfaction. Father, mother, have you been watching Douyin lately? He inquired meaningfully. What does that have to do with this? Wu Xiujuan replied, exasperated. Noticing his mother's impatience, Chu Qiu decided to drop the pretense and directly told his father, Father, take out your phone and open Douyin. Check the trending list. The trending list? Chu Jianghe, doubtful, pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, revealing several entries about the century-old clam-producing pearls among the top 10 trends. See that? The current trending topics on Douyin and other major online platforms are all about this clam and pearls. Chu Qiu confidently explained, if you delve deeper into the comments and expert analyses, this single clam has been valued at over 8 million online. The pearls it bears are hailed by experts as the true first pearl of the East. Starting bids are set at $10 million. What? A clam worth over $8 million? And the pearls, starting at $10 million. That's over 60 million yuan? Chu Jianghe, who rarely followed such news, was visibly astonished. Wu Shijuan shared his shock. In their understanding, clams were commonplace. Now do you see where my wealth originates? I caught that clam right here in the Wangjiang River by our home. Chu Qiu declared proudly. I exchanged it for a 51 stake in the Jinghua Hotel because it is worth that much. What? You caught that? Another unexpected revelation sent both Wu Shijuan and Chu Jianghe into exclamations of disbelief. You didn't happen to stumble upon it while washing up in the river during your blind date, did you? My heavens, son, what incredible luck you have. Chu Qiu, who had initially felt triumphant, suddenly turned serious at his mother's words. Luck? Is that how you describe your son? I achieved this through skill, not luck. So, everything is indeed true. All of this was obtained legitimately? Chu Jianghe, though still shocked, finally relaxed as the tension eased. Well, as long as everything is above board, I feel reassured. Truly, my son is remarkable. After a considerable time, the couple finally digested all that their son had revealed. While an immense sense of pride filled their hearts, they were also deeply gratified. The family basked in the warmth of this joyous surprise. Oh, I almost forgot something important. Suddenly, this harmonious scene was interrupted. Wu Shijuan suddenly sat up straight, her sharp eyes fixed intently on Chu Qiu, enunciating each word clearly. Son, where is my daughter-in-law? Do not forget. You promised to show her to me via video right in front of my eyes. Chu Qiu nearly choked on his own breath. Seriously, Mom? After dropping such bombshells, you still haven't forgotten about this? And since when did she become my daughter-in-law? Please, don't make this so terrifying. It might scare her away. Chapter 36. On father's pretentiousness, what do you mean by making it so terrifying? What? Now that you've become a major stakeholder in a 5-star hotel, you think you've got the world figured out? Wu Shijuan glared at him. I'm giving you one chance to say that again. Chu Qiu broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, his mother remained as formidable as ever. Mom, you are being too direct. First impressions are crucial. Before he could continue, his mother ruthlessly interrupted him. Enough chatter. Do you really think your mother is that unreliable? Just make the call, son. There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no heirs is the gravest. Chu Jianghe chimed in. At your age, I already had you. You need to understand your mother's earnest intentions. Chu Qiu looked at the two of them, wondering who they were performing for. It was clear that those who are not family do not enter the same door. Fine. I'll make the call. He took out his phone, and under the watchful gaze of his parents, he connected to Su Qingya's WeChat video. Soon, the video call was answered, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face on the screen. Chu Qiu. Su Qingya's expression was slightly puzzled. Chu Qiu quickly gestured, turning the phone to introduce his parents. Look, Qingya, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Su Qingya. Su Qingya immediately caught on, her cheeks flushing slightly. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I am Su Qingya. Indeed, that voice. You were the one who answered the phone last time, right? My goodness, I never imagined you would be this beautiful, Wu Shijuan exclaimed joyfully. My son has truly found a gem of a girlfriend. It's a blessing from our ancestors. Seeing Su Qingya's beauty, Wu Shijuan was instantly elated. She snatched the phone from Chu Qiu and began to inquire warmly. Qingya, how old are you? 24. is splendid. That makes you 3 years older than our Chu Qiu. The woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. By the way, where do you work? And what do you do? Your parents are both alive, right? You should. Chu Qiu made a facepalm gesture. This was not a warm inquiry. It felt more like an interrogation. Thankfully, it was Su Qingya on the other end. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have found it hard to endure. After listening for a while, he simply muted the two. However, Chu Jianghe's gaze darted back and forth, filled with suspicion. Chu Qiu, is this girl really your girlfriend? He scrutinized. The girl's looks and demeanor suggested a wealthy background. How could she possibly be interested in his son? Seeing the expression on his father's face, Chu Qiu understood what he was thinking. He immediately responded with confidence. Dad, what are you thinking? If Qingya weren't my girlfriend, do you think she'd waste her time on me with her credentials? Besides, what status does your son hold now? A major stakeholder in a 5-star hotel, young and already worth over 100 million. Women are nothing but fleeting clouds. With a few words, Chu Qiu dispelled his father's doubts. Half an hour later, his mother finally reluctantly ended the video call. Clearly, after their conversation, she had formed a very favorable impression of Su Qingya, in terms of beauty, poise, and demeanor. Su Qingya was impeccable in every aspect. Wu Shujuan decisively declared, Chu Qiu, I have determined that Qingya shall be my daughter-in-law. If she is not the mother of my grandchild, I will sever all ties with you. Chu Qiu was utterly speechless. Most people forget their mothers once they have wives. Yet here, his mother seemed to forget her son in favor of a daughter-in-law. Who exactly was her biological child? Fuming, Chu Qiu hit the accelerator, smoothly driving into the residential area. Wow, a high-end Hongqi H9. This car must cost 30 to 40,000. Is this the Hongqi H9? It's my first time seeing one. So expensive. I wonder whose family bought it. TCH, in this modest community, most residents are tenants. Who could possibly afford this? It's probably just a landlord returning to collect rent. Indeed, it must be a landlord coming back that a few tenants speculated casually. Just as they finished speaking, the Chu family emerged from the car. The tenants were immediately stupefied. What? ISNT that the Lao Chu family? They exchanged incredulous glances. Didn't they only have a shabby cherry? When did they get a Hongqi H9, and a high-end version at that? This car costs 30 to 40,000. Does the Lao Chu family really have that kind of wealth? Are we seeing things? Let us go over and see what is going on. The group moved closer. Chatting among themselves, Lao Chu, what is going on? Did you get a new car? Wow, you quietly changed to a high-end Hongqi H9, right? I heard it's 34,000. Seeing the situation, Chu Qiu smiled faintly and hurried upstairs. Let Lao Chu take care of the showboating. Who lacks insight now? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is a high-end Hongqi H9. Come, check out the seating. Chu Jianghe opened the car door, boasting as he invited them to experience it. What? This is the four-seater version? The flagship Hongqi H9? The top configuration? One of the onlookers, who had been driving a taxi for 7 or 8 years, was utterly astonished. Clearly, he knew cars well and was an avid fan of the Hongqi H9. Goodness, the top configuration? I've heard this car starts at a minimum of 60,000 on the road. Lao Chu, what is going on? Have you struck it rich? The group, familiar with each other, chatted amiably. Chu Jianghe replied with an air of superiority, struck it rich? Not quite. This is just a vehicle my son bought for me to get around. What? Your son bought this for you? I didn't know he was so wealthy. What is going on? Well, he just opened a restaurant and made a bit of money. It's nothing much. Chu Jianghe feigned modesty. Meanwhile, Chu Qiu, listening from upstairs, nearly burst out laughing at his father's pretentiousness. Indeed, his father's ability to show off was truly extraordinary. Of course, seeing his parents so happy brought joy to Chu Qiu's heart. He couldn't help but marvel at the bliss of wealth at the Jinghua Hotel, in the office. Ever since hanging up the video call, Su Qingya found herself in a daze, frequently lost in thought without any focus. Finally, she pushed open the door, taking Xiao Li and Xiao Hong with her, instructing the hotel driver to take them to Chu's village to feed the crabs. She remembered Chu Qiu's arrangements, which were rather mysterious. It was the perfect opportunity to investigate. Chapter 37. Su Qingya's shock upon arriving at Chu's village. Su Qingya inquired and soon learned of Chu Qiu's uncle's residence, leading her to knock on the door. Uncle Chu, are you home? Coming, a voice responded from within. Huh? You're the girl from the fish market? Upon seeing Su Qingya, Chu Songbai recognized her immediately and greeted her warmly. What brings you here, young lady? Oh, Su Qingya smiled. I'm here because Chu Qiu and I are in a partnership. He mentioned that he had released a batch of crabs in the pond behind the house and asked me to help feed them. I came to get the key from you. What? That little rascal has crabs in the pond behind the house? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? Chu Songbai was taken aback, then recalled something. Exclaiming in frustration, this rascal! That pond has been idle for many years, and it has turned into a stinking mess. How can he expect to raise crabs there? What nonsense! Let us go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Chu Songbai grabbed the keys and headed out. Is this really happening? Su Qingya was also bewildered and quickly gestured for her companions to follow. 2 minutes later, the group arrived at Chu Qiu's home. Chu Songbai led everyone through the front yard and to the pond behind the house. However, when they arrived, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What used to be a pond filled with rust and green stains, emitting a foul odor, had somehow transformed into a crystal-clear oasis. Standing by the pond, one could see their reflection as if looking into a mirror. Moreover, a gentle breeze carried a refreshing and sweet fragrance from the water. This left Chu Songbai completely flabbergasted. He thought to himself, did I come to the wrong place? He looked around, now confused. No, this is definitely my younger brother's home. There's even the vegetable garden he personally cultivated. Wait a minute. When did this vegetable garden become so lush? There isn't a single yellow leaf in sight. Goodness, I haven't even fertilized recently. But even if I did, how could there be not a single yellow leaf? This is bizarre, particularly the cucumbers harvested from the vegetable garden, each one glistening a vibrant green akin to exquisite jade. The tomatoes, too, appeared translucent and radiant, resembling lustrous red agate, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. They seemed almost otherworldly, not of this realm. Could it be that this pond, along with the vegetable patch, was cultivated by that insufferable rascal, Chu Chio? Does he truly possess such skill? Chu Songbai stared wide-eyed. At a loss for words, Uncle Chu, is this what you referred to as foul water? Su Qingya, gazing at the crystal-clear pond, blinked in utter astonishment. If this is foul water, then what could possibly be considered good water? Even the ocean's waters cannot compare, can they? However, judging by the other party's previous reactions, they did not seem to be fabrications. It appeared the issue lay with Chu Qiu.at that moment. Su Qingya felt a sudden surge of anticipation. If the crabs nurtured in such pristine water were indeed as exceptional as Chu Qiu claimed, rivaling those from renowned lakes, then the hotel would boast a star ingredient, with some promotion and packaging. Perhaps even certification from specialized institutions, it would be unparalleled. With these thoughts in mind, Su Qingya disregarded the puzzled Chu Songbai and commanded, Xiao Li, Xiao Hong, prepare to feed the crabs. You two gentlemen, fetch the net from the car and bring me several crabs. After issuing her orders, Su Qingya turned to Chu Songbai, Uncle Chu, let us step aside to the shade of that willow tree and take a moment to cool down. Yes, indeed. Chu Songbai, regaining his composure, followed Su Qingya towards the shade. Halfway there, he suddenly slapped his forehead and rushed into the vegetable garden to pick a few cucumbers and tomatoes. Why, dear girl, as it is your first visit, we, the Chu family, have nothing grand to offer. Please try these freshly picked cucumbers and tomatoes. Chu Songbai caught up with Su Qingya, cheerfully presenting the vegetables. In the words of city folk, these are pure, organic foods, safe and untainted. It's quite hot. They will help you cool down. Thank you, Uncle Chu. But Su Qingya initially intended to decline. Yet upon seeing the jade-like cucumbers, her astonishment grew. Is this truly a cucumber? How can it be so beautifully formed? It resembles an exquisite piece of art. It was simply too stunning, evoking an irresistible desire to taste it. Uncle Chu, I shall have a bite. Hee. Here you go. Chu Songbai, delighted, handed her the cucumber. Su Qingya accepted it, casually wiped it with a wet napkin, and without regard for her ladylike demeanor, took a decisive bite. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. This cucumber is extraordinarily delicious. It felt as if her taste buds had erupted in a symphony. Moreover, a sweet essence lingered between her lips and teeth, leaving her craving more. Particularly after swallowing, it was as though her entire being had been rejuvenated. Refreshing, energizing. The fatigue and languor brought on by the summer heat vanished entirely. Su Qingya even experienced a moment of illusion, as if she had abruptly transitioned from the sweltering summer to a cool spring. She had never imagined that a mere cucumber could be so delectable. One cucumber was nearly consumed before she even realized it, leaving her wanting more. Uncle Chu, this cucumber is simply exquisite. What variety is it? And that tomato, oh my, it resembles red agate, utterly adorable. Just looking at it makes me want to eat it. Uncle Chu, I must have a tomato. Su Qingya, behaving like a child, unabashedly bit into it. This was unimaginable in her past. Even Xiao Li and Xiao Hong found it hard to believe what they were witnessing. Just cucumbers and tomatoes. How could they possess such enchanting allure? So delicious, absolutely delightful. Su Qingya was on the verge of tears, juice dribbling from her mouth. She could hardly comprehend whether it was a tomato or a peach. It was simply too delicious. How could she ever enjoy other foods again? That insufferable Chu Chio must be the mastermind behind this. No wonder he confidently boasted about the crabs. Just from these tomatoes and cucumbers, one could catch a glimpse of his talent. She could only wonder how many secrets this troublesome fellow was hiding. This is simply too divine a bounty, a true treasure of nature. She must interrogate Chu Chio thoroughly. Why had he kept such extraordinary ingredients from her? Thank goodness she came here personally. Otherwise, she might have waited an eternity to savor such top-tier delicacies. When you return, just wait until I hold you accountable. Su Qingya muttered, nearly swallowing her fingers in frustration. After eating to her heart's content, she finally wiped her mouth, reluctant to stop. Uncle Chu, may I take some tomatoes and cucumbers with me? Of course, they're not precious items. Feel free to pick as you like. Chu Songbai generously replied. Xu Qingya beamed. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Xiao Li, Xiao Hong. Hurry over and gather some tomatoes and cucumbers for me. And you too, have you finished preparing the crabs? If so, bring a few up. We are leaving. Understood, boss. The two men returned with several crabs in hand, and Xiao Li and Xiao Hong had gathered their share as well, bidding farewell to Uncle Chu. The group promptly boarded the CAR. Xu Qingya resumed her commanding demeanor. Drive, let's go. A spark of excitement glimmered in her eyes. Tio, the city. What? To the city? Aren't we returning to the hotel? Xiao Hong and Xiao Li were taken aback. We are not returning to the hotel just yet. We are heading to a third-party food testing agency in the city. Xu Qingya's eyes sparkled with determination. I intend to conduct the most thorough analysis of these ingredients. Chapter 38. An explosive response. What? Conduct tests on these ingredients? Xiao Hong and Xiao Li exchanged incredulous glances. Were these not merely cucumbers and tomatoes grown on a farm, along with a common crab? Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths to visit a testing facility in the city? The gas money for this trip, combined with the testing fees, could likely purchase several trucks worth of such ingredients. They were bewildered, questioning whether it was worth it. They exchanged glances with Xu Qingya, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Xu Qingya, naturally, noted their reactions but chose not to comment. An hour later, at a testing facility in the city center. They paid their fees, stood in line, and waited. Finally, the results were in. A director hurriedly emerged from the laboratory, calling out, "Who is Xu Qingya?" "I am." Xu Qingya quickly stood up from the waiting area. "Please come over here." The director waved and turned to walk back into the lab. Upon entering the laboratory, the director eagerly presented several testing reports and began to question them. These crabs, along with the tomatoes and cucumbers. Where did you source them? Do you know what we found in our tests? The director's eyes sparkled with intensity. Starting with these crabs, we randomly sampled a small amount, and astonishingly, we detected dozens of beneficial nutrients for the human body. Dozens. Each one is perfectly balanced, and these are not the common trace elements. Their concentrations are remarkably rich. If my years of experience didn't remind me that this is merely a crab, I would suspect it contained the essence of immortality. In the reports for the tomatoes and cucumbers, there are several sheets of paper, all filled with beneficial components for the body. I even wonder if these tomatoes and cucumbers were fertilized with traditional Chinese medicine. Their effects rival those of cordyceps and ginseng. Where on earth did you obtain these? Are the cultivation conditions extremely stringent? If they could be mass-produced, it would be a boon for humanity. The director became increasingly animated as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Now they finally understood why Xu Qingya was so intent on visiting the city. The director's demeanor, along with the array of testing reports, spoke volumes. It turned out that the ignorant ones were not the boss but themselves. Even after leaving the testing facility, the group remained in a daze, as the results on the reports were simply too astonishing to comprehend. Even Xu Qingya, who had prepared herself psychologically, was filled with profound shock. If the reports were accurate, regularly consuming these ingredients would surpass any health supplements. She could hardly fathom how Chu Chiu had achieved all of this. Let's go. Back to the hotel immediately. Notify the front desk to send over the contact information for our most important clients. I wish to call each of them. At this moment, she had already tasted the tomatoes and cucumbers. In terms of appearance, quality, and flavor, they were flawless. The only remaining task was to sample the crabs. Though she had not yet tasted them, Xu Qingya was brimming with confidence. Soon, the hotel front desk sent over a list containing the most crucial client information for the Jinghua Hotel. This included several major partners from the last banquet hosted by Li Ronghui, as well as local department leaders. Upon receiving the contact details for these clients, Xu Qingya wasted no time, diligently dialing each number in succession. Hello, is this Boss Zhang? Today, our hotel is offering important clients a complimentary tasting of our newly developed dishes, Boss Zhang. Oh? I vividly recall my last dining experience at your hotel. It left a deep impression. This time, such a wonderful free opportunity. I must certainly come to try, Boss Li. A free invitation for us to taste? Indeed, your hotel truly stands out from the rest. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually. Boss Wang, very well, I shall certainly be there. After a phone call, Xu Qingya was beaming with delight. While en route, her thoughts had already soared to Chu Chiu's residence. She also did not forget to instruct 2 staff members to gather some supplies from Chu Chiu's home. An hour later, the group returned to the hotel. Xu Qingya oversaw the entire process, swiftly preparing 3 top-tier ingredients and developing numerous exquisite dishes. Meanwhile, in the opulent Emperor Hall on the highest floor of the Jinghua Grand Hotel, A gathering of bosses and department heads engaged in lively conversation, laughter resonating throughout the room. These individuals were the hotel's most esteemed clientele. Thus, as soon as the dishes were ready, Su Qingya promptly arranged for them to be served. When the first steaming dish was brought in, all present were immediately struck with astonishment. In unison, they all made a gesture, sniffing the air. How delightful! What is this aroma? Indeed, it is simply too fragrant. I can hardly contain my saliva. A leader from a relevant department swallowed hard, his face alight with surprise. The enticing scent had already whetted his appetite, prompting a desire to eat. It is worth noting that he had been mildly anorexic and had not felt such hunger in days. This was the first time in a long while he had experienced such a reaction. Esteemed bosses, the first dish is quite simple. Steamed crab. Su Qingya smiled as she lifted the lid, and immediately, an irresistible aroma wafted forth. And my goodness, how fragrant! Is this truly just steamed crab? It shouldn't be so. What kind of quality is this? Could it be a rare variety? No, this crab appears to be an ordinary hairy crab. Yet how can it possess such a lingering fragrance? All present were affluent magnates, well acquainted with gourmet delicacies. Yet, this seemingly ordinary steamed crab elicited expressions of disbelief and ignited a fervent desire for indulgence, a feeling they had not experienced in many years. The second dish, even simpler, smashed cucumber. Su Qingya smiled silently, continuing to unveil the second dish. Smashed cucumber? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but was soon amazed again upon seeing the ingredients. Wait, Boss Su. Are you sure you haven't misspoken? One magnate pointed at the dish and exclaimed. Are you certain this is cucumber and not jadeite? Indeed, this cucumber hardly resembles one. It looks more like shattered jade. Just look at its moisture, translucence, and color. It appears to be water-grade jadeite. In that moment, it was as if the crowd had discovered a new world, each face adorned with wonder, as the third, fourth, and fifth dishes followed suit. The entire Emperor Hall began to buzz with excitement. My heavens, is that a tomato? It looks like red agate. Where on earth did Boss Su procure these ingredients? They are utterly tantalizing. Indeed, the presentation and aroma are simply divine. And this tomato and egg soup, it is truly hard to believe it can possess such a harmonious blend of color, fragrance, and flavor. The prominent bosses and department heads were all visibly astonished. Every dish presented at the table appeared simple and unpretentious, yet each one exuded an indescribably unique fragrance. They could not wait to feast heartily, eager to indulge as they had not felt this way in a long time. Esteemed bosses, I thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to grace us with your presence. Today, let us thoroughly enjoy this feast of flavors. I, Su Qingya, guarantee by my integrity and the reputation of our hotel that you will not leave disappointed. With a captivating smile, Su Qingya continued, Ladies and gentlemen, please savor. My heavens, we have finally awaited this moment. Indeed, we have been eagerly anticipating this. Yes, simply inhaling the aroma of these dishes makes it worth the visit. What a long-lost passion. What are we waiting for? Let us dig in, but be careful not to bite your tongues. Clatter. The crowd, having reached the peak of anticipation, descended upon the dishes like a pack of unleashed beasts, devouring the culinary delights voraciously. Delicious, simply exquisite. My goodness, is this truly crab? It feels as though I am tasting the fabled flesh of Tang Song. How delightful. It is beyond description, truly beyond description. And this cucumber. My heavens, it is crisp and refreshing, leaving a lingering sweetness, infused with an indescribable essence that is invigorating. I feel as though with each bite, my mind has cleared and my body has become as transparent as a polished mirror. And this crab robon, it is undoubtedly the best I have ever tasted. Agreed. And this tomato and egg soup, it brings back childhood memories, so touching, worth every moment, the pinnacle of flavor in this world. Who just jinxed it? Someone bit their tongue. Ha. An extraordinary feast of flavors unfolded amidst laughter and astonished exclamations, swiftly drawing to a close. Each dignitary was glowing with satisfaction. Esteemed bosses, how do you feel? Su Qingya maintained a composed smile, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, worth every moment. Indeed, after this meal, I feel rejuvenated by several years, reinvigorated with youthful enthusiasm. Boss Su, you truly have a thoughtful touch. The prominent figures in attendance showered her with praise, clearly immensely satisfied. However, we do have one question. Why were such dishes not presented before? Yes, why have we never tasted this before? I wish to know if we can enjoy this regularly in the future. One magnate boldly declared, to be honest, after experiencing your dishes, I fear I may not be able to eat anything else. I just want to ask if we will be able to indulge in this regularly? Yes, we share the same inquiry. The price is not an issue. The main concern is whether we can enjoy this frequently. Regarding this phenomenon, Su Qingya was evidently well prepared, having anticipated their inquiries. Esteemed bosses, before we commence, I would like to present some materials for your perusal. Su Qingya's eyes glimmered with wisdom as she produced the inspection reports for the 3 premier ingredients. To these magnates, this documentation from a testing agency was a powerful statement, far more effective than mere words. What is this? An ingredient inspection report. A report from the city's third-party testing agency. My heavens, this report, this? Suddenly, upon receiving the report, a wave of astonishment washed over the gathered magnates as they looked towards Su Qingya. Su Qingya nodded affirmatively. Indeed, what you just tasted were all ingredients of this caliber. Each one surpasses any high-end health product on the market. The key is the unparalleled flavor, something no health product can replicate or replace. Such top-tier ingredients are currently not available in abundance. Only our hotel's Supreme VIP cardholders may partake. What are we waiting for? Let us get our cards sorted. It has been years since I've dined like this, especially with such top-notch and safe ingredients. Yes, let us get the cards. We earn money to enjoy what ordinary people cannot, right? Indeed, as long as we can indulge in such delectable offerings regularly, cost is no object, especially when it benefits our health. Very well, I knew you esteemed bosses would be agreeable. Let me outline the hotel's offerings. Su Qingya took a deep breath, an overwhelming confidence swelling within her. Currently, our hotel has recently opened, and we offer 3 tiers of VIP cards: the Black Card, Gold Card, and Silver Card. The Black Card is the highest tier, requiring a deposit of 10 million, granting access to the hotel's most exclusive ingredients at any time. The Gold Card is next, requiring a 5 million deposit, allowing members to enjoy top-tier ingredients once a week. The Silver Card requires a 2 million deposit, permitting 1 monthly indulgence. Black Card, we must get the Black Card. There is nothing more to discuss. It's merely 10 million. Indeed, being able to consume such health-benefiting top-tier ingredients daily, what is 10 million? Let it be known that all present are accustomed to spending tens of millions monthly on dining and socializing. The prominent magnate spoke with confidence. After all, dining out is a necessity for them, so why not do so at the Jingwa Grand Hotel? One magnate even proclaimed with a hint of bravado, Boss Su, are there any restrictions on this Supreme Black Card? I wish to procure additional cards for my wife and children. My son has been studying hard for the college entrance examination and requires the healthiest and safest ingredients to nourish his energy. My wife has also been stressed over our son's studies, leading to a decline in her health. I've heard that even ordinary cucumbers can be used for facial masks, so wouldn't your jade-like cucumbers yield even better results? Yes, indeed. Mr. Zhang is quite considerate. Boss Su, I would like 2 cards as well. Certainly, while indulging ourselves, we cannot forget our families. 2 cards, please. Boss Su, please expedite the hotel arrangements for us. I will promptly notify the finance department to initiate the transfer. Just as I finished speaking, several business owners on site immediately began making calls. Hello, Xiaodu, come over from the company right away. Yes, to the Jingwa Grand Hotel, and secure 2 Supreme Black Cards for me. Is that you, Xiao Wang? Please come up. Shortly, you will assist Boss Su in obtaining 2 Supreme Black Cards for me. Secretary Li, please inform the finance department to transfer 20 million to the Jingwa Grand Hotel's account. I require 2 Supreme Black Cards. Boss Su, my people are on their way. I kindly ask for your assistance in making the arrangements. Indeed, Boss Su, I have made my decision. From now on, the only place I will dine at is the Jingwa Grand Hotel. Thank you to all the esteemed bosses for your support. I will see you off. Su Qingya took a deep breath, her heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of joy. Today, she had invited 18 significant clients. Aside from 3 department heads, nearly every owner had reserved 2 Supreme Black Cards. 15 magnates mint 30 Black Cards. Each Black Card was worth 10 million, which totaled a staggering 300 million. 300 million, and it was the kind that would be credited instantly. My goodness, if it weren't for being in the hotel, Su Qingya would have jumped for joy. This was simply too delightful, too smooth. With this influx of funds, she could immediately set about constructing her second 5-star hotel. And this was merely the beginning. Once word spread through these owner circles, there would surely be even more applicants for the cards. Oh my, Su Qinya could hardly fathom it. What she desired most, what she was most eager for, was to share her exhilaration and joy with the person responsible for all of this, Chu Qiu. Meanwhile, the two young women, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong, trailing behind Su Qinya, were utterly speechless, completely astonished. Merely 3 ingredients had exchanged for such immense, stable profit. It had utterly subverted their worldview, and to them, the true architect behind all this was not their stunningly beautiful boss, but rather the individual who stood behind it all, known to very few, a person who had only recently become a major shareholder in the hotel, a person who had transformed the hotel's fortunes within just a few days. And that person was Chu Qiu. Chapter 39. How did I not realize I was so wealthy? Hello, Chu Qiu, there's something I need to tell you. In the hotel office, as the 30 Supreme Black cards were being processed, the 300 million in funds was successfully secured. Su Qinya excitedly called Chu Qiu without delay. 300 million. She recalled the years spent pleading with her family, desperately wanting to start a business but unable to obtain the necessary funds. Ultimately, she had to resort to using her parents' shares to secure the capital for opening the hotel. Her family had sternly warned her that if the business failed, she would have to compensate them with her personal freedom. To put it bluntly, it meant using her body to barter for the family's commercial interests, such as in arranged marriages. But now, thanks to Chu Qiu's presence, everything had changed within less than a month. The hotel's reputation was beginning to spread widely online. It was foreseeable that the business would only improve from here on out. Even now, the hotel was raking in profits daily, coupled with the substantial funds now at her disposal. She could invest in the second 5-star hotel at any moment. Within her family, she finally had some leverage. Thus, she was eager to share this delightful surprise with Chu Qiu. However, when she joyfully managed to connect with him, Chu Qiu replied, "I'm busy right now. I'll call you back later." Then, the line went dead. Huh? Su Qinya's mouth fell slightly open, her expression one of bewilderment. She had not expected Chu Qiu to hang up so abruptly. Busy? Wasn't he supposed to be with his parents? What could possibly be so urgent? Moreover, he couldn't even spare a moment to speak. Su Qinya's expression turned skeptical. Was it possible he had gone off to do something illicit? No, I must investigate further. Uncertain of her own motivations, Su Qinya felt a surge of indignation. Without hesitation, she opened her computer, logged into the hotel's online account, and transferred a sum of money to Chu Qiu. Meanwhile, after toiling for over an hour at his company, Chu Qiu finally completed his resignation procedures and stepped out of the office. As he exited the building, his old phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to check and was instantly taken aback. Your card ending in 7588, industrial and commercial bank income, online transfer, 10 million.00 yuan, balance 10,154,360 yuan. What the heck? What's going on? Did they mistakenly transfer the funds to me? Wait a minute. 7 zeros after the one? Holy smokes, 10 million. Who on earth is crazy enough to do this? Chu Qiu gasped, nearly wide-eyed with shock. Could this be some kind of money laundering scheme online? Ding! Before he could finish his thought, another transfer notification chimed in. Chu Qiu looked down again, and to his astonishment it read, your card ending in 7588, industrial and commercial bank income, online transfer, 10,000,000.00 yuan, balance 20,154,360 yuan, ding. Before he could process that, another notification arrived. Your card ending in 7588, industrial and commercial bank income, online transfer, 10,000,000 yuan, balance 30,154,360 yuan. Pfft. What the heck? Another 10 million. Ding, ding, ding. Following this, as if to validate Chu Qiu's suspicions, message after message chimed in, causing his hand to go numb from the vibrations. Ding. Your card ending in 7588, industrial and commercial bank income, online transfer, 10,000,000.00 yuan, balance 100,154,360 yuan. This was the 10th notification. Chu Qiu swallowed hard, his heart racing wildly. The balance had now reached 100 million. This money was tangible, real RMB. Staring at the long string of numbers, Chu Qiu felt a whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, excitement, and dry throat. Just then, his phone rang loudly, startling him. Upon checking, he saw it was Su Qinya calling. Hello, Qinya, Chu Qiu said, still in disbelief. Did you receive the money? Came Su Qinya's teasing voice from the other end. What? Chu Qiu was momentarily stunned, but then it dawned on him with incredulity. Wait, were those funds you transferred over the internet? Have you lost your mind? Why would you transfer so much money? 100 million. Listening to Chu Chio's incredulous tone, Su Chinya's expression darkened. You're the one who has lost your mind. Who told you to hang up on me? I thought you were up to no good. So I transferred to test you. If you hadn't seen the notifications after so many transfers, it would mean you were definitely doing something wrong. Su Chinya retorted angrily. What? Chu Chio's face fell. You went a little too far, didn't you? Just because I hung up, you went and transferred 100 million. He was utterly speechless at how wealthy people operate. So casually throwing around money. And I was just resigning from my job. What could I possibly be doing that was so shady? Wait a minute. Chinya ugh. I slipped up. I'm not Charlotte. 1 second, and I'm caught. Cough, cough. Chu Chio feigned a cough. Slightly embarrassed, it was all because he had watched Charlotte's web with his mother that he had gotten mixed up in his words. Quickly regaining his composure, Chu Chio pretended as if nothing had happened. And with a hint of suspicion, he asked, Chinya, you just casually transferred 100 million to test me. You can't possibly have developed some ulterior motives or feelings for me, right? Ugh, nonsense, Su Chinya exclaimed. Caught off guard, her tone flustered. Who has feelings for you, you narcissist? I only did it for the sake of the hotel. I was worried if you were up to something untoward, it would ruin the reputation we've worked so hard to build. Really? Chu Chio asked, a slight disappointment creeping in. Can we not discuss this topic? Su Chinya rolled her eyes. What do you think about all day? I'm thinking about you. Chu Chio immediately replied seriously. You? Su Chinya's face flushed. The conversation had reached an impasse. How shameless. He was becoming increasingly glib. Aren't you curious where I got so much money to transfer to you? Su Chinya asked, bewildered. Now that you mention it, I hadn't really thought about it. It seems the hotel just became popular a few days ago. Even if profits are substantial, it wouldn't be possible to gather 100 million in just a few days. So where did this money come from? With Su Chinya's prompt, Chu Chio also grew curious. Naturally, it came from you. Otherwise, why would I transfer money to you? Su Chinya replied irately. What? Money that came from me? Chu Chio exclaimed, utterly bewildered. How was I unaware that I was so wealthy? Chapter 40. Preparing to set sail for a big venture. What's wrong with your brain? Don't you know what you possess? Listening to the bewildered voice of Chu Chio, Su Chinya couldn't help but cover her forehead and exclaimed. Are you talking about crabs? Chu Chio was taken aback and replied, that's impossible. Although I am confident that the quality of these crabs far exceeds that of those from renowned lakes, I only have a little over 1,000 in total. Moreover, they are quite small. Even if I sold them all at 10,000 each, that would only amount to a little over 10 million. Su Chinya was truly at a loss for words. Who told you I sold all the crabs? I merely developed some new dishes using them, invited clients to taste, and then launched the hotel's membership program. They praised the dishes highly, so they all scrambled to acquire the hotel's Supreme Black Card. Each Supreme Black Card requires a top-up of 10 million, and I issued 30 cards in total. Just as Chu Chio took a sip of mineral water, he couldn't help but spit it out. What did you say? Each Supreme Black Card requires a top-up of 10 million. You issued 30 cards. That amounts to 300 million. Chu Chio gasped sharply, almost choking. It's just a few new dishes made from crabs. How did that make a bunch of big bosses rush to top up? He couldn't help but mutter, are these people foolish? You are the foolish one. Su Chinya retorted. Dio, you know the high nutritional value of the crabs you raised? You probably wouldn't believe it if I told you. I had a specialized institution conduct tests, and they found that your crabs contain dozens of beneficial nutrients that are easily absorbed by the human body. Regular consumption can rapidly improve sub-health and strengthen the body. It's more effective than any supplements or health products. In the eyes of the wealthy, money is easily obtained. But health is something that cannot be bought. No matter how much money one has. Su Chinya continued, furthermore, do you know how much these big bosses spend monthly on fixed wine gatherings? Chu Chio hesitantly asked, how much? 1 to 2 million, Su Chinya asserted. Even without our hotel and without the so-called crabs, they would still need to spend that much every month. Now, do you still think they are foolish? Su Chinya challenged again. 1 to 2 million. MMP? Chu Chio felt sour. The world of the rich was indeed beyond the imagination of someone who had just come into money a few days ago. In the eyes of those big bosses. He, a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel, likely held no significance. It was only in a small county like Huching that he had a slight presence. Clearly, he needed to work harder for his parents, for himself, and for the woman he admired. I will ensure that the Junhua Hotel expands into all first-tier cities. A thunderous shout echoed within Chu Chio's heart, with the inner essence of a dragon. Everything was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Su Qingya spoke about the situation of the vegetable fields, leaving Chu Qiu astonished. He had not expected that a chance encounter could yield such fruitful results. This also provided him with considerable inspiration in other areas. Since the refined spiritual water was so remarkable, he needed to contemplate how to develop the surrounding resources. For instance, making it into mineral water, crafting herbal tea, brewing wine, even developing beauty water, toner, and so forth. With the efficacy of the spiritual water, the results would undoubtedly stand out, and it could easily adopt a high-end route. After all, refining the spiritual water incurred no costs for him and could even expand his control over water. This way, both goals could be achieved, and it would be a win-win situation. Of course, these were merely ideas for now, and specific planning would take time. By the way, Chu Qiu, I forgot to mention, Su Qingya added. I have guaranteed the rights of the supreme black card holders. They must be able to enjoy the hotel's top-tier ingredients at any time. Therefore, you must increase both the scale and intensity of the farming. Otherwise, if we fail to meet their demands, it would tarnish the hotel's reputation. Su Qingya expressed her concerns. Currently, there aren't many high-end members at the hotel. A little over 1,000 crabs are sufficient for now. However, the quantity of vegetables you are growing is far too limited. If there are large conferences, it might be insufficient after just a few instances. You need to start preparing immediately. All right, I understand. I'll handle it in the next couple of days. So don't worry, Chu Qiu nodded and then hung up the phone. Plans never seemed to keep up with changes. It appeared he needed to return early. After all, everything now revolved around the hotel. The hotel was the priority, however. He couldn't go back empty-handed. Since he was in the magical city, he couldn't let such a great opportunity go to waste. With the sea's abundance of resources, it would be a shame not to capitalize on it before leaving. Chu Qiu immediately decided to set off for Wangjing village that afternoon to scour the sea. He dug out Lao Zhang's number and called him directly. Hello, is this Lao Zhang? Once the call connected, Chu Qiu got straight to the point. I'm heading to Wangjing village this afternoon to go fishing. Are you available? What? The boss is coming to our Wangjing village today to go out to sea. Ha ha ha, that's fantastic. The three of us were just hoping you'd come again. Fishing with you is always the most exciting experience. After all, your luck is incredible. Just as they finished speaking, your call came in. We are all thrilled. You three are together. Chu Qiu was slightly surprised, chuckling. That's perfect. It saves me from notifying each of you individually. This time, we're going to do something big. Rent a large fishing boat that can carry at least dozens of tons of catch. I plan to fish from this afternoon until tomorrow morning, until the hold is full. What? Boss, you want to do something big? That's great. We'll take care of it. The excitement in Lao Zhang's voice was palpable. After all, fishing with Chu Qiu, who seemed to possess divine luck, was always a thrilling experience. All right, I'll leave the boat rental to you. I trust you. Just let me pay when I arrive, Chu Qiu said with satisfaction. You can also invite some trustworthy relatives and friends to help. From this afternoon until tomorrow morning, I'll pay each of them 500, about 10 people. No gender restrictions. As for you three, each of you will get 1,000, and the captain will receive 1,200. What do you think? What? Boss, you're offering too much. Yes, boss, we don't need that much. Just letting us find people is already very considerate. We can't take advantage of you like that. Old Wang and Lao Zhang echoed in unison, clearly on speakerphone. Enough. This is settled. Working under me, I assure you, you won't lose out. Chu Qiu asserted firmly. That's the way it is. Hurry up and start contacting people and renting the boat. I'll be there in about 2 hours. Okay. We'll follow the boss's orders. The three of them were elated. They never expected to feel valued in this manner, igniting a passionate desire to follow Chu Qiu to the ends of the earth. 2 hours later, Chu Qiu arrived at Wangjing village and found Lao Zhang and the others. The boat had already been rented, costing 10,000 a day. Chu Qiu glanced at the fishing vessel. It was indeed large and impressive, a boat capable of carrying dozens of tons, a perfect vessel for him to haul in a hefty catch from the sea. After paying the rental fee, he was led aboard by the three of them, where he saw around 10 workers on the boat. These workers had darker skin and appeared energetic, clearly accustomed to going out to sea. Boss, hello. Boss, hello. You're so young. The group of workers greeted Chu Qiu warmly upon seeing him. Chu Qiu nodded, saying, everyone is a familiar face brought by Lao Zhang, so I won't say much. After that, he turned directly to the captain. Masterly, let's set sail. We depart immediately. All right, Captain Li excitedly shouted, quickly making his way to the helm to start the boat. The workers were also pleased. This boss was clearly different, decisive, and straightforward. And they were eager to work hard for someone like him. With a roar, the large vessel slowly set sail, and a gust of salty sea breeze hit Chu Qiu's face. Standing on the deck, He gazed out at the ocean. Under his watchful gaze, everything beneath the sea within hundreds of meters was laid bare. The near shore was as barren as usual, with scarce resources. Occasionally, small schools of fish and shrimp appeared. But Chu Chiu couldn't be bothered to cast his line. After all, with a fortune of 100 million in hand, he had long since lost interest in ordinary catches. Of course, this 100 million was merely a temporary sum, as it would ultimately be invested in the second hotel. Thus, after more than an hour of sailing, Chu Chiu finally spotted some catch that was barely worth his attention, a school of fish resembling swallows, numbering around 500 to 600, their bodies shimmering silver. This type of fish was commonly found in large supermarkets as frozen seafood, known as silver pomfret. Typically, the price hovers around several dozen yuan per gene. However, those who are well-informed understand that this price pertains solely to nearshore farming and, moreover, to frozen specimens. In contrast, for wild and fresh silver pomfret, any specimen weighing a gene or more commands a minimum price of 200 yuan apiece. Presently, among this group of silver pomfret, more than half have reached a weight of 1 gene, with a third even exceeding 2 genes. A rough estimation suggests their value is not less than 120,000. Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, it's time to get to work. Chu Chiu clapped his hands, feeling that over 100,000 yuan was no small sum in the past. He would not have earned such an amount even if he refrained from eating or drinking for an entire year. Is it finally time to cast the net? Lao Zhang and Lao Wang stood up, exhilarated. After waiting for so long, the opportunity to cast the net had finally arrived. Everyone, extinguish your cigarettes. We are about to get busy. Lao Zhang chuckled at the crowd. The others looked over in slight astonishment, their eyes tinged with skepticism. This is merely the first cast, and we have barely departed from the shallow waters. How can one be so certain of a catch? Who bestowed such confidence? Not even enough time to smoke a single cigarette. What? You don't believe me? Lao Zhang scoffed, addressing the group of simpletons. The boss's skill and luck are beyond your imagination. Indeed, you will be astonished shortly. Lao Wang chimed in, casting a knowing glance at Chu Chiu. Just that one glance assured him that this first cast would undoubtedly yield results. Chu Chiu's expression mirrored the previous outing when he faced doubts. He remained silent yet exuded confidence. The crowd, somewhat convinced yet still doubtful, took a few more puffs before extinguishing their cigarettes. Just then, Chu Chiu shouted, "Lao-Li, at 9 o'clock, prepare to accelerate. 50 meters ahead, shall we begin releasing the dragnet?" "All right, let's go." Lao-Li laughed heartily, and the fishing vessel roared to life, its speed suddenly increasing. As they swiftly covered the 50-meter distance, Chu Chiu called out, "It's time. Release the dragnet." Accelerate, splash. The dragnet was deployed with a single press, forming a massive gourd-shaped net that swept through the water, capturing fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish in its wake. 500 to 600 silver pomfret were caught in one fell swoop. "That's enough." Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, prepared a haul in the net. A glimmer of delight appeared in Chu Chiu's eyes. With the ability to see underwater, fishing had become exceedingly simple. "What? We are pulling in the net already. Shouldn't we drag it a bit longer?" The crew members were taken aback. Were they merely playing? A dragnet, as its name implies, is designed for dragging along the seabed, so the longer the distance, the greater the catch. Yet, Chu Chiu intended to haul it in just after casting. Having barely covered 100 meters, was this not sheer folly? They understood that each deployment of the drag net required considerable manpower and resources. Moreover, the net itself would incur some damage. Such reckless operation could hinder effective fishing later. Lao Zhang, does the boss lack even the most basic understanding of drag netting? Surely, you two seasoned hands are aware. We are taking the boss's money, and we ought to act with integrity. The crew members furrowed their brows in concern. It was evident that their character was commendable, a fact that pleased Chu Chiu. He clapped his hands and smiled, urging everyone to remain calm, as this was merely the first cast, and it was no harm to experiment. However, scarcely had the words left his mouth when Lao-Li's excited shout erupted from the cockpit. "Holy cow, the weight gauge on the dragnet is rapidly increasing. Just moments ago, it was fluctuating around several dozen kilograms. Yet now, as we pull in the net, it is surging by the hundreds, 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms. My goodness. It's already reached 400 kilograms and continues to climb. Moreover, the fluctuating weight indicates a massive school of fish is struggling within the net." "What? Lao-Li, are you certain?" one of the crew members asked in astonishment. "Of course. I've been keeping my eyes glued to the weight gauge. Moreover, the weight of the drag net has already reached 500 kilograms. This is a bonanza. The first cast yielding 500 kilograms of catch can undoubtedly be deemed a triumph. Indeed, the boss's luck remains astonishingly fortuitous. Ha ha ha! Laughter echoed from the cockpit, and both Lao Zhang and Lao Wang visibly relaxed, their eyes filled with admiration. The newly arrived crew members exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at the fact that this was merely the first cast. One so casual it could be likened to tossing a net without dragging it at all, and it had yielded over 500 kilograms. Chapter 42. Over 600 kilograms of silver pomfret. A group of new crew members stood in stunned silence, glancing at one another. The dragnet had barely been deployed, scarcely submerged, and now it was being pulled in, and it had captured over 500 kilograms of fish. When did fishing at sea become this simple? Could it be that the dragnet had snagged a coral reef? Was the resistance in the water too great? Perhaps it had caught a bed of seagrass, which would explain the increase in weight? Such possibilities were proposed, leading to nods of agreement among the crew. It was indeed a familiar occurrence during previous outings. Clearly, no one believed that a casual cast without any meaningful dragging could yield such a substantial catch. Unless, of course, a school of foolish fish had chosen to swim into the net. But was that truly possible? My goodness, it's reached 600 kilograms. No, 700. The weight is nearing 700 kilograms. Moreover, the fluctuations are increasing, indicating a sizable school of fish. Lao Li's excited voice continued to resonate. Lao Zhang could not contain himself, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, "Goodness, Lao Li's enthusiasm is infectious. It's making me excited too. Indeed. I just hope the dragnet is filled with valuable fish. We mustn't have caught a load of worthless bycatch." Lao Wang nervously swallowed, then urged the new crew members, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and prepare. The dragnet is about to come up." Oh, all right. Although the crew remained skeptical, they nonetheless rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Splash! In the next moment, the dragnet emerged from the water, accompanied by a cascade of splashing waves, revealing a massive shimmering net filled with silver pomfret. Within the net, the silvery, swallow-tailed fish intertwined like strands of ribbon, glistening under the sun. My goodness, is this silver pomfret? A net brimming with silver pomfret? No way, am I seeing things? When the dragnet was hoisted, the newly arrived crew members were left speechless. They could not have anticipated that such a casual cast would yield such an explosive result. Good heavens, it's true. The first cast has indeed been a bonanza, and it comprises the expensive silver pomfret. Could it be that the boss truly relies solely on luck? If so, that luck is undeniably extraordinary. The crew members gazed at Chu Chio in disbelief. A bunch of fools, are you stunned now? I told you the boss's luck is extraordinary, yet you still doubt it. Are you convinced now? Over 600 kilograms. Let me have you experience the fatigue of hauling. Lao Zhang reveled in the astonished expressions of the crew, feeling immensely satisfied. Chu Chio smiled. This fellow was putting on quite the show. However, when the weight was revealed, Chu Chio was genuinely surprised. He had not expected the quality of the silver pomfret to be so impressive. Reaching over 600 kilograms, their value was indeed substantial. Splash! When the net overflowing with silver pomfret was dumped onto the deck, it formed a small mountain in an instant. The silver pomfret writhed and struggled, causing a cacophony of sounds on the boat. Go be frank, has anyone entertained any improper thoughts? The atmosphere is electric. Hurry, everyone, get to work swiftly. We mustn't let this group of fellows languish. What a loss that would be. Indeed, this batch of pomfret is of excellent quality, and they are quite sizable. Everyone, hasten to select your catch. A throng of excited individuals rushed forward, their movements remarkably adept. They are all seasoned hands accustomed to the sea, displaying extraordinary agility. In just a short while, each person had filled a large basket. Their precision is commendable. Often, they can gauge the weight of a fish just by lifting it slightly, sorting it with utmost care. Old Zhang, quickly grab the hose and splash some water. We mustn't let them be out of the water for too long. Xiaozheng, you two are strong. Swiftly place the sorted fish into the water tank to keep them alive. Captain Lao Li was on board, animatedly directing the operations, as the scene bustled with activity. At that moment, Old Zhang suddenly shouted, "Wow, everyone, look! This pomfret weighs nearly 3 pounds. Could it be the king of this group?" "What? A 3-pound pomfret?" Everyone turned their gaze in unison. There stood Old Zhang, holding a pomfret the size of a wash basin, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, it truly is remarkable. This is undoubtedly a rare find. And its price will surely double. A 3-pound pomfret king. at least 400 yuan per pound. This single fish is certainly worth no less than 1,200. The pomfret king? Chu Chio's eyes sparkled with interest. His mother is a devoted fan of pomfret. This fish is rich in high protein, not only delectable in taste but also nutritionally beneficial, invigorating the blood, strengthening bones, and improving physical weakness. Indeed, a favorite of his mother. Every time they visited the supermarket, they would invariably buy one to steam. However, in the past 2 years, in order to save money for his marriage, they had indulged in it far less frequently. A 3-pound king of pomfret, one can only imagine that in his mother's lifetime, she may have never even seen such a specimen, especially one so lively. Chu Chio was reminded of certain scenarios and couldn't help but smile with delight. A pomfret king of such size is exceedingly rare. Even the affluent might not have the opportunity to savor it. Moreover, this one is still alive. Surely, bringing it home would bring his mother immense joy. Chapter 43. A single exclamation is insufficient to express it. A mere 3-pound pomfret king. If it brings a smile to my mother, it is worth it. With that thought, Chu Chio approached and said, Old Zhang, let's set this pomfret king aside. I intend to take it home for my mother to taste tomorrow. Huh? Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Such a precious fish, and you intend to take it home to eat? That seems rather wasteful, don't you think? Moreover, this is the king of fish, a significant selling point. The wealthy would be eager to bid for it. Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? Captain Lao Li interjected with a serious expression. It's just a fish. How can it compare to the value of a son's filial piety? Besides, given the boss's status, does he really lack the money for this pomfret king? Are you out of your mind? Old Wang chimed in, laughingly mocking him. How awkward! Old Zhang smiled sheepishly. Amidst a chorus of laughter, he retreated in embarrassment, placing the pomfret king into a separate tank. All right, everyone, let's expedite the sorting process. Once we're done, we'll cast the next net. Chu Chio clapped his hands, instantly reigniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. The first net was casually cast, resulting in a bountiful catch worth over 200,000. Would the second net continue the good fortune of the first? This thought filled the newly arrived workers with anticipation for the second net. With such eagerness, the group worked with enhanced efficiency, quickly organizing the haul. During this time, Chu Chio also refined the water in the tank. This ensured not only the vitality of the pomfret king but also improved its nutritional value, benefiting his mother's health. Subsequently, the fishing vessel set off again. With the success of the first net, the newly arrived workers were filled with high hopes for Chu Qiu Dai. In response, he simply smiled faintly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the sea, leaving the others with an air of reverence. Of course, this was not an act of pretension on Chu Chio's part. Rather, he was on the lookout for prey. Gradually, the fishing boat sailed farther away, and the ocean's rich resources became increasingly abundant. Unfortunately, lacking sufficient numbers, Chu Chio was disinclined to waste manpower and resources. Boss, not far ahead, there's a small island. Should we take a look around? In the cockpit, Lao Li, noticing Chu Chio's disinterest in casting the net, proposed loudly, a small island. Chu Chio was momentarily taken aback, rising to the higher vantage point, where he indeed spotted a sizable island. Moreover, there appeared to be a patch of greenery atop it. 2 yachts were anchored nearby, suggesting that someone was enjoying leisure on the island. Seeing this, Chu Chio felt intrigued. All right, let us head to the vicinity of the island. Great. Lao Li was delighted that his suggestion was accepted, immediately increasing the throttle towards the island. As they approached, Chu Chio's keen eyes quickly spotted a group of people enjoying themselves on the island, seemingly even live streaming. However, that was not his concern. His focus was on whether the island harbored anything he was eager to find. For this fishing trip, Chu Chio had done considerable research on the optimal growing conditions for top-tier ingredients. Among these, there was a supreme delicacy known as gooseneck barnacles, which thrived in the crevices of coastal rocks on islands. Gooseneck barnacles are hailed as a culinary treasure from the depths of the sea, with the most ordinary fetching over 9,000 per pound. Those of exceptional quality can even sell for over 10,000 per pound. They are an absolute must-not-miss delicacy. However, just as Chu Chio was about to instruct Lao Li to steer closer for landing on the island, his gaze inadvertently dropped, and he was suddenly taken aback by an astonishing sight. Wow! This Chu Chio gasped, his expression filled with shock. Beneath the waters surrounding the small island lay a stunning spectacle. Rows upon rows of red and blue floral formations, carpeting the seabed in a breathtaking array, their sheer abundance almost defying belief. Those who frequently venture out to sea would surely recognize them. For they are not real flowers but crabs, a swirling mass of red flower crabs and blue flower crabs. The last time Chuchio went out to sea, he caught over 400 flower crabs, which were the red flower crabs, and this time, not only were there red flower crabs, but blue flower crabs as well. The numbers were so vast that Chuchio could hardly quantify them at a glance. If one had to describe it, it could only be summarized in 4 words. Densely packed. However, Chuchio found it perplexing why so many crabs congregated near the island. Was there something here that attracted them? Or was it chosen as a spawning ground? Nevertheless, these were not matters for Chuchio to ponder at the moment. What he needed to consider was whether the drag net could capture them all. Even if it could, whether they could safely be brought aboard. That was his foremost concern. After all, the sheer number of these crabs was staggering. With this thought in mind, Chuchio quickly asked, "Laoli, how's the quality of the dragnet on this boat? Is it sturdy? What's its weight capacity?" "The dragnet quality?" Laoli replied, slightly surprised. "Our fishing vessel is a medium tonnage boat, and the dragnet is extremely reliable. While I haven't tested it, I believe it can handle a weight of 1 or 2 tons. 1 or 2 tons? Chuchio's eyes lit up. "That's settled then. Let us circle around the island and drag the net." Chuchio declared with barely contained excitement, "I have a strong feeling that there are surely plenty of big catches around this island." "Drag the net around the island?" This loudly expressed some concern. "What if we encounter hidden reefs or massive rocks? What's there to fear? People have anchored their yachts right next to the island. How could there be any hidden reefs?" Old Zhang chimed in loudly. "Even if there are large rocks, with the boss's luck, he might just avoid them effortlessly." After waiting so long for Chuchio to show interest in casting the net, Old Zhang was not about to consider any potential dangers. Even the newly arrived workers were eager to try their hand at it. "Let us do it." "No worries, worst case, we go a bit slower." Chuchio nodded. "I'll be at the front of the deck. Just pay attention to my hand signals for direction." "All right," Laoli nodded, and since the boss had said so, what was there to hesitate about? To be honest, after waiting so long, Laoli was also eager to see Chuchio finally take the plunge. Prepare to cast the net. Chuchio positioned himself on the deck, signaling to the left. "Commence from the 11 o'clock position on the left front and drag around the island. Begin." With a swift motion of his hand, he released the massive dragnet, which surged forth towards the 11 o'clock direction. Chuchio's gaze remained fixed on the progress of the vessel, ready to adjust course at the first sight of large rocks. Laoli, brimming with blind confidence in Chuchio, executed his commands without hesitation. "Good, yes, just like that. Turn right halfway and accelerate. Quickly, speed up. Well done, beautifully executed. Now maintain a steady drag to the right." In just a few minutes, Laoli was fully concentrated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. When he finally snapped back to reality and glanced at the weight display, he suddenly froze in shock. But then, he gasped sharply. A profound exclamation, distilled from the essence of countless Chinese cultural treasures, escaped his lips in an instant. "Wow! A big haul. There truly is a substantial catch." The weight display was fluctuating rapidly, and the numbers were climbing swiftly. "Wow, wow. 400 kilograms, 500 kilograms, wow. It shot straight to 700 kilograms, wow, wow." Old Lee stared intently at the flickering monitor, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as he exclaimed exuberantly. His emotions surged to a point where mere exclamations could hardly suffice. Chapter 44. The Thrilling Crowd. Old Zhang, impatient by nature, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Old Lee's continuous exclamations from the cockpit. "Old Wang, come on, let us check the cockpit," he urgently beckoned, leading the way to the cockpit. Upon their arrival, the moment they beheld the monitor, they felt an overwhelming urge to dive right into its depths. Especially when they observed the numbers dancing across the screen, their reactions mirrored Old Lee's in a remarkable alignment. They unleashed a torrent of exclamations. "What the hell? 780, 800. This must be the rhythm of a bountiful catch. Old Lee, why aren't you accelerating? Yes, Old Lee, speed up. Let us finish this round quickly and see what treasures we've hauled up." Indeed, the boss's luck is truly remarkable. I can hardly restrain myself from jumping into the sea to witness what extraordinary bounty we have caught. Enough daydreaming. Do you really think the boss, so young and accomplished, would always roam the seas with us rugged men? Alas, we can only hope the boss visits us every now and then. I have no interest in following any other employers. Oh, damn it. We've been so engrossed in conversation. Quick, look at the monitor. 900 kilograms, damn, 900 kilograms. And it's still increasing. Good heavens, am I dreaming? Damn it. Is the boss a sea god? Don't pull me back. I must kneel before the boss on the deck. Chu Chiu was steering the vessel when he suddenly heard the term sea god. His body stiffened, nearly causing him to topple over. Mimpy, a bunch of rugged men. Can't they just surf the internet in peace? Is this how one describes a sea god? Oldly, ignore old Zhang's nonsense. Look at my signals, increase power and make a turn. We should be ready to haul in the nets soon, Chu Chiu said irritably. His voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Damn. Inside the cockpit, Oldly and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The words spoken in the cockpit could be heard by the boss standing so far away on the deck. Braving the sea winds and waves? What extraordinary hearing is this? It's too exaggerated. What are you dawdling for? Quickly, turn right and make a semicircle of 100 meters. Chu Chiu shouted again, seeing their lack of response. Oh, okay. Only then did Oldly snap back to reality, hastily adjusting the direction, but his astonishment only intensified. Could it be that the boss was indeed a sea god? A supernatural being akin to those depicted in foreign blockbusters? A deity of the sea? Otherwise, how could one explain the astonishing feats the boss accomplished at sea? Damn, I can't take it anymore. I must be hallucinating. 1,000 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms. I must be dreaming. Old Zhang's eyes widened as he gazed at the increasing numbers on the monitor, his expression one of utter disbelief. Old Wang, equally astonished, gaped with his mouth agape, drool trickling from the corner of his lips. 1,000 kilograms, 1 ton? Is this real? All right, stop. Oldly, prepare to haul in the nets, Chu Chiu exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The upcoming catch promised to be substantial, though he could not estimate its exact magnitude. In any case, it appeared to be a feast for the senses. Was the net finally being pulled in? Inside the cockpit, Oldly clenched his fist in excitement, his gaze fixed on the weight display. 1166 kilograms, a miraculous catch. After all these years, this was his first time capturing such an astonishing haul. He swiftly maneuvered the fishing vessel to a halt, eagerly preparing to haul in the nets. He was eager to discover what treasures awaited them. Old Zhang and Old Wang had already dashed outside, rushing to the stern to excitedly await the net's ascent. The newly recruited helpers were equally thrilled, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. This time, no one needed to instruct them. They had rolled up their sleeves and pant legs, ready to dive into action. Meanwhile, on the nearby island, a group of tourists found themselves embroiled in an unpleasant situation. Ding Wenjing, a fitness enthusiast and stylish model standing at 1.70 meters, exuded fiery allure. A quintessential seductress with a mature aura. The discord on the island revolved around her. In today's world, it seemed every beautiful woman was a streamer. And Ding Wenjing was no exception. She had amassed a following of 500,000 fans on a popular streaming platform. The reason for her visit was that a top supporter had showered her with gifts worth several thousand, inviting her to join him for a seaside adventure. Her fans were also urging her to create a seaside video. Hence, after much consideration, she decided to come. However, to her dismay, the initial jovial atmosphere on the boat quickly devolved into something more sinister as the group began to engage in inappropriate behavior, encroaching upon her personal space. Just moments ago, while interacting with her fans on the island, a man had brazenly approached her from behind, repulsively sniffing her neck. Ding Wenjing recoiled in disgust, exclaiming, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Making such lewd gestures behind me, be careful or I'll call the police." Call the police, the man scoffed, unconcerned. How many streamers who receive gifts worth thousands are genuinely respectable? You think someone would go out just for that? With a figure like yours, it's clear you didn't achieve it solely from working out. But that's all right. Looking good is enough. 20,000, let us head to the small grove over there on the island. If you please me, I'll frequently invite you out and introduce you to more wealthy patrons. What do you say? Disgusting, Ding Wenjing retorted angrily, quickening her pace. The man's expression darkened. Leaving? In this island? I wonder how far you think you can go. Ding Wenjing remained silent, her face cold as she walked towards the edge of the island. Despite being alone, she felt no fear, as she was live streaming. She had noticed a fishing boat docked at the island's edge and decided to leave for it, curious to observe how others fished, which could later be edited into a video. With that thought, she momentarily set aside her displeasure and grabbed a life raft from the yacht, paddling towards Chu Chiu's fishing boat under the man's brooding gaze. Sorry, my dear followers, for making you worry. I'm leaving the island now. Look ahead, there's a fishing boat. I'm going to see if I can board. Ding Wenjing adjusted her camera to show her viewers. Keep going, Jingjing. Girls who lift aren't to be trifled with. right? Does having money make one special? Do you really believe all streamers are just pretenders? So shallow. They probably don't realize that Jingjing is a rose with thorns. We were among the first to support her, witnessing her journey from lifting weights to achieving her current impressive physique. Truly genuine. Indeed, if Jingjing streamed more often, she'd likely have over 1 million followers by now. A fervent cheer erupted from her female fans in the live chat, while the male fans remained silent, largely due to the righteous indignation of the female viewers. Who would dare speak up? As Ding Wenjing approached the fishing boat, she felt a twinge of surprise. This was preferable. If it were all men, she might feel uncomfortable. Hello, may I ask whose boat this is? Can I board? I encountered some issues on the island and am now alone. She inquired for help. Huh? A girl in a raft is coming. Looks like she is filming a video. Is she a streamer? How bold to drift alone in the sea. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear her say she had some trouble on the island? Hurry and ask the boss if she can come aboard. It's too dangerous for a girl to drift in the sea. A lively discussion erupted among the people on the boat. Just then, ripples appeared on the surface of the sea at the boat's stern, revealing glimpses of the net submerged beneath the water. Old Lee's voice resonated from the cockpit. Everyone, pay attention. The net is about to be brought up. The net is coming up? Young lady, quickly move aside a bit. This is the stern, and the net is about to be hoisted. Please, step back. Otherwise, the net coming up will affect you. Oh, all right. Ding Wenjing noticed the commotion and quickly paddled aside. Turning her camera towards her viewers. Everyone, look, you're in for a treat. We're about to witness them haul in the net. I wonder what treasures they've caught. At this moment, some male fans felt it was their chance to voice their opinions. Commenting, don't celebrate too soon, streamer. I'm from the coastal areas of the Magic City. It's not so easy to come across a good catch while out at sea. The sentiments expressed above are indeed valid. My uncle by marriage was also a fisherman who ventured out to sea, but he ceased his endeavors 2 years ago. On a good day at sea, one could barely manage to cover the costs of sustenance. While on a bad day, even fuel expenses would go unrecouped. I wholeheartedly concur with the previous remarks. There are no faults to be found. Being a fisherman is no simple task. Moreover, trawling near the island is sheer folly. One must be cautious lest one inadvertently haul in a net full of stones. Everyone, be silent. Just moments ago, where were all of you men when the complaints were being aired? Now, you appear with videos to voice your opinions. A female fan retaliated angrily. Just then, the excited voice of old Zhang rang out from the boat. Following that, a tremendous splash resounded as a colossal dark shape breached the surface, sending seawater cascading everywhere. Below, Ding Wenjing had yet to comprehend the situation when the deck erupted in frenzied shouts. What on earth is this? What the hell is this? Crabs, crabs. They're all crabs. And not just any crabs, but the renowned flower crabs. My goodness. Both red flower crabs and orchid crabs are present. Hurry, old Wong, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. I've never dared to dream of such an abundance of crabs. The owner is simply inhuman. This catch of crabs is undoubtedly the most astonishing haul I have ever known. Even those large ocean-going fishing vessels cannot haul in such an enormous quantity at once. Where's Oldley? Quickly, show me the weight on the scale. How many pounds? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 45 Host, quickly adjust the camera back. 1086. There are still 1,086 kilograms. Oldley's voice boomed from the cabin. Instantly, all the crew members aboard erupted in exhilaration. My goodness, 1086 kilograms, does that not exceed a ton? Incredible, absolutely incredible. Moreover, it is predominantly crabs, with only a few large shrimp mixed in. The owner is truly remarkable. This single net is worth more than others' entire annual catch. It's simply unbelievable. Indeed, unless witnessed firsthand, one would scarcely believe it. Are there really only crabs? Let me see. Oldley dashed out from the cabin, and upon catching sight of the enormous net, he was overcome with excitement. Goosebumps rising on his skin. My heavens, it truly is all crabs. Fantastic, marvelous. Just look at their quality. They surpass even the last catch we had. Each one weighs at least a pound, truly exceptional specimens. Given such quality and quantity, I fear a single crab could fetch a price that countless individuals would vie for. Oldley could hardly contain his excitement, his joy palpable. Wait, if a single crab weighs a pound, then, here we have 1086 kilograms, which translates to 2,172 pounds. Assuming each crab weighs a pound, that means there are 2,172 crabs. Goodness, who is good at mental math? Quickly calculate how much 2,172 crabs would cost. $108,600. That amounts to $108,600. Ding Wenjing's voice rang out. She had regained her composure from the earlier shock, and her mental calculations yielded immediate results, at the same time. She was once again taken aback. A single net yields over $100,000. Fishing truly is this lucrative? The live stream chat was in chaos. The phrase "my goodness" flooded the screen. Who was it that just said fishing couldn't even cover fuel costs? Step forward. I promise I won't harm you. Indeed. A single net bringing in over $100,000 worth of seafood. Does this not qualify as profitable? Furthermore, who was it that claimed one would end up dragging in stones near the island? Come forward. Let me see if your stones look like this, sporting 8 long legs. 8 long legs. You've made me laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Sister Tuan Tuan is too funny. Forgive me for spitting out my food. Host. Am I not taller than you at 1.7 meters? All right, everyone. Stop flooding the chat. Let us get the host on the boat. Yes, host. Quickly board the ship. We want to see those 8 long legs. Pfft, it's over. Sister Tuan Tuan has made an unforgettable joke. Huh? Has anyone noticed that a multitude of new viewers has just entered the live stream? Ha ha ha, I'm a newcomer. You all likely don't realize that your stream has gone viral, right? Indeed. I came here after seeing the live stream recommendation. Your host is quite popular during this time slot. TSK. I just took a moment to watch the host's videos. Truly a beauty with fair skin and long legs. And the key is that she has an incredible physique from working out. Missing out on this before was a grave loss. TCH, we seldom stream live. Do not sully our reputation, and mind your words, or you'll find yourself on a one-way ticket home. The influx of new fans continued to rise. Ding Wenjing also regained her senses and hurriedly welcomed the new arrivals. And my goodness, what do I see? That enormous net being hoisted up is as large as a house, filled entirely with crabs. Goodness, it truly seems to be. This is simply too much. If I'm not mistaken, there must be thousands of crabs here. Who is the fortunate soul piloting this vessel? New fans kept flooding in, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the camera showcasing the massive haul of crabs, frantically inundating the chat in a brief span. Ding Wenjing had already received no less than $3,000 in gifts. Host, why aren't you boarding the ship? We wish to see the great crabs up close. Host, hurry up and board. We've sent you gifts. Host, board the ship. Host, board the ship. Following a barrage of messages. Another wave of gifts soared through the chat. Ding Wenjing promptly addressed her fans. My darlings, please be patient. I will inquire who the owner is. Masters, where is your boat's owner? I wish to board and have a closer look. Is that all right? One moment, miss. Our owner is coming. Someone from the boat responded. Ding Wenjing turned her gaze and saw a handsome young man with a sun-kissed complexion stride out, frowning as he said, How could a girl be out here alone? Quickly throw a rope to pull her aboard. It's too dangerous below. Wow, is he the boat owner? He is so handsome, so young. Did you all hear that? He said it's dangerous for a girl out here and asked someone to pull Jingjing aboard. He seems so warm-hearted. The female fans in the live stream began to inundate the chat once more. Hello, are you the boat owner? I'm truly grateful to you. Upon boarding the vessel, Ding Wenjing immediately expressed her gratitude to Chu Qiu. In close proximity, she discovered that Chu Qiu possessed a captivating appearance and an aura that was distinctly unique. Chu Qiu too was taken aback to encounter a woman of Ding Wenjing's caliber amidst the vast ocean, particularly her stunning figure, which was simply exceptional. Were it not for his self-control, bolstered by the influence of Su Qingya, he might have found it hard to resist staring at her alluring curves during their first meeting. This woman's looks and figure are precisely what men fantasize about, truly striking. If Su Qingya embodies the noble and alluring type, then before him, Ding Wenjing represents the cold and sultry variant. Each possesses their own merits, rendering them equally admirable. Hello, my name is Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu politely extended his hand in greeting, introducing himself, Ding Wenjing. Ding Wenjing offered a symbolic handshake with Chu Qiu, only to part almost instantly. Nonetheless, Chu Qiu still felt the elasticity of her hand, a contrasting sensation to the softness of Su Qingya. Suddenly, amidst the exuberance of the crew, the net was unfurled. Crabs cascaded down like dumplings, splattering everywhere in almost an instant. The deck was teeming with crabs, a sight so densely packed it evoked fear. Ding Wenjing gasped and instinctively hid behind Chu Qiu. The contact between them sent a wave of excitement coursing through Chu Qiu. My goodness. How could the host shy away from such a thrilling moment? What is happening? Host, quickly adjust the camera back. I can't see. Host, where is the camera? Jia Tianxia. Has the host been frightened? Here's a gift to comfort you. Quickly turn the camera back. Ding. Jia Tianxia sent a carnival gift. Crab official. I'm also riding the wave. I missed it just now. Please turn the camera back. Ding. Crab official sent a carnival gift. Ding. Mountain and water between sent a carnival gift. Chapter 46 High Energy Ahead.in The blink of an eye. 3 carnival gifts were sent, instantly boosting the popularity of the live stream. Thank you, Jia Tianxia, for the carnival gift. Thank you, Crab official. Thank you, Mountain and water between. The management quickly expressed their gratitude. Ding Wenjing also promptly regained her composure and extended her phone from behind Chu Qiu. Adjusting the camera. The moment the camera focused back, the live stream erupted into a frenzy. My goodness. My goodness. It didn't feel like much when it was hoisted, but now that it has all spilled out, this spectacle is utterly captivating. This is truly a mountain and sea of crabs. There must be thousands, right? My heavens, look at their size. Indeed, wild crabs are unparalleled. Be warned. High energy ahead. Those with a fear of dense crowds should tread carefully. As the popularity of the live stream surged, an increasing influx of newcomers flooded into the virtual space. Upon witnessing the spectacle before them, they could not restrain their excitement and began overwhelming the chat with messages. What on earth is happening? Why is the screen filled with crabs? Is the host out crabbing? With so many crabs, are they going to distribute them? Goodness, are all these crabs real? How many could there possibly be? I can't handle this. It's too overwhelming for my eyes. With so many crabs, is this a massive aquaculture facility, or are we at sea? Hey, have you ever seen a farm produce such exquisite flower crabs? This is live from the ocean. Indeed. These are the authentic wild red flower crabs and orchid crabs, freshly caught from the sea. In other regions, even with wealth, one would find them hard to come by. My goodness, this is indeed different from the red flower crabs I've had back in my county. It's like comparing heaven to earth, and to think they might not be fresh. Who knows how long they've been sitting in a tank? They cannot compare to these freshly caught wild crabs. Host, quickly ask the boat owner if he is selling. Reserve about 10 for me. I want them. They look incredibly fresh. We can't even find them around here. Yes, shipping fees are no issue. We'll cover those ourselves, host. If you see this, please respond. Oh no, the host seems so captivated that she has forgotten she is live. Come on, let us send some gifts to bring her back to reality. Ding, cat calls for you. Ding, the Taoist descends from the mountain to cheer you on. Ding, the pulse diagnosis sends 666. Ding, a gentle cut sends romantic fireworks. Ding, the grand feast sends a carnival. What? A carnival? Another carnival? Today, several affluent patrons have graced the live stream. Thank you to all the wonderful gifts, and special thanks to the grand feast for the carnival. The moderator of the live stream speaks up again. Meanwhile, in a nearby studio, a woman sits by her computer, observing the frenzied stream of gifts in the chat, letting out a helpless groan as she rubs her forehead and hastily dials a number. Hello? Ding Wenjing. What on earth are you doing? You're a host. Once the call connects, the woman begins to vent her frustrations. I implore you to pay attention to the live stream and uphold your professional ethics. The fans are calling for you, eagerly waiting to interact, and here you are. What are you doing? I can't believe I'm stuck with such a host, and now I have to manage you. This is exhausting. And every time, you only go live when you're asked. And now that you finally are, you abandon your fans to indulge yourself, huh? Yan Jia, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot I was live. The impact of being here is overwhelming. With thousands of crabs, it is hard to keep it under control. Ding Wenjing answered the call, unable to suppress a facepalm, and quickly appeared on screen. Babies, I'm truly sorry. I got a bit too excited and forgot I was live. Ha ha ha, we all heard that. You're the first host who needs their manager to call them to keep them on track. Ha ha, managing you is quite the challenge. Let us show some love for the manager. All right, host, hurry and ask the boat owner if he is selling crabs online. We can cover the shipping costs ourselves. Yes, please ask. Many fans in the live chat requested. All right, everyone, please hold on. I'll check for you. Ding Wenjing replied, glancing at the deck where countless crabs were writhing. It was a mixture of amusement and exasperation. For the sake of her fans, she braved the risk of being pinched and approached Chu Qiu, relaying the request from her followers. After listening, Chu Qiu immediately shook his head, saying, not selling. It's too troublesome. What? Ding Wenjing exclaimed, utterly resigned, as her suspicions were confirmed. However, for the sake of her fans, she persisted. How about this? You sell the crabs to my fans, and I'll handle the shipping to them. This won't take much of your time. Many of my fans have never tasted such fresh wild crabs. Even when I go to 5-star hotels, I've never had crabs of such high quality. Please, boss, do me a favor and make an exception. This was the first time Ding Wenjing had ever pleaded with a man in such a tone. For a beauty of her caliber, the impact was undeniably potent. Chucho glanced at her, nodded, and replied, "All right, just keep track of the quantity, and I'll reserve some for your live stream." "Thank you, boss." "No, thank you." Chucho. Ding Wenjing expressed her gratitude joyfully, prompting a wave of excitement in the live chat, with fans flooding the screen with thanks. "Thank you, Chio Gu. Sending small gifts your way. Ha ha ha, my son loves crabs. Thank you on his behalf, host, and thank you, Chio Gu. Let us give Chio Gu some likes. Sending love." The live stream's popularity continued to soar, with an increasing number of newcomers joining. Clearly, it had hit the trending charts. In a matter of moments, Ding Wenjing's audience jumped from a mere 1 or 2,000 to over 20,000, a staggering increase of more than tenfold. At this time, the heat was skyrocketing, even surpassing many merchandise-driven streams. Wow, I think I've made it onto the hourly leaderboard, and I'm in the top 5. My goodness, I've never been on the hourly leaderboard before. Is there really this much enthusiasm for crabbing live streams? Ding Wenjing exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed at her phone's ranking. She also noticed that since hitting the trending charts, her Douyin account had gained 8,000 followers. If this pace continued, by the end of the stream, she would likely gain at least another 10 to 20,000 followers. It was simply astonishing. Ding Wenjing felt a thrill of elation, having never experienced such a rapid increase in followers in a single day. However, she soon noticed her phone vibrating incessantly. It was flooded with private messages from her Douyin fans. Within seconds, the notifications had reached 99. Upon opening it, she was nearly overwhelmed. It was all messages from fans wanting to buy crabs, complete with detailed notes including contact numbers, addresses, and quantities. My heavens, this is far too many. Are you trying to exhaust me? Ding Wenjing scrolled through dozens of messages, realizing she couldn't reach the end. She was on the verge of a breakdown. How many fans were messaging her to buy crabs? The stream of messages seemed endless. After casually browsing through a few, she noted that the minimum requested quantity was 3. Some even asked for 10 or more. Ding Wenjing felt like crying, and after scrolling for several more minutes, she still couldn't reach the bottom. She mentally calculated the number of messages she had scrolled through and estimated that there were at least 900 people. Oh my goodness, with 900 people wanting crabs, assuming a minimum of 3 per household, that's 2,700 crabs. Oh my gosh, 2,700. Ding Wenjing covered her forehead, truly on the verge of tears. This was the kind of workload that could break her. She desperately wished to clarify, "I am not a merchandise host. I'm just a fitness enthusiast. Have you calculated the numbers?" Chucho asked, observing her muttering to herself and then covering her forehead, mistakenly thinking she was counting the number of crabs fans wanted to buy. "Yes, I've calculated," Ding Wenjing replied, devoid of enthusiasm. Seeing her demeanor, Chucho assumed she was being pranked by her fans and chuckled. "Are they playing a joke on you? How many are they asking for?" They all want them," Ding Wenjing responded, half-heartedly. "All right." Chucho instinctively nodded, ready to laugh, but the next moment, he realized the gravity of her statement and almost choked on his breath. Cough, cough. "What did you say? They all want them." Chapter 47. Chucho, you're famous now. Cough. "How many did you say? They all want them?" Chucho gasped, nearly biting his tongue in disbelief as he stared at Ding Wenjing. "Are you certain? Over 2,000 crabs? You want them all? This isn't just chicken or duck. These are wild sea crabs. Each one of this quality costs around 500 yuan. Once you order, there's no turning back." Ding Wenjing was nearly in tears, her face a mask of despair as she replied, "Do you think I want this? This is all from my fans messaging me. And every moment, more messages are coming in, with each person requesting at least 3. You don't have enough crabs on that boat." "What? Are fans really this wealthy nowadays?" Chucho was left speechless, astonished that even 2,000 crabs wouldn't suffice. "How many people are buying? Your sales ability is astonishing. I'm just a fitness-loving fashion model, not a merchandise host. I'm not a merchandise host. I am not a merchandise host," Ding Wenjing lamented, covering her face in despair. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked for my fans. Am I inadvertently digging my own grave here? Over 2,000 crabs? It'll take me hundreds of shipments to send these out. I'll be exhausted." Chucho could hardly suppress his laughter as he remarked, "I think it's wonderful. Your fans truly love you." Ha ha ha. After saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle, infuriating Ding Wenjing, who shook her small fist in annoyance. Ha ha ha. It seems Brother Chiu has spoken. Yes, Brother Chiu is absolutely right. Our affection for the streamer is genuine. Indeed, it is true love. Nice. Brother Chiu has voiced our sentiments. Ding. Crab official has sent a carnival. For Brother Chiu. Shanshui Zijian. Ha ha ha. For Brother Chiu. Ding. Shanshui Zijian has sent a carnival. Ding. Xin Xizhenmai has sent a carnival. For Brother Chiu. For Brother Chiu. In the blink of an eye, several carnivals flooded the live stream, and the name Brother Chiu was instantly inundated by fans' messages. Seeing this, Ding Wenjing shouted in anger, "Oh, you lot. Each of you claims to love the streamer, yet you go wild cheering for Chu Chiu, continuously sending carnivals. Is this how you express your love for the streamer? I don't want any of you anymore. Don't send gifts, go to another live stream to cheer." Ding Wenjing was speechless with anger, her tone fierce. However, before her words could settle, the live stream management swiftly displayed a message. Ding Wenjing, what whim has taken you? Do you still wish for me to manage properly? Why am I feeling so exhausted? Ha ha ha. Even the management couldn't help but explode in anger. The title is already set. Live stream management, on-site outburst against the female streamer. It's trending. It's trending. It's trending. Chu Chiu glanced at the screen and immediately agreed. It's trending. Chu Chiu. Ding Wenjing looked at Chu Chiu like a grumpy child. Really? First place in the hourly rankings. You re-trending. Chu Chiu touched his nose and pointed at her phone screen. What? I've become first in the hourly rankings. Ding Wenjing was taken aback and quickly turned to the screen. She saw that the small flame icon had changed from 2. She truly was first in the hourly rankings. Ding Wenjing was suddenly filled with joy. Moreover, what astonished her even more was that the number of viewers in her live stream had now approached the impressive milestone of 100,000. 100,000. What does that even mean? Even those million-follower influencers, not to mention sales streamers, likely do not achieve such a proportion with each broadcast, right? And she was merely a streamer with a few 100,000 followers who rarely went live. This was simply astonishing. Ding Wenjing even felt as though she had become popular herself. And all of this began when she boarded Chu Chiu's fishing boat. Chu Chiu, may I add you on WeChat? Next time you go out to sea to fish, please let me know, and I would love to come live stream on your boat again. Ding Wenjing had tasted success and genuinely enjoyed the experience of beachcombing. Looking at Chu Chiu with eager anticipation, sure, add me. Chu Chiu generously extended his battered phone. This time, the phone surprisingly had signal. Unbelievable. How can a prominent boss like you use such a worn-out phone? Ding Wenjing looked at Chu Chiu's already damaged, flickering phone, feeling powerless to criticize. Is this the common ailment of the wealthy, to prefer a low profile? Wealthy? Chu Chiu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. I've only just entered the ranks of the wealthy a few days ago. I would love to be ostentatious, but I must have the means to do so. Enough said, it's all just tears. Subsequently, amidst the envious expressions in the live stream, the two exchanged contact information. Chu Chiu temporarily left Ding Wenjing and went to the deck piled high with crabs. Boss, you finally made it over. Old Zhang rushed over as soon as he saw Chu Chiu, complaining, I got so excited earlier that I forgot to mention something. Intrigued, Chu Chiu asked, what is it? Do tell, cough, we are short-staffed. Old Zhang said, half laughing, half crying. I know the boss has incredible luck, but I didn't expect it to be this excessive. With over 2,000 crabs? Our mere dozen brothers, even if we work non-stop until dark, will likely not finish binding them all. Moreover, even if we somehow manage to bind them, by the next day, none of us will be able to lift a finger. This is indeed a problem. After hearing this, Chu Chiu frowned slightly. Let's do this. Each of you will receive a 200 bonus for binding as many as possible, and if we still can't finish, I will think of another solution. Is it too early to give bonuses right from the start? Old Zhang looked at Chu Chiu with some disbelief, wondering if all wealthy people preferred to resolve issues this way. I am mainly concerned that giving bonuses too early might affect their motivation later on. Old Zhang interjected, taking on a somewhat concerned demeanor. Hearing this, Chu Chiu directly waved his hand. Let us proceed as I suggested. As long as everyone works hard, for every subsequent haul that yields good results, I will allocate some bonuses. Affect motivation? Chu Chiu scoffed. That's not a concern. Old Zhang was left speechless. What else could he say? With the boss's unbelievable luck, he might end up dishing out bonuses until his hands are sore. Boss is impressive. Magnanimous. Just love a boss like this from now on. We're sticking with you. The new helpers cheered, excitedly clutching crabs as if they might kiss them. This scene left Ding Wenjing and the viewers in the live stream utterly stunned. What on earth? Why are they all yelling and looking so excited? It seems Brother Chio said something. What? It appears Brother Chio not only has a way with women but also knows how to engage men splendidly. The upstairs crowd is so jealous. Could it be they are envious that Brother Chio added the streamer's personal WeChat? How could that be? I'm merely envious of the streamer's good looks, charming both men and women. Wow, you're trending, trending, trending. A neat line of messages appeared on the screen. Chapter 48. The Allure of Exceptional Crabs. On the Douyin platform, as Ding Wenjing's live stream continued to gain traction, more and more viewers began tuning in.at this moment. In a certain star-rated hotel in Magic City, an administrative assistant, taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, opened Douyin. Just as he squatted down, he stumbled upon the live stream and the trending recommendations. Instantly, his eyes were glued to the screen. Staring with incredulity, he fixated on the densely packed crabs in the live stream. Oh my! The next second, he sprang up, hastily pulling up his pants, and dashed out of the restroom straight to the administrative manager's office. Manager, we've discovered a treasure. What treasure? What are you talking about in such a rush? The manager frowned, casting a disapproving glance. Straighten your tongue before speaking, and also, zip up your fly if you want to keep your job. Ah? The administrative assistant quickly looked down, feeling embarrassed. Sorry, manager, I got too excited just now. So, he hurriedly zipped up and then quickly placed his phone on the desk. Manager, you must see this. While I was in the restroom, I found this streamer doing a beachcombing live stream. She has caught a staggering 1 to 2,000 crabs. All freshly caught wild crabs, and judging by their appearance and size, they are undoubtedly top-notch quality, the administrative assistant excitedly explained. What? 1 to 2,000 crabs? Freshly caught wild crabs? Upon hearing this, the administrative manager was incredulous and hurriedly took the phone to verify. On the screen, the streamer was interacting with the audience while pointing the camera at the deck. A dozen workers were frantically binding crabs, occasionally letting out cries that mingled pain with joy. Before them lay a sea of clawing crabs, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Wow, there really are that many crabs. The administrative manager stood up. Moreover, the size and quality of these crabs are indeed exceptional. This won't do. Once these top-quality wild crabs hit the shore, not only will the competition be fierce, but acquiring a substantial quantity will also be quite challenging. All right, I'll take your phone to the general manager's office. You stay here and wait. The administrative manager decisively took the phone and headed straight for the general manager's office. After the general manager watched the live stream, he too was astonished and quickly made another call. He summoned the front hall manager, the market purchasing manager, and the planning department manager to his office. At this moment, the administrative assistant's phone was in the hands of the general manager. He showed the newly arrived managers the phone while speaking seriously. Everyone, take a look at these crabs caught during the beachcombing live stream. Look at the quality and appearance of these crabs. They are truly exceptional, especially the quantity, over 2,000 crabs. If we can seize this opportunity before others. The Hotel 1 team need to spend a lot of time monitoring the market. The general manager's assessment was spot on. The market department manager, initially surprised, then remarked, the quality of this batch of crabs is truly outstanding. These premium crabs are incomparable to those available in the market. Indeed. The planning department manager chimed in. As long as we secure this batch of crabs first and promote it slightly. At that time, we shall utilize the live stream of this host to attract traffic, and I am confident that we can achieve unprecedented monthly revenue for the hotel. Moreover, have you noticed? This host live stream ranks first on the entire Douyin platform during this time slot. With an astonishing online audience of 100,000. Such a level of live stream popularity and audience proportion is exceptionally high, ensuring outstanding results in traffic generation. We must act swiftly, the general manager stated gravely. We must seize this opportunity before other hotels do and secure this batch of crabs. Even if it means paying a premium. Indeed, with such high engagement in this live stream, it is bound to trend. Since we can see it, other hotels surely can as well. We must act before they do. The administrative manager nodded in agreement. Very well, Manager Wu. Since this matter was brought forth by you, I entrust it to you to handle. The general manager returned the phone to Wu Di, saying, use this Douyin account to recharge and reward the host, and obtain her contact information. We must secure this batch of crabs. Very well, manager. I shall take care of it at once. Wu Di felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly departed. Upon returning to his office, he immediately handed the phone back to his assistant, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Zhao, quickly recharge your Douyin account and reward the host. We need her personal phone number. If we can secure this batch of crabs, our administrative department will surely gain prestige, and you will be the one to take the credit. Rest assured and charge boldly. All expenses will be covered by the hotel? Excellent. The administrative assistant was instantly invigorated, as if electrified, and began linking her card and recharging. Meanwhile, in a renowned crab mansion in a district of the magical city, Lu Yuanxiao had just arranged a meeting with his lover and was preparing to head out. Suddenly, a young man burst through the glass door with a loud bang, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, come quick! A major event, an absolute sensation." He eagerly brandished his phone. "Look at this live stream. It is all crabs, countless giant crabs, and they're all freshly caught wild crabs from the sea, each one more pristine than the last. Guarantee you recently trying to acquire a batch of top-quality crabs? This is a golden opportunity." The young man rambled on in his excitement, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on his brother-in-law's face. "Guishenfei, shut your mouth. Do you realize this is a workplace? Yelling and causing a ruckus is entirely inappropriate. Furthermore, I warn you once more, if you come barging in without knocking again, you will immediately be sent to the kitchen to wash dishes." Lu Yuanxiao scolded angrily, his patience wearing thin. Thankfully, he had already hung up the phone. Otherwise, it might have caused chaos. "Oh, my apologies, brother-in-law. I got carried away with excitement and forgot to knock." Guizhenfei awkwardly shrank his neck, but quickly extended it again, excitedly presenting his phone to his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, look, crabs! A vast number of exquisite crabs. They are exactly what you wish to procure. Steady now." Lu Yuanxiao glared at him before finally looking at the phone. Holy! But upon seeing it, Lu Yuanxiao couldn't help but shudder, goosebumps covering his body as his face flushed. He had a phobia of clusters. At that moment, gazing at the horrifyingly dense crabs crawling all over the screen made him feel a chill run down his spine. His breath quickening. "Guizhenfei, I swear." Lu Yuanxiao swayed slightly, hastily covering his eyes. Get out now. Do you not know I have a phobia of clusters? Are you trying to kill me?" Lu Yuanxiao shouted in rage. Only then did Guizhenfei remember his brother-in-law's condition. Seeing Lu Yuanxiao furious, he hurriedly fled with the phone in hand. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I forgot you have a phobia of clusters. I'll leave now. I'm heading to the kitchen to wash dishes." "You, stop right there. Come back." Lu Yuanxiao shouted once more, stopping him. "Go inform the finance department to transfer 50,000 to you. Reward the host and negotiate for this batch of crabs. I tell you, if you fail to secure this batch today, you will wash dishes for eternity." "Huh? But brother-in-law, don't you have a phobia of clusters?" Guizhenfei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I'm buying crabs for the customers to eat, not for myself to look at. What does my phobia have to do with this?" "You blockhead!" Lu Yuanxiao was nearly driven to madness. If it weren't for him being his brother-in-law, he would have kicked him out by now. In Hucheng, at the Jinghua Grand Hotel, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong had become mere bystanders in the hotel these past few days. Their sole task was to keep a constant watch on Douyin, monitoring the heat and trending topics of the hotel's old clam pearl. However, just moments ago, as they casually opened Douyin, before even clicking on the trending list, they were captivated by a popular video that appeared on the homepage. Just as they were about to leave the homepage, they were suddenly drawn in by a familiar figure that flashed across the screen. "Huh? This is Xiao Li and Xiao Hong," widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 49. What on earth is the boss lady doing? Gazing at the live stream video, they exchanged incredulous glances, even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Was that figure they just saw their big boss? "Xiao Li, was that figure in the video our big boss?" Xiao Hong asked, somewhat incredulously. The latter hesitated. "It seems like it, but I'm not too sure." "Isn't the big boss in the magical city? How could he possibly appear in someone else's seaside livestream? Could it be that he went to the magical city just to go seaside? Let us click in and find out." Yes, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong unanimously agreed to enter the live stream. However, upon entering the live stream, the first sight that greeted them left them both momentarily speechless. Crabs! A dense swarm of red and blue crabs. At first glance, it seemed like a calamity. My goodness, there are so many crabs. There must be at least 2,000. Xiao Li regained her senses first, unable to suppress her astonishment as she stuck out her tongue. Xiao Hong nodded in shock. "Goodness, that is indeed terrifyingly abundant. If I were on a boat, surrounded by so many crabs, I'd probably be scared half to death. It's just too much. Moreover, they are so large and robust, far more intimidating than freshwater crabs." "Huh, look quickly," that figure turned around. "Oh my goodness, it's the boss. It really is the big boss." Suddenly, Xiao Hong let out a shrill scream, pointing excitedly at the screen where Chu Qiu had turned, nearly jumping with joy. "I can't believe it." Xiao Li also gasped in disbelief. but she couldn't fathom why the big boss had suddenly appeared in someone else's live stream. The magical city? At sea? Xiao Li's mind raced, recalling Chu Chio's fishing skills at the Wangjiang River. A hypothesis suddenly struck her. The giant crabs in this live stream? Could it be that they were also caught by the big boss? Realizing this, Xiao felt a sudden jolt. If that's the case, we must quickly inform the boss lady. The term boss lady referred to Su Qingya in private between Xiao and Xiao Hong. They believed the big boss and Su Qingya were a perfect match, resembling a pair, and thus hoped they could come together as one entity, hence the term. Xiao Hong, quickly, I suspect the crabs in this live stream were caught by the big boss. We need to tell the boss lady. Xiao urgently tugged at the somewhat dazed Xiao Hong, racing towards Su Qingya's office. Xiao Hong, still bewildered, asked while being pulled along. What are you saying? The crabs in the live stream were caught by the big boss. Surely not. Huh. The big boss is in the magical city, and it seems there's also a sea there. Plus, the big boss just happened to show up on a boat. It seems. Xiao Hong finally began to connect the dots, excitement bubbling over. Then the crabs must have been caught by the big boss. Hurry, hurry. Let us tell the boss lady at this moment. The two of them felt as though they had discovered a new world, dashing through the lobby like a gust of wind. Their excitement not only bewildered the patrons, but also left the hotel staff puzzled. What has happened to Hong Jie and Li Jie? They were just fine a moment ago. What sudden whim has taken hold of them? And what is this about the big boss? The boss lady? What on earth is happening? Since when did the hotel have a boss lady? Isn't there just one female boss? The hotel staff exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flustered. Meanwhile, the live stream room suddenly became lively as well. For yet another carnival had been triggered, and not just one. Ding Guadashia sent out a carnival. Ding Guadashia sent out a carnival. Ding Guadashia sent out a carnival. Instantly, 3 lavish gifts erupted on screen, causing a stir in the live stream room. Holy cow, another carnival. What in the world? 3 carnivals in a row? This is outrageous. We've captured a big spendthrift. The management of the live stream was utterly flabbergasted, hastily typing out the subtitles. Welcome, the esteemed Guadashia, to our live stream. We are immensely grateful for your extravagant gifts. Ding Guadashia has sent out a carnival gift. Ding Guadashia has sent out a carnival gift. Ding Guadashia has sent out a carnival gift. What the heck? What the heck? Is there more? What on earth is happening today? As 3 more deep water bombs were unleashed, the live stream room erupted with excitement. Even the management was rendered speechless. In a way, another 3 carnivals. Who exactly is this Guadashia? Could he be a quiet admirer? I've never heard of him before in this society. My brother Gua is fierce and few words are spoken. Guadashia is magnificent and imposing. How dashing he is. This humble lady offers her respects. Step aside. Can you even dream of being worthy of Guadashia? The public screen in the live stream began to scroll frantically. Ding Wenjing was also taken aback. 6 consecutive carnivals. Ever since she boarded Chu Chio's ship, she could hardly remember how many there had been today. It seemed that the gift revenue for this single day could rival that of the previous few months. Thank you, Guadashia. Thank you for your gifts. Your generosity knows no bounds. Ding Wenjing's face flushed with excitement as she briefly appeared in the livestream. At that moment, Guadashia finally made his presence felt. He posted a series of flamboyant emojis in the public chat, then directly stated his intention. I didn't expect the host to be so beautiful, and her fishing skills so remarkable, catching so many crabs. By the way, are you the captain of this boat? I want all these crabs. A row of triumphant emojis followed. The fans in the live stream quickly realized that Guadashia was not there for the host, but rather for the crabs. I thought he was here for the host. Turns out he just wants to buy crabs. This technique of luring crabs is quite audacious. Ha ha ha. I wonder what psychological trauma the host is enduring. Upvote 1. Ha ha ha. Whoever thought they had a chance, you can give up now. Guadashia prefers those with 8 legs, not you. Unless you evolve. Ha ha ha. You've made me laugh to tears. The public screen in the live stream was ablaze with activity. Ding Wenjing looked at the interactions among the fans, her expression turning dark. For someone whose physique and beauty could be deemed exceptional, it was simply too hurtful. Chu Chio. Ding Wenjing raised her phone and shouted with irritation. Someone else is gifting you again? Wanting to buy your crabs? Chu Chio turned around, astonished. Someone gifted me again? Looking to buy crabs for me? Do you even have an inkling of who bought those crabs? I can feel the host's overwhelming resentment. Ha ha ha, it's been confirmed. The host is so flustered she's forgotten that those crabs are already taken. Taken? By whom? Has someone jumped the queue to snatch the crabs? Guadashia immediately posted a series of horrified emojis. Chapter 50. An exasperated Chuchio taken. By whom? Has someone jumped the queue to snatch the crabs? Guadashia's horrified emojis flooded the chat. The so-called Guadashia was none other than Guashinfei from the Crab Pavilion. At this moment, he was staring at the subtitles typed by the fans on the screen, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic. How could someone have beaten him to it? Would this deal fall through? Was he really going to end up washing dishes in the back kitchen? No way. He absolutely refused to wash dishes. He had to secure this batch of crabs. Without hesitation, Guashinfei quickly typed out a message. Host, I have followed you. Please check your private messages and provide me with your contact information. Wait, that can't be right. It seems that this Chuchio is actually the boss, so could you kindly provide me with her contact information? Ding Wenjing. Speechless, could the turnaround be any quicker? Here she was, a stunning female host with both figure and looks, yet overshadowed in her own live stream by a man? The key was, this man hadn't even done anything. This was truly a recipe for internal injury. Chuchio, come over here. Someone is specifically asking for your contact information, Ding Wenjing called out, feeling utterly invisible in her role as a host today. Thanks to Chuchio, she had amassed a large following and gifts. Yet, because of Chuchio, she had become nothing more than a background character throughout the live stream. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were running when they suddenly halted upon hearing the host's voice. Oh my! Xiao Hong, look quickly, my suspicions were correct. These crabs were indeed caught by the big boss, and this Guadashia, he sent several carnival gifts, even a royal salute, just to buy crabs from the big boss. Hurry, hurry, go tell the boss lady, Xiao Li suddenly exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the office door that was now in sight. Boss lady, the big boss has appeared in the Douyin live stream. Inside the office, Su Qingyao was planning for the hotel when suddenly, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong barged in without knocking, startling her significantly. Why are you bursting in without knocking, acting so hastily? What big boss or small boss are you talking about? Are we battling monsters? Su Qingyao, well versed in maintaining her composure, merely offered a mild reprimand for their recklessness. Xiao Li and her companion realized they had been somewhat impetuous and sheepishly stuck out their tongues. However, Xiao Li quickly added, Boss lady, we saw the big boss in the Douyin live stream. He's out at sea fishing. Yes, it's Boss Chu, our major shareholder. Xiao Hong chimed in, yes, the big boss I'm referring to is the main boss. He went to Modu, but it turns out he went out to sea. Moreover, he caught a plethora of enormous crabs, and someone in the live stream has already gifted thousands of dollars, seeking the boss's contact information to acquire all the crabs. What are you two talking about? Su Qingyao was momentarily at a loss, her mind slightly lagging. She instinctively overlooked the term boss lady. Seeing this, Xiao Li slapped her forehead. Oh dear, it's a bit complicated. You should just take a look for yourself. Saying this, she handed her phone to Su Qingyao. At that moment in the live stream, Chuchio had just turned around to respond to Ding Wenjing. When Su Qingyao took the phone, her eyes immediately landed on him. Chuchio? Su Qingyao's face displayed a mixture of astonishment. How did he end up in someone else's live stream? Is he at sea? He didn't mention going out to sea when I called him at noon. Su Qingyao bombarded with questions. Oh dear, boss lady, that's not the point. The point is, look behind the boss. Crabs, so many crabs, and each of these crabs is substantial and of excellent quality, absolutely a rare find. Our hotel currently features crabs as the top attraction, but those are all freshwater crabs. We never showcased seawater crabs. Now that the boss has caught so many seawater crabs, you cannot let him sell them to anyone else. Xiao Li urged anxiously. Someone has already gifted the host and requested the boss's contact information, intending to secure all these crabs. This, after Xiao Li's reminder, Su Qingyao hurriedly shifted her gaze to the crabs behind Chuchio. My heavens, so many. All crabs? The sheer number of crabs left Su Qingyao astounded. Moreover, as Xiao Li had said, the quality of the crabs was indeed top-notch. I need to call him right now. No matter what. These crabs cannot be sold. Su Qingyao finally snapped back to attention. That stubborn Chuchio, going out to fish without giving me a heads up, and with so many seawater crabs, doesn't he know to save some for himself? Do you have any idea how much the shipping costs? But just as her words fell, before she could even take out her phone, the live stream suddenly erupted into a frenzy once again. Ding! Rujia Hotel has sent a carnival gift. Ding! Rujia Hotel has sent a carnival gift. Ding! Rujia Hotel has sent a carnival gift. Ding, ding, ding. A continuous stream of carnival gifts flooded the screen, causing another uproar in the live stream. The public screen was inundated with various messages. What the heck? What the heck? It's happening again. It's happening again. Have you all counted? 10. A full 10 carnivals. My goodness. Today is truly insane. Look at the name, Rujia Hotel? ISNT, that a famous star-rated hotel in Modu? Surely, they are not here to buy crabs again, right? Ding Wenjing was also dumbfounded, staring at the incessantly scrolling GIFs on the screen. For some reason, instead of feeling happy, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She even considered ending the live stream. It was far too damaging to her pride, because deep down, she was painfully aware that these people were not here for her. But for Chu Chiu, host, please speak. Kindly check your private messages and send me the contact information of the ship's captain. Our Jia Hotel had spoken. They were indeed after the crabs caught by Chu Chiu. Chu Chiu! Ding Wenjing once more called out to him, her alluring and aloof face tinged with a sense of grievance. Yet, Chu Chiu merely wished to fish in peace and had no intention of sharing his contact information with any random individuals. Upon hearing Ding Wenjing call his name, he simply raised his phone and feigned innocence, saying, "This wretched device has no signal out here in the vast ocean." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ringtone of Defeng Chue unexpectedly blared forth. Take a cup of water from the heavens, gazing at the earthly moon. Pfft. Ha ha ha, Defeng Chue. Oh my goodness, this is too funny, Chiogu exclaimed. My phone has no signal, and then the tune of Defeng Chue rang out. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. The slap in the face was utterly unexpected. Forgive me for bursting into goose-like laughter. I could almost envision a chilling autumn wind sweeping over Chiogu, accompanied by the heart-wrenching sound of a suona played by teacher Yang Shulin. Enough already, this imagery is simply too overwhelming. Among countless instruments, the suona reigns supreme. It is either a celestial ascent or a wedding ceremony. As the music plays, a cloth is draped, and the entire village awaits the feast. Some depart, others carry, followed by a procession of white. As the coffin is raised and buried, friends and family begin to weep. Ha ha ha, P.S. Thanks to the friends who sent likes and support urging for updates yesterday, thank you. Chapter 51. The fans have gone astray. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. Chiogu is being utterly played by you all. This is just the beginning. Which talented brother could create a video later on, capturing the moment Chiogu raises his phone, the ringtone echoing, as a gust of chilly autumn wind sweeps in, paired with teacher Yang Shulin's suona. Together, let us make this video a trending sensation for Chiogu. Yes, and definitely do a close-up of the face. You lot are too mischievous. I want to join in too. Count me in, me too. The public screen suddenly began to scroll frantically. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 120,000. The scrolling text on the screen nearly caused the phone to freeze. Witnessing such chaos, Ding Wenjing helplessly covered her forehead. It's over. The fans have all gone astray. That insufferable Chu Chiu. All right, everyone, let us take a breather. This will surely embarrass Chiogu, a fan suddenly remarked. Embarrassment? Not at all, Chiogu retorted. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's others who should be. What are you all saying? I can't make sense of it. I've never heard of Defeng Chue. Ding Wenjing, livestream manager, Guo Zhenfei, administrative assistant of Home Inn. This relentless autumn wind shows no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, in Su Qinya's office, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong watched Chu Chiu's face radiate embarrassment through the screen. Unable to contain their laughter, their backs bent in mirth. They laughed so hard their stomachs hurt, tears welling in their eyes. It was simply too hilarious, a perfect slap in the face. The one who had called Chu Chiu was none other than their very own boss. Chu Chiu never expected that one day he would find himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Fortunately, he was truly unflappable. Shaking his phone with an air of seriousness, he said, "How is it that this broken device suddenly has signal?" After saying this, he dramatically looked up at the sky, as though there were a mobile signal tower up there. His self-deprecating attempt to ease the awkwardness even made Su Qinya snicker. Xiao Li and Xiao Hong laughed so hard they sounded like geese. Unable to straighten their backs, the big boss was simply too amusing, hitting them right in their funny bone. Ding Wenjing wore a face of dismay, thinking, keep acting, go ahead, thespian. I believe you not. Guo Zhenfei clenched his teeth. Naturally, Chu Chiu was oblivious to their reactions. He was currently holding his phone, staring in disbelief at the caller ID, perplexed. Su Qinya? Didn't we just speak on the phone at noon? Why is she calling again? Chu Chiu hurriedly answered, asking, Qinya, what is the matter? Has something happened? That's what I'd like to ask you. Su Qinya rolled her eyes, her tone accusatory as it came through the phone. Ask me? Ask me what? Chu Chiu replied, utterly bewildered. What do you think? Su Qinya switched to speakerphone, tossing the device onto the desk as she pressed on. I ask you, where are you right now? I'm in Modu. What's the matter? Chu Chiu replied, puzzled, as this was something the other party clearly already knew. Su Qinya hesitated, feeling as if she couldn't continue with her next words. This Chu Chiu was simply her nemesis. Every conversation seemed to strike a nerve, and she found herself utterly unable to retort. Of course I know you're in Modu. I'm asking where you are right now. Su Qinya asked again. Exasperated, nearby, Shaoli couldn't help but facepalm. Whenever these two were together, the topic always veered off course. Being the impatient type, she couldn't resist interjecting, Boss, we saw you on Douyin Live. You're out at sea. Also, we saw the crabs you caught. The reason we called is to tell you that this batch of crabs cannot be sold. They must be reserved for the hotel. So you all saw the live stream too. Chu Chiu suddenly realized, I was wondering why you called, asking such nonsensical questions. However, your call came too late. I've already sold the crabs. What? You've already sold the crabs? Shaoli was taken aback. No way. Chu Qiu Qinya, too, furrowed her brow, skeptical. With so many crabs, there must be at least over 2,000. Have you truly sold them all? Indeed. They've all been sold. Chu Chiu replied honestly. But our hotel needs them too. Can't you leave half behind? If not, at least a few hundred would suffice. Su Qinya expressed her frustration. Right now, crabs have become our hotel's premier attraction, earning rave reviews. But those are all freshwater crabs. We've never been able to showcase seawater crabs. If we had this batch you caught, it would fill that gap, significantly enhancing customer satisfaction and building our reputation. Moreover, the hotel needs diversification for long-term sustainability. Listening to Su Qinya's lengthy discourse, Chu Chiu felt a headache coming on. He had initially only thought of making a quick profit before leaving, but now it seemed that he needed to rethink his approach. However, the crabs promised to his fans were non-negotiable. Thus, he could only resolve to catch more. With that thought in mind, Chu Chiu reassured her, Don't worry, I'll catch more crabs, and I guarantee their quality will be no less than this batch. The quantity will surely satisfy you, all right? Are you certain? This is out at sea, not on the Wangjiang River. Su Qinya still felt uneasy. For me, as long as it's in water, whether it's the ocean or a river, it makes no difference. The fact that I managed to catch such a large batch of crabs is proof enough. Chu Chiu asserted confidently. Su Qinya was also swayed by his confidence, responding cheerfully. All right then, I'll await your good news, After hanging up, Chu Chiu glanced at the diligent workers and the crabs scuttling about in abundance. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his gaze to Ding Wenjing. Calling out, Ding Wenjing, Ding Wenjing looked at Chu Chiu in surprise and walked over, asking, What's up? May I say a few words to your fans? Chu Chiu smiled. Sure, why not? Moreover, there are fans in the live stream who have been eagerly requesting your contact information. It's perfect for you to share it with them yourself, Ding Wenjing replied, readily standing alongside Chu Chiu. She then extended the selfie stick, adjusting the camera to face them both. Upon hearing that Chu Chiu was about to speak, the fans in the live stream quickly settled in with their little stools. As the two appeared on screen, a flurry of messages began to scroll chaotically. Welcome, Xiugu, welcome, Xiugu, welcome, Xiugu, wow, Xiugu is so handsome. P.S. I've hit a writer's block. This chapter is a bit thin. Just a transition, big moves coming up. Chapter 52. Calling for Xiugu, calling for Xiugu, calling for Xiugu, calling for Xiugu. The fans incessantly flooded the screen. Guo Xinfei, who had long been pleading for contact information, was now fervently sending gifts. Ding Guodashia sends a royal cannon. Ding Guodashia sends a royal cannon. Ding Guodashia sends a royal cannon. 3 consecutive royal cannons sent the fans into a frenzy. Guodashia was magnificent and imposing, the aura of a leader. Subsequently, a chain reaction ensued, with everyone sending small gifts in response in no time. The entire livestream screen was filled with gifts soaring through the air. Additionally, the home joined in on the action, seemingly in competition, sending several royal cannons in quick succession. The livestream manager was left bewildered, unable to type a single word. This frenzied display of gifting had never been seen since the livestream began. Chu Chiu gazed at the screen overflowing with gifts, equally perplexed. What the hell did I do? I didn't do anything at all. I merely came to exchange a few words with you all, and yet you are so exhilarated. It almost makes me feel as though I have become a celebrity. All right, I appreciate everyone's affection, that's enough. Chu Chiu hastily intervened, feeling both amused and exasperated. for he had a task at hand and time was of the essence. The small stools were already set up, awaiting the command from Brother Chiu. Brother Chiu, please speak. We are all ears. We eagerly invite Brother Chiu to take the floor. Just look at their obedient expressions, how infuriating it is for Ding Wenjing. She truly wished to grit her teeth and demand, whose fans are you all, anyway? Is there no sense of decency left? How utterly frustrating. At that moment, Chu Chiu seized the opportunity to speak. I trust everyone has watched the live stream and is aware of the situation aboard the vessel. There are simply too many crabs. Even if my assistants bind them without pause, we won't finish before nightfall. I presume no one wishes to watch them tie crabs endlessly, do you? Therefore, my suggestion is to forego binding the crabs and directly package them for shipping. Saving time so we can catch a few more nets before dark, of course. Receiving them this way might present some inconvenience, and I will make adjustments in pricing as compensation. What do you all think? What? We can still catch a few more nets today. That's splendid. We previously missed the chance to see Brother Chiu in action, and this time we must witness it with our own eyes. Yes, binding crabs is of little importance. I have long wished to propose to the host that binding crabs is rather dull. There's nothing more exhilarating than going to the shore. Let us not bind the crabs. We implore Brother Chiu to head to the sea. Indeed, no binding. We want to see Brother Chiu at the shore. Brother Chiu, please instruct your team to halt and swiftly set off for the shore. It is already 4 in the afternoon, and darkness will fall by 7. To everyone's surprise, the fans were in complete agreement with Chu Chiu's proposal, all eagerly expressing their desire to see him at the shore. What else could Chu Chiu say? Naturally, it was time to get to work. Lao Li, prepare the boat. Chu Chiu joyfully called out, leaving the crew on the vessel momentarily stunned. Additionally, let me share some good news. No binding for the crabs. Simply load them into the hold. We shall continue to the shore. What? No need to bind the crabs. We are still heading to the shore. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unsure if they had misheard. Yes, no binding, and the bonuses I mentioned earlier still stand. How does that sound? Are you happy? Chu Chiu teased. Upon hearing that there would be no need to bind crabs and that bonuses awaited them, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers. Ecstatic, simply overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. You are truly generous, and we are eager to work alongside you. Yes, boss, please buy a boat, and we shall be your employees. Ha ha ha, let us not rush into buying a boat just yet. Let us set sail first. Chu Chiu chuckled heartily, his mind slightly stirred by the idea of acquiring a boat, noting it for future consideration. We are off. My opportunity has finally arrived. May heaven bless us, and let Brother Chiu capture a few thousand crabs. That way, I can snag a batch without having to deal with any trifling plates. As the fishing boat slowly set out, the most exhilarated of all was Guo Shenfei, for whether Chu Chiu could catch crabs directly influenced his future happiness. Thus, he eagerly began showering gifts. Ding Guodashia has sent a carnival, wishing Brother Chiu a triumphant start and a bountiful return. Observing this, Rujia Hotel followed suit and sent a carnival as well. Ding! Rujia Hotel has sent a carnival, wishing Brother Chiu a triumphant start and a bountiful return. Subsequently, the two shared a tacit understanding and privately messaged the host, hoping to be prioritized should Chu Chiu yield further gains. Thank you, Guodashia. Thank you, Rujia Hotel for the carnival. I have seen your messages, and if there are any gains, I will certainly inform you. Ding Wenjing responded with a smile, gradually returning to her usual calm demeanor. Today's gifts had been overwhelming, rendering her somewhat numb. As the fishing boat gently departed from the small island, it ventured into deeper waters. At this moment, Lao Li surveyed his surroundings and hesitantly asked Chu Chiu, "Boss, which direction shall we head? Men to the left, women to the right. Let us go left." Chu Chiu lifted his eyelids and replied, his casual demeanor leaving Ding Wenjing speechless. "Very well, then let us proceed left." Lao Li grinned with excitement. His reverence for Chu Chiu had reached a divine level, even if Chu Chiu instructed him to ram into a small island. He wouldn't bat an eye. Let us also release the trawl and drag it for a couple of rounds. Chu Chiu nodded. This time, he refrained from directing from the deck. He intended to keep a low profile, not wanting to attract undue attention. After all, he was not merely facing a handful of simple-minded fishermen, but rather hundreds of thousands of fans. If he consistently achieved precise catches, it would certainly raise suspicions. Thus, Chu Chiu planned to casually throw out a net, and after coming up empty, he would execute a spectacular second catch. This would create an illusion of mere luck, avoiding any suspicion or covetousness. With this in mind, Chu Chiu decided to let Lao Li drag a bit longer. This situation seems off. Despite dragging for quite a distance, the weight display on the trawl showed little reaction. According to the boss's luck, this shouldn't be the case. Lao Li, following Chuchio's lead, found himself puzzled as the weight displayed remained largely unchanged after heading left for a while. What is going on? Could the weight display be malfunctioning? Lao Li's suspicions began to stir. After all, the impression of Chuchio's luck was too profound, leading him to unwaveringly regard him as a deity. Oh, it moved. It moved. Suddenly, just as he was filled with doubt, the weight display finally budged. Lao Li instantly shouted in excitement. I told you, with the boss's luck, how could there be no gains? What? More gains? Chuchio was taken aback. Could it be? Is my luck truly this extraordinary? Chapter 53. Who is the drama queen? Chuchio, bewildered, hurried to the cockpit. However, upon seeing the numbers on the weight display, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the weight was barely under 100 kilograms. After accounting for rubble, shedding shells, and other assorted items, having 100 gene would be quite fortunate. Nonetheless, this time, Lao Li had effectively alerted Chuchio. He could no longer allow the trawl to continue dragging. Now that the catch was light, it was best to haul it up quickly. Otherwise, if they happened upon a stroke of luck and truly pulled in a substantial catch, how would he manage to create a spectacular second haul? With this in mind, Chuchio raised an eyebrow. Lao Li, it's time to haul the net. What? Cough, cough, boss. What did you say? We're hauling the net now. Lao Li, startled by Chuchio's command, gasped sharply, his throat involuntarily coughing. Boss, did I hear you correctly? You want me to haul the net now? The weight on the display is barely over 100 kilograms. What could we possibly gain by hauling it now? Lao Li was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend Chuchio's reasoning. If I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. Just do as I say? Let us haul it up. Chuchio said calmly. At that moment, Ding Wenjing was broadcasting live, wandering about, and just happened to turn towards the cockpit, hearing Chuchio's order to haul the net. She hurried into the cockpit, her excitement evident. Chuchio, are you all set to haul the net? Wonderful. The fans have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Turning to the live stream, she exclaimed, Darlings, our Captain Chu is finally ready to haul the net. Prepare for a visual feast and take a guess at what we might catch. What? Brother Chiu is finally hauling the net. My goodness. We've finally reached this moment. How splendid. Hurry, hurry. Host, get to the deck. We want to witness the trawl being pulled up. The moment of witnessing a miracle is finally upon us. Ding Guadashia has sent a carnival. Hoping Brother Chiu will catch crabs. It was Guo Zhenfei, who was becoming increasingly impatient, eagerly wishing to see the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, in the administrative office of Rujia Hotel, Wu Di and his assistant were leaning over their desks, uncharacteristically focused on the live stream. We about to haul the net? I must admit, I've never watched others live stream before. I didn't realize it could be so captivating. I wonder what this haul will yield. I'm so excited. All right, let us head to the deck. Chuchio glanced at the live stream screen, a slight smile gracing his lips as he exited the cockpit. Witness a miracle? An explosive catch. Ha! Where did this confidence come from? If it weren't for the weight display, I might have been forced to believe you all fine. Just wait. I shall dazzle you all and deliver a grand twist. With a mischievous grin, Chuchio stepped onto the deck and called out, Lao Li, stop dawdling, haul the net quickly. Oh! Lao Li took a deep breath, exhaling, unable to fathom why Chuchio insisted on this, yet still promptly complied. 2 minutes later, with a splash, the trawl emerged. What on earth is this? Where are the fish? Where are the crabs? Where is the promised miracle? In the fleeting moment when the net was drawn from the water, everyone was left in utter bewilderment. The entire live broadcast room fell into an instant silence. A massive dragnet was hoisted up, but there were no fish, no crabs to be seen. Only a few dilapidated wooden boxes and a hodgepodge of miscellaneous items. At first glance, it resembled a chaotic burial ground. How could this be? Old Zhang's face turned ashen, struggling to accept the reality. What on earth is this rubbish that has been pulled up? Where is the boss's extraordinary luck? Has it all run out? Indeed, how could this happen? After dragging such a long distance, even with the worst luck, there should at least be a few miscellaneous fish or shrimp, right? Old Wang said, looking at the jumbled contents of the net with discomfort. Similarly, the live broadcast room echoed with lamentations. My goodness, how could this be? After such anticipation, they ended up with this junk? Yes, the disparity is too great. Could it be that Brother Chio's earlier haul has already exhausted all the luck for today? Ha 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 for Chuchio, who had anticipated this outcome, witnessing everyone's reaction suddenly gave him a sense of mischievous triumph, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, are you still in the mood to laugh? Has the pressure finally driven the boss to madness? Old Zhang and the others exchanged worried glances at Chu Qiu. What is going on with Brother Qiu? Why is he laughing so joyfully? Yes, what is happening? How can he be so happy about pulling up a bunch of rotten wooden boxes? Wait a minute. Rotten wooden boxes? Wood? No, wait. How could wood possibly sink to the bottom of the sea? Oh my, you've just reminded me. Could there be something more to this? Good heavens, could Brother Qiu have stumbled upon a treasure? Anchor, don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry over and take a look. I think Brother Qiu might have found a treasure. What? A treasure? Ding Wenjing, alerted by the fans, suddenly felt a jolt of excitement, sensing that this possibility was quite high. Chu Qiu, quickly have your people lower the dragnet. My fans say you might have found a treasure, Ding Wenjing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Because ordinary wood wouldn't sink to the ocean floor, let alone wooden boxes. Ha ha ha, Chu Qiu laughed even more joyfully. This group of people was truly engrossed in their roles. If treasure were so easy to find, would they still be waiting for him to dredge it up? It would have long been cleaned out by salvage companies. A bunch of drama queens, since you are so eager to act, then I shall indulge you. Youngsters, be more confident and remove the possible. Chu Qiu's lips curled into a smile. This is the treasure. What? You knew all along. You had already figured it out. Ding Wenjing gazed at the smile spreading across Chu Qiu's face, feeling a wave of shock rise within her. No wonder you were laughing so heartily earlier. At this moment, the live broadcast room also erupted in excitement. What? Brother Qiu knew all along? Holy smokes, incredible, truly incredible. I thought Brother Qiu was just laughing foolishly, Brother Qiu. They laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their inability to see through it. Ha ha ha, quick, let us see what treasure it really is, a bunch of clowns. Chu Qiu shook his head and laughed. Oldly, open the net. Sure thing. At that moment, Oldly also became excited. He had said all along that the boss's luck was so extraordinary. How could it simply vanish? It turns out he hit the jackpot. With a loud crash, as Oldly's words fell, a chaotic pile of objects from the dragnet instantly tumbled onto the deck. Among them, one of the rotten wooden boxes seemed particularly heavy, crashing open with a loud bang. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire deck. Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Chu Qiu's smile froze on his face. Chapter 54. Where is the promised low profile? My apologies for only one update today. Good heavens, what the Chu Qiu was caught off guard. His smile abruptly stiffening. As the wooden box shattered. Gleaming golden bars rolled out. It could be said that unless one were blind or foolish, even a 6 or 7-year-old child who had seen television would recognize this. These are gold bars. How can I possibly maintain a low profile now? I had intended to be discreet, yet it has turned into my most ostentatious display. Chu Qiu suddenly felt a sharp pang of embarrassment. This unexpected twist was too much for him to handle. It felt like a slap to his own face. The sheer irony was something others could hardly fathom. At this moment, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. I told you so. I told you so. I said it could be treasure, right? Look, gold bars. They're gold bars. There are so many gold bars, they must weigh at least 30 pounds combined. Good heavens, oh my goodness. Brother, are you sure your mouth didn't just open up to the heavens? 30 pounds of gold bars, that's astronomical. Oh my, 30 pounds. My math isn't great. Can someone divine come help calculate how much that is in RMB? As soon as this was spoken, people in the live broadcast room immediately began tagging each other. If I'm not mistaken, the current price of gold in the country is around 270 yuan per gram. And 30 pounds would amount to 4.05 million. What? 4.05 million? My goodness. With that much money, one could easily buy a luxurious villa in our second-tier city. Brother Qiu is simply incredible. Isn't he? Exactly. What kind of outrageous luck does Brother Qiu possess? The first haul brought in over 2,000 crabs worth more than 1 million, and now this second haul, which we thought was a bust, suddenly turns into a mind-blowing reversal, directly yielding a box of gold bars worth over 4 million. My heavens, how can fishermen even continue to fish with such luck? It's gone viral. I'm certain that after today, both the anchor and Brother Qiu will surely trend together. Moreover, if fishing can yield a box of gold bars, how can those salvage companies hold their heads up high? All right, everyone, stop talking. There are still a few rotten wooden boxes left unopened, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. Who knows what valuable treasures might be inside? Yes, anchor. Where are you? Hurry over and take a look. I've never seen what a real gold bar looks like. I haven't either. I've only seen them on television. Of course, who besides those in the gold trade ever gets to see something like gold bars? That's right, anchor. Hurry over and let us take a closer look. Calling the anchor. The anchor is probably in shock. Let us shower her with gifts to wake her up. Yes, yes, anchor. Wake up, ding. Guadashia sends a carnival. Ding. Crab official sends a carnival. Ding. Home and sends a carnival. Ding. Tuanshuanzi sends romantic fireworks. Ding. Fancy heart gestures. Ding. Roaring motorcycle. After a flurry of intense gift messages, Ding Wenjing, who was in shock, finally snapped back to reality. At this moment, she hurriedly glanced at her phone screen, and there was no time for interaction. Overwhelmed with unparalleled astonishment, she quickly walked towards the spot where the gold bars had rolled. However, as she moved, the crew on the boat also awoke, and the deck erupted in excitement. My heavens, gold, it's gold. A whole box of gold. This is simply unbelievable. The boss's luck is beyond description. I've been adrift at sea for most of my life and have never encountered anyone with luck as good as the boss's. Indeed, such luck is almost supernatural. What? Just as Chu Chio was about to walk over, upon hearing this statement, he suddenly froze as if struck by a spell. His body stiffened, and a black line crossed his face. Good heavens, are they praising me? Or are they praising me? Or are they praising me? Ha ha ha, I said it all along. The boss's luck is so extraordinary, how could it possibly just vanish? It turns out he hit the jackpot. Goodness, in my lifetime, I have never encountered treasure from the sea, nor have I ever seen what a gold bar looks like. Today, thanks to the boss, I can finally witness it. Old Zhang exclaimed, overflowing with excitement. Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry over and help collect the gold bars for the boss. Let you all have a taste of this thrill. But let me make it clear. Anyone who dares to act dishonestly or entertain any ill intentions. Don't blame me, Old Zhang, for turning against you. Old Zhang, that's enough. We all came at your invitation. We know each other well. Who would do such a thing? Exactly, especially since the boss is such a great person. Your vision is just too narrow. Amidst the excitement, the crowd couldn't help but retort a bit, and then they eagerly rushed to help Chu Chio collect the gold bars. This moment, Ding Wenjing had already walked over, picking up a gold bar and holding it in her hand. The first sensation the gold bar gave her was its weight. Each gold bar weighs at least a pound, completely inconsistent with any standard gold bar format. Moreover, there wasn't a single mark on it. Ding Wenjing speculated that this was likely from a chaotic period when a wealthy family melted down gold privately in preparation for escape by sea. Unfortunately, during the voyage, they encountered an accident and left it behind in the ocean. In the end, it fortuitously landed in Chu Chio's hands. Soon, the gold was uniformly gathered and weighed on a scale, totaling a whopping 32 pounds, converted to RMB, that's 432,000. This enormous sum left the crew dumbfounded. Even the fans in the live broadcast room were frantically spamming in envy. Indeed, dear host, there are other boxes as well. Let us hasten to have Chiogu open them for a glimpse, and don't overlook that chaotic heap of items. I can't shake the feeling that treasures might be concealed within. Yes, yes, as I gaze upon those shabby wooden boxes, an irresistible itch stirs within me, akin to a cat's longing to be petted. Host, I implore you, let Chiogu unveil the treasure chests. The chat room is once again ablaze. A deluge of gifts cascading like rain. All right, my darlings, cease the spamming. I am well aware. Ding Wenjing couldn't help but smile at the fervor exhibited by the fans in the live stream. To date, thanks to Chu Chio's presence, the gifts she has received have surpassed 100,000. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a sum. With this thought, she quickly turned her gaze to Chu Chio, only to find that he could no longer contain himself and had already begun to rummage through those boxes. She promptly adjusted her phone's camera back to focus on Chu Chio. Darlings, look, your Chiogu has commenced the treasure opening, Ding Wenjing exclaimed with a hint of excitement, as she too was eager for the forthcoming reveal, filled with a thrilling sense of anticipation akin to a treasure hunt. Oh dear, what should I do? Watching Chiogu dismantle the wooden boxes makes my heart race with anxiety. I wonder what marvelous treasures he might uncover. I too am filled with nervous anticipation. Is it about to be opened? How thrilling! Look! Chiogu has unveiled Chapter 55, the antique jade cicada. At last, amidst the anxious gaze of hundreds of thousands of fans, Chu Chio pried open one of the wooden boxes. Inside lay an array of antiques and jade artifacts, meticulously arranged and entirely intact. Good heavens, is this? An antique? Upon sighting these exquisite items, Chu Chiu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. In times of chaos, gold reigns supreme. In times of prosperity, antiques do. If one were to inquire about what holds the most value today, even the street-sweeping aunties would affirm that it is antiques. And here lies a box filled with 7 or 8 pieces of various antiques before him. Even if he were to ponder with his pinky toe, Chu Chiu knew that this was indeed a monumental discovery. Not to mention the recent box of gold bars, the worth of this collection of antiques is undoubtedly far greater. Goodness gracious, what have I stumbled upon? A box full of antique jade artifacts. Antique jade artifacts? Isn't that just antiques? Goodness, this is astronomical. If all of these are authenticated as genuine, wouldn't Xiaogu be immensely impressive? Indeed, anything even remotely related to antiques has skyrocketed in value. Xiaogu's luck is simply beyond comprehension. I suspect he must be favored by the heavens. Yes, I concur. No objections allowed. The chatroom erupted in exuberance. Ding Wenjing was equally astonished. First gold, now antiques. Chu Chiu's fortune is nothing short of miraculous. Chu Chiu's heart soared with joy. Setting aside the monetary value, antiques, in his eyes, symbolize prestige. They are the living embodiment of sophistication. Simply placing one in a home or wearing one signifies depth and class. It surpasses even driving a luxury car or flaunting designer bags. Thus, in this moment, despite his verbal declarations of modesty, Chu Chiu's body betrayed him, revealing a giddy smile as he exclaimed over the treasures. He carefully retrieved the smallest jade artifact from the box, a cicada, no larger than a thumb, carved from deep green jade. It was elegantly simplistic and vibrantly alive. Antiques truly are exquisite. Just look at this cicada carving, so round and smooth, clearly the work of a master craftsman. Gorgeous, absolutely stunning. At first glance, it seems ready to take flight. Though I cannot discern its era, Chu Chiu scrutinized the jade cicada in his hand, his delight unmistakable. It's truly beautiful, cicada? What on earth? Ding Wenjing, upon hearing Chu Chiu's musings, returned to reality and couldn't help but chuckle. In the world of antiques, this is not referred to as a cicada, but rather shen. Ding Wenjing explained with a bemused expression. Isn't a cicada the same as a shen? Chu Chiu retorted. Yes, but Ding Wenjing attempted to clarify. That's fine. I prefer to call it a cicada. Chu Chiu interrupted, leaving her no opportunity for further explanation. Ding Wenjing was momentarily at a loss. This scene instantly amused the fans in the live stream. Ha ha ha! Watching the host get flustered makes me inexplicably happy. So do I. But is it really appropriate for us to voice this? It isn't, but look at me. I didn't say it out loud. Host, you didn't say it, but you wrote it. Do you think I'm blind? Ha ha ha. You lot are truly incorrigible. You've made me laugh to the point of honking like a goose. Yet, I am genuinely quite delighted. After Ding Wenjing's moment of embarrassment, she had hoped to find solace and comfort among the fans. However, upon seeing the comments on the screen, she felt as if she had been struck again. Today truly feels like a day of trials for me. This bunch is utterly infuriating. All right, everyone, let us stop teasing the host. Anyone knowledgeable about antiques in the chat room, please step forward and assist Xiaogu with identification. Yes, please come forth. I am particularly eager to learn how much this cicada is worth. Qian Duo, Qian Fatty, hurry out. It's your moment to shine. Coming. Let the host adjust the camera closer. Then I'll connect to the live stream. In the magical city, at an antique shop named Gu Hangzhai, a plump young man with a cherubic face, brimming with excitement, exited the live stream and logged onto his Douyin account. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse in the previous stream, his keen instincts led him to believe that the jade cicada in Chu Chiu's possession was undoubtedly a genuine masterpiece. And once the authenticity of the jade cicada was confirmed, the other items in the box would certainly be authentic antiques as well. Thus, he eagerly exited the live stream, opened his Douyin account, and sought to connect with the host. As soon as the live connection was established, Qian Duo excitedly greeted Chu Chiu and Ding Wenjing. Hello? Xiaogu, hello, host? Qian boss, you're well, Ding Wenjing politely responded. She had learned from the fans that Qian Duo hailed from an antique family and possessed considerable expertise in the realm of antiques. However, Chu Chiu was completely unaware of who he was. He regarded Qian Duo, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a hint of skepticism. So young? Are you capable? In Chu Chiu's impression, those engaged in antique appraisal ought to be at least 60 or 70 years old to be deemed competent. Qian Fatty's expression faltered, awkwardly replying. I'm not sure which aspect you're referring to. Chogu? Huh? 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 Which aspect? The chatroom erupted in a frenzy of comments. Rows of astonished expressions flooded the screen. What on earth? Why did he jump into such a topic without warning? And in front of the female host. No less, goodness, I want to get off this ride. I want to get off this ride. This is not a vehicle for kindergartners. Male fans clamored in uproar. The female fans were initially stunned, but upon realizing the implications of the phrase, they suddenly came to their senses, cursing the shamelessness of it all. Even Chu Chio's expression froze in disbelief, staring at the other, utterly perplexed. I merely asked if you were capable of appraising antiques. And you took it elsewhere? Chu Chio was at a loss for words. This person was indeed a character, ah? A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Oh no, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Qian Fatty glanced at Ding Wenjing, forcing a sheepish smile. Well then, Qiu Gu, let us proceed with the appraisal. He could already sense an unfriendly aura emanating from Ding Wenjing. Damn it, this was a blunder that couldn't be forgiven. Han Ba Dao refers to a distinctive sculpting technique characterized by its robust and powerful strokes, marked by simplicity and clarity, with each cut revealing its sharpness. This method, a hallmark of the Han Dynasty's artistic mastery, is capable of imbuing a piece with profound spirit through just a few deliberate strokes, hence the name Han Ba Dao. Similarly, the jade cicada was an immensely popular sculptural form during the Han era. Highly valued by the ancients, jade cicadas can generally be classified into three types. The ornamental cicada, intended for personal adornment and protection against malevolent forces. The crown cicada, designed as a decorative embellishment for hats, symbolizing power and status, reserved for the elite. And the more unique type known as the contained cicada, which was placed in the mouths of the deceased, symbolizing rebirth and the immortality of the spirit. Qian Pengzi elaborated, in essence, the jade cicada you hold is a product of the Han Dynasty. But which type does it correspond to? Is it a crown cicada, an ornamental cicada, or a contained cicada? Chu Chio could not suppress his curiosity. He had a deep admiration for the jade cicada and hoped it was not a contained cicada, as that would be rather unsettling. It is indeed an ornamental cicada. Qian Pengzi replied, his gaze tinged with envy. I noticed that the head of this cicada has a small hole for threading a decorative cord, which confirms it is unequivocally an ornamental cicada. 2 years ago, Han Ba Dao jade cicadas were highly sought after antique collectibles. Even the contained cicadas were immensely popular, with auction prices reaching as high as 600,000. The ornamental cicada is exceedingly rare. Its appearance would undoubtedly trigger fierce competition among antique aficionados, particularly your ornamental cicada, both in terms of material and condition, is exceptional. Its preliminary appraisal will not be less than 1 million. How much? 1 million. Ding Wenjing exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. While she had been aware that the jade cicada was an antique and undoubtedly valuable, she had only anticipated a figure in the hundreds of thousands. The revelation that this small jade cicada was worth 1 million was staggering. Did that mean this single piece equated to a quarter of the value of the box of gold bars? Her mind raced, realizing that the box contained at least 6 or 7 antiques, which, judging by their condition, would likely be worth even more than the jade cicada. This suggested that the entire box of antiques could indeed be valued at tens of millions. Is this luck even luck anymore? No, it can't be. There are several other boxes too. If nothing unexpected occurs, based on the current situation, it is highly probable that over 80% of the contents of those boxes are antiques. She thought, a chill running down her spine at the realization. If indeed all the boxes contained antiques, their total value would exceed 100 million. The mere thought of such a figure made her heart race and her mouth dry. While she was lost in these thoughts, Chu Chio, not being foolish, sprang into action. Lao Li, Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, he called decisively. You three, move the remaining 3 wooden boxes to the cockpit. No one is to touch or approach them without my command. Lao Li, for the time being, I need you to remain in the cockpit to guard it. Chu Chio felt that the remaining boxes should no longer be opened in public view, if they turned out to contain nothing but antiques. The ensuing commotion would be immense, likely rivaling the sensation caused by river clams and pearls. He feared that a moment's carelessness could thrust him into the limelight, and that would be troublesome. Yet, one crucial point was overlooked by Chu Chio: the formidable power of social media and the current speed of online information dissemination. Moreover, there were numerous influencers on platforms like Douyin who profited from creating short videos. At that moment, Ding Wenjing's live stream was trending, dominating the hourly charts, and had already caught the attention of these influencers. As soon as Ding Wenjing's stream gained traction, The multitude of crabs that had first appeared in the live broadcast had piqued their interest. Sensing a topic with immense potential, during Ding Wenjing's streaming, these influencers had begun extracting clips from the broadcast, titling them with sensational headlines, and posting them across various online platforms. As time passed, the view counts, likes, and shares of these short videos surged dramatically. Within less than an hour, they had topped the trending lists of major platforms, especially as Chu Chiu fished out gold and subsequent videos featuring the wooden boxes emerged. They quickly ascended to the top 10 of trending searches. Boss, the big boss is trending again. Wait, what did I just see? Someone caught crabs worth over $1 million in a single haul. And they also pulled in a box of gold bars? What is happening? Not just one box of gold, but an entire box of antiques as well. This luck is beyond belief. Even a lottery winner wouldn't be this fortunate. At the entrance of a television station in the magical city, a delivery worker, holding a bag of takeout in one hand and scrolling through the trending news on his phone with the other, couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, a female reporter in a business suit passed by. Overhearing his outburst, instantly, she sensed something significant and rushed over to investigate. In the next moment, she seemed to lose her composure, dashing into the station's building in her high heels. As she ran, she frantically searched Douyin and quickly discovered the live stream. She noticed an even more exhilarating detail. It was a local broadcast. This meant it was happening in the waters belonging to the magical city, which was not far away. Hey, Xiao Chen, where are you? Hurry back to the station. I have a crucial trending topic that requires immediate coverage. If I secure this interview, I might even get promoted to a host. I need your help. Come back right away. What? Where have you gone? You'll be back in 2 hours? No way. I can't wait that long. I need to secure this first-hand report immediately. Forget it. I'll go myself. The female reporter hung up the phone, abandoning her plans to go to the office. Without Xiao Chen's assistance, she couldn't manage the camera, so she opted for a lighter setup, using her phone to capture the first-hand interview. Chapter 57. Unable to sit still. Su Qingya bursting out of the station building, the female reporter hailed a taxi and sped away. Her name was Xiao Xiao, a seasoned journalist for the Magical City TV station, known for her program Today's Hot Topics. She had risen from a freelance writer to a magazine reporter, then a news agency reporter, a radio reporter, and finally, a senior reporter at the television station, thanks to her keen insight and ability to uncover compelling stories. Along with her remarkable persistence, she had once pursued a socially significant issue relentlessly, almost getting injured in the process. Fearless, she ventured out to sea when others hesitated. Now that she had finally become a gold standard senior reporter at the television station, she was just a step away from becoming a host. Missing this opportunity could mean stagnation for several years. At 27, she realized she no longer had the luxury of time to wait. Thus, she was determined to seize this moment and secure the first-hand interview. Given the immense buzz surrounding the treasure found during the fishing expedition, she knew that if she could obtain exclusive coverage, the station's ratings would soar. This exposure could significantly enhance her recognition among viewers, paving the way for her to become a radio host. With these thoughts racing through her mind, she urged the taxi driver, "Please drive faster. I'm in a hurry." Throughout the journey, Xiao Xiao found herself repeating these words countless times. Fortunately, her location was close to the sea, and within half an hour, she arrived at the coastline, promptly renting a small yacht to head out to sea. The yacht's rental fee was exorbitant, nearly equivalent to her monthly salary, but she was willing to make this sacrifice to secure valuable resources. During her journey, she remained glued to the live stream. Upon witnessing the moment when the treasure was authenticated and Chu Chiu instructed the removal of the 3 boxes, she knew this was a significant opportunity. What am I witnessing? There are still 3 boxes left unopened. My goodness, even one small jade cicada could be valued at $1 million. What about the other 3 boxes? What could possibly be inside? Could they also be antiques? If they are antiques, how much could they be worth? Tens of millions? Over 100 million? Public netizens were equally stirred by the continuously rising trending videos. Platforms like Kuaishou, Washan, Bilibili, and Weishi all saw a surge in likes, shares, and comments. Each short video extracted from the broadcast quickly gained traction, climbing the trending charts across various platforms. Particularly on Douyin, the popularity of these videos skyrocketed, landing them in the top 10 of social and Douyin trends. Within the grand confines of the Jinghua Hotel, Xiaoli and Xiaohong burst into Su Qingya's office, their exuberance reminiscent of a frenzied tempest. Fortunately, having experienced their previous outburst, Su Qingya remained unperturbed this time. However, she chided them. "What on earth is the matter with you two? Acting all madcap. Is it merely the live stream rankings that have you so astonished? Those celebrities appear on the charts daily, Yet I've never seen you this animated. But boss, this time the big boss isn't on the livestream rankings. He's made it onto the Douyin hot list. And he's trending, Xiaoli exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Remarkably, she restrained herself from calling her boss lady this time. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaohong chimed in, eager to contribute, though she could only muster a few words as Xiaoli dominated the conversation. Trending? Su Qingya's astonishment grew. Surely it cannot be. Is it merely because a single net haul captured crabs worth over 1 million? That alone could propel him into the top 10. Su Qingya's skepticism was evident. Xiaoli quickly clarified, no, capturing crabs worth 1 million was from the big boss's first haul, which has long since passed. This is from his second haul. He brought up a box of gold and a trove of antiques. And discussions online are already fervent. What did you say? Chuchio's second haul yielded a box of gold and a collection of antiques. Is that true? Su Qingya could not contain her surprise. Without delay, she opened her phone and accessed the Douyin hot list. To her astonishment, she discovered that a third of the top 10 titles included keywords like beachcombing, gold bars, antiques, and treasures. The buzz was almost rivaling that of river clams and pearls. This meant that aside from 2 celebrity incidents, Chuchio had practically monopolized the entire hot list. In disbelief, Su Qingya clicked on the videos, watching in awe as she learned of a box containing over 4 million worth of gold bars and a jade cicada valued at over 1 million. The comments and discussion suggested that the jade cicada might be the least valuable item among the antiques. Moreover, there were 3 unopened wooden boxes. Below the video, employees from several reputable salvage companies asserted, based on their treasure hunting experience, that over 95% of the contents of those 3 boxes were likely antiques. My heavens, if they are indeed all antiques, what would their worth be? Over 100 million? Perhaps even more. In that moment, Su Qingya found herself at a loss for words, her emotions swirling. Here she was, diligently managing a 5-star hotel, where a year's net income might barely equate to a quarter of Chuchio's haul, all while the hotel thrived. Otherwise, it would have to be halved. Truly, it was a case of comparison kills. Glancing at the hotel investment proposal she had painstakingly crafted, Su Qingya bit her lip and tossed it aside. Proposal? What use is that? With Chuchio, the great god of wealth, around, who needs an investment plan? Why not simply persuade him to sell the antiques? Coupled with the funds from today's black card recharge, acquiring a ready-made 5-star hotel would be far more advantageous. It saves time, effort, and resources. Plus, we could stock up immediately and profit instantly. How exhilarating! With this thought, Su Qingya could no longer remain seated. She slammed her palm on the desk and declared, "It's settled then. We're heading to Modu." To Modu? Xiaoli and Xiaohong were taken aback by her sudden outburst, their voices faltering. Yes, to Modu. We must seek investment from your big boss, Su Qingya announced, rising abruptly. Seek investment? The 2 girls were clearly bewildered. When? Now, at once, immediately, Su Qingya replied, snatching her car keys from the desk before striding out. Xiaoli and Xiaohong stood in shock before they quickly regained their composure and hurried after her. Outside the hotel, as Su Qingya gently eased the car into motion, she instructed, "You both keep a close eye on the hotel for me. Call me if anything arises." Understood, they echoed in unison. All right, I'm off. Su Qingya nodded, pressing the gas as she departed the hotel. Just as the car began to distance itself, Xiaoli could no longer suppress herself and called out with encouragement, "Boss, go for it. Strive to become our boss lady soon." Screeching to a halt, the car nearly veered into the greenery. Xiaoli quickly grabbed Xiaohong's hand, exclaiming, "Oh no, we'd better run." When Su Qingya blushed and poked her head out of the car window, she found the 2 had vanished without a trace. Those 2 little devils. Just wait until I return to deal with you. Biting her lip, Su Qingya felt a flutter of excitement within her as she hastily drove away. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Chuchio was oblivious to the viral sensation he had unwittingly become, having just had 3 wooden boxes removed. The fervent protests from his livestream fans erupted. "Brother Chio, you are being too inconsiderate. We want to see what's inside the boxes. Indeed, you've piqued our curiosity, yet you leave us hanging. Exactly. How can you tease us like this? Please, Brother Chio, satisfy our curiosity, or I want to be able to sleep. Brother Chio, hurry and bring the boxes back. My curiosity is about to explode." The chat was flooded with protests. Ding Wenjing rubbed her temples at the relentless barrage of messages, her head pounding. Protests are futile. In light of this, Chuchio remained resolute. Furthermore, he picked up the dismantled wooden box lid, intent on removing even those that had been opened. At this point, not just the fans in the live stream. But even Qian Duo was on the verge of jumping up in desperation. "Brother Chiu, please have mercy. You're toying with my very existence," he exclaimed, urgency etched on his face. For him, the allure of that box of antiques surpassed even that of the most alluring models. If he didn't get a chance to assess them, he feared his day would be utterly ruined. Yet, Chu Chiu paid no heed to his pleas and continued to cover the boxes. "Oh, Brother Chiu, please, please don't." Qian Duo's eyes widened with urgency. "Just let me evaluate one, just one. Is that too much to ask? If you agree, I'll be at your beck and call whenever you need me. And besides, you must ascertain the provenance and value of these antiques, right? Otherwise, what purpose do they serve just sitting there?" "Very well, I shall allow you to appraise one more piece." Chu Chiu relented after considering Qian Duo's repeated requests. With so many antiques at hand, he would eventually need to clarify their worth anyway. Allowing Qian Duo to indulge his curiosity seemed a reasonable compromise. After rummaging through the boxes for a while, Chu Chiu finally extracted an item he deemed of lesser value. It was a porcelain vase, dark blue in hue and only as tall as a hand. "This will do." Chu Chiu held it up to the camera. But the moment he did, Qian Duo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Tea leaf residue. What? Is this tea leaf residue? Official kiln glaze with tea leaf residue?" "Brother Chiu, quickly, bring it closer so I can see chapter 58. Tea leaf residue. A royal secret glaze worth millions. Official kiln glaze? Tea leaf residue?" Chu Chiu's expression faltered, suddenly gripped by a disquieting premonition. Though he was unfamiliar with these terms and their significance, the intensity of Qian Duo's reaction suggested this item was anything but ordinary. "Official kiln glaze? Tea leaf residue? What on earth are those? I've never heard of them. Are they valuable?" The chat was ablaze with inquiries, curiosity surging among the fans. Even the simplest observer could deduce from Qian Duo's reaction that this item was extraordinary. "Has anyone in the chat heard of these two items? Please, step forward and enlighten us. Official kiln glaze? I've heard of that from the elders back home in Jingda. It seems to be a secret glaze made specifically for the imperial kills during the Qing dynasty. Forbidden to be produced elsewhere, lest one loses their head. It's exceedingly rare." Someone in the livestream actually stepped forward to clarify, and within mere moments, the fans were left in awe, gasping at the revelation. Exclusively made for the imperial kills, the royal secret glaze. Just from these few words, one could sense the immense value and unparalleled prestige associated with it. In other words, this was not something mere commoners could afford to indulge in. Even nobles would require imperial favor to possess such treasures, highlighting their rarity. Now, they awaited Qian Duo's assessment to validate whether it was indeed authentic and to ascertain its worth. At this moment, Qian Duo was already rubbing his hands together in excitement. Although a thorough and formal appraisal had yet to take place, in his heart, he had already affixed a label of authenticity to the item. What he now needed to ascertain was whether this genuine piece exhibited any signs of damage or scratches. "Chiu, handle it with care, turn it gently, and for heaven's sake, don't let it slip. This thing is exceedingly precious." Qian Duo anxiously exclaimed. One could not help but feel that this antique did not belong to Chu Chiu. Rather, it seemed to be his. Chu Chiu was utterly speechless, and a twinge of regret began to surface. Could it be that he was about to slap his own face once more? However, it was too late for regrets. He steeled himself and decided to take a closer look. As long as it didn't surpass the value of the Yuchan too drastically, as Chu Chiu rotated the item, the expression on Qian Duo's face grew ever more exhilarated. "Oh my goodness. It's the real deal. It is indeed authentic. Moreover, the preservation state is undoubtedly among the best I have ever seen. This is tea leaf glaze. With such remarkable preservation, it must be worth a fortune." Qian Duo exclaimed with fervor. "Chiu, you've struck gold. This tea leaf glaze is known as Chemo, characterized by its tea-like hue, elegant, understated, and profoundly rich. It is a glaze that one never tires of observing and possesses eye-nourishing properties. It was one of the secret glazes reserved for royal enjoyment. Controversy has long surrounded the tea leaf glaze. Some argue that tea color qualifies as a monochrome glaze, while others claim it is a blend of yellow and green hues, thus not fitting into the monochrome category. Enthusiasts assert that its value rivals that of monochrome glazes, while detractors dismiss it as merely a color glaze. Regardless of opinions, the inherent value of tea leaf glaze has never diminished, as it is derived from monochrome glazes, representing a pinnacle in the history of Chinese ceramics. The zenith of tea leaf glaze, in its most perfect form, occurred during the Qianlong period, specifically in the early years of his reign. Therefore, Take a look at the base of this tea leaf glaze. Being a product of the imperial kiln, it must bear the 6-character inscription in seal script, De Qing Qianlong Nianji. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiu promptly turned the bottle upside down to reveal the base. To his astonishment, 6 large seal characters appeared before his eyes. De Qing Qianlong Nianji. Wow, it truly exists. Chu Qiu was slightly taken aback. So, how much is this tea leaf glaze worth? Could it possibly be 4 to 5 million? If it were merely 4 to 5 million, that would be manageable and unlikely to cause a significant uproar. After all, there are lottery winners each year claiming millions. What? 4 to 5 million? Are you insulting me? Are you insulting history? Upon hearing Chu Qiu's estimation, Qian Duo nearly leapt from his seat, gazing at Chu Qiu with a look of disbelief. As if he were witnessing a disgraceful descendant. This is tea leaf glaze from the official kiln, exclusively for the imperial palace. Among hundreds of porcelain pieces, only one is barely produced. Do you really believe 4 to 5 million does justice to its worth? Qian Duo, feeling the need to amplify his point, abruptly stood up and declared, "This is the face of the Qing dynasty." Face of the Qing dynasty? The Qing has perished. Chu Qiu, feeling the pressure, shot him a dangerous glare. Sit down. Now tell me, how much is it worth? Do you still want to appraise the other antiques I possess? This single remark struck at Qian Duo's vulnerable spot, instantly deflating his bravado. Oh dear Qiu. Let me think. I was being too ambitious. He quickly complied, sitting back down, excitement brimming in his voice. In fact, back in 2018, a tea leaf glaze bottle of this caliber was appraised by experts at 6 to 8 million. But the national strength has since evolved dramatically. It is no longer comparable to 18 years ago. Furthermore, due to the rarity of tea leaf glaze, it has been particularly sought after in recent years. Thus, the value of this tea leaf glaze is at least in the tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo could not help but marvel at Chu Qiu's extraordinary fortune. It is worth noting that their Qian family, a prominent antique lineage, had accumulated over generations, with several antique shops established in major cities, yet they only possessed a mere 2 pieces of tea leaf glazed in comparison to the one Chu Qiu held. Their own tea leaf glaze was evidently of a lower preservation quality. What? Tens of millions? For this small porcelain bottle? My goodness, tens of millions. I'm utterly shocked. Indeed, this value is extraordinarily high, even if it was exclusively for the Qing royal family. It is merely porcelain. How could it possibly start at 10 million? Qian Duo's estimate left the live stream audience in utter disbelief. They had shared Chu Qiu's initial thoughts, with their internal valuations hovering around 4 to 5 million at most. The appraisal, however, revealed a value that had doubled, or even tripled, leaving them astonished. Chu Qiu could not help but cover his forehead in frustration. Damn it, I truly miscalculated. At least it's in the tens of millions. This could mean 1 million, 2 million, or even more. This is utterly reckless. Qian Duo, his excitement bubbling over, continued, Qiu, let us proceed to appraise the next item. Who said I wanted to appraise the next one? Chu Qiu reflexively declined, hastily returning the bottle of tea leaf glaze to its place. Am I not being ostentatious enough? Upon hearing this, Qian Duo became anxious. Didn't you just ask me if I wanted to appraise other antiques? Yes, I asked if you wanted to appraise more, but that was not me wanting to. I don't want to appraise anything. Chu Qiu stated earnestly. Wow, it can be like this? Qian Duo stood there, frozen in disbelief. The Qing has fallen. Why can't it be like this? Chu Qiu smirked. Ha ha ha. He found humor in his own words. Your Majesty, the Qing has perished, but I cannot do it. The live stream chat erupted into laughter, with viewers humorously fixated on the phrase the Qing has perished. The Qing has perished? What on earth? Ding Wenjing gazed at the scrolling comments, questioning her life choices. Were these fans still the same ones she had known before? Chapter 59. Without Qiu Gu's fate, but afflicted by Qiu Gu's malady. Qiu Gu, are you really not going to appraise it? Just one more, let us appraise one more, shall we? Qian Duo implored. His anxiety palpable. Chu Qiu chose silence, opting instead to convey his decision through action. Oldly, prepare to set sail. Sure thing. Upon hearing that they were setting sail, Oldly was invigorated, realizing they were continuing their fishing expedition. For those who frequently ventured out to sea, the notion of appraising antiques felt distant. It was the various seafood with clearly marked prices that felt familiar and invigorating. The audience in the live stream collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Was the appraisal finally coming to an end? That would be preferable. Otherwise, they feared their hearts might require additional stints. Indeed, the longer this goes on, the more it seems that millions and tens of millions are mere trifles. Easily attainable. Do you all feel the same? I certainly do. It feels as though anything under $1 million is pocket change, yet my monthly salary is only 4 to 5,000. It's a classic case of lacking Chiu Gu's fortune but suffering from Chiu Gu's affliction. Coincidentally, as Chu Chiu approached, he noticed the comments on the screen and was taken aback. Am I afflicted? When did this happen? What ailment do I have? I was completely unaware. Chu Chiu was left speechless. Indeed, fame brought its share of troubles. Meanwhile, on the yacht at sea, female journalist Xiao Xiao had been closely monitoring the live stream with her phone, her heart racing throughout the entire appraisal process. The journey from a crab valued at $1 million to gold worth $4 million, and now the recently appraised tea leaf glaze from the Qing dynasty at a value in the tens of millions, provided a wealth of topics and excitement to explore. Especially with 3 additional boxes remaining, surely everyone was curious about their contents. If she could secure this interview, the subsequent broadcast would surely attract nationwide attention, and her promotion would be a mere formality. Master, could we possibly go a bit faster? Xiao Xiao eagerly urged the yacht's captain. Faster? Young lady, we're on the open sea, and the waves have begun to rise. We cannot go any faster. If we did, we would be airborne. The captain, unruffled, assured her, we're merely pursuing a fishing boat, don't worry. At the yacht's speed, we will catch up in no time. Well, all right then. Xiao Xiao finally settled down, taking out a small notebook to jot down the questions she wanted to ask during the interview. At the same time, within the antique shop, after Qian Duo had concluded the live stream, he hurriedly dashed to the restroom. Upon returning, he intended to rejoin Ding when Jing's live stream when a series of notifications caught his eye. Shocking. Live stream treasure hunting uncovers treasures worth over 100 million. Breaking news. East Sea fishermen recover ancient golden artifacts valued in the millions. Treasure discovered at sea. A jade cicada worth over $1 million. What is this? Qian Duo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Upon clicking the notifications, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's true. Chiu Guo is trending. Moreover, there were related short videos. Oh my goodness. Is this not the moment for me to appraise treasures? Have I been singled out? Could it be that I have also made it to the trending searches? Qian Duo's face was one of utter disbelief as he hurriedly scrolled through the comments below. However, upon witnessing the flood of remarks from netizens, he suddenly inhaled sharply. For among the comments, half expressed shock and envy, while the other half reveled in schadenfreude. Those who delighted in his misfortune left little red flags, commenting as follows: Thank you, comrade, for recovering the lost antique artifacts for the nation. I applaud your personal endeavors. The state certificates are on their way. 300 yuan and a banner are en route. The Cultural Relics Bureau is already mobilized. The price is of little consequence. What matters is that the little red flags and certificates are ready for you. Upon reading these comments, Qian Duo felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to have forgotten. Chu Chiu had unearthed the treasures within the territorial waters of the nation. According to legal stipulations, any valuable antique artifacts recovered in these waters belong to the state. This means that, apart from the gold whose status remains uncertain, all other artifacts retrieved by Chu Chiu must be returned to the government. Goodness, this is quite the predicament. Butler, prepare the car for me at once. Inform my father that I shall not be returning home today. Qian Duo shouted as he dashed upstairs, took a few minutes to change into a formal outfit, and descended like a whirlwind. Downstairs, the butler, holding the car keys, awaited him. Upon seeing the young master emerge, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he must be mistaken. Qian Duo was now clad in a tailored suit, adorned with an expensive watch, and carrying a bespoke briefcase, exuding an air of sophistication that made him seem like a different person altogether. If memory serves, the last time the young master was forced into a blind date by his father, he did not even dress this formally. Who possesses such immense charm that it could compel the young master to dress so meticulously and in such haste? The butler wore an expression of astonishment, pondering whether he should call the master to report this development. Just then, with a roar of the engine, Qian Duo sped away in his Ferrari, a vibrant red streak vanishing into the distance. Qian Duo felt a sense of urgency. The news of Chu Chiu's treasure discovery, complete with images and videos, had already gone viral, capturing significant public interest and undoubtedly drawing the attention of the relevant authorities. There was no doubt this batch of antiques would need to be surrendered. Thus, he had to rush to see Chu Chiu before the officials could intervene. Otherwise, once they were handed over to the state, the opportunity for him to authenticate the artifacts would be lost. Of course, there was another crucial reason for his haste. The other 3 boxes had yet to be opened. No one knew whether they contained antiques. Even if they did, Who could say how many items were inside? Regardless, they would have to be surrendered for free. If he secretly offered a handsome sum for 1 or 2 pieces, it was likely that Chu Chiu would be amenable to it. With this thought, Qian Duoduo felt a surge of excitement, pressing the accelerator and speeding up to 180 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Chu Chiu, remained blissfully unaware, wholly focused on his fishing endeavors. This time, he was determined not to repeat his previous mistake. He must remain low-key. No more sensational incidents. Since he had already cast a net, he absolutely could not let it attract undue attention again. Thus, Chu Chiu stood resolutely on the deck. Last time, he refrained from using his underwater abilities to keep a low profile, only to have his own prowess backfire on him. Now, in an effort to remain discreet, he would need to employ those very abilities. It is indeed a curious twist of fate. Chapter 60. Will I be humiliated again? At this moment, Chu Chiu stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back, scanning the surrounding waters meticulously. After a careful assessment, he subtly nodded to himself. Yes, all was well. Within a radius of several hundred meters, apart from a few scattered shrimp and crabs, there was nothing remarkable to be found. Thus, he could confidently instruct Oldly to deploy the trawl net. Oldly, get ready and lower the trawl net. Let us try dragging it for a couple of 100 meters, Chu Chiu declared calmly, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had everything under control. The fans in the live stream began to chatter excitedly. Does anyone else feel that Brother Chiu is exuding an air of confidence? I feel like he knows the catch even before casting the net. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It's primarily due to Brother Chiu's demeanor, which radiates a remarkable calmness. Do you think Brother Chiu possesses supernatural abilities? Perhaps he can sense the water? Brother, your perspective is too narrow. Brother Chiu is actually a cultivator, Brother Chiu. Have you all seen through me? Laughter erupted in the live stream, lightening the mood. Suddenly, Oldly, following Chu Chiu's orders, excitedly released the trawl net. Seeing this, Old Zhang and the others hurriedly rolled up their pant legs and sleeves, each brimming with enthusiasm, their eyes alight with anticipation, ready to engage in a grand endeavor as soon as the net was drawn. Ding Wenjing, witnessing this scene, looked momentarily stunned. What is going on? Why is everyone so exhilarated as if this net is guaranteed to yield a bountiful catch? That's right. Before anyone else could respond, Old Zhang boasted, Miss Ding, you are new to the Captain's crew and may not be aware of our boss's prowess. Let me tell you, when it comes to luck, our boss ranks second in the world. No one dares to claim the first position. Ever since we joined forces with the boss, every single net has been a bountiful catch. If you hadn't witnessed it firsthand, you wouldn't dare believe it. Old Zhang's words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Ding Wenjing felt a flutter of unease in her heart. She gazed at Chu Chiu's figure with astonished eyes, her mind racing. Could it be true? As the crew claimed, that Chu Chiu possessed such extraordinary luck? Meanwhile, on the deck, Chu Chiu, with his exceptional hearing, overheard Old Zhang and the others' words, and he couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Old Zhang and Old Wang were indeed his secret allies. With their banter, should the net come up empty, the contrast would be amplified. Everyone would naturally attribute it all to luck, with no other factors at play. I must remember to award them both an Oscar later. With this thought in mind, Chu Chiu scanned the area once more, confirming that there were no anomalies within a few hundred meters, and then subtly nodded in satisfaction. Oldly, accelerate for 100 meters. Then haul in the net, he commanded, retracting his gaze and turning toward the center of the boat, for the outcome had already been determined. This was a live-streaming spectacle, a show designed specifically for the fans and the media. All right, boss, accelerating. Oldly, unaware of Chu Chiu's inner thoughts, laughed heartily and pressed down on the gas. The boat began to roar to life as its speed rapidly increased. Is it finally happening? Are we about to see something? On the deck, Old Zhang and the others rubbed their shoulders and prepared themselves, while fans in the live stream rubbed their eyes, pinched their cheeks, and steeled themselves, focused intently on the screen. Even Ding Wenjing felt her heart racing. Filled with suspense. What would happen? What would this net yield? Would it truly be as they claimed, a guaranteed bountiful catch? Calm and collected, Chu Chiu glanced back at the deck's crew. Observing their tense and excited expressions, he couldn't help but smirk internally, muttering to himself, what a performance. I give it a perfect score. However, just then, in the cockpit, Oldly suddenly shouted with excitement, causing Chu Chiu's smile to freeze. Oh no, it's moving. The weight gauge is fluctuating. My goodness, the weight gauge is jumping wildly. 200 kilograms. It leapt to 200 kilograms in an instant? What on earth have we encountered? Old Lee's voice was filled with exhilaration as he babbled incoherently. Could it be? Is it still jumping? The gauge is still fluctuating, and it's increasing even more, jumping straight from 200 kilograms to 500 kilograms. What the hell? Is it a school of sharks or something? Boss, come quick and take a look. It's reached 800 kilograms. 800 kilograms already. Old Lee was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was practically at a loss for words. Chuchio's smile became rigid as he stiffly turned his neck, feeling bewildered by the wind. What on earth? I was just observing the area carefully, and within a radius of several hundred meters, it was desolate. Not even a large group of crabs was present. Where could such a catch of hundreds of kilograms have come from? Are you joking with me? Could it be a malfunction in the fishing boat's electronic system? Surely, that must be the case. Chuchio remained confident in his underwater abilities. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, in the cockpit, it seemed that Old Lee had encountered something truly astonishing, as he suddenly erupted in exhilarated shouts once more. What the hell? It's 1,500 kilograms. It jumped straight to 1,500 kilograms. Boss, you are remarkable. This time, you are bound to hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Old Lee laughed maniacally with excitement, while Old Zhang and Old Wang mirrored his enthusiasm, bouncing around and shouting that it's massive, definitely a big catch. Incredible, simply incredible. How about it, Miss Ding? I told you our boss is something else. This time, we're definitely going to break the internet. However, Chuchio appeared utterly bewildered. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but at the moment Old Lee mentioned 1,500 kilograms, he felt a slight tug on the fishing platform, as if something enormous had plunged into the net. Could it possibly be a shark? Am I really going to end up slapping my own face again? Chapter 61. A school of yellowfin tuna, could it truly be a shark? Am I really about to embarrass myself again? Chuchio, looking perplexed, twisted his stiff neck, but soon, he realized something was amiss. No. If it were a shark, the net would have torn apart immediately. How could there be any weight left? Besides, while 1,500 kilograms sounds hefty, on a shark, it would only amount to a juvenile. Not to mention, the great white shark is a well-known species, with adults weighing up to 6 tons. 6 tons. What does that even mean? Converted to kilograms, that would be 6,000. Therefore, Chuchio was certain this was no shark. Boss, come quick. It's exceeded again. Over 2,000 kilograms. Wait, now it's 2,005. Holy cow, 3,000. Old Lee's voice rang out in rapid succession, filled with exhilaration and shock, his joy reaching unparalleled heights. With each announcement, Chuchio felt his heart race. Damn it, I've already seen it. There are only a few shrimp and crabs within a few hundred meters. How could it possibly explode like this? This is utterly unscientific. Can someone explain this? Oh heavens, please let this net be filled with crabs. Within the crab pavilion, Guo Shunfei clutched his phone, his gaze fixed intently on the live stream, sweat beading on his forehead from tension. Similarly anxious were the two individuals in the executive manager's office of the Home Inn. No, to be precise, every department manager in the Home Inn, including the general manager, was silently hoping for a miracle at that moment. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement, craning their necks eagerly. Holy cow, boss, it's exceeded again. 3,500 kilograms, and it's still climbing rapidly. Why aren't you here yet? I feel my hands trembling. Please hurry. Old Lee's ecstatic shouts echoed like a rapid drumbeat, resonating in everyone's hearts, quickening their blood flow. Chuchio couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest, gasping, "You're just trembling with your hands. I'm the one whose heart is racing. If this really turns out to be a big catch, I want to know how to explain it." Suddenly, chaos erupted in the cockpit as Old Lee shouted in alarm, "Boss, come quickly. It's frozen. The weight display monitor has gone black. Boss, hurry over. Come quickly." Old Lee's voice was filled with panic. Chuchio's mind raced, and he quickly understood the cause, exasperatedly pressing his forehead. "It's over. This must be a case of overloading. What are we waiting for? Let us reel it in." With a headache, Chuchio rushed over, eager to see what extraordinary creature had been caught in the net, which so perfectly demonstrated the concept of self-entrapment. Pull, 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 quickly. Old Zhang and the others were flushed with excitement, their hands nearly raw from rubbing together in anticipation. With a splash, the colossal drag net finally emerged from the water, cascading torrents of seawater down in a breathtaking display, akin to Godzilla rising from the depths. The sheer spectacle left the fans watching through their phones breathless, as all eyes locked onto the net, filled with disbelief. Inside the net lay a multitude of spindle-shaped behemoths, each measuring 2 to 3 meters long, densely packed together, resembling a mountain that threatened to snap the hoisting rod with its weight. At that moment, everyone on deck, whether it be the crew or Ding Wenjing, or Chu Chiu himself, stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sight before them. Each of those massive fish measured 2 to 3 meters in length, robust and powerful, their fins resembling swords, delivering an intense visual impact. Meanwhile, the fans watching from their screens, unable to feel the immediate shock of the scene, were the first to react. What kind of fish is this? Why are they so enormous? Oh my God, each one must be at least 2 meters long. Are these sharks? Sharks? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen a shark with a pointed mouth? Have you ever seen a shark that swims in schools? Please, go back and review your textbooks. Sharks are solitary creatures. Not social. Then what kind of fish are these? Why are they so massive? And the quantity, my heavens, there must be at least 100 of them. The fans in the live stream were all astonished, their comments flooding in as they desperately sought to identify the species. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward to educate them, as those who knew were rendered speechless by the overwhelming quantity. Because these fish were extraordinarily valuable. My God, tuna. It's actually yellowfin tuna. We caught a school of yellowfin tuna? Is this real? Am I dreaming? On deck, old Zhang finally emerged from his shock upon gazing at the massive creatures in the net. The moment he processed the situation, he couldn't help but shout in a frenzy, overwhelmed with excitement, as if a destitute man suddenly found himself with 5 million in assets. Yellowfin tuna? Yellowfin tuna. This is truly yellowfin tuna. Oh my God. With so many yellowfin tuna, the boss is going to make a fortune. Old Wang couldn't contain his astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yellowfin tuna are pelagic migratory fish. Heralded as the gold of the ocean, they can grow up to 3 meters long and weigh as much as 225 kilograms, being large migratory schooling fish. These fish are extremely selective about their food, often spending entire days in search of sustenance in the sea, which has endowed them with unparalleled speed. It is said that torpedoes were inspired by their streamlined design, allowing them to glide swiftly through the water. In the ocean, adult yellowfin tuna have no natural predators due to their incredible speed. The only creatures capable of preying on them, such as sharks and whales, can only dream of keeping pace. However, due to their delectable flesh and rich nutritional value, they have become prime targets for human fishermen, leading to rampant overfishing and their near endangerment. Yet, it is precisely because of their dwindling numbers and the difficulty of capturing them that their prices have soared, often reaching astronomical sums of 4 to 500,000 for a single fish weighing around 50 kilograms. Thus, when old Zhang and the others beheld so many yellowfin tuna, their excitement was entirely warranted. Even Chu Chiu, upon coming to terms with the reality, couldn't help but smile wryly, having completely conceded. He could only see a few hundred meters into the sea, and beyond that, visibility was lost. Given the speed of the yellowfin tuna in the water, they could have easily traversed hundreds of meters in the mere seconds it took for him to turn around. Of course, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was the value of this school of fish, which was bound to create an uproar. Chapter 62. Worth several millions, perhaps even billions. Did you hear that? The deckhands just said what kind of fish? Yellowfin tuna? Holy cow, so this is yellowfin tuna. This is incredibly expensive. It's the finest ingredient for sashimi, something even high-end 5-star hotels can't provide regularly. It's rare and hard to come by. How expensive is this fish? Just how expensive? In the live stream, many fans were hearing about yellowfin tuna for the first time. Their curiosity piqued regarding its price. The fans, still reeling from shock, began to recover, their envy palpable as they flooded the comments with excitement. Do you really want to know how expensive? Then brace yourselves, because I fear you'll doubt life itself when you hear it. Indeed, those with heart conditions should be cautious. For every yellowfin tuna that weighs 50 kilograms, each one is valued at 4 to 500,000 RMB. How much? 50 kilograms, worth 4 to 500,000. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Good grief, a single fish worth 4 to 500,000. That's like eating a villa in my hometown. Wait a minute, if this yellowfin tuna is really that expensive, then what is the value of this haul for Chiu Gu? Good heavens, you didn't give me a clear picture until now. This is extraordinary. In the past 200 yellowfin tuna, each weighing approximately 100 pounds. This amounts to a staggering 4 to 500,000. Goodness. Does this not imply that the worth of this catch is at least 70 to 80 million, perhaps even nearing 100 million? My heavens, is this haul truly worth 70 to 80 million? Or even over 100 million? I cannot take it any longer. Son, quickly, fetch me my medication. My heart condition is flaring up again, in this moment. Alongside some enthusiastic commentary from fans, the entire livestream room erupted into a frenzy. One netcast, and the bounty amounts to a staggering 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million in yellowfin tuna. Such fortune is simply beyond comprehension. Moreover, this stroke of luck is not a one-off occurrence. First, there was a net teeming with crabs valued at $1 million, then, a net brimming with priceless antique treasures. And now, yet another net yielding yellowfin tuna worth 70 to 80 million, or even 100 million. This is unprecedented. Can such luck truly be described as mere happenstance? Is it truly luck for Chiogu? It feels as though he has activated a cheat code, catching fish after fish indeed. Did you not notice earlier? Chiogu stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sea, as if he could see right through it. Yes, it seems that even before the net was cast, Chiogu already had an inkling of the impending catch. I wholeheartedly agree. The key is that Chiogu's demeanor is so remarkably calm and nonchalant. Let us cease discussions. I believe Chiogu is either a sea king or a cultivator. Indeed, the notion of him being a cultivator is now confirmed. Within the live stream room, the fervor of discussion remained unabated. Simultaneously, a yacht approached swiftly. Xiao Xiao, with her phone ever at the ready, found her astonishment beyond words. Watching the fishing boat draw ever closer, she excitedly stood and exclaimed, "Yacht captain, hurry, it's that boat. Let us get closer." Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Xiao, aboard the yacht, after traversing the sea for a couple of hours, finally located and caught up with Chu Chio's fishing vessel. As they drew nearer, the scene aboard the fishing boat vividly unfolded before her eyes. Good gracious, what am I witnessing? Yellowfin tuna? They captured a whole school of yellowfin tuna. My goodness, how incredibly fortunate. A school of yellowfin tuna. This is akin to walking gold in the ocean. Each fish, weighing around 100 pounds, can fetch exorbitant prices of 4 to 500,000. The yacht captain, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly speechless, jaws agape. The sheer number of yellowfin tuna in that net was staggering. Even if there weren't 200, there must be at least 180 or 90. So, does this mean that what the fans in the livestream room claimed is indeed true? This catch of yellowfin tuna is worth at least 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million. My heavens, a catch worth over 100 million. What sort of luck does Chu Chio possess? Is he a sea king? Xiao Xiao was astounded. As a seasoned gold medal reporter, her capacity for acceptance and reaction far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, even so, she found it all utterly unbelievable. The sequence of events was so surreal that one could not help but question whether the other party had activated some cheat code. However, she reacted swiftly, immediately shutting down Douyin and switching to video recording. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Xiao, a reporter from Today's Hot Topics. This afternoon, a news story regarding fishermen retrieving a treasure trove of ancient artifacts worth millions went viral online. After our diligent tracking efforts, we have finally spotted this fishing vessel at sea. Xiao Xiao maintained a smile as she delivered her opening remarks to the camera, raising her phone to capture both herself and the fishing boat. Now, let us take a closer look at the situation aboard the fishing vessel. And I have an explosive piece of news for you all. Do you see the hull suspended from the fishing boat? Isn't it magnificent? According to this captain here, this is a school of yellowfin tuna, which are extremely valuable, with each weighing around 100 pounds, potentially fetching prices between 400,000 and 500,000. This means that the value of this catch alone has reached an astonishing 70 to 80 million, or even close to 100 million. Following this, I will board this vessel to interview the owner, including the much-anticipated topics of gold and antiques. Exhaling deeply after this lengthy monologue, Xiao Xiao felt an unprecedented wave of nervousness wash over her. On the boat, Chu Chio observed the jubilant and spirited expressions of those around him, feeling an unexpected sense of helplessness. Through the frenzied conversations of Lao Zhang and others, he had gleaned the market value of this school of yellowfin tuna. Its total worth, he feared, would not be less than 80 million. 80 million! And this was merely from one net catched. It seemed he could no longer remain low-key. Moreover, Chu Chio had a premonition. He might very well have become a sensation by now. Chapter 63. Out at sea in search of the most trending individual. These transitional segments promise thrilling content ahead. Chuchio even felt that it would be an affront to heaven if he did not become famous. First, a net filled with crabs worth $1 million. Next, a net brimming with immeasurable antique gold. Now, yet another net yielding yellowfin tuna valued at a staggering $80 million, or even over $100 million. This series of monumental catches has shattered the worldviews and financial perspectives of countless individuals. It won't be long before a fishing craze sweeps through society. The critical point is that, in attempting to create an illusion that his success was solely due to luck, Chuchio's antics on the deck not only failed to achieve his desired outcome, but rather reinforced the illusion further. Especially with the assistance of Lao Zhang and his companions, it has become utterly inexplicable. It is as if he has dug a pit for himself and foolishly jumped right in. Confirmed. Xiaogu is definitely a cultivator. Indeed, Xiaogu must possess some eye technique that allows him to see beneath the waves. Yes, otherwise, how can all of this be explained? Luck? Whose luck could be this extraordinary? Unless he is the favored child of heaven. Xiaogu. I never anticipated that my efforts to conceal my identity would still be uncovered by you all. Ha ha ha. Following a moment of playful banter, the fans in the live stream room gradually regained their composure. Shaking their heads. No. We cannot continue watching this live stream. I am at my limit. If we watch any longer, we may just be brainwashed by Xiaogu. Indeed, the ease with which he earns money is detrimental to our mindset. Host, please end the stream. If we continue watching, I feel as though I am already a millionaire. I need to go to work tomorrow. Likewise, I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of my life. The management in the live stream room. In the next moment, ding, Guchio sent romantic fireworks. Please end the stream. Host, ding. Mo Yu sent a carnival. Please end the stream. Host, ding. Suwu Laozu sent a carnival. Ding. Ihu Laoju sent a carnival. Ding. Chuanjiang sent a carnival. Ding. Bing Ji Bing AI sent a carnival. Ding. And Xian Zhuang sent a carnival. Suddenly, as if on cue, a flurry of carnival gifts flooded the screen. The request for the host to end the stream rolled by in a frenzy. The management team of the live stream room was left dumbfounded. Gifts being sent in a plea for the host to end the stream? Since the launch of Douyin, this must be the first instance of a host being requested to end their stream while being showered with gifts, not to mention her. Even the behind-the-scenes staff of the entire Douyin platform found this hard to believe. In Douyin, hosts are typically scolded to end their streams, but never have they been inundated with gifts while being asked to do so. And what gifts are these? Carnivals worth 3,000 yuan. In mere moments, there must have been 20 or 30 of them. It's certain that after today, Ding Wenjing will become the envy of all major hosts on Douyin. Alright, my dear viewers, this concludes today's live stream. As my phone is also running low on battery, until next time, Ding Wenjing, responding to her fans' requests, promptly ended the live stream. In truth, even if the fans had not requested it, Ding Wenjing was already planning to end it. Because from the moment she boarded Chuchio's boat, she had not stopped being astonished even for a moment. She had almost forgotten that she was a host, becoming entirely like a fan. Her gaze always fixated on Chuchio, effectively becoming his assistant. Moreover, she was keenly aware that the reason the live stream room was flooded with gifts from fans was primarily due to Chuchio. Therefore, when the fans requested to end the stream, she gladly complied. After all, she was utterly captivated by Chuchio's fishing prowess. She had no desire to continue live streaming or interacting with the fans. However, as she ended the stream, Gu Zhenfei panicked. He was still waiting for Chuchio to continue fishing, hoping he would catch another net of crabs to save him. Otherwise, when his brother-in-law returns and discovers that he has squandered all the money on gifts, yet caught not even a single crab leg, wouldn't he devour him? Good heavens, how could they end the stream so soon? I can't believe it. I'm going out to sea. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch crabs following in your wake. Gu Zhenfei suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth fiercely. If all else fails, I'll offer a high price to snatch back a batch from the fans. Gu Zhenfei, devoid of any hesitation, seized the car keys and departed. Was this truly the end of the broadcast? At the home inn, Wu Di and his assistant were equally taken aback. To declare the end of the broadcast so abruptly left them utterly unprepared. The administrative assistant, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Manager, I've already processed the payment, yet the crabs remain unpurchased. How shall we resolve this? The hotel won't leave me to bear this alone, will it? Rest assured, the hotel will not let you shoulder this burden alone." The administrative manager reassured after a moment's contemplation. "What does that imply? You mean I still have to bear part of it?" Upon hearing this, the administrative assistant's face morphed into one of sheer horror. Was this not a setup for a trap? Just as he contemplated resigning, the phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. "Hello? Oh, General Manager." Wu Di answered the call, and upon recognizing the voice of the General Manager, his expression shifted dramatically. "What can I do for you?" "Wu Di, you are all watching the live stream, correct? I need you to arrange for someone to head out to sea immediately and locate Chu Chiu. It is not yet 5 o'clock. We still have time." The stern voice of the General Manager resonated through the phone. General Manager, did you say to immediately send someone out to sea to find Chu Chiu?" "Surely I misheard you," Wu Di responded incredulously. "That batch of crabs has already been fully booked by the fans in the live stream. What purpose would it serve to seek him out?" "Wu Di, how long have you been with me? Can't you think a little further ahead? Why can't you learn to be flexible?" The General Manager's displeasure was palpable over the line. "We are a 5-star hotel. Do you think we only know how to deal with crabs? A mere crab, no matter how exquisite, cannot compare to the finest yellowfin tuna sashimi. I have considered this, but our sashimi chef left just a couple of days ago." "So?" Wu Di cautiously interjected. "So what?" "The sashimi chef may have departed, but we can easily find a replacement, and if not, we can call headquarters to send someone. However, if we miss the opportunity for yellowfin tuna, where will we find it again? Even if headquarters cannot send anyone, do you think we will suffer a loss by securing these yellowfin tuna? There are so many 3-star and 4-star hotels under headquarters. Once they catch wind of this, which one wouldn't scramble to acquire them from us? Even headquarters must treat us with the utmost respect." The General Manager's authoritative tone continued. Wu Di immediately felt a shiver run down his spine and wiped his sweat. Saying, "Understood, General Manager, I will take care of it right away." At the Peace Hotel, in the manager's conference room, what was supposed to be a routine meeting abruptly shifted in tone due to the General Manager's phone call. Just moments ago, they received a call from the front desk, reporting that a large quantity of yellowfin tuna had been caught in the recent waters of Donghai and had made it to the trending topics. "You all need to arrange this immediately. Set sail now and ensure we secure this catch. With the fishing ban approaching, this batch of top-tier sashimi seafood could prompt a frenzy among half of the 5-star hotels in the city. So don't be stingy with the funds. We must act before anyone else and obtain this yellowfin tuna." Understood. The meeting was promptly adjourned as everyone set about their tasks. Simultaneously, numerous platinum 5-star hotels in the city, along with dozens of high-end establishments, received the news about the billion-yuan worth yellowfin tuna and sprang into action to head out to sea in search of it. With the fishing ban looming, such premium sashimi seafood, once prepared and served, could yield several times the profit. No one could remain indifferent to this development. Meanwhile, various short video platforms and online trending topics quickly highlighted videos of Chu Chiu capturing the exorbitantly priced yellowfin tuna. Comments, likes, and shares flooded in, and along with several previous videos, they rapidly topped major media platforms, securing the #1 trending spot. In an instant, the name Chu Chiu had captured the attention of countless eager onlookers. Reporters from various radio stations and online media outlets were quick to react, focusing their efforts on the sea. Chapter 64. Interview. In a blink, the name Chu Chiu had drawn the eager anticipation of countless individuals. Reporters from all radio stations and online media were mobilizing, converging on the ocean. As a daring and intrepid senior female journalist, Xiao Xiao undoubtedly stood at the forefront of the crowd. At this moment, she had successfully boarded a fishing vessel and stood before Chu Chiu. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Xiao Xiao, an on-site reporter for the radio program, Today's Hot Topics. It is a pleasure to meet you." "A radio reporter?" Chu Chiu was momentarily taken aback. "You're looking for me?" "Indeed, Mr. Chu," Xiao Xiao replied with a smile, directly stating her purpose. "Your fishing exploits have been streamed live, and now they have gone viral across major online platforms, achieving the #1 spot in trending topics, garnering nationwide attention and discussion. Therefore, I represent our radio station to conduct a personal interview with you, and I hope you will agree." "What did you say?" "I am the #1 trending topic online, garnering national attention and discussion?" Chu Chiu exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. "How is that possible? All I did was go out to catch some fish, and someone streamed it. How did that land me at the top of the trending topics? Is it really that easy to trend nowadays? Is it free?" Chu Chiu found it hard to believe. While he had a premonition that he might become popular, he never anticipated it would reach such heights. He had made it to the top of the trending topics, and now, television reporters were coming to interview him specifically. This was an entirely different level of trending compared to the Douyin charts. Surely, if he trended today, tomorrow someone would dig up every detail about his ancestors. How could this be happening? Trending topics are easy to achieve. For free. Upon hearing Chu Chiu's words, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but pause. Thankfully, She had not yet begun the formal interview. Otherwise, if that statement aired, it would surely infuriate many celebrities and stars. Many of them, even when paying for trending topics, often found themselves waiting in line without success. Yet here was Chu Chiu, seemingly indifferent to the whole affair. Furthermore, while it was true he went out to fish, one glance at what he had caught, gold, antiques, and nearly $1 billion worth of top-tier seafood. The combined value likely reached 2 to 3 billion. How could he treat it as if it were nothing? Xiao internally scoffed, then quickly steered the conversation back on track. Mr. Chu, I mainly wish to interview you on several topics of public interest. May we begin? Must we conduct the interview? Chu inquired. Well, I followed you all the way from the city center to the sea. Xiao's expression faltered. All right, go ahead with your interview. Chu deliberated and nodded in agreement. After all, he was already trending. What difference would an additional interview make? Besides, everyone was currently busy sorting the yellowfin tuna, and the boat was at a standstill, leaving him with little else to do. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Xiao expressed her gratitude with a smile, promptly opening her phone's camera to record. Mr. Chu, I will only ask the most pressing questions from netizens. First, regarding the ownership of the antiques. What are your feelings about submitting the antiques to the state? Submitting the antiques to the state? This time, it was Chu Chiu's turn to be puzzled, responding with confusion. Aren't the antiques claimed by whoever catches them? Why should they be submitted? Claimed by whoever catches them. Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Chu Chiu's response. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Chu, according to national laws, all valuable artifacts recovered within territorial waters cannot be privately owned. They must be submitted to the state. You wouldn't be unaware of this legal principle, would you? Chu Chiu. The silence was deafening. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Suddenly feeling awkward, Xiao quickly tried to salvage the situation. So, Mr. Chu, now that you are aware of this legal issue, how do you feel about it? Do you plan to submit them to the state? Chu Chiu was immediately taken aback. Could the interview proceed in such a manner? How could she inquire about his thoughts on camera? Was she truly asking how he felt? He wanted to ask her the same. Couldn't she refrain from adding salt to his wounds? She had just stated it was a legal requirement. What else could he say on camera? Should he suggest amending the law? Chu Chiu found himself at a loss for words. If he were to voice that thought, he would likely be invited for a chat about political education immediately. After contemplating, he addressed the camera earnestly. What I think is unnecessary to articulate. Those who should understand, understand. However, the law must not be violated. This is the baseline for being a citizen of Huaxia. Thus, the antiques will unquestionably be submitted to the state. Those who should understand, understand. Xiao was left speechless. This indeed encapsulated everything. Mr. Chu was truly a principled and law-abiding citizen. Since you plan to submit them to the state, would you be so kind as to present the antiques for public curiosity? Let us see what the other 3 wooden boxes contain. Xiao first offered a compliment before posing another incisive question. Certainly, follow me. Chu Chiu nodded and led her towards the cockpit. Given that the law was established and that he had inadvertently become a trending topic, he naturally wished to handle everything transparently. After all, who could blame him for being a legal novice? He would treat this as a lesson learned. Next time, he would simply head out to the open sea. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now accompany Mr. Chu as we witness the unveiling of the mystery and discover what lies within those 3 wooden boxes. Xiao adjusted the camera and, with an excited tone, followed closely behind Mr. Chu. Soon, the two entered the cockpit and stood before the 3 wooden boxes. Mr. Chu took a deep breath and exhaled sharply before cautiously selecting a severely damaged box to open. Though the box was quite worn, it appeared remarkably natural, showing no signs of having been tampered with. Observing Mr. Chu's demeanor, it was evident that he had not previously opened it either, as Xiao spoke. She zoomed in on the box with her camera. In no time, the box was opened, revealing 6 porcelain vases of a crab-shell green hue. Xiao's face lit up with astonishment as she exclaimed, "These are porcelain vases, 6 of them, and quite sizable as well. They look so beautiful. May I take a closer look?" She eagerly asked Mr. Chu. Of course, he nodded, but as he reached for one, he suddenly appeared bewildered. Wait. This doesn't seem to be 6 individual vases. Rather, hold on. It appears to be 6 vases interconnected. Moreover, the texture and feel of this porcelain are strikingly similar to the tea powder glaze I encountered previously. Could this possibly be another tea powder glaze? Mr. Chu was momentarily taken aback, for his extraordinary constitution endowed him with heightened sensory perception. The interconnected vases evoked sensations akin to those of the tea powder he had previously handled. No way. If this is indeed the so-called tea powder glaze, what could its value be? Xiao Xiao was equally astonished. 0.6 interconnected tea powder glazes, each over 20 centimeters in height. This far surpasses the previous tea powder vase in value. She stammered. Mr. Chu, could you perhaps provide an estimate? Xiao Xiao inquired hesitantly. Well, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about antiques, Mr. Chu replied, looking perplexed. Just then, the voice of old Zhang interrupted the interview. Boss, someone is here to see you. Claiming to be a friend. A friend? Mr. Chu paused, taken aback, for aside from his parents, he had only colleagues in this city. When had he made a friend? Puzzled, he exited the cockpit to find a yacht moored nearby, where a slightly plump young man in a suit was waving enthusiastically. Brother Chiu, Brother Chiu. It's me, Qian Duo Duo. Qian Duo Duo? What on earth is this guy doing out at sea? Mr. Chu's expression reflected his surprise. Chapter 65. The exquisite six-linked vase. Are they pirates? Qian Duo Duo? What brings you out to sea? Mr. Chu asked incredulously. But your timing is perfect. I just opened a box containing an antique that resembles tea powder. You should come take a look. What? Another tea powder item? Qian Duo Duo had initially prepared several casual remarks to bond with Mr. Chu, but upon hearing the words tea powder, he became so excited that he forgot everything else. Where is it? Let me see, he urged eagerly. Follow me to the cockpit, Mr. Chu replied as they walked. It's a piece of porcelain shaped like 6 interconnected vases, quite peculiar. 0.6 interconnected vases. Qian Duo Duo halted abruptly, suddenly elated. Could it be a 6-linked vase? Hurry, let us go check it out. A 6-linked vase? Mr. Chu raised an eyebrow, nodding in agreement. That name does seem fitting. Upon reaching the cockpit, Qian Duo Duo rushed to the porcelain, dropping to one knee as he lifted it. The porcelain's design was extraordinarily unique, comprising 6 vases interconnected, with the central vase being taller and surrounded by 5 others, resembling a celestial body encircled by its planets. Even though it was divided into 6 vases, the central vase and the surrounding ones were connected by openings, their shoulders aligned. The entire porcelain piece exhibited fine details, adorned in a crab-shell green reminiscent of exquisite jade. Upon examining it closely, Qian Duo Duo erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, a 6-linked vase. This is truly a 6-linked vase, and crafted using the tea powder glaze technique." Upon flipping it over, he indeed found the inscription indicating it was made during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Without hesitation, Qian Duo Duo provided an estimate. This 6-linked vase with tea powder glaze is in pristine condition and of top-notch quality, worth at least 50 million, gasp. Xiao Xiao was utterly astounded. Taking a long moment to process the information, Mr. Chu, however, remained composed, methodically opening the other boxes. After Qian Duo Duo's appraisal, it became clear that none of the other antiques held extraordinary value. Ultimately, the total worth of all the antiques was approximately 100 million. Only then did Qian Duo Duo recall his purpose for visiting. Eyeing the 2 tea powder items with envy, he remarked, "Brother Chiu, you've now surged to the top of trending topics online. Given the buzz surrounding these antiques, it's likely relevant authorities will come knocking tomorrow. Since these antiques are being voluntarily surrendered, why not take advantage of the time we have and sell that 6-linked vase to me? I'll offer you a handsome price." Ahem. Well? Mr. Chu feigned a cough, subtly indicating Xiao Xiao's presence with his gaze. Qian Duo Duo, oblivious, grew anxious, saying, "Brother Chiu, what do your gestures mean? Are you trying to drive me mad with ambiguity?" Mr. Chu shot a glare at the plump young man, thinking, "Does this fool not see the stunning beauty beside us?" "Allow me to introduce you," Mr. Chu said, turning to Xiao Xiao. "Xiao reporter, this is my friend, Qian Duo Duo." "What? Reporter?" Qian Duo Duo stammered, caught off guard. Having been preoccupied with appraising the antiques, he had unconsciously overlooked the presence of a live person next to him. Oh no, what I just said. His eyes shifted to the phone in Xiao Xiao's hand, which had been recording the entire exchange. Xiao Xiao smiled serenely and said, "Hello, Mr. Qian, and I am Xiao Xiao, the field reporter for today's Hot Topic segment. I recorded everything you just said." "Huh?" Qian Duo Duo's face turned ashen. If that exchange were to air on television, the backlash online could drown him. Moreover, the Qian family might find it impossible to maintain their reputation in the antique business. Suddenly, he shuddered and approached with an explanation. Hello, Xiao reporter. I was just caught up in the excitement and joking with Brother Chiu. I assure you, I'm a law-abiding citizen at heart." "All right, Mr. Qian, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, the video will be edited before airing, and you are not the focus of the interview. So any inappropriate remarks will be excluded," Xiao Xiao replied, smiling. "That's a relief. That's a relief." Qian Duo Duo finally relaxed, as maintaining a good reputation in the antique business was paramount. However, the thought of that exquisite tea powder glaze slipping through his fingers still pained him. Even his gaze toward Mr. Chu bore a hint of resentment. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao posed a few more questions to Mr. Chu before concluding the interview satisfactorily. Mr. Chu, we shall conclude today's interview here. Thank you for your cooperation. I must hurry back to prepare, as the segment will air tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If you're interested, you may tune in. Xiao Xiao smiled politely, shaking Mr. Chu's hand. Oh, by the way, I should remind you, you are currently trending #1 online. If you wish to avoid being besieged by a swarm of media reporters when you return to shore tomorrow, I recommend you set sail tonight. Thank you for the reminder, Xiao reporter. We shall meet again. Until next time. The two waved goodbye, and Xiao Xiao boarded the yacht, departing swiftly. Mr. Chu stood on the deck for a moment, contemplating returning to the cockpit, when suddenly his gaze sharpened, furrowing his brow at the horizon. A fleet of boats was approaching. More accurately, a number of speedboats were racing toward them, evident by their rapid approach and the tumultuous waves they created. It was clear they were navigating speedboats. Their intent was unmistakable. They were heading straight for the fishing vessel. What on earth? Why are there so many speedboats coming this way? Could it be that my newfound fame and the exposure of this haul have prompted someone to take a risk and attempt to hijack us at sea? Mr. Chu's expression was one of disbelief. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. After all, why would anyone choose to navigate small speedboats so far from the mainland, risking the dangers of the open sea? It was perilous to venture into deep waters in a small craft. One miscalculation could spell disaster. Are they really pirates? Are they planning a robbery? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Mr. Chu felt a surge of excitement within. Meanwhile, beneath his feet on the deck, as his anticipation grew, droplets of seawater began to tremble as if yearning to take flight. It appears that he has acquired the inner elixir of the dragon. And after undergoing a transformation, he has yet to find the opportunity to truly test the effects of this alteration. Pondering this, Chu Chio suddenly feels a strong desire to practice his skills. Chapter 66. A portion of the hotel in the Magic City has arrived. However, as a fleet of speedboats approached, Chu Chio suddenly realized it seemed to be quite a different situation. Why were all the individuals aboard the speedboats impeccably dressed in suits, complete with watches and ties? Have they taken to pirating with such formality? Is this a film set? Virum, virum, virum. A multitude of speedboats surged forward, at least 20 or so, congregating together with their engines roaring. The crew aboard the boats were startled, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Even Qian Duo, who was manning the helm, was jolted from his concentration, emerging in astonishment. What is happening? What is going on? Are they plainclothes police? Chu Chio, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration. Surely, plainclothes officers wouldn't be decked out in suits and ties, would they? Oh, Manager Xia? Suddenly, the excitable Qian Duo spotted a familiar figure on one of the speedboats and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The figure, clearly recognizing Qian Duo, responded with delight. Young Master Qian, what brings you aboard this vessel? Do you know each other? Who are these people? Chu Chio cast a sidelong glance at the rotund Qian Duo. Qian Duo scanned the crowd and replied, I don't recognize the others, but I know this Manager Xia. He is the manager of a platinum 5-star hotel in the Magic City. A hotel manager? Chu Chio was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the yellowfin tuna still being processed. Could it be that these individuals were here for the yellowfin tuna? Yet, was such a dramatic display truly necessary? What time was it? Why would they venture out on speedboats? You must be Mr. Chu, correct? Manager Xia, having greeted Qian Duo, turned his attention to Chu Chio and said, Hello, I am the lobby manager of Hanting Hotel, and I have come specifically to seek you out. Based on the news reports and your live broadcast, you have been incredibly fortunate to capture such a large quantity of yellowfin tuna. I am here on behalf of our hotel to purchase from you. Yes, we have all seen Mr. Chu's video. It was truly impressive. You managed to salvage antiques as well. What incredible luck. Our summer hotel is very eager to procure some yellowfin tuna from you. Perhaps just a few dozen will suffice. Does summer hotel have any sense of propriety? Count how many people are present. Is your summer hotel the only 5-star establishment here? Are the others not worthy? You lack the capability? You speak as if my Yuehua Grand Hotel cannot afford a few dozen yellowfin tuna. Mr. Chu, I am the manager of Yuehua Grand Hotel. We will purchase 50 yellowfin tuna. Mr. Chu, we are from Junyue Grand Hotel. Mr. Chu, we are from Tianhua Grand Hotel and wish to acquire some yellowfin tuna from you. Mr. Chu, I am the general manager of Penglai Hotel and would like to purchase some yellowfin tuna. Mr. Chu. A throng of individuals eagerly proclaimed their identities and intentions. Only then did Lao Zhang and his companions breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that they were here to buy yellowfin tuna, which explained everything. Among this crowd, Wu Di, the executive manager of Home Inn, suddenly wiped the sweat from his brow. What on earth? Were they all so keenly perceptive? Now, with so many high-end five-star hotels present. Furthermore, a platinum five-star hotel, this was bound to create fierce competition. Surely it wouldn't take long before their tongues were worn thin. As for Guo Jinfei, who was mixed in with this group, initially brimming with bravado, he found himself rendered speechless upon noticing the arrival of so many five-star hotel bigwigs. Thankfully, he was merely there to seek out crabs, which had nothing to do with these influential figures. Manager Xia, are all these individuals from hotels? What do they want with the yellowfin tuna? Qian Duoduo questioned incredulously, taking in the scene. Goodness, were there not at least 20 speedboats? Was half of the Magic City's five-star hotels present? What was so special about yellowfin tuna? Was it truly in such high demand? Having logged off early, he had missed the latter part of the broadcast. Qian Duoduo looked at Manager Xia in disbelief and asked, Manager Xia, what exactly is yellowfin tuna? Why is it worth such a grand display, leading you to come out here on speedboats? Qian Duoduo, who was only interested in antiques and beautiful women, had little concern for culinary matters. Besides, when dining, he never inquired about prices or dishes. Even if he had eaten something before, he wouldn't remember. You don't know? It's top-tier sashimi seafood. Have you seen the large fish being bled aboard the boat? That is yellowfin tuna, each worth 4 to 500,000. Mr. Chu has caught about 1 to 200 of them, Manager Xia exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. How much? 1 to 200. Each worth 4 to 500,000? Qian Duoduo gasped, realizing that this could easily amount to 70 to 80 million. Good heavens! Did this mean that just this batch of yellowfin tuna surpassed the value of 6 luxury bottles? What luck! Were they not calling him the Sea King? Did the ocean belong to him? Qian Duoduo stared at Chu Qiu as if he were a monster. Chu Qiu instinctively filtered out such gazes and addressed the crowd. So, everyone is here to purchase yellowfin tuna? However, your presence here may not be of much use. Given the size of these yellowfin tuna, your speedboats can barely accommodate 1 or 2 at most. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chu need not worry about this. We are merely the advance party, Manager Xia chuckled. The yachts we have hired will be arriving shortly, and we can commence with the sale. Indeed, we have come well prepared. Let's take 2 back on the speedboats. It will be just in time for dinner. Mr. Chu, let us begin. Please state your price, and we can make arrangements among ourselves. Young brother Chu, let us board first. All right, everyone, please come aboard. Chu Qiu nodded, preferring to act decisively. Selling the yellowfin tuna would significantly free up space in the fish hold. Otherwise, this batch alone would nearly fill it to capacity. Boss, these yellowfin tuna are highly sought after and exceedingly difficult to catch. Moreover, the fishing ban is approaching, so do not be lenient with the pricing. While everyone boarded the ship, Lao Li and his companions rushed over to Chu Qiu and whispered, The fishing ban is nearing? Chu Qiu's eyes lit up, finally understanding why this crowd had mobilized with such urgency. Yellowfin tuna were not easily caught, especially within territorial waters, where encounters were rare. Moreover, a round trip to the high seas could take as little as a month, or even up to half a year. With this understanding, Chu Qiu felt reassured. He patted Lao Li and the others on the shoulder and smiled. Rest assured, I am well aware. Each of you will receive an additional 10,000 yuan as a bonus. The same goes for everyone else. What? A 10,000 yuan bonus. Upon hearing this, Lao Li and his companions were instantly thrilled, rushing off to share the good news with the others. The group erupted in cheers, causing the hotel managers to exchange astonished glances. Chapter 67. All have gone mad once everyone was aboard. Chu Qiu stated directly, Since you are all here for the yellowfin tuna, I shall not beat around the bush. We have caught a total of 196 yellowfin tuna. I will retain 36 for myself, and the remaining will be at your discretion. Retaining 36 for himself? The crowd's expression shifted, realizing this left 160 remaining. With over 20 people and 20-plus hotels, if they were to divide the remaining 160 yellowfin tuna evenly, each establishment would receive merely 7 or 8. Yet for a 5-star hotel, 7 or 8 yellowfin tuna would barely suffice. Who would be foolish enough to venture out to sea just for a meager few yellowfin tuna? Thus, Manager Xia of Hanting Hotel immediately interjected. Of the remaining 160 yellowfin tuna, Hanting Hotel will require at least 60. However, as soon as he spoke, he was met with fierce backlash from the others. On what grounds? Why should Hanting Hotel claim 60? Look at how many hotels are present. Indeed, there are 160 yellowfin tuna left, and you want to claim 60 outright, leaving others with nothing? Have you any idea of the risks we took to come here? Do you think we can't afford it? Or do you believe that Attained Hotel is superior? Is being a platinum 5-star hotel so prestigious? I am the general manager of Purged Hotel. I call the shots. And I'll take at least 30 yellowfin tuna. Some individuals spoke with conviction, yet they too faced collective outrage from their peers. What a joke. We represent our hotels, and each of us can make decisions. Everyone knows how difficult it is to catch yellowfin tuna in the inner sea. And with the fishing ban fast approaching, this batch of top-tier sashimi seafood is a rare find. You demand 30 or 60 without considering us at all? Exactly. Don't think you're all that. It's not about talk, but about strength. There's nothing more to say. I, from Yuehua Grand Hotel, simply state. Let us see who has the capability. Yes, let us see who has the capability. Each relies on their own abilities, I see. Manager Xia surveyed the room with a sweeping glance before suddenly sneering, then let us each rely on our own abilities. 4 yellowfin tuna weighing 100 kilograms. I shall offer 500,000 per fish. If the weight falls short, I will still calculate the price at this rate, per pound. Moreover, for any weight exceeding 100 kilograms, I will add 30% to the original price per kilogram. What do you think? If anyone finds this price unsatisfactory, feel free to compete with me. Upon finishing, Manager Xia regarded the crowd with a cold smile, as if to convey, I am not targeting anyone in particular. I simply believe that all present are beneath consideration. Gasping audibly, Wu Di could not contain his shock at Manager Xia's proclamation. While it is true that a yellowfin tuna may fetch 400 to 500,000, the distinction between 410,000 and 490,000 is merely a matter of phrasing. However, even a fool knows the difference between 410,000 and 490,000. Furthermore, Manager Xia was not offering 490,000, but an entire 500,000. Has Attained Hotel lost its senses? What a significant markup, given that yellowfin tuna can reach lengths of 3 meters and weights of up to 225 kilograms. Although the one captured by Chu Chiu may not be that large, it certainly exceeds 100 kilograms, with a minimum length of over 2 meters. Attained Hotel is indeed opening its mouth like a lion, likely eliminating a substantial portion of its competitors with a single bite. Manager Xia truly possesses remarkable audacity, compelling us to refrain from even speaking. I am particularly curious. Who is the owner of Attained Hotel that grants you the audacity to inflate prices so brazenly? The other hotel managers wore dark expressions. Even Chu Chiu cast a surprised glance at Manager Xia. This price is enticing. Without further ado, if anyone wishes to purchase, let us negotiate. If not, I shall acquire all remaining stock. Attained Hotel may not lack resources, but we certainly have the capital. In response to the inquiries from others, Manager Xia maintained a calm demeanor. His nonchalant statement sent a wave of unease across the crowd. Since Manager Xia has set the tone, we at Purged Hotel cannot afford to tarnish our reputation. We shall also request 40 fish at the same price. The general manager of Purged Hotel's eyes gleamed with determination as he decisively made his bid. Damn it, Attained Hotel is truly infuriating. Initially, there was potential for competition, a psychological game where prices could fluctuate, allowing those with resolve to seize an opportunity. Yet, Attained Hotel has set a firm precedent. How can we engage in a psychological battle over price fluctuations now? How can we acquire a batch of yellowfin tuna at minimal cost? Despite the frustration, the seasoned general manager of Purged Hotel swiftly made his move, requesting 40 fish in a single breath. The tone has been established. The longer we hesitate, the fewer yellowfin tuna will remain, and prices will only escalate, inciting further competition. Damn it, let us go for it. Suddenly, Wu Di, fueled by an inexplicable surge of energy, exclaimed, following Attained Hotel's pricing, I, at Home Inn, shall request 20 fish. Home Inn? Chu Chiu could not help but glance at Wu Di, wondering if he was the one who had previously showered gifts in the live stream. Old Zhang, quickly sort the fish. Set aside 36 of the largest for me, marking the others accordingly. Attained 60 fish, Purged 40, Home Inn 20. After calmly issuing his orders, Chu Chiu addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, of the 160 yellowfin tuna, 120 have already been claimed, leaving only 40. What? Only 40 remained? The crowd was taken aback. How could it be gone so quickly, with only 40 fish left? How could they possibly distribute them fairly? The realization hit them all at once. They had been too preoccupied with calculating prices, and now they had been outmaneuvered, losing over 100 fish in the process. They had mocked Attained Hotel for its absurdly high markup, and now, with only 40 fish left and so many hotels in the fray, who would return empty-handed? A price war was inevitable. They had been expertly manipulated psychologically. No wonder manager Xia had succeeded in ascending to such a prestigious position at a 5-star platinum hotel. Regrettably, by the time they recognized their folly, it was too late. They could only continue to inflate prices and compete fiercely. With only 40 fish remaining, my Yuehua Hotel will add 1,000 to Hanting Hotel's price, making it 500,000 and 1,000. My Junyue Hotel will increase it by 2,000. 500,000 and 2,000, damn it. Let's go all out. 500,000 and 5,000. Ingluo Hotel, bid 500,000 and 8,000, 500,000 and 9,000, 511,000. Kailuan Grand Hotel, offer 511,000 for just 10 fish. Can we make a deal? Get lost. If I let you off, who will let me off? 511,000 and 1,000. Goodness, they have all gone mad. Old Li and his companions stood behind Chu Qiu, incredulous. Chapter 68. 100 million. My goodness, they have truly lost their minds. Old Li and his companions remained in disbelief. The markup is so steep that even if they win the competition, there may be little to no profit left for them. If they were the owners, they would likely be furious enough to slap these managers. However, only the managers understand that what they are competing for is not merely the profit from the yellowfin tuna, but the future influx of customers. Once this batch of yellowfin tuna is publicized, the major hotels will undoubtedly create a sensational buzz to attract attention. Whichever hotel possesses this batch of yellowfin tuna will indirectly demonstrate its strength and draw in clientele. Thus, even knowing there is no profit to be gained, they must still bid aggressively. In such circumstances, it is not just Old Li and his companions who are astonished. Even Qian Duo stands in stunned silence. Given this situation, it is clear that Chu Qiu's batch of yellowfin tuna is valued at over 100 million. The bidding became increasingly intense. Ultimately, amidst fierce competition, the 40 yellowfin tuna were divided among 8 other hotels, each taking 5, while the remaining hotels were left to depart with grim expressions. For the first time, Chu Qiu felt the truth of the saying, business is indeed a battlefield. The true victor in this scenario was undoubtedly Hanting Hotel. Manager Xia's skillful maneuvering was nothing short of brilliant. As the yachts dispatched by the hotels arrived, the yellowfin tuna were packed and transported away. Before leaving, several managers made calls to their hotel's finance departments, directly transferring funds to Chu Qiu. His phone, much to his surprise, received a signal and a notification from the bank. Upon opening the message, a broad smile spread across his face. Qian Duo, standing behind him, stole a glance at the message and, upon seeing the string of numbers, could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck? My goodness, 100 million. Qian Duo gasped, clutching his chest, feeling as if he might faint. 100 million. Yet the most astonishing part was the balance at the end of the bank statement, exceeding 200 million. This was merely a standard savings account. How could it possibly contain so much? Was this for pocket money? How ironic that his phone was an old model worth barely 1,000. Is this how the big shots operate nowadays? Am I just out of touch? Qian Duo mused, realizing he needed to reflect on his life choices upon returning. Soon, the fishermen began to depart, but Chu Qiu suddenly noticed one person remaining on the boat, empty-handed. Curious, he approached the young man, who appeared rather youthful. Oh, Brother Qiu, hello? I'm Guojinfei, the Guodasha from the live stream. I'm not part of the hotel managers. I'm here to purchase crabs. This empty-handed individual was none other than Guojinfei from the crab pavilion. Finally coming to his senses after the earlier shock, he explained, "You mean you're the Guodasha from the live stream? Guojinfei?" Chu Qiu chuckled. "You came all the way out here on a speedboat just to buy crabs? Surely, you can find crabs elsewhere. Of course it matters, Brother Qiu. If I don't bring back 1,000 or 2,000 crabs, I'll be in big trouble," Guojinfei lamented, recounting the circumstances. Chu Qiu, feeling somewhat amused, patted his shoulder and said, "All right, you can stay on the boat for now. There's still time. Once we catch some crabs, I'll share some with you." After all, he had promised Su Qingya that he would stock up on seafood. And crabs were certainly essential. Since he had already drawn attention, there was no need to hide any longer. It was best to complete the task and return as soon as possible to avoid being swarmed by reporters the next morning. Strange, where has Ding Wenjing disappeared to? As Chu Qiu walked around the deck, he realized he hadn't seen Ding Wenjing for quite some time. "Boss, that female streamer has gone to the cafeteria on the fishing boat. Why do we need to tally addresses and shipments? I fear it may be intrusive." Upon hearing Chu Qiu's words, a helper interjected from the side. Chu Qiu immediately understood and nodded. "All right then. It's almost 5 o'clock. Let us continue our voyage and fish for a few more hours, aiming to return by 11. "What? Return by 11? Boss, didn't you say you wanted to go for a big catch? Working from afternoon until tomorrow morning? Why this sudden change of plans? Old Wong asked, perplexed. Fool. The boss is already trending across all platforms. Didn't that female journalist mention it before leaving? It's best to return tonight. Old Zhang scoffed at Old Wong. If we wait until tomorrow, the boss will likely be swarmed by a horde of reporters and paparazzi before he even steps off the boat. The crew on deck erupted in laughter. Chu Qiu, unable to suppress his amusement, waved his hand and said, Enough of this chatter. Let us resume fishing. If anyone is hungry, feel free to catch a few crabs to tide you over. Hungry? Once I hear fishing, I could forego food and drink. Exactly. Let's fish until 11 and afterward, we can feast. Come on, Oldly, why are you still dawdling? Get to it. The group energetically began their preparations. Oldly excitedly started the boat, gently setting it in motion. This time, Chu Qiu was unrestrained. Standing on the deck, he observed keenly and listened intently. Whenever he spotted a worthy catch, he directed Oldly to cast the nets in mere minutes. They had netted over 1,000 pounds of large prawns. Guo Jinfei and Qian Duoduo, who were trailing behind, were left utterly astonished. However, Chu Qiu remained reasonable, allowing for a couple of empty nets after the bountiful catch. Even so, the astonishing rate of their haul left the two in utter disbelief, vowing to follow Chu Qiu from then on. Qian Duoduo even proposed to buy a boat, offering Chu Qiu 40% of the profits in exchange for fishing. Chu Qiu nearly retched at the absurdity, thinking, Do you take me for a fool? A boat costs next to nothing. 1 net of yellowfin tuna would be enough to purchase a deep-sea vessel. Chapter 69. Under the watchful eye of the production team, do you take me for a fool? A boat costs next to nothing. 1 net of yellowfin tuna would be enough to purchase a deep-sea vessel. Chu Qiu's words left Qian Duoduo questioning his life choices, and he dared not mention the idea of financing a boat again. From then on, the two followed Chu Qiu, observing his fishing prowess. Yet, as time passed, their hearts raced with excitement and astonishment. The frequency of Chu Qiu's successful catches was nothing short of extraordinary. In just an hour, they had pulled in 4 nets, 3 of which were overflowing. Had it not been for one empty net, they might have doubted whether Chu Qiu could truly see beneath the waves. The fish hold of the fishing boat was visibly depleting, and whereas they had initially planned to return by 11, by 9 o'clock, the hold was already brimming. By around 10:30, the fishing vessel docked. Without mentioning other catches, the haul of crabs alone reached nearly 7,000. Guo Jinfei bought 3,000 at 500 each, totaling 150,000. He was immensely grateful to Chu Qiu, showering him with gifts and asking for his contact information, nearly kneeling in thanks. The remaining catch was arranged by Chu Qiu for several large refrigerated trucks to be sent overnight to Haching for his hotel. Among these, 2,000 crabs were reserved for his fans. Chu Qiu assigned Oldly and a dozen others to assist Ding Wenjing in packaging and shipping, generously rewarding each with an additional 5,000. Thus, this maritime venture concluded splendidly. Chu Qiu purchased an oversized suitcase to store the antiques, taking 2 hours to drive to the city center, where he checked into a luxurious hotel. Meanwhile, Su Qingya, having only stopped once at a service area to use the restroom, managed to shorten her 8-hour journey by an hour, arriving in the bustling metropolis at 2 in the morning. Unfortunately, Chu Qiu's phone had died, rendering him unreachable. Su Qingya was left to find a hotel to settle for the night. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Chu Qiu awoke. Stretching in bed, he felt a satisfying crackle in his bones, sensing a newfound vigor. At this rate, he mused, I might soon become a super saiyan, with a bemused smile. He reached for his phone. Just as it powered on, a call came in. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chu Qiu? A melodious female voice inquired. This is he. Who is this? Chu Qiu instinctively replied, Good morning, Mr. Chu. I'm Zhao Qian from the Cultural Relics Administration of Modu. According to trending news, you salvaged numerous valuable antiques during your sea expedition. By law, these relics must be submitted to the state. May I ask your current location? Have you returned yet? Taken aback, Chu Qiu hadn't expected such swift action from a government agency, even managing to find his phone number. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, Oh, I returned last night and am currently staying at the Limbo Hotel in the city center. Very well, please keep your phone accessible. Our staff and appraisers will be over shortly. Additionally, please take precautions by wearing a mask when entering or exiting the hotel to avoid being recognized by ill-intentioned individuals, as you are currently the most searched person online. All right. Chu Qiu hung up, stepping outside to get some fresh air, purchasing a mask and sampling local breakfast. After finishing his meal, he donned the mask and returned to the hotel, prepared to await the arrival of the relevant personnel to hand over the antiques. However, as Chu Qiu exited the elevator, he was immediately greeted by the wailing of a child. An elderly woman was tirelessly attempting to soothe the child, promising various rewards. Chu Qiu, witnessing this commotion, intended to sidestep quietly. After all, children today are often unruly and demanding, akin to cherished little tyrants. Just as he was about to slip by, the elderly woman caught sight of him, her eyes gleaming with delight as she straightened up and blocked his path. "Excuse me. Young man, are you the guest in room 1086? Chu Qiu's suspicious gaze scanned the elderly woman's face, but he nodded and asked, "Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" "Ah, that's wonderful. We're your neighbors. You see, my grandson just woke up and, unfortunately, had an accident on the bed. The room now reeks, and he is rather particular about cleanliness, insisting on switching rooms. Perfectly coincidental that you live across from me. May we swap rooms? Look at how upset my grandson is. His voice will soon be hoarse from crying." What?" Chu Qiu was dumbfounded. "Your grandson wet the bed, and you're asking me to switch rooms? Why should that concern me? Why would I want to swap rooms and deal with the odor?" His thoughts were spiraling at the absurdity of the situation. He had only seen such peculiar behavior on television before and never encountered it in person. To make matters worse, the elderly woman spoke with an air of entitlement. "Young man, why are you speaking like that? Society encourages respecting the elderly and caring for the young. You seem like a kind person, which is why I'm addressing you. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, it's just a room swap. The price remains the same. You can have the hotel sorted out afterward. Just look at my grandson. His eyes are swollen, and his voice is nearly gone. If this gets online, won't you fear for your reputation?" With each word, Chu Qiu's expression darkened. "So, because I seem kind, I should acquiesce to unreasonable demands? Furthermore, I'm wearing a mask. How could she possibly discern my demeanor?" This woman was clearly fabricating excuses and being unreasonable, speaking in an exceedingly rude manner. Exasperated, Chu Qiu replied flatly, "My spine is quite sturdy. I fear no one." With that, he swiped his room card and attempted to return to his room. However, the elderly woman pushed against the door, unyielding, and began to shove her grandson into the room. Chu Qiu, wary of hurting her, stepped back and furrowed his brow, saying, "Auntie, I need to rest. Could you please leave? Also, there are many personal belongings in this room. If you continue, I will call the front desk." What Chu Qiu did not realize was that at that moment, several hidden cameras were aimed directly at them. Meanwhile, online, at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions, were tuning into this live broadcast. This was a highly popular live show organized by a media company with significant backing. Aptly titled Morality and Boundaries. Chapter 70. The production team faces a major incident, truly encountering a scammer to engage in moral coercion against passers-by, testing their boundaries, and observe how they manage and respond. The aim is to present the most authentic reactions of individuals to a nationwide audience. Thus, upon its inception, this program swiftly gained immense popularity. After merely a few live broadcasts, it amassed an astonishing following of millions. Today's live stream marks the first of the month, and following the build-up and anticipation from countless fans over the past month, excitement is palpable. As soon as characters appeared on screen, viewers could hardly contain their comments. Haha, after waiting for so many days, it's finally online. The long-awaited live stream has finally begun. And it's the same elderly lady, the seasoned veteran. Her words can infuriate anyone instantly. It's a pity that the man is wearing a mask, obscuring his expression. I wish the crew would rush over to remove it to see his true reaction. He must be extremely upset, especially since he mentioned calling the front desk. Calling the front desk? Surely the crew has already informed them, and even if he does call, it's likely to be ignored. That poor man, encountering the program's crew. The atmosphere in the live stream is electric. Meanwhile, as tools of the program, the elderly lady and the mischievous child are diligently playing their roles. The elderly lady, holding the child, blocks the door with her foot, her head already poking inside. "Look, dear, this room is much better decorated than ours, with vases and exquisite jade sculptures. What's going on with this hotel? Are they treating us differently?" As she speaks, she pushes the child into the room. The child's acting is commendable. Upon entering, he fully embraces his role, rummaging about and causing chaos. Chu Qiu furrows her brow, hastily calling the front desk, yet no response comes despite her persistent attempts. Finally, unable to hold back, she exclaims, "Auntie, I've already mentioned that there are many valuable personal items in this room. Please leave immediately. If the front desk doesn't come, I'll call the police." Faced with the elderly lady and the child, Chu Qiu has no alternative but to call the front desk or the police. Who would dare to push either of them? What if it turns into a case of being taken advantage of? Yes, hurry and call the front desk. The lighting in this room is much better than ours. And my grandson particularly enjoys soaking up the sun. Let us just switch rooms. The elderly lady's skillful manipulation of the situation infuriates Chu Chio to the point of wanting to curse. She then glances at the child, only to find him grasping her precious jade cicada, causing her expression to shift to alarm as she rushes over to retrieve it. Little friend, the items in this room are very valuable. Please refrain from touching anything, and you, Auntie, I'll say it once more. If you continue this nonsense, I will indeed call the police. However, buoyed by the support of the production team, the elderly lady is unfazed by Chu Chio's threats and seizes the opportunity to step further into the room. At that moment, the audience, through the hidden camera on the elderly lady, finally glimpses the room's interior. How strange. Why are there so many porcelain and jade decorations in this hotel room? Yet, one cannot deny their beauty. At first glance, they resemble antiques, adding a touch of elegance to the space. Moreover, that porcelain piece is peculiar, composed of 5 or 6 interconnected vases, something I've never seen before. It does raise questions. As hotels would never have such items. Could they be personal belongings? Personal belongings? If they truly are personal items, could they possibly be antiques? If they are indeed antiques, touching or damaging them could lead the production team to substantial liabilities. Viewers are abuzz with speculation. The director of the production team absorbs every comment, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Antiques? Who would bring so many antiques to a hotel? Are they foolish? Furthermore, even if they are personal items, even if they are antiques, they are merely odd porcelain and jade trinkets. How much could they possibly be worth? Can the production team not afford to compensate? What a joke, however. Just as the director of the production team scoffs, in the antique market, Qian Duo, having just finished his breakfast, casually opens the live stream of morality and boundaries while sipping his porridge. Upon clicking in, he sees the unusual porcelain piece the elderly lady's camera is focused on. Instantly, he reacts with urgency, spitting out his porridge in shock. What the hell? The 6-linked vase. Isn't this the one Brother Chio asked me to appraise? What is going on? How did Brother Chio's 6-linked vase end up in the live stream of morality and boundaries? Has it been stolen? Qian Duo's face flushes red as he glares at his phone screen. Being a reclusive, rich second generation, he often follows peculiar shows, and morality and boundaries is one of them. Yet, he never imagined he would see the 6-linked vase in this program's live stream. Quickly, he realizes the gravity of the situation. Gasping in shock, this damned production team, they aren't trying to use Brother Chio as a target for moral coercion. Are they? Are they playing with fire? Qian Duo gasps again as suddenly, the mischievous child appears on camera, holding a palm-sized porcelain bottle. That porcelain bottle is all too familiar. It's the very piece he appraised, valued in the millions. This is bad. This is truly playing with fire. Qian Duo, nearly ready to curse, quickly grabs a tissue to wipe his phone screen, desperately typing. Where is the director of the production team? Hurry and tell the child to put down that porcelain. Put it down. That's an antique, for heaven's sake. If it gets damaged, you won't be able to afford it. The production team will be in deep trouble. His urgent comments swiftly catch the attention of the production team's director, provoking a cold laugh. Who is this fool? Antiques. They can't afford to compensate. The entire production team will be in deep trouble. Nearby staff scoff. Where did this idiot come from, since the program aired? It has sparked so much controversy that even relevant authorities wouldn't dare say we can't afford it. What gives him the audacity to say such things? Truly a perplexing confidence. Just then, on camera, the mischievous child accidentally drops the porcelain bottle, shattering it. Qian Duo's hand trembles in disbelief. $1 million antique is just like that, destroyed. He grits his teeth in anger, typing furiously. You production team are unbelievable. I am telling you, you've just landed in hot water. You've damaged a priceless item. Chapter 71. I heard. The production team is quite wealthy. Humph. In hot water. Damaged a priceless item? Who is this fool? Are they showcasing their intelligence in the live stream? The production team's director, looking at the comments from Qian Duo, sneers in contempt. Without a care, he continues to direct the elderly lady. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Chu Chio is stunned by the sudden turn of events. Seriously? $1 million antique just shattered? Once she regains her composure, she gasps, addressing the elderly lady. That's an antique worth millions. Are you just going to stand there and watch your grandson break it? Moreover, that antique is supposed to be submitted to the state. Huh? Worth millions? Submitted to the state? The elderly lady, upon hearing these keywords, becomes flustered. Nonsense, don't listen to him. who would carelessly leave $1 million antique in a hotel room? And submitting to the state? That's even more ridiculous. Even a fool wouldn't part with an antique so easily. I suspect he is trying to pull a fast one. Just do what you need to do. Leave the rest to the production team. The director's voice echoes in her ears, and the elderly lady quickly calms down, regaining her composure. What is the big deal about accidentally breaking a porcelain cup? The child didn't do it on purpose, so why shout? The elderly lady continues with her moral coercion. A broken porcelain cup. Chu Chio's expression changes. Yet, faced with the elderly lady and the child, she finds it difficult to lash out and can only call the front desk again. Frustratingly, the phone rings endlessly, with no one answering. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, upon hearing that familiar voice, is now fully convinced. The production team has indeed encountered trouble with Chu Chio. Looking at the shattered tea leaf jar on the ground, he is torn between lamenting the loss of the antique and the misfortunes of the production team. $1 million antique, just like that. Gone, and now, the production team faces $1 million debt. As the camera rolls, the mischievous child continues to wreak havoc, tearing a book scroll to shreds. Qian Duo's heart skips a beat. If he remembers correctly, there are 2 book scrolls among the antiques, both Han Dynasty texts with significant historical value. Each scroll is worth no less than 5 million. Realizing this, Qian Duo angrily types again. Damaging historical artifacts is a serious crime. The production team should prepare for their program to be suspended. Unfortunately, the production team's director pays no heed to his words. Suspend their program? What are they dreaming of? Are they still asleep? The director of the program let out a chilling laugh as he seized the microphone, declaring, "Continue, do not stop." The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly erupted in raucous cheers. The music resumed, and the dance continued. Ha ha ha. The moment those enchanting words were uttered, the live stream was filled with uproarious laughter. Even the tightly clenched Qian Duo, upon seeing the subtitles, couldn't help but have the image of Lu Huangshu's short video flash through his mind, leaving him utterly speechless. Yet in the next moment, when the mischievous child approached the 6-part vase, curiously examining it, Qian Duo's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "Oh no, please don't touch that," he exclaimed. Director, quickly stop that child. That's the 6-part vase filled with tea leaves. It's a masterpiece from the peak era of Qing Dynasty porcelain, worth several tens of millions. Several tens of millions for this oddly shaped porcelain vase? You must be joking. Before the program's director could even react, the live stream had already seen a wave of netizens starting to criticize. Qian Duo trembled in anger, suddenly recalling something. He slapped his forehead in frustration. How foolish of me. Instead of calling Brother Chio, I'm here bickering with these fools on live stream. He hastily searched for Chu Chio's phone number and pressed the call button. Soon, the sound of a ringtone filled the live broadcast room. The masked man in the room picked up the phone. Qian Duo, why are you calling so early? I'm busy right now. I'll call you back later, Chu Chio answered, ready to hang up upon realizing it was Qian Duo calling. Qian Duo panicked, urgently shouting, Don't hang up, Brother Chio. You must listen to me. Whatever you do, don't hang up. Do you realize you're currently on a live broadcast, in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers? What did you say? Chu Chio was taken aback, his tone laced with suspicion. Are you messing with me? I swear I'm not joking, Brother Chio. You're at the Limbo Hotel, right? There's an old lady and a mischievous child in your room. Isn't there? That child just smashed the tea leaves worth millions, right? You know all this? Chu Chio was astonished. Now do you believe me? Qian Duo sighed in relief, but quickly grew anxious again. Brother Chio? You being broadcast live. Every word and action is under the scrutiny of hundreds of thousands, even millions of viewers. The show is called Morality and Boundaries, and it will subject you to moral coercion, testing your limits and watching how you handle it. Yet what the crew doesn't realize is that the antiques in your room are all genuine. They are indeed real. The mischievous child has already set his sights on the 6-part vase, which is the pinnacle among antiques. You must not let him ruin it. Qian Duo spoke with urgency. The 6-part vase filled with tea leaves was exceptionally rare and precious in its well-preserved state. If it were damaged, he would be heartbroken. Damn the crew for choosing Brother Chio as their target for moral coercion. Is this not akin to searching for excrement in a toilet with a lantern? Upon hearing Qian Duo's words, Chu Chio suddenly understood that's why I was unexpectedly entangled with this old lady and child, while staying comfortably at the hotel. I've been turned into a subject for moral coercion. Realization washed over him, I heard. The crew is quite wealthy, Chu Chio whispered into the phone. Huh? What do you mean? Qian Duo was momentarily taken aback, however. A sudden jolt of foreboding surged through him. He then heard a familiar classic line. Once, a sincere opportunity lay before me, but I failed to cherish it. When I lost it, regret was all I had. The most painful thing in the world is this: if heaven could grant me another chance, I would say 3 words to that opportunity. I love you. If I had to put a deadline on this love, I would wish for it to be right now. With that, Chu Chiu hung up the phone, leaving Chinduo Duo in a daze, savoring the iconic line from A Chinese Odyssey. Part 2, Cinderella. Suddenly, the live broadcast room buzzed with excitement. What is happening? Is that not a line from A Chinese Odyssey? Part 2, Cinderella? Has he lost his mind? Why is he quoting Stephen Chow? Director, did we accidentally walk onto the wrong set? The program's director was equally bewildered. In that instant, he felt a sense of disorientation. Am I not hosting a show, but rather filming a movie? Only Chinduo Duo, after relishing the moment, suddenly connected the dots regarding the line about the crew being wealthy. This is a ploy for extortion. The crew is finished. Chapter 72. The masked man turns out to be Brother Chiu? Chinduo Duo quickly realized that the sincere opportunity Chu Chiu referred to must be the one he missed last time when he failed to prepare early enough to throw the antiques back into the sea for a switcheroo. As a result, the antiques were to be surrendered. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he needed to seize it. Chinduo Duo couldn't help but mourn for the crew. Ignoring the advice of the elders, he was about to pay the price. The crew was doomed. Meanwhile, after delivering that classic line, Chu Chiu calmly sat down, pulling out a small notebook and diligently recording something. At the same time, the mischievous child stole a glance at Chu Chiu. With a subtle movement, he knocked the 6-part vase to the ground with a crash, shattering the priceless antique into fragments. Gasping at the sight, Chinduo Duo clutched his chest in agony. Damn it, the exquisite tea leaves worth 50 million. Just like that, they're destroyed. Chinduo Duo felt as though he had transformed into a character in a tragic tale. The live stream erupted in chaos. Oh no, it shattered again. The child was indeed a handful. Acting decisively, the old lady was equally ruthless, skillfully executing moral coercion. Yet, it was a pity that no one knew what expression lay behind that man's mask. Why was he so unresponsive this time? Instead, he was sitting there writing. Was he journaling? Was it because he had just received a call? The program's director was puzzled. Just moments ago, the man had appeared agitated. Now he was eerily calm, focused on his writing. For some reason, the director felt an unsettling sensation. What if what the man was writing could turn into a significant selling point for the live stream? He promptly picked up the earpiece. Instructing the old lady, Aunt Wong, casually walk over and point the camera at what he is writing. Let us see what he is up to. The old lady nodded and pretended to stroll past. Suddenly, the mischievous child dropped another item. Judging by its shattered shape, it appeared to be a jade ring. Chu Chiu glanced up but remained silent, continuing to jot down notes. The atmosphere felt peculiar. That masked man was behaving unusually. Yes, for some reason, since he sat down, I sensed that this live stream might take a turn for the worse. Did you feel that too? I suddenly want to know what he is writing in that notebook. Not just the viewers in the live stream, but even the program's director and other staff members sensed the unusual tension. The director took in the comments, a smirk still playing on his lips. A disaster for the crew? Impossible. The contents of that notebook were, at most, just a gimmick to attract viewers. He was merely curious about how compelling that gimmick would be soon. The old lady reached behind Chu Chiu. Hidden beneath her clothing, a discreet probe focused on the small notebook in Chu Chiu's hands. In an instant, everyone's attention was captured. Gasp! What did I just see? This young man. Oh my! A list of damaged personal items. And demands for compensation? The live stream erupted. The camera revealed the notebook clearly stating, list of damaged personal items and compensation demands. 1.1 piece of Qing Dynasty tea leaves destroyed, 100 damage. Valued at tens of millions, compensation of at least 15 million. 2.16 part vase of Qing Dynasty tea leaves destroyed, 100 damage. Valued at least 50 million, compensation of at least 50 million. 3.1 ancient Han Dynasty manuscript damaged. 50 damage, valued at 5 million, compensation of at least 5 million. 4.1 jade ring from the Ming Dynasty damaged, 100 damage, valued at least 500,000, compensation of at least 500,000. The words written in the notebook were few, but each line made the program's director's heart tremble violently. He told himself this was fake, merely a scheme for extortion. No one would casually display such valuable antiques in a hotel room. Even a fool wouldn't do that. The live stream viewers were equally stunned. I must say, This masked man is truly formidable and speaks little. If his records are indeed accurate, then the production team has certainly landed themselves in quite a predicament. Moreover, to desecrate ancient texts from the Han Dynasty, such manuscripts should be considered national treasures, should they not? If my memory serves me right, damaging national artifacts is a criminal offense. However, if these antiques are genuine, how could he possibly bring them to a hotel and display them so openly? No, wait a moment. You all remember. It seems this man previously mentioned that these items were to be surrendered to the state. Yes, I recall now. He indeed stated so. Surrender to the state? Tea leaves? This strikes me as oddly familiar. Suddenly, as this discussion unfolded, a portion of the online audience was momentarily taken aback, pondering, could it be? At that instant, Chucho lifted his gaze towards the sun outside the window. Feeling a hint of warmth, he casually removed his mask and stood up to pour himself a glass of water. In that very moment, the live broadcast exploded with excitement. Goodness gracious, it's Brother Chio. My heavens, it turns out the masked man is Brother Chio. Indeed, I was just speculating whether it might be him. I never expected Brother Chio would remove his mask himself. How does that lyric go again? It must be a special fate that allows us to walk this path. That seems off. Ha ha ha. No, it is indeed a special fate. I never imagined that after watching Brother Chio's fishing adventure yesterday, I would again encounter him in the moral and ethical live broadcast today. Is this not a remarkable fate? Wait a moment. Since the masked man is Brother Chio, what about those shattered antiques? The netizens were first taken aback. Then the chat erupted once more. Goodness, the production team is doomed. They shattered the antiques Brother Chio salvaged. Are they not waiting to be financially ruined? The key point is that Brother Chio explicitly stated that these were to be surrendered to the state. Indeed, the production team is finished this time. Of all the individuals they could have chosen, why did they have to select Brother Chio as the target for moral condemnation? They have truly played with fire. The other viewers in the live chat were bewildered, wondering what had transpired. How could the man removing his mask cause such a commotion? Someone immediately requested clarification. Could someone enlighten us on who Brother Chio is? What? You don't even know who Brother Chio is? Is your phone merely a decoration? Did you not see the trending topics yesterday? If not, you should check it out. Brother Chio was the top trending topic across the internet. The director of the production team was also stunned, observing the fervent discussions among the netizens, an ominous feeling swelling within him. He turned to a nearby staff member and urged, quickly check yesterday's trending topics and find out who this Brother Chio is that everyone is talking about. Chapter 73, Chu Chio, are you still human? As the discussions intensified on the live stream, the director could no longer suppress his anxiety. Soon, the staff member discovered yesterday's top trending topic. The first headline read, shocking. Young man goes fishing, unearths antiques worth over 100 million. Upon clicking, the staff member's expression turned blank, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, Director, we are in deep trouble. The director's heart sank upon witnessing the staff member's demeanor. Brother Chio, whose full name is Chu Chio, had made headlines for catching a haul of antiques valued in excess of 100 million while fishing. This meant that all the antiques recorded in his little notebook were indeed authentic. The staff member was nearly in tears, realizing that the production team was likely doomed. The antiques were real, truly? The director's heart raced violently, nearly causing him to choke. This was the very selling point he had anticipated. Contemplating the compensation listed in that little notebook, he felt ready to explode. Grabbing the microphone, he shouted, Quick, stop that child. Do not let him destroy anything else in the room. Our production team is on our way. Hearing the director's words, the elderly lady appeared noticeably startled. Although she did not comprehend the full situation, she instinctively complied. However, before she could voice any objections, the unruly child shattered another piece, a Hutian jade white elephant. Setting aside its quality, simply considering its weight, it likely valued no less than 5 million. The director immediately lost his composure, shouting into the microphone, I told you to stop him. Do you understand? Those are antiques. Each one worth a fortune. Now that it's broken, are you going to compensate for it? The production team members were also left speechless, having never witnessed the director this enraged. This was not merely anger. It was sheer madness. What are you all staring at? Hurry and clean up. Come with me to the scene. And bring the legal team, too. After the director's furious outburst, he hastily headed to the Lamborghini Hotel with his assistant. The production team members were astonished and quickly gathered their belongings to follow. This was the first time they had seen the director so anxious and panicked. This time, the production team might truly face disaster. Meanwhile, the live chat lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha, The director's roar is so loud it feels like it could shatter eardrums through the screen. Unfortunately, it might be too late to stop him now. Typically, when actors from the production team damage items, they compensate at market value. But if they were to do so this time, they would likely suffer a substantial financial loss. The director, capable of orchestrating such a highly controversial program, was no fool. However, it was unfortunate that he chose to target Brother Chio. Indeed, Brother Chio is impressive. He says nothing, simply sits there watching the chaos unfold, and when it's all over, he collects his payment. The key point is that these antiques must be surrendered to the state. Compensating with money will not suffice. Serves them right. Now they realize the urgency. I warned them earlier, but they dismissed it. And now the production team is in for it. Although Chin Duo felt a pang for the antiques, at this moment, she found it quite satisfying. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show. Waiting to see the drama unfold. Waiting to see the director face his comeuppance. At this moment in the live stream, the elderly lady had lost the assertive demeanor she exhibited upon entering the room. She stood against the wall, holding the unruly child in a compliant manner. Meanwhile, Chu Chio sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping tea from his little notebook, awaiting the arrival of the production team. However, after approximately 10 minutes of waiting without sight of the production team, Chu Chio could no longer contain himself and turned to the elderly lady, saying, "You're taking too long. Your production team still hasn't arrived. Why don't you continue breaking things? After all, the most expensive items have already been smashed. So you might as well shatter the rest to avoid the distress of seeing them." At that moment, the director, who had hurriedly arrived with the legal team, just outside the door, heard Chu Chio's words and rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Don't break anything." We have arrived, however, as luck would have it. He stepped on a shard of the antique and slipped, crashing to the ground and bowing deeply before Chu Chio. This scene was faithfully captured by a staff member wielding a camera. Chu Chio, director, live stream viewers, ha 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 ha. Chu Chio, seated on the sofa, set down his teacup and stood up. The viewers assumed he would assist the director in getting up. However, Chu Chio stood before the director, firmly asserting, "I have not been an emperor for many years. Rise." The director, initially expecting assistance from Chu Chio, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Chu Chio, are you still human?" The viewers in the live stream were also stunned. But in the next second, the chat erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Brother Chio's maneuver is simply too audacious. I have not been an emperor for many years, ha ha ha, how bold. This was the first time witnessing the production team director facing a setback. Brother Chio truly is remarkable. Typically, only the director plays tricks on the audience. But this time, Brother Chio has turned the tables, and it feels fantastic. Who asked the production team to deliberately target the common folk? They deserve this punishment. In the live stream, all the viewers relished this scene. The director was now deeply questioning his life choices. It had always been him digging pits for others, but today, he had firmly fallen into one that Chu Chio had cleverly set. Especially when he saw Chu Chio waving the little notebook in front of him, he felt a murderous rage welling up within him. "Do you see this little notebook? It contains the list of destroyed antiques and the compensation owed. All meticulously recorded. You can compensate at market value." Chu Chio smiled and added, "It's not much. Just 100 million. Thud." The director, having just managed to rise halfway, felt his heart race upon hearing Chu Chio's words and collapsed back to the ground. "Goodness, not much, just 100 million. Is that not excessive? 100 million. The production team director was nearly scared into a heart attack. Surely, they would never dare to default in front of an audience nationwide, right? Chu Chio chuckled. "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can summon a specialized antique appraisal expert to verify. I have all the time in the world to wait." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon checking, he couldn't help but chuckle even more. "Well, there's no need to find an expert. The most authoritative official appraisal expert has arrived." The director froze. "The most authoritative official expert? Goodness, the state has sent someone?" The director suddenly jolted, his face paling in an instant. It was over. The production team was doomed this time. Chapter 74. The extra 20 million is my compensation for mental distress. It was over. The production team was doomed. Initially, the director had planned to leverage his connections to invite a familiar acquaintance from an appraisal program to debunk the antiques, claiming they were forgeries, in an attempt to avoid compensating. But now, the authorities had sent representatives. There was no way to wriggle out of this. Even more alarming was the fact that the authorities intended to confiscate the antiques, while the program he had directed had essentially reduced the antiques to mere fragments. This was nothing short of the destruction of national heritage. Even if he had acted without knowledge, he would likely be taken away for questioning. As for the program, it was bound to be suspended. At this moment, the director could no longer maintain his arrogance. He had wilted into a compliant figure, a good man indeed. Chu Chiu gazed at the currently meek director of the production team, finding him increasingly agreeable. Were it not for him and the live broadcast program he had initiated, how could she have possibly encountered such a fortuitous opportunity? Not only could she receive the state's commendation, but she would also be compensated for the intrinsic value of the antiques, a dual gain in fame and fortune. What could be more exhilarating than this? With this thought, Chu Chiu felt a surge of secret delight and quickly connected the call. Hello, Ms. Zhao. Have you arrived? Yes, you have, right? All right. I'm in room 1068. After hanging up, within 2 minutes, the sound of high heels clacking echoed down the corridor. Soon, a tall and graceful woman appeared at the door, accompanied by an elderly scholar and a group of law enforcement officers. Room 1086 was wide open. This was it. Zhao Qian glanced up at the room number, her demeanor unfazed as she stepped inside. 4 officers remained stationed at the door, while the rest surged into the room. However, upon entering, the crowd was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of people present. Why are there so many here? Zhao Qian paused, her gaze sweeping across the assembly of individuals, elders, children, photographers, staff. It felt as though she had stumbled into a live show setting. What was the situation in this room? Ultimately, her eyes fell upon Chu Chiu, and with a puzzled expression, she inquired, Ms. Zhao, hello. Chu Chiu greeted her with a smile, exuding the joy of a child on the verge of receiving an award. You see, this individual is the director of the Morality and Ethics program, and I am honored to be their test subject today. With a glance at the director, Chu Chiu continued, however, during the course of the experiment, an unfortunate incident occurred. The antiques I salvaged for submission to the state were accidentally damaged by them. We are currently engaged in a serious discussion on how to address this matter. Wait a moment, you mean the antiques were damaged? Zhao Qian furrowed her brow, suddenly noticing a pile of shards on the floor. Her expression shifted dramatically. Please don't tell me these fragments on the floor are the remnants of the damaged antiques. Chu Chiu quickly waved her hand. I didn't tell you. You figured it out yourself. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Xiu Gu is quite the rascal. Isn't he? Isn't it essentially the same as telling her? It was even more brutal for her to arrive at the truth herself. Perhaps it was because of her strikingly beautiful and intellectual appearance that he was deliberately teasing her. In the live broadcast room, viewers and fans began to stir up a commotion. Zhao Qian, noticeably taken aback by Chu Chiu's response, managed to maintain her composure as a government official, responding with remarkable poise. Calmly now, how many antiques were salvaged in total? How many were damaged? And how many remain intact? Upon hearing such a complex query, Chu Chiu felt at a loss for words. She simply extended her hand, handing over a small notebook. You can take a look. Nearly all of them were damaged. Zhao Qian scanned the document, momentarily stunned. List of personal items damaged and compensation due. Personal? Wasn't this a collection of antiques meant for submission to the state? How had it turned into a personal matter? Zhao Qian's suspicious gaze fixed on Chu Chiu, but as she continued reading, her complexion gradually paled. How could so many antiques have been destroyed? Even the Han Dynasty texts. These are cultural relics, and they've been torn apart. Who is responsible for this? Why didn't anyone intervene? Do they not understand the value of these priceless antiques? As Zhao Qian perused the list of damaged antiques, she found it difficult to accept the situation. Just then, a young child suddenly burst into tears, clinging to an elderly lady. He was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child, overwhelmed by the intense reactions from both sides. Realizing he had caused a major incident, he succumbed to the pressure and wept. His crying momentarily caught Zhao Qian off guard, and she suddenly turned to Chu Chiu, asking, Please don't tell me that this child is responsible for the damage to those antiques. Chu Chiu helplessly shrugged, glancing at the program director. You should ask him. Zhao Qian swiftly redirected her focus to the director, her eyes narrowing. What exactly is going on here? You need to clarify this situation. Faced with Zhao Qian's formidable presence, the director of the production team relayed the entire account from start to finish. Upon grasping the complete truth and context, Zhao Qian was left speechless. What kind of absurdity was this? It was so melodramatic that she would have thought it was a contrived plot from a novel if she hadn't lived through it herself. This was utterly outrageous, a disservice to the nation. As the program director recognized the inevitability of the situation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Ms. Zhao, weren't these antiques intended for submission to the state? Surely they cannot be classified as private property. What about the compensation issue? Chu Chio's eyes narrowed, feeling as though a fly had buzzed into her thoughts, stirring a sense of nausea. This scoundrel seemed to have a short memory regarding consequences. Zhao Qian, perceptive and astute, quickly grasped the implications of his words. Although there were no explicit legal provisions in place, the destruction of antiques was still a serious matter. Her tone grew pointed as she asked, "Director, may I know your surname?" My surname is Feng." The director hesitated momentarily before replying, "Very well, Director Feng." Zhao Qian nodded, her tone cool and measured. "May I ask, are antiques submitted to the state not considered state property?" Yes, then, if they are indeed state property and have been damaged, would you not be obligated to provide compensation at their appraised value? Zhao Qian posed the rhetorical question, providing her own answer. You should. The legal repercussions for damaging national antiques are merely one facet of the consequences. You must also render appropriate financial compensation. Furthermore, these antiques represent Mr. Chu's sincere dedication to the state. Had they remained intact, the state would have undoubtedly accepted them and bestowed commendations. However, now that they have been destroyed, the corresponding compensation must rightfully be awarded to Mr. Chu, as the state also values its reputation. Thus, Zhao Qian turned abruptly to Chu Qiu, inquiring, "How much should he compensate you?" 120 million. Chu Qiu replied without hesitation. What? Wasn't he at just 100 million? How did it suddenly escalate to 120 million? Director Feng exclaimed in shock. The previous amount was merely out of pity for you. But now, I realize that someone like you is hardly deserving of sympathy, so the extra 20 million is my compensation for mental distress. Chapter 75. Dual gains in fame and fortune. Trending again, the previous amount was merely out of pity for you. But now, I realize that someone like you is hardly deserving of sympathy. So the extra 20 million is my compensation for mental distress, Chu Qiu declared, leaving the program director utterly flabbergasted. Mental distress compensation? Whose mental distress is worth 20 million? Have you attained some kind of spiritual enlightenment? This is extortion, pure and simple. Once Director Feng regained his composure, he angrily pointed at Chu Qiu, trembling with rage. Extortion? Extortion? Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow. From your tone, it seems you're unwilling to compensate? Very well. Turning to Zhao Qian, she remarked, Ms. Zhao, if one invades another's privacy without consent and exposes it to hundreds of thousands, even millions of online viewers, could that not constitute a crime? May I pursue legal action against him? Indeed, Zhao Qian replied, surprised by Chu Qiu's boldness. Then that settles it. Chu Qiu pivoted once more to face Director Feng. Did you hear that? You now have the choice. Either allow me to take legal action against you or compensate me 120 million. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Feng Winta's complexion drained of color. He was merely a program director, not a producer. 120 million was akin to a death sentence. He simply couldn't afford it. Fortunately, at that moment, his phone rang. It was as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. He answered the call, addressing the person on the other end as boss. Chu Qiu was taken aback. She hadn't expected a director to be working for someone else, with a boss behind him. Compensate him. The voice on the other end conveyed 3 succinct words before hanging up. Yet those 3 words acted as a balm, soothing Feng Winta's nerves. After ending the call, he wiped the sweat from his brow and faced Chu Qiu. Our production team is willing to compensate. 120 million is acceptable. All right, here's my bank account number. Proceed with the transfer. Chu Qiu responded without hesitation, presenting her Industrial and Commercial Bank of China savings card for him to photograph and send to his financial department. 2 minutes later, Chu Qiu's phone buzzed with a notification. A network transfer had been made, totaling 120 million. As she beheld the sum deposited into her account, her heart swelled with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, a dual gain in fame and fortune. Now that the financial aspect had been secured, she merely awaited the recognition that would follow. Upon contemplating this, Chu Qiu turned to Zhao Qian, his smile radiating innocence as he remarked, Sister Zhao, I have submitted these antiques. Do you think the state will offer any commendation? Ugh, how pretentious. Brother Qiu is clearly feigning ignorance. Indeed, how ostentatious. Just listen. He once referred to her as Ms. Zhao, and now he is casually calling her sister. Goodness gracious, I want a dozen sisters like that. No wonder he's Brother Qiu. He is so bold, even posing such questions before a multitude of spectators. In the live stream, viewers buzzed with chatter. Those who had previously witnessed Chu Qiu's fishing exploits were particularly envious and resentful. Just yesterday afternoon, Brother Qiu topped the internet's trending list, and it seems likely that today, due to this program, he might achieve that feat once more. Ha! It feels as though the trending topics are swiftly becoming Brother Chio's exclusive domain. Those who have paid to promote their own topics must be seething with frustration. Ha ha ha, and this program is exceptionally dismal. They've barely begun streaming, gained a modicum of fame, and now they've encountered Brother Chio. What a disaster. Who could have chosen anyone other than Brother Chio? This perfectly illustrates the concept of a stepping stone. I suspect this live broadcast will be the last. It will undoubtedly be halted by tomorrow. Tomorrow? I reckon it might even be suspended by noon today. Perhaps they will even issue a statement of contrition. Ha ha ha, let us just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Let us wait for the drama to unfold. In the room, as Chu Chio posed his question, Zhao Qian produced a small red flag and a certificate of honor. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Outstanding Youth, Model of Spirit. This is the commendation bestowed upon you by the government. Along with a prize of 1,200. Do accept it." Zhao Qian handed the small flag, certificate, and prize to Chu Chio. Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you, thank you, Sister Zhao, and thank you to the state. Throughout my life, I have never received a certificate, and this one is a state award. The moment Chu Chio accepted the certificate and the prize, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled within him, devoid of any ulterior motives, just pure joy. It felt akin to receiving accolades for an examination, recognized and praised by parents and teachers. This sensation was unprecedented, utterly delightful. Come, let us take a group photo. Hey, photographer, could you kindly capture this moment for us? In his excitement, Chu Chio unabashedly gathered everyone together, imploring the photographer to document the occasion. Observing the childlike glee on Chu Chio's face, Zhao Qian found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, a staggering compensation of 100,200,000 had been deposited into his account, yet he had not exhibited such exuberance. Was it truly necessary to be this ecstatic over a small flag and certificate? Frankly, as someone who had received accolades since childhood, she felt no resonance with his joy. Meanwhile, the production team, especially the director, was forced to maintain a facade of professionalism, their faces reflecting a stark contrast. Soon enough, this very photograph would be extracted, transformed into a video, and begin circulating wildly across the internet. Before the program could conclude, a headline emerged on trending topics. The production team's moral coercion of Brother Chio leads to the destruction of priceless antiques. Moreover, the title was accompanied by related short videos, including footage of Chu Chio fishing. Countless viewers, having watched the videos, flocked to the comments section, vehemently condemning the production team for mocking the public and damaging national treasures. Especially after viewing the latest short video, viewers expressed their outrage, denouncing the program for its absurd moral posturing. What absurd notions of morality and boundaries! This program, which trivializes the struggles of the common folk, should have been terminated long ago. Those who destroy national treasures, whether knowingly or unknowingly, deserve punishment. Such a disgraceful program that exploits others' privacy for entertainment. Its sponsors should face national repercussions. Indeed, do they think compensation absolves them? It is already enough that one must relinquish the priceless antiques they painstakingly salvaged, to then be subjected to scrutiny for the sake of creating drama. What has become of our society? It is utterly disheartening. Before the capitalists, are we, the ordinary people, truly just a joke? Infuriated. Many netizens suddenly found themselves enraged. This headline, alongside the one that trended yesterday, was once again propelled by an army of internet users to the forefront of trending topics, dominating the top two spots. Clearly, this incident regarding morality and ethics had struck a chord, igniting a firestorm of indignation among the masses. Director. At the radio station, Xiao Xiao had just finished editing yesterday's interview video when she noticed the trending news on her phone. Her mind exploded with realization, and she hurriedly dashed to the director's office. Director, quick, it's trending. Chu Chio is trending again, dominating the first and second spots. Xiao Xiao rushed into the director's office, breathless as she showed her phone. Chu Chio, the one who topped the trending list yesterday? The director, not one to be trifled with, quickly grasped the significance of the information. He promptly opened his phone, and before long, a glaring headline caught his eye. The production team's moral coercion of Brother Chio leads to the destruction of priceless antiques. Upon delving deeper, the fervent comments and the sheer volume of criticism directed at the program made even the director, Zhong Hanxiao, feel a chill run down his spine. Especially since the discourse involved antiques and the government. It seemed inevitable that relevant authorities would have to respond to quell this uproar. As for the program morality and ethics, there was no doubt it would be cast into the depths of oblivion, never to resurface. As the head of the station, Zhong Hanxiao recognized this as a golden opportunity for the station to shine. Thanks to Xiao Xiao, they possessed an exclusive interview with Chu Qiu. Armed with this exclusive content, the station could ride the wave of popularity. With that thought in mind, Zhong Hanxiao eagerly asked, Xiao Xiao, have you finished editing the video featuring Chu Qiu? Xiao Xiao paused for a moment, then quickly pieced together what was happening, her excitement palpable. Director, I have finished editing it, good. Immediately inform the team for today's hot topics that we will start broadcasting an hour early. Furthermore, you will be the host for this segment. Zhong Hanxiao decisively declared, can I really do that? The sudden surprise left Xiao Xiao slightly flustered. Isn't this what you have been striving and longing for all this time? Zhong Hanxiao replied with a smile. Go prepare. Do not let me down. Yes, thank you, Director. Xiao Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, quickly went off to prepare with a heart full of excitement. 9 o'clock. The segment on today's hot topics began broadcasting ahead of schedule. Dressed in professional attire, Xiao Xiao appeared in front of the camera. Hello, dear viewers. I am Xiao Xiao, your host for today's hot topics. Yesterday afternoon, a news story about a fisherman salvaging antiques worth billions went viral across the internet. Through relentless efforts, we managed to capture this fisherman's fishing process live at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, along with an interview. Now, let us take a moment to review the interview footage. Prepared and composed? Xiao Xiao exuded confidence. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, coupled with the exclusive interview featuring the rapidly rising name of Chu Qiu, she successfully drew in a surge of viewership for the segment. The station's rating skyrocketed in a remarkably short span, propelling them to the top of the trending list. Numerous netizens, in turn, were quick to view the interview video featuring Chu Qiu. Those who understand, succinctly encapsulated the collective sorrow. This sentiment resonated strongly, igniting intense empathy among viewers. Particularly impactful was his subsequent declaration. The law cannot be violated. This is the boundary of being a citizen of Huaxia, which garnered overwhelming approval and admiration from the audience. Soon after, an avalanche of outrage flooded in, with viewers condemning the program for ridiculing the public, mocking national heroes, and damaging national treasures. Why don't you just disappear? They cried. Additionally, many netizens began to organize online coalitions to boycott the products of the major sponsors involved. Almost simultaneously, at Shanxinliang Cha, a tall female assistant was taken aback upon seeing the trending news. Standing up in shock, without a moment's hesitation, she rushed into the office of the executive president. President, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. The program we sponsored, Morality and Ethics, is in trouble. Fang Qin inquired, astonished. The production team is in trouble? What could possibly happen to them? The female assistant hurriedly exclaimed. The production team has encountered a grave incident this time. The person they morally coerced is none other than Chu Qiu, who has salvaged antiques worth over 100 million. Those antiques were all shattered by individuals arranged by the production team, crossing every line. Now, they have surged to the top of trending topics online, being mercilessly criticized by countless netizens. Furthermore, the major sponsors of the production team have been exposed and are facing relentless condemnation as well. What? It's that serious? Fang Qin's expression changed, and she quickly opened her phone to check the trending topics. To her astonishment, the top 3 were all related to Chu Qiu, with the third being a local radio program from the city. As she glanced at the comments beneath the trending topics, Fang Qin gasped, sensing an impending storm. Particularly concerning was the radio segment, a highly influential program in the city. From the comments, Fang Qin felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Anshan herbal tea, based in Dongguan, is a traditional herbal tea with a significant reputation and influence. However, in the city, due to regional and cultural factors, it struggled to penetrate the market. Now, thanks to the production team's blunder, Anshan herbal tea has been implicated and is being viciously criticized, even facing a public boycott. This left even Fang Qin, the executive president, in shock and unable to sit still. Quick, notify the company's legal department. Issue a statement and terminate our contract with the production team immediately. We must also release a public letter of apology and condemnation for their actions. But President, if we unilaterally terminate the contract, we'll have to pay a penalty, the female assistant nervously reminded her. Fang Qin retorted angrily, to hell with compensation. The production team has dug their own grave and dragged us down with them. I want to even ask them for compensation. Do you realize that if we mishandle this, the newly opened situation we've just established could collapse in an instant? Chapter 77. The top 10 trending topics are all occupied. Fang Qin harshly criticized the production team before returning to the main issue. All right, hurry and inform the legal department. Also, Notify HR to send someone to express our apologies and condolences to Chu Chiu. Make sure it's done beautifully. Understood. The female assistant nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Fang Qin suddenly brightened up and stopped her. Wait, I've just thought of a brilliant idea. Fang Qin exclaimed excitedly. Have the HR manager take the legal team with him and directly sign Chu Chiu on as our spokesperson and image ambassador for Anshan Herbal Tea. This way, not only can we gain the public's forgiveness, but we can also leverage Chu Chiu's positive image and popularity to turn the situation around. This is fantastic. It's a win-win situation. By the end of her statement, Fang Qin had become increasingly animated. I'll arrange it right away. The female assistant nodded enthusiastically, agreeing that the president's idea was simply perfect. Anshan Herbal Tea acted swiftly. Following the radio program, they were the first to issue a public letter expressing their apologies to Chu Chiu, reflecting on their own shortcomings while condemning the reckless behavior of the production team. They then publicly announced their unilateral termination of the contract, clarifying their stance and denouncing the production team's lack of discernment. Other sponsors quickly followed suit, releasing similar public letters. The production team, clearly unprepared for such an outcome, found themselves bewildered by the sponsors' coordinated response. The chairman of the production team was infuriated, unleashing a tirade within the company. Ultimately, they had no choice but to draft a public letter. More accurately, it was a statement of reflection. The content acknowledged the inappropriate content of their program and promised to learn from this lesson. They also offered an additional $50 million in compensation to Chu Chiu as a gesture of goodwill. This move managed to mitigate some of the backlash. Then, the broadcasting authority personally intervened, with relevant officials issuing a statement declaring the immediate and permanent suspension of the Morality and Boundaries program. They also announced that they would strengthen the review and punitive measures for similar programs and live broadcasts to protect the rights of the public. With this series of statements and the broadcasting authority's response, the torrent of online criticism was finally somewhat contained. Meanwhile, in the Morality and Boundaries live broadcast room, someone finally noticed the sensational events occurring outside. Wow, has everyone checked the trending topics? Brother Chiu is once again trending, and even yesterday's topics are back up, ranking first and second. Indeed, I just checked trending topics on another phone, and unbelievably, even the broadcasting authority has weighed in on this matter, permanently shutting down the live broadcast room. Does this mean the broadcast room is about to be forcibly taken offline? My goodness. Did you all see the production team's public letter? They even added an additional $50 million in compensation. $50 million. At this rate, Brother Chiu must be making money faster than he can comprehend. And if you carefully count, the top 10 trending topics are almost all related to Brother Chiu. He occupies 2 spots himself. The radio interview takes one, the broadcasting authority takes another, and the production team along with several sponsors perfectly divide the remaining spots. Haha, I wonder if anyone has paid to trend in these past couple of days? If they did and still couldn't make it into the top 10, they'd probably be furious. In the live broadcast room, netizens were getting more and more excited. Meanwhile, in a certain studio, a man was unleashing his fury upon the entire staff. What is going on in your studio? Huh? I'm asking what you were doing. My new album is set to release tomorrow, and I'm about to hold a concert. Yet you tell me I haven't even made it into the top 10 trending topics? I started purchasing spots yesterday, and yet some unknown person has taken the top spot, overshadowing me. Today, it's even worse. I didn't even touch the fringes of the top 10. What promises did you make me? Huh? Speak up. Why is no one responding? Are you all mute? The man was seething with rage. The entire studio staff, aware of their guilt, shrank back in silence. They too felt it was bizarre how someone named Chu Chiu had dominated the internet. Yesterday, he occupied the top spot, only to fade by evening. Now, thanks to that ridiculous program, he was back to trending number 1, and shockingly, he wasn't just holding the top spot but was firmly grasping the 10th position as well. Even their team, which specialized in black technology, was left in the dust. The mere mention of Chu Chiu now sent shivers down their spines. Mr. Wong, how about we consider postponing the album release by a day? This incident has escalated beyond our expectations. Tomorrow. Just one more day, all right. I promise you'll be firmly at the number 1 spot, the studio leader confidently asserted. Are you sure? What if I'm still not at number 1 tomorrow? The man retorted angrily. If you're not at number 1 tomorrow, I'll eat my words. The studio leader declared resolutely. Fine. Remember your words. We'll see the results tomorrow. The man scoffed, adjusting his collar and donning his hat and mask before leaving the studio with his assistant. As he departed, the studio staff collectively exhaled in relief. Tomorrow, everyone needs to be on high alert, and that Chu Chiu, assign someone to closely monitor his every move. Ugh, such a nuisance. The studio leader stormed off in frustration. On the other hand, Chu Qiu remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of intense scrutiny. He cheerfully bid farewell to the personnel from the Cultural Relics Administration. Upon returning to his room, he proudly retrieved the jade cicada from his pocket. This jade cicada was likely the only item from this batch of antiques that had slipped through the cracks. To be precise, there was also a box of gold. Since no one had asked about it, Chu Qiu had nearly forgotten. However, these items could not be revealed. Since he had bought a car for his father, he would gift the jade cicada to his mother. As for the gold, well, he would take it along to show his parents. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Qiu tidied up quickly, preparing to leave. Chapter 78. Are you questioning my abilities? Once he had finished packing, Chu Qiu stepped outside with a considerably lighter suitcase. Just as he turned to close the door, he accidentally collided with someone engrossed in their phone. Ouch! The person gasped. Oh, I'm so sorry. Chu Qiu quickly apologized. However, the next moment, upon realizing who he had bumped into, Chu Qiu's eyes widened in shock. Su Qingya? Indeed, Chu Qiu discovered that the person he had collided with was none other than Su Qingya, who was supposed to be in Hacheng. If it weren't broad daylight, he might have thought he had encountered a ghost. Chu Qiu? Su Qingya was equally taken aback, clearly not anticipating running into Chu Qiu here. The two of them exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing here?" Chu Qiu, bewildered, responded, "Aren't you in Hacheng? Why did you suddenly come to Modu? And you arrived yesterday? You're also resting at this hotel?" Su Qingya was equally perplexed, merely nodding and instinctively glancing at Chu Qiu's room number. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. 1086. It was right next to her room, 1085. They had been separated by nothing more than a wall. A wall apart, completely unaware. She had even called to contact. What a bizarre twist of fate. Lost in her thoughts, Su Qingya suddenly felt her face flush. She quickly spat out a response, redirecting her focus to the purpose of her visit. By the way, Chu Qiu, what are you planning to do with the antiques you acquired? Su Qingya quickly adjusted her demeanor and spoke. What to do? It's already been taken care of, Chu Qiu blurted out. I submitted them to the state. What? You submitted them to the state? Su Qingya exclaimed, nearly losing her balance and almost twisting her heel. She felt that when they first met, Chu Qiu wasn't foolish. How could she now be capable of such a foolish act? Isn't it patriotic? What's wrong with that? Chu Qiu said as she pressed the elevator button. Patriotic? Su Qingya's expression froze, almost choking on Chu Qiu's words, and hurriedly stepped into the elevator, saying, "But your patriotism doesn't need to be this extreme. Those are antiques, worth a fortune. Who would be foolish enough to submit them? Besides, do you think submitting the antiques equates to patriotism? After you submit them, how many do you think will actually end up in the state's possession? And you didn't submit all of them, did you?" "Oh, not all of them. I still have some gold left." "And this?" Chu Qiu pulled out a jade cicada from her pocket. Hearing the earlier statement, Su Qingya initially felt relieved. But upon hearing that only the gold was left unsubmitted, and seeing the jade cicada in her hand, she felt as though her worldview had been violently challenged. You clearly haven't submitted everything. But what difference does that make? At this moment, Su Qingya was at a loss for words to express her feelings. After driving 8 hours from Hacheng with excitement, it turned out to be a futile endeavor. You still haven't explained why you suddenly came to Modu. Chu Qiu pressed the elevator button and turned to ask again. Su Qingya felt as if she had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. You've already submitted the antiques. What significance does this have? However, Su Qingya rolled her eyes and sighed, saying, I came to find you to discuss the antiques, hoping you would sell them and invest the money into a second hotel. With the funds we both have, we could attempt to acquire a ready-made 5-star hotel, with your fishing skills and the high-end vegetables and crabs you grow. The hotel could recoup its costs in the shortest time possible, but now, it's too late. Since you've submitted the antiques, this significant funding gap will require some time to address. After finishing her statement, Su Qingya glanced helplessly at Chu Qiu, feeling both love and frustration towards this person. You came to Modu for this? To use the money from selling antiques? Chu Qiu was left speechless, thinking it wasn't a big deal, only to realize it was for such a trivial matter. You could have just called me. Why make it so complicated? How much more do you need to cover this funding gap? I'll transfer it to you. All right, can you be serious? It seems like you're genuinely concerned. You've submitted the antiques? How much do you think I know about how much money you have? Su Qingya rolled her eyes in exasperation, stating, at most, it's just the 1 billion I transferred to you last time. That amount was already included. Are you doubting my capabilities? Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow, thinking, how dare you question me? She pulled out her phone, opened her banking app, and presented it to Su Qingya. What are you doing? Why are you showing me your phone? Su Qingya was taken aback by Chu Chio's actions, thinking, what is so impressive about this old phone? Don't bother explaining, just look. Chu Chio tossed the phone into her lap. Just then, the elevator doors opened, leaving behind a dramatic exit as she stepped out without looking back. What a nerve! Su Qingya rolled her eyes at Chu Chio's retreating figure, then picked up the phone to take a glance before rushing after her. But just that quick glance caused her steps to falter, her expression turning incredulous as she stared at the phone, rubbing her eyes vigorously. The next moment, an excited shout erupted from the elevator. 3 billion. You actually have over 3 billion in your bank account. Oh my heavens! Chu Chio, where did you get so much money? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ecstatic, Su Qingya dashed out of the elevator, chasing after Chu Chio. Now you believe me. Chu Chio stood there, raising an eyebrow and asking, I believe. How could I not believe? I saw the text message, however, Su Qingya continued, but Chu Chio, where did you acquire such a staggering sum? As Su Qingya caught up with Chu Chio, her excitement made her resemble a lovesick fan. In her overwhelming joy, she unconsciously grasped Chu Chio's arm. Chu Chio raised an eyebrow, secretly reveling in the moment, intentionally not pointing it out. Of course, she did not conceal the matter regarding the money but recounted the story of submitting the antiques. After hearing it, Su Qingya felt utterly astounded. Such a coincidental and melodramatic plot twist seemed like something a novelist wouldn't even dare to write, yet it unfolded in reality. But I didn't see it coming. You're quite the schemer, managing to swindle the production team out of 20 million. Su Qingya was truly impressed by Chu Chio's luck. You've gained fame and fortune all at once. But what about that other billion? How did you come by it? Chapter 79. You want me to be an advertising ambassador? What about that other billion? How did you earn it? Su Qingya asked curiously. The other billion was naturally earned from fishing. After salvaging the antiques on my third haul, I caught over 100 yellowfin tuna. A bunch of 5-star hotels scrambled to buy them, and I sold them for an astonishing 1 billion. Chu Chio couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. Who would have thought that while trying to be low-key, she ended up making such a high-profile catch? No way. You caught over 100 yellowfin tuna. Those fish are notoriously difficult to catch. You must be incredibly lucky. By the way, where are the fish? You didn't sell them all, did you? Su Qingya asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, I kept 36 of them, each weighing nearly 300 pounds. Chu Chio anticipated her question, responding, and last night, I had them shipped to Huching. Along with them, several thousand crabs, thousands of pounds of large prawns, and other valuable seafood were also sent. What? So much? That's not acceptable. I need to rush back to handle it. Upon hearing about the massive amount of seafood, Su Qingya could hardly remain composed. She was about to head back to Huching without delay. Come back here. Having come this far, how could Chu Chio let her leave so easily? Grabbing Su Qingya's hand, she frowned and said, It's just a batch of seafood. The hotel employs so many people. Are they merely for decoration? Can't you handle this little matter? But I'm worried about that batch of yellowfin tuna. That's top-tier sashimi seafood. Su Qingya replied anxiously. Oh, what if it's top-tier sashimi seafood? If the hotel needs it? I can catch more anytime. Don't even mention yellowfin tuna. I could even get you the most premium bluefin tuna. Now that you're here, let us have a meal together before you leave. Chu Chio insisted, pulling her hand. Let's go to my place. I've got a king silver pomfret at this hotel. I'll have someone bring it over, and you can join me at my mom's place for her to personally cook for you. Ah, you're home? Su Qingya suddenly felt a wave of nervousness, but she hesitated, struggling to find a counter-argument. After a moment, she could come up with nothing. Chu Chio decisively dragged her to the front desk, instructing them to retrieve the fish. Just then, a large crowd surged into the hotel from outside, accompanied by numerous reporters carrying cameras. Their purpose was clear. Upon entering and spotting Chu Chio, they immediately surrounded her. Chu Chio frowned, initially thinking they were reporters drawn by the trending news from the previous day. As the initial group approached, they introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Chu. We represent the production team of the program on ethics and boundaries. Due to circumstances within the production team, we have caused significant losses and negative repercussions for you and the country. Although we have already issued a public statement, our chairman insists on providing you with an additional compensation of 50 million. Ah, so they're not just a bunch of paparazzi. Chu Chio was slightly taken aback, then skeptically inquired, Is everything you're saying true? The production team is really going to compensate me 50 million? Are you certain? The representatives of the production team chuckled and pulled out their phones to send a message. In an instant, a transfer notification arrived. Su Qingya's hand trembled as she read the message of a 50 million transfer. Mr. Chu, You can check your phone to confirm whether the 50 million compensation has been credited, they said cheerfully, their demeanor quite pleasant. Indeed, it has been credited. It seems your production team is quite sincere. Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow, taking back his phone from Su Qingya, feeling even more astonished. Is this production team out of their minds? They not only fell for my extortion of 20 million, but now they are eagerly offering me another 50 million? Moreover, these people came quickly and left just as swiftly, merely recording a video and showing their faces before departing. This left Chu Qiu genuinely puzzled. As of now, he remained unaware that he had once again topped the trending searches today, causing quite a sensation. Yu Qingya shared similar sentiments, thinking the production team must truly be out of their minds. Let's go. Chu Qiu shook his head and laughed. However, just as he finished speaking, another group hurriedly entered the hotel. Chu Qiu felt a flicker of suspicion. Could this new group also be seeking him out? Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu? Greetings. A crowd greeted him from several meters away. Chu Qiu was momentarily bewildered. They truly were here for him. Hello, Mr. Chu. We are the business team from Liangcha, and this is our legal representative. We have approached you, Mr. Chu, to express our apologies and condolences, and we would like to invite you to be the advertising ambassador for our Liangcha. Wait a moment, what apologies and condolences? Why does it feel like I'm about to be sacrificed? And what on earth is an advertising ambassador? At this point, even Chu Qiu, though typically slow on the uptake, began to connect the dots. There must be something circulating in the outside world that had attracted attention regarding him. Mr. Chu, you don't know about today's trending topics. They seemed incredulous. The entire internet is in an uproar. As the instigator, you are completely oblivious? The representatives from Liangcha looked at Chu Qiu as if they had uncovered some monumental news. Trending? What trending? Chu Qiu asked, utterly confused, then turned to Su Qingya. Do you know? Su Qingya, equally perplexed, replied, How would I know? I was focused on getting here, and by the time we arrived in the city, it was already midnight. I just woke up and ran into you the moment I took out my phone. I had no time to check the trending topics. The business team from Liangcha was also bewildered, exchanging glances, feeling both amused and exasperated. Is it true that the entire internet is in an uproar over you? And you are completely unaware? This is absurd. At that moment, Chu Qiu hastily pulled out his phone to check the trending topics. Upon opening it, he found himself at the very top of the list. Following that, there were live videos of Xiao Xiao interviewing him, public statements from Liangcha, remarks from the broadcasting authority, and more. It could be said that the entire top 10 was directly or indirectly related to the incident involving him. Oh my goodness! Chu Qiu was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe that, through a mere oversight yesterday, he had topped the internet's trending searches. Now, it had escalated to the point where he dominated the entire top 10. Was the trending list truly at odds with him? Chapter 80. One dares to sell, one dares to buy. Is the trending list really at odds with me? Chu Qiu shut off his phone. Feeling somewhat speechless, Su Qingya, too, turned off her phone, astonished. To dominate the top 10 trending topics on the internet as an individual, such a situation was something even a major celebrity would struggle to achieve through financial means. Mr. Chu, regarding the advertising ambassador role, can we finalize this? The process is quite simple. All we need is for you to cooperate with us in shooting an advertisement, and the endorsement fee is 5 million. The leader of the Liangcha business team directly presented the terms. After stating this, he eagerly awaited Chu Qiu's response, believing that merely collaborating on an advertisement would guarantee him 5 million. Such an opportunity was likely to be irresistible to anyone, considering that even top-tier celebrity endorsements rarely surpassed 10 million over 2 years. Liangcha only required Chu Qiu to endorse for a month, or even just a few days to appease public sentiment. 5 million would be more than sufficient. However, to their astonishment, Chu Qiu, upon hearing the offer of 5 million, did not even flinch. He simply replied, I'm very busy and don't have the time, and proceeded to pull Su Qingya's hand. Walking towards the exit of the hotel, Wait, please, hold on. The business team was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. This was not what they had envisioned at all. 5 million. He had rejected it without a moment's hesitation. As though it were merely 50 cents, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. Did you misunderstand? It's 5 million, not 50,000. It's not a small amount, they urged. You must understand, this price is more than sufficient for any second-tier celebrity. Moreover, shooting a single advertisement doesn't take much time. 5 million is essentially free money. The business team argued, thinking it was only natural for them to expect Chu Qiu to accept. I'm sorry, but I don't wish to accept it, nor do I have the time for it. You might as well find a second-tier celebrity instead. Chu Qiu waved his hand dismissively in his eyes. While 5 million was indeed a considerable sum, It paled in comparison to spending time with Su Qingya or dining with his parents. Furthermore, he already regretted having topped the trending list. He had no intention of shooting advertisements or appearing on television. It appeared that he needed to consider cultivating some connections and finding bodyguards to discreetly protect his family. As he brushed off the business team, Chu Qiu pondered his future. His endeavors were destined to expand, and certain matters would inevitably come knocking at his door. He did not fear for himself, but he could not expect his family to remain under his watchful eye 24 hours a day. Thus, he needed to plan ahead. Today's incident served as a crucial reminder. He did not wish for his presence to disrupt the peaceful lives of his parents and loved ones. With these considerations in mind, Chu Qiu led Su Qingya to the parking lot. Initially, she struggled against his grip, but seeing his determination, she ultimately succumbed, blushing as he held her hand. Yet, upon reaching the vehicle, Su Qingya froze. An old cherry? Her expression was one of disbelief as she exclaimed, Chu Qiu, you can't be telling me you drive this, right? What's wrong with that? Chu Qiu responded, starting the engine. Get in? Well, it's not that there's a problem, but considering you're a major stakeholder in this hotel, driving such a car is a bit. Su Qingya shook her head, speechless, as she entered the vehicle. The first impression was that it was hot. Even the air conditioning blew out warm air. Why not just take my car? This one is too old. The air conditioning is barely working. Don't worry, it will cool down soon. Plus, it gives you a taste of our humble lifestyle. Humble? Su Qingya replied, rolling her eyes. To be honest, I've never seen a poor person with billions in cash in their bank account. Haha. Chu Qiu couldn't help but laugh at her remark, gradually driving out of the parking lot. Inside the parking lot, several young men smoking paused mid-action, dumbfounded at the sight. Wow, that guy's passenger is stunning, one exclaimed. She looks even more beautiful than major celebrities. Yeah, who is this guy? He is so impressive. Driving an old cherry and still managing to attract such a goddess? They were filled with envy, glancing back at their Cadillac, wondering if only their car deserved to drink green tea. Hey, Mom, can you and Dad take a day off today? I have an exciting surprise for you. Yes, I'm on my way to see you now. On the road, Chu Qiu called home, not revealing that he was bringing Su Qingya along. After hanging up, he glanced at Su Qingya, whose cheeks were flushed, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated that his old car would hold up so well. Even at 120 km/h, it didn't waver. As expected from a domestic model, it's quite stable. Chu Qiu began to make small talk, however. At that moment, Su Qingya's mind was in a whirl, leaving her with little time to engage. For her, meeting the parents was akin to a bride stepping into a sedan chair for the first time. Although this wasn't technically a meeting in the conventional sense, it still left her feeling somewhat flustered. In no time at all, over 2 hours had slipped by. Chu Qiu and his companion finally arrived at the residential community. Su Qingya insisted on purchasing gifts, which delayed them slightly. Meanwhile, back at home, Chu Qiu's parents, Wu Xiujuan and Chu Jianghe, had returned early and were waiting. Old Chu, what do you think this rascal means by surprising us? What kind of surprise could it possibly be? Wu Xiujuan could not help but gossip. What surprise could there be? If you ask me, it's probably the BMW he ordered that has finally arrived, Chu Jianghe replied. Well, that is true. Spending over $1 million on a new car is indeed quite a surprise for us common folks. The two engaged in casual conversation. Just then, the sound of a car pulling up resonated from downstairs, causing Wu Xiujuan's face to light up with joy. Must be our son returning. Let me take a look, she exclaimed, dashing to the window. Upon spotting Chu Qiu getting out of the car, her excitement peaked. Indeed, it's our son. Guess what? Mid-sentence, she suddenly cried out in exhilaration, startling Chu Jianghe. Qingya! It's Qingya! Our son has brought her home. Quick, old Chu, let us hurry down to greet them. Without even changing her slippers, Wu Xiujuan rushed out the door like a gust of wind. Qingya! Chu Jianghe was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly realized this was the girlfriend the rascal had mentioned. This kid brings his girlfriend home and doesn't even give us a heads up, he muttered, quickly following suit down the stairs. Wu Xiujuan was the first to reach the ground floor, her voice of surprise echoing even before she arrived. Seeing the scene unfold, Chu Qiu called out, Mom. However, Wu Xiujuan appeared oblivious to him, rushing directly to Su Qingya, eagerly accepting gifts while bombarding her with questions. Oh, Qingya, what brings you here all the way? Were you tired on the journey? Are you thirsty? Auntie, I'm not tired. I can carry this, Su Qingya replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chu Qiu stood by, feeling utterly ignored. Was he not her own son? He had even brought back a silver pomfret fish from the sea for her. Qingya is here. Hurry, let us go upstairs. It's sunny outside, don't get sunburned. At that moment, Chu Jianghe also descended the stairs. Finally able to reclaim some semblance of attention, Chu Qiu called out, Dad, can you help me with some luggage? What do you mean help? You're a grown man. Shouldn't you be taking care of yourself? Chu Jianghe reprimanded, then turned to Su Qingya with a complete change in demeanor, smiling, Come, Qingya, let me help you with that heavy gift. You and your mom. Oh no, I mean you and Auntie. Hurry upstairs, don't get burned. As Chu Qiu stood there, dumbfounded. The three of them ascended the stairs, chatting amiably. Chu Qiu glanced around and suddenly felt a chilling autumn breeze wash over him, accompanied by the heart-wrenching strains of a Swana rendition of Desire, leaving him feeling desolate and lost. After a while, he finally regained his composure, his expression one of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He mused. I must not be their biological son. Frustrated, Chu Qiu huffed, clutching the fish in one hand and the suitcase filled with gold bars in the other, akin to a lonely old man, trudging upstairs step by step. Upon entering, he found his mother and father engrossed in conversation with Su Qingya, laughing and chatting. The moment they noticed him, Chu Jianghe scolded, Why are you only coming up now? A grown man dawdling about. Chu Qiu felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. The background music played automatically. Enough of the pleasantries. Go wash some fruit for Qingya. You didn't even think to buy her a bottle of water on the way? What kind of boyfriend are you? His mother chimed in. Defeated, Chu Qiu turned and headed to the kitchen, feeling numb. After washing the fruit, he emerged to find Su Qingya surrounded by adoring attention. He attempted to interject several times, but was met with complete disregard. Annoyed, he opened his suitcase and flung a bag of gold bars onto the table with a resounding thud, capturing everyone's attention. Chu Jianghe immediately inquired, What S in that? It sounds heavy, gold, Chu Qiu retorted, his tone sharp, before retreating to his room to enjoy the air conditioning. This rascal, what an attitude, Chu Jianghe scoffed, peering into the bag, muttering, A dog can't spit out ivory. This is just a pile of brass. All right, old Chu, tidy up the house a bit. Qingya and I will go inside to cool off for a while. Once you're done, we'll prepare dinner. Especially those cardboard boxes. Sell them off so we can move into a bigger house later. Fine. Chu Jianghe nodded, starting to clean up, gathering all the scrap metal and junk he had accumulated over the years. Taking them downstairs one by one, then contacting a waste collector to come by. Half an hour later, Chu Jianghe announced, All right, the house is mostly tidied up. We can start preparing dinner. The three of them emerged. Chu Qiu surveyed the noticeably emptier living room and curiously asked, Dad, where did you put the gold bars I left on the table? Sold them, Chu Jianghe replied nonchalantly. It's this. Chu Qiu exploded. What? You sold them? Of course, sold them for several $100. Enough to cover this month's gas expenses, Chu Jianghe affirmed, nodding. Don't be so dramatic. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a pile of gold. As if that was indeed a pile of gold, one I personally salvaged from the ocean. Chu Qiu inhaled sharply, nearly choking on his anger. Where did you sell them? To whom? Let us go find him. Wait, are you serious? It's really gold. But it didn't look like it to me. Chu Jianghe sensed his son's unusual demeanor and became puzzled. What do you mean it doesn't look like it? It just had been submerged in seawater for so long, oxidizing and thus appearing dull and yellow. But it is indeed gold. You two are quite bold, one selling and one buying. Chu Qiu could hardly articulate his feelings at that moment. Su Qingya, equally stunned, could hardly believe the blunder that had transpired. Chapter 81. The farce comes to an end. Over 30 pounds of gold had been mistaken for ordinary brass and sold off. This blunder was indeed monumental, even leaving the usually sharp-witted Wu Shijuan bewildered. What should we do now? Old Chu, who did you sell the scrap to? We must hurry and retrieve it. Who else? It was the old Huang and his son who collect waste around the community. Chu Jianghe stood up, declaring, I'll head to their house right now. Old Huang is an honest man. It shouldn't be hard to get it back. Old Chu! Old Chu! Just then, a frantic shout echoed from downstairs. Followed by hurried footsteps ascending the stairs, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared at the doorway, holding a bag and looking tense. Old Chu, you scoundrel! This isn't brass. It's a pile of gold bars. Upon returning home, my son took one look and declared it gold. I even argued with him, but after taking out a piece and cleaning it, it shone dazzlingly. I rushed right over. These things can be dangerous. Where did you get them? I suggest we call the police. We common folks shouldn't mess with such dubious items. Old Huang, I was just about to look for you, Chu Jianghe said, feeling embarrassed. Actually, that gold belongs to my son. I mistook it for brass and sold it, but rest assured, it's definitely clean. Come in and have some water. I'll return your money shortly. As old Huang walked in, still astonished, he asked, Your son is? I haven't met your son yet. Is he involved in goldsmithing or something? Yes, this is my son. Chu Jianghe pointed at Chu Qiu, who quickly stepped forward to greet the man. But as soon as he did, old Huang couldn't hold back his shock, exclaiming, Chu Qiu, you're the one who went to see, the one from the television interview. My goodness, old Chu, your son is Chu Qiu. No wonder you have so many gold bars. Old Huang continued, Did you know your son was featured in a news interview on Modu TV today? What did you say? My son was on Modu TV? Chu Jianghe was incredulous, looking back and forth between Chu Qiu and old Huang, his expression a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Where did you see this? I didn't catch it. Today's Hot Topics. You didn't see it? Old Huang retorted, Nonsense. I watch Today's Hot Topics every day, and they didn't air today. Chu Jianghe replied irritably. Are you serious? Didn't you know that Today's Hot Topics started an hour earlier? Old Huang was taken aback, gazing at the family in disbelief. You all don't even know your son has already made the news? Otherwise, how could you have mistaken gold bars for brass? So, you're not aware that he salvaged a batch of antiques? Or that he caught a net full of yellowfin tuna worth 70 to 80 million? My goodness, are you sure you all are related? Old Huang was utterly astonished. This family truly was a collection of eccentricities. They had salvaged a batch of antiques and captured yellowfin tuna worth 70 to 80 million. The Chu Jianghe couple was somewhat bewildered. Was all of this the doing of their son? And had it even made the news? Chu Qiu, is what your Uncle Huang said true? The couple, regaining their composure, took a deep breath and turned to Chu Qiu with their inquiry. It is true, Chu Qiu nodded. You little rascal, how could you keep such a significant matter hidden from us? You've really matured. After receiving a definitive answer, Wu Xiujuan, both angry and relieved, playfully poked Chu Qiu's forehead. She was upset that he had not informed them of such an important event, yet relieved that he could keep such a momentous occurrence to himself without boasting. Yes, he is grown up. As for Chu Jianghe, he had no such contemplations. He immediately launched into a tirade. You only mentioned such a significant event now? Thankfully, it was your Uncle Huang. Otherwise, where would we find those dozens of pounds of gold? Chu Qiu felt utterly flabbergasted. Truly, he thought, this is what it means to be a father. Every mistake is laid at the feet of his son. Did I not mention that it was gold? Did I not wish to speak of such a grand affair? But who among you ever gave me the chance to speak? From the start, your eyes have been solely on your daughter-in-law. What concern was there for me? Chu Qiu thought indignantly. Old Huang, don't leave at noon. Stay for dinner. After scolding Chu Qiu, Chu Jianghe began to engage in polite conversation with old Huang. That won't do. You all are gathered together, and I wouldn't want to intrude. However, remember to invite me for drinks next time. You know how much I enjoy that. Old Huang chuckled and turned to leave. Even Chu Qiu couldn't help but marvel at how, despite everything, there are still so many good people in this world. Regardless, this farcical episode had finally come to a close, leaving everyone in high spirits. Soon, the family busied themselves with cooking, creating a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter. Observing this scene, a certain resolve within Chu Qiu grew stronger. He vowed to protect all of this. Joyous moments always pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After gifting his mother a jade cicada, Chu Qiu departed with Su Qingya. Due to the cramped nature of their rented accommodation, they could only seek rest in a hotel. Initially, the two had agreed to return to Huqing immediately after dinner. However, Su Qingya, unable to withstand Chu Qiu's mother's charm offensive, consented to stay another night, promising to accompany her on a shopping excursion the next day. Thus, they found a nearby hotel and booked 2 rooms for the night. That evening, both harbored their own thoughts, eventually falling into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Chu Qiu's mother's phone bombarded him with messages, announcing that she had prepared a lavish breakfast and urging the pair to return for a meal before heading out shopping. Su Qingya had evidently received the same call. Exiting the hotel, they exchanged glances, each seeing something new reflected in the other's eyes. Let us go, Chu Qiu said to Su Qingya, attempting to take her hand. To his delight, she did not pull away. This thrilled Chu Qiu's heart. A good beginning is half the battle won. With newfound energy, he dashed back to the community. After 10 o'clock, 2 cars carrying 4 individuals arrived at the largest mall in the bustling metropolis. Ready to shop till they dropped, simultaneously, within a certain underground studio, A large group of individuals sat before their computers, meticulously analyzing various data. After some time, the leader abruptly struck the keyboard, confidently halting his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 10 on yesterday's trending list saw a rapid decline in data heat, with several entries already sinking. The latest statistics have been sent to you all. I want to ask one question. Do we have confidence in getting Teacher Wong to the top of the trending list? Boss, we are confident. This time, it is 100% success. That's right. We haven't forgotten the bet you made with Teacher Wong. We won't let you down. The crowd spoke with unwavering conviction. Chapter 82. Parking chaos, so arrogant? We won't let you down. The crowd spoke with unwavering conviction. Good. The young leader clenched his fist, turning to the individual on the far right, and asked, Xiao Lu, what is the status of that Chu Chio you've been monitoring? This little troublemaker has disrupted our plans twice. I have a feeling he is a bit sinister. Rest assured, boss, according to the phone's location, this little pest went to the economic development zone yesterday and did not return to the Lamborghini Hotel. He is currently, at the largest mall in the metropolis. The young man referred to as Xiao Lu wore an expression of disdain. Moreover, boss, I dug into his past yesterday. He is just a poor worker. He probably went to the sea for fun, but struck gold, salvaging antiques and capturing a massive haul of yellowfin tuna, which is why he suddenly exploded in popularity online. Now, he has become a newly minted millionaire, heading to the mall to indulge in shopping. So, today's trending topics are of no concern. That's good. Since you've investigated so thoroughly and are confident, there is no need to waste our focus on him any longer. The young leader expressed satisfaction, saying you should join the operation this time. Sure, boss, Xiao Lu replied eagerly. All right, everyone prepare to start. Let us aim to push Teacher Wong to the top of the trending list before noon. The young leader narrowed his eyes and declared, this time, we will crush our competitors from other studios beneath our feet. That's what I've been waiting to hear. Let us get them. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring. Subsequently, they each began their high-tech operations. Fabricating virtual data. To put it plainly, they were engaging in data forgery. Soon, the studio fell silent, with no human sound to be heard, only the rapid clicking of keyboards resembling a storm, as they worked. The previously calm internet suddenly began to stir with an undercurrent. This undercurrent surged forward with terrifying momentum. Shortly thereafter, many discerning individuals noticed a title regarding Teacher Wong beginning to circulate across the network. Attracting attention, gradually, this title, like a Taoist flying sword imbued with power, began to clear paths and sweep through the landscape, propelled by a frenzy of fabricated data, skyrocketing in popularity. Just as this title was on the verge of breaching the trending list. However, data instability struck, causing a dramatic drop in heat. Meanwhile, another trending topic featuring a young star surged forward. Boss, other studio personnel are attempting to intercept us. Damn it, it's disgusting. If they had the capability, they should have come out to compete from the start. The studio erupted in a cacophony of curses. Yet, the young leader remained remarkably composed, focusing intently on the data. Everyone, do not let your emotions interfere with your speed. Quickly maintain the data. Xiao Lu, Wang Meng. You both need to aggressively attack the opposing data, find their IP, and expose them. Naturally, someone will retaliate for us. All right, boss, but these guys are quite cunning. They have solid tech, making it difficult to catch them. Xiao Lu frowned, his fingers flying over the keyboard, typing a barrage of incomprehensible code. Before long, half an hour had passed. The studio's personnel finally made some progress. Boss, Teacher Wong's title has surfaced, climbing to 23rd place on the list. However, the opposition is closely trailing at 24th. Let the competition begin. Let us see who can keep the other beneath their heel. A silent war began, a battle of wits and strategy unfolding across the internet. Meanwhile, on the other side, as time passed, Chu Chio found himself laden with an array of splendid items. Beauty and health products, various garments, shoes, bags. All were trophies claimed by Chu Chio's mother and Su Qingya. Moreover, many high-end luxury items that were unavailable in Huching were snatched up by Su Qingya in abundance. It seemed she had caught the shopping fever from Chu Chio's mother, bursting with a fervent desire to buy. Sweeping through the mall like a whirlwind, as for his father, Chu Jianghe, he was equally drenched in sweat, burdened with an assortment of gift bags. Chu Chio, why don't you go talk to your mother? We've already bought enough. If this continues, I fear I might collapse before she even gets to use any of it. Chu Jianghe took a sip of water to quench his thirst, quietly urging Chu Chio. Chu Chio shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, do you think I'm foolish? You should speak up yourself. I have no desire to ruin my mother's mood. My mother's tongue has been honed for decades, sharper than any weapon. I wouldn't want to invite trouble. Thus, the father and son shared a moment of camaraderie, resembling two kindred spirits in misfortune. What are you two whispering about? Are you speaking ill of us? Just then, Wu Xiujuan and Su Qingya returned with yet another armful of items. Chuxiang River, internally lamenting, outwardly smiled and said, I was just conversing with Chu Qiu. There's simply too much to carry. Let him take it to the car to avoid hindering your continued exploration. Alas, what to take? No more wandering for me. It appears age has truly caught up. I didn't feel it when I was exhilarated earlier, but now my legs are beginning to ache. Wu Xiujuan sighed with lingering regret and addressed Chu Qiu, son, could you bring the car over to load everything? We shall rest here for a moment. Sure, I will fetch the car right away. Please wait here, Chu Qiu replied, placing everything down and heading towards the parking lot. Soon, he arrived at the parking area, but as he reached his designated spot, he was taken aback that a flamboyant red Porsche had, at some point, brazenly parked directly in front of his vehicle, effectively trapping it within the space. Who on earth lacks such basic courtesy? Parking in front of someone else's car when there's no space available? Chu Qiu's expression darkened as he circled the Porsche, noting the phone number for relocation left on the windshield. At least he had the decency to provide a contact number. Chu Qiu smirked slightly and dialed the number. Hello, are you the owner of the vehicle with the plate number SB 488? He inquired once the call connected. Yes, a young voice responded from the other end. Could you please come and move your car? You've blocked mine in, Chu Qiu stated. Just wait. The other party coldly retorted before abruptly hanging up. Chu Qiu was momentarily stunned. How audacious to disregard parking etiquette. Fine, I shall wait. Chapter 83. Driving is colliding 5 minutes past, yet there was still no sign of the individual. Unable to contain himself, Chu Qiu picked up his phone, then set it down again, reasoning that the person might be somewhat far. He resolved to be patient, but as another 5 minutes ticked by, followed by another 10, frustration began to boil within him. He immediately dialed the number once more. Beep. The phone rang only once before being cut off. Chu Qiu was left in disbelief. Was this intentional or merely an accident? He tried again. Beep again. It was answered only to be disconnected. Realizing that the other party was deliberately ignoring his calls, Chu Qiu's temper flared. He called again and again. Each time he was met with the same dismissive response. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure and contemplating a more drastic reaction, Su Qingya appeared. Chu Qiu, Auntie and the others have been waiting for quite some time. Why are you still here? She called out as she approached the parking lot. Upon noticing the Porsche 911 in front of him, her understanding began to dawn. Who is this person with such a lack of consideration? How could they park in front of someone else's vehicle? As she drew closer, her brows furrowed slightly. Did he leave a number for relocation? He did. But he is not answering, Chu Qiu replied. His expression darkening. Is it intentional? Su Qingya grimaced in disgust. Yes, Chu Qiu replied coldly. Let me try a few more times. He dialed again. Beep. Disconnected. Beep. Still disconnected. After attempting 4 or 5 times, Chu Qiu was ready to give up. But on his final attempt, the call went through. However, before he could unleash his pent-up frustration, the voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of insults. Damn it, stop pestering me. Are you waiting to be reincarnated? I am not moving my car today. What are you going to do about it? The brazen tone instantly chilled Chu Qiu's demeanor. Are you certain you want to come and move your car? He retorted coldly. Move it? I'm busy gambling right now. Your incessant calls are ruining my game. Do you have any idea how much I wager per round, you pauper? The other party continued to berate him over the phone. Chu Qiu replied icily, fine. If you're not moving your car, then you'll bear the consequences. Who do you think you're scaring, you broke fool? Open your eyes and see what car I'm driving. Even if it gets scratched, selling your worthless vehicle wouldn't come close to covering the damage. It was evident that the individual had chosen their parking spot based on a preconceived notion, assuming that the owner of a modest cherry would be an easy target for their arrogance. Let us hope you won't regret this, Chu Qiu thought, no longer inclined to engage in further dialogue. The utter lack of decorum displayed by this individual was astounding. Did they think their Porsche conferred some sort of superiority? Given the proximity, Su Qingya could hear every insult clearly, and despite her usual poise, she found herself seething with indignation. Qingya, step aside, Chu Qiu gestured dismissively, his expression stoic as he opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's position. Chu Qiu, what are you doing? This is a public parking lot, Su Qingya exclaimed, her instincts sensing impending trouble as she saw the cold determination on his face. With no words exchanged, Chu Chiu turned the ignition, engaged the gear, and pressed the accelerator with a vengeance. The engine roared to life, and as he released the brake, crash! The modest Cherry collided forcefully with the side of the Porsche 911, leaving a significant dent in its sleek frame. Chu Chiu, Su Qingya gasped in shock at the sheer audacity of his actions. Yet, merely that initial collision was insufficient to create enough space for escape. Chu Chiu, unfazed, shifted gears and repeated the process, accelerating forward again. Crash! The impact was far more forceful this time, creating a sizable indentation along the Porsche S side and finally creating an opening, albeit still not enough for a full exit. Once more, he accelerated and crashed. This time, he had adjusted the vehicle's angle, crashing directly into the rear of the Porsche. The force nearly toppled the entire car, its back end crumpling under the impact. Yet, in doing so, Chu Chiu successfully maneuvered his vehicle free. He parked it to the side, rolled down the window, and shouted at the astonished Su Qingya, "What are you waiting for? Get in, let us go." Huh? This? Su Qingya finally processed the scene before her mouth agape in disbelief at the ruined Porsche. Chu Chiu, isn't this a bit excessive? This is a public space, and there are cameras everywhere. Enough with the chatter, just get in, he urged, waving her in. But that's a Porsche. It's a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million. You've just wrecked it, and the compensation will be astronomical. Su Qingya expressed her moral concerns as she entered the car. We might face some trouble, but don't you find this exhilarating? Chu Chiu replied with a faint smile, feeling invigorated after the crash. He believed that such boldness was simply a part of life. Honestly, this does feel quite satisfying. Su Qingya nodded, recalling the brash insults hurled at them over the phone, wishing she could have taken similar action herself. Yet, she lacked the audacity that Chu Chiu had displayed. Accepting the outcome, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Exactly, people like him, lacking any sense of decorum, do not deserve leniency. Your own happiness is what truly matters. Chu Chiu chuckled, flooring the accelerator as they sped away. Those in the parking lot, witnessing the spectacle, were left in sheer astonishment. They had just seen someone brazenly piloting a modest Cherry into a confrontation with a Porsche. An act of sheer audacity. In their shock, many pulled out their phones, exclaiming in disbelief as they captured the moment, sharing it across various social media platforms. As anticipated, the explosive content quickly went viral. Chapter 84. Going viral again. Who is this bold individual? How audacious to drive a shabby Cherry and take on a Porsche 911. This is incredible. He has done what I've always wanted to do but never had the guts to attempt. Definitely deserves a thumbs up. Impressive, truly a tough character. Tough on others, even tougher on oneself. That Porsche is worth over $1 million, and he just wrecked it. This is exactly how it should be. Those who park recklessly, believing their wealth grants them immunity, should face the consequences. Did they really think they could act with impunity because they drive a Porsche? It seems they've just been schooled. Once the video spread online, it rapidly gained traction, igniting widespread discussion and admiration. Like a lit fuse, it ignited a heated social topic. The chaotic parking of vehicles is, after all, an abhorrent issue that many have encountered. This shared experience easily resonates with the public. Consequently, this short video rapidly garnered likes, shares, and comments, swiftly ascending to the trending lists across various short video platforms, reaching a wider audience. Astonishingly, someone driving a dilapidated Cherry crashed into a Porsche? Am I seeing things? Have Cherry drivers become this audacious? So what if they are? Can't they see the other car parked haphazardly? Indeed, a commendable collision. Kudos to the Cherry owner. A Cherry taking on a Porsche. This brother is remarkably bold. The content of this video brings me immense joy. I must share it. I support the Cherry driver and our domestic Cherry. Domestic cars can indeed hold their own. Look at that Porsche, nearly twisted into a pretzel. Whereas the Cherry is merely slightly deformed. The internet is abuzz with various opinions, some derogatory towards Cherry, yet the majority lean towards supporting Chu Chiu. I am eager to discover the identity of this Cherry driver. I wish to present him with a flag. To those suggesting flags, I believe monetary support would be more beneficial. Have you seen what Cherry he was driving? It's a Fengyun, a decade-old vehicle. Practically on the verge of being scrapped, and likely, he has little money on hand. Even if that car were brand new, it wouldn't sell for the price of a single wheel of a Porsche. Precisely, we should consider how he will compensate for the damages. While his actions may have been cathartic, compensation is still necessary. I suggest we lend him a helping hand through crowdfunding. Crowdfunding, you say? I have an even better idea. Let us all Cherry's official account. With this video trending on major platforms, even if they spend millions on advertising, they could not achieve such an effect. Therefore, I believe we should urge Cherry's official account to assist. It's an excellent opportunity for them to build goodwill. Oh, that is a splendid idea. I find it quite feasible. I concur. Let us all assist by eyeing to the official account. Excellent, Cherry official. The speed at which information spreads online is beyond imagination. With the support of netizens, countless Cherry official messages and pleas for assistance from Cherry drivers flooded major short video platforms, Weibo, and car buying apps, even appearing on Gaudamap. Under such circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for Cherry's officials to ignore it. Consequently, at Cherry's headquarters, the usually low-key marketing manager suddenly connected the dots and began to take this matter seriously. For the first time, she boldly entered the chairman's office. "Chairman, you must see this short video. An old Cherry Phonian driver crashed into a Porsche 911, and it's now gone viral across various online platforms. Countless people are eyeing us, hoping we can extend a helping hand to this driver." The marketing manager's face was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. For them, such an opportunity is truly rare, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If seized, it would not merely enhance visibility but also significantly boost their reputation and brand image, especially given the current high level of public interest and engagement. "Chairman, this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for us to shine. This is a trending topic on all major online platforms. If we were to spend money, how much would we need to invest to achieve such an effect? Is that so? Quickly, let me see the video." The chairman, invigorated, grabbed his phone to play the short video, instantly grasping the situation. He suddenly stood up with excitement, exclaiming, "Hurry, let the company issue a public statement. We will take responsibility for the compensation. Additionally, let us promote our Douyin and Kuaishou accounts, ensuring the public statement is highlighted and responding to the vast online audience. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if we spend a fortune, we could not create such a viral advertisement. I am genuinely curious to know who this driver is. He is a blessing for us. This could save us a fortune. Immediately inform everyone to try to contact this driver. Let the legal team reach out. I want him as the image ambassador for our soon-to-be-launched new model." "Understood, Chairman. I will take care of it right away." The marketing manager, thrilled, picked up her phone and hurriedly exited. Magic City Television. In the current Hot Topic segment, Xiao Xiao had just finished hosting a program when the station director rushed over. "Xiao Xiao, take a look at this trending video on Douyin. I want you to personally reach out to the traffic department to see if you can contact this Cherry driver for an interview." "Me, personally?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, knowing that the director's request indicated yet another significant topic. She quickly grabbed her phone to watch the video. Wow, this Cherry driver is incredibly bold, crashing into a Porsche worth 1 to 2 million just like that. After watching the video, Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Unfortunately, the driver was already inside the car when the video was recorded. Otherwise, she would have loved to see what kind of person had the audacity to crash a Cherry into a Porsche. You need to act swiftly. This topic is trending high, and just now, Cherry officially released a public statement regarding it. If all goes well, it will soon appear on all trending lists. If you succeed in the interview, our station could see a surge in viewership. The director spoke with a hint of excitement and anticipation. "All right, I'll head to the traffic department right now." Xiao Xiao stood up but suddenly paused, realizing, wait a moment. The video indicates that the incident occurred in the city center mall, which surely has surveillance cameras in the parking lot. We should go to the mall instead. The director also appeared bewildered. "It seems that way. I knew it was right to involve you. Otherwise, we would have wasted precious time. I'll head there now." Xiao Xiao, eager, left with her assistant. Now, she, due to her interview with Chucho, had been promoted to host and was assigned a dedicated vehicle. Chapter 85, Society. My brother Chucho was unaware that his collision video had made waves online yet again. He had now driven to his parents' place and was immediately noticed by them. As the car bore significant scratches, Wu Xiaojun, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced at Chucho and, upon seeing him unharmed, sighed in relief, asking, "Son, what happened to the car? Did you get into an accident?" Chucho, wishing to alleviate his parents' concern, quickly fabricated a story, chuckling. "Not at all. The car was scratched in the parking lot by an inexperienced driver. I had to pay a few thousand yuan for repairs. Otherwise, I would have come home sooner." Hu Qingya, standing nearby, cast a discreet glance at Chucho. "Goodness, had I not witnessed it myself, I would have believed him. Well, as long as you're safe, that's what matters." Wu Xiaojun felt reassured upon hearing this, and soon the family gathered their belongings and left the mall to find a place to eat. However, not long after Chucho and his family departed, Xiao Xiao and her assistant hurriedly arrived at the mall and negotiated access to the surveillance room to review the footage. At that moment, Xiao Xiao and her assistant stood beneath numerous surveillance screens, observing the monitoring personnel as they played back frame by frame. Soon, they spotted the moment when the Cherry collided with the Porsche 911 on one of the screens. Xiao Xiao quickly spoke up, "Sir, pause it. That's the moment. Let us rewind it slowly." "Certainly." The staff cooperated willingly. As the video replayed, a man appeared on screen, head down, seemingly on the phone. He appeared to be contacting the Porsche owner. Xiao Xiao felt a fleeting sense of familiarity. "Sir, rewind a bit more." Continuing to rewind. "Good, pause." Suddenly, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, stopping the playback, her face a mask of disbelief. "Chucho? How could this be? How is it possible?" Xiao Xiao gasped in astonishment. In the video, the man's true identity was revealed, and it was this very face that caused the usually composed Xiao Xiao to gasp uncontrollably. She could not fathom that the individual driving the Cherry and crashing into the Porsche 911 was, in fact, Chucho. She struggled to reconcile the image of a decrepit Cherry with someone like Chucho, who had captured goods worth over $1 billion. It was utterly incongruous. At that moment, Xiao Xiao was left speechless, pondering the absurdity of society. Is this how the wealthy behave? A multi-billionaire flaunting a nearly obsolete Cherry. Is this a display of humility or ostentation? Yet, there was no time to ponder further. Now that she recognized the driver as Chucho, Xiao Xiao wasted no time and immediately called his number. "Reporter Xiao, what brings you to call me so suddenly?" Upon answering, Chucho's voice resonated through the line. Xiao Xiao directly broached the subject, stating, "Is that Porsche in the Evergrande Mall parking lot the one you crashed into?" "Huh?" Chucho was taken aback by her words. "How do you know about this? Has someone leaked the parking lot surveillance footage online?" "It truly was you." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but scoff. "I mean, don't you feel uncomfortable not stirring up some trouble? The entire internet was abuzz with you trending first 2 days ago, and yesterday. You dominated the top 10 trending topics. If nothing unexpected happens today, you'll likely be trending again. Do you realize that someone posted the video of you crashing into that Porsche online? The whole internet is discussing this matter. It can be said that you've once again captured the public's attention, and the discussion and heat are nothing short of substantial." How could this be?" Chucho was momentarily stunned, utterly dumbfounded. There's something wrong with the internet? Why is it always focused on me? With over 1 billion people in Huaxia, why must it be me they scrutinize?" Chucho rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "It's just a car crash. Does it really need to be such a grand affair? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time reading a novel or watching some romantic films? Why must there be such a fuss made over me?" Chucho expressed in exasperation. "Fine, let them discuss it. It's not my fault, that's his own doing." After some contemplation, Chucho decided to let it be. Upon returning, he would focus on establishing and expanding his own influence to protect his family and friends. "Chucho, where are you now? I would like to interview you." Xiao Xiao proposed her idea. "Another interview? It's unnecessary this time." Chucho furrowed his brow, decisively refusing her. Xiao Xiao didn't expect Chucho to decline so outrightly. So unlike the last time. "Come on, Chucho, just help me out this once. This is my job, and it won't take long to interview you. I could even blur your face if needed." Xiao Xiao pleaded earnestly. "What do you mean by blurring? I'm not from an island country." Upon hearing the word blur, Chucho instinctively recoiled. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. "Are you driving?" "All right, I need to have dinner with my family now. I'll contact you when I'm free." Saying this, Chucho hung up the phone. Xiao Xiao could only helplessly set down her phone. "Sister Xiao, what should we do if he refuses our interview?" the assistant asked, furrowing her brow. "What can we do? If he declines, others will certainly be unable to conduct interviews as well. There's no need to worry." Xiao Xiao contemplated, then suggested, "How about this? You edit the surveillance footage and post it on our radio's public account and Douyin promotion account. This can be considered a way to draw traffic to the radio station." "All right then," the assistant shrugged, looking equally helpless. Subsequently, the two edited the video, incorporating numerous close-up shots of faces and the moment of the crash. Once everything was finalized, they directly released it on the radio's public account and Douyin promotion account, accompanied by a relevant title. "Shocking. The owner of the Cherry car that crashed into the Porsche is someone we know." In the next moment, fans on Douyin went wild with likes and shares. Within just 2 minutes, this edited short video had soared to the top of the trending list. Goodness gracious, what a twist. The owner of the Cherry Fengyan who crashed into the Porsche is actually Chiu Gu. It really is Chiu Gu. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. I couldn't believe someone driving an old Cherry would dare to crash into a Porsche 911. It turns out it's Chiu Gu. Who could have anticipated this? Wow, Xiao Ji's tactic of playing the fool to eat the tiger is truly masterful. This absolutely deserves recognition. Indeed, in the society of Xiao Gu, actions speak louder than words. Chapter 86. That mouse dropping again? The incident of the cherry crashing into the Porsche was already generating immense buzz. Now, with Chu Chio's identity exposed, the entire crash event's popularity surged even further. As netizens fervently supported him, the video of Chu Chio crashing into the Porsche became increasingly viral. In a remarkably short span, it swept into the top 3 of the trending list across major online platforms, even claiming the #1 spot. However, this was just the beginning. As the heat surrounding yesterday's antique submission lingered, combined with that phrase, "the law cannot be violated," which resonated with the masses, a wave of support for Chu Chio surged once again. Many netizens left comments, vehemently criticizing the Porsche owner and rallying behind Chu Qiu. Hua, SB488 car owner. Come out quickly. We want to ask you, does having money make you superior? Can wealth allow you to trample upon morality and law? Your car is parked haphazardly. Is your upbringing akin to that of a dog? Did your parents not teach you the importance of abiding by the law? Don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you can act recklessly. The eyes of the public are sharp. Indeed, parking your car in front of someone else's is utterly inconsiderate. What if someone had an urgent matter, even a life-and-death situation? There's nothing more to say. The video clearly shows Chu Chio made no less than 20 calls. Support Chu Chio. Support my Chio. I recommend that the traffic department hold the Porsche 911 owner fully responsible. Such behavior is absolutely atrocious. Amidst this fervent support, comments quickly accumulated, surpassing hundreds of thousands. Chu Chio's name once again exploded across the internet. Meanwhile, in a certain underground studio in the Magic City, a wave of cheers erupted. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Boss, we've finally taken down the opposing studio. Ha ha ha. This time, Teacher Wong's trending #1 is a sure thing. So exhilarating, it's absolutely delightful. That young fresh meat's trending has completely flipped. A group of individuals raised their fists, each displaying a look of exhilaration. Their leader, Han Xing, remarked, "Well done. Teacher Wong's trending has already dropped to 10th place. Next, let us work swiftly to get him back to #1. Don't worry, boss, it's guaranteed." With the previous obstacle removed, half an hour would suffice. Indeed, the other trending data is simply rubbish. We can surpass them with just a little effort. The group spoke with confidence. All right, now it's all up to you. Han Xing smiled, instinctively glancing at the trending rankings. However, that single glance instantly froze his smile. Teacher Wong's trending was gone. Gone? It disappeared? No. It can't just be gone. It should be said that it was pushed out of the top 10. Now, the 10th trending topic had become Cherry Fengyun, parking lot confrontation with Porsche 911. Han Xing was left dumbfounded on the spot. The change had come too swiftly in the mere span of their conversation. The trending topic they had worked so hard to elevate had been pushed out of the top 10. Moreover, it had happened so quickly and unexpectedly. How could this be? Who possesses such power to thrust a trending topic into the top 10 without any forewarning? Han Xing blurted out in disbelief. This was simply illogical. What's wrong, boss? What happened? A group of individuals suddenly looked at Han Xing in confusion. Quick, check the trending list. Teacher Wong's topic has been pushed down. And it had just occurred moments ago, without any warning, leaving them no time to react. Han Xing's expression turned grim. If this was the work of another studio, then that studio was terrifying. IT would likely take a bloody battle to get Teacher Wong back to the top. Cherry Fengyun, parking lot confrontation with Porsche 911. How could such news be considered news? How could it make it to the top 10? How did it even get there? This title is clearly a manufactured gimmick. Who would dare to do such a thing in reality? Was this an advertisement funded by Cherry? The group was equally stunned. To generate such a gimmick for an advertisement to reach the trending list would require a fortune. What on earth is Cherry doing? Are they employing extreme marketing tactics too? Hey, everyone, look at the trending list. It has risen to the 9th position. Suddenly, a young man named Xiao Lu exclaimed in shock. The trending topic that had just been in 10th place was no longer there but had shot up to 9th. Meanwhile, in the 10th position, Cherry officially trended as well, due to a public letter. Teacher Wong's explosive news had dropped from the 11th spot to 13th. What the hell, it's still rising. How long had it been since it was in its original position, and now it's already climbing again? I truly believe in your devilry this time. Even if those young stars rallied their fans, they couldn't achieve such speed. What on earth is going on? A group of people stared at the computer screen, continuously gasping in astonishment. This phenomenon mirrors that of Chu Chio's rise yesterday, akin to a roller coaster, unstoppable. What are we waiting for? quickly take action to counter it. Strip away its false data. Otherwise, Teacher Wang's explosive news will likely not even make it back to the top spot today. At this moment, Han Qing began to panic. He had received payment and had guaranteed the other party's success. If we cannot secure the top spot on trending searches, we might as well resort to standing on our heads and consuming excrement. Hurry, everyone. Let us take action together. We must intercept its momentum and expose its fabricated data. Otherwise, we shall all find ourselves in a position where we cannot hold our heads high, just like our leader. After being reminded by Han Qing, the group snapped back to reality and swiftly engaged in the battle. However, less than a minute into the fray, they were left dumbfounded, crying out in disbelief. What on earth is happening? This can't be real. I'm losing my mind. This is actual data, genuine data. They were incredulous. Is this a mistake? Every single piece of data, every comment, is from different IP addresses. Good heavens! The group began to panic, realizing that all the data was authentic. How could this be? A deliberately manufactured trending advertisement has garnered such widespread support. Han Qing was equally astonished. Why do I suddenly feel like this situation bears a striking resemblance to that mouse droppings incident trending yesterday? It's utterly uncanny. It's like a runaway train. Others could not help but widen their eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Damn it, I must see what in the world is going on." Han Qing decisively clicked on the trending search to uncover the source of the issue. To his dismay, as soon as he clicked, related videos began to play automatically, showcasing a cherry colliding violently with a Porsche 911. Yet, what truly provoked his expletives was another edited video, especially the close-ups, which prominently featured a strikingly handsome man's face. It was him, Chu Qiu. It was Chu Qiu. How is it possible that he keeps appearing everywhere? Han Qing could not suppress his anger, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What? Chu Qiu? The others were equally dumbfounded. I can't be hearing this wrong, right? Chu Qiu? Again, Chu Qiu? The very same mouse droppings, Chu Qiu? Chapter 87. The enraged Porsche owner. Surely I can't be mistaken. Chu Qiu? Again, Chu Qiu? The very same mouse droppings, Chu Qiu. The group exchanged glances, all sensing an ominous presence. What on earth is Chu Qiu's situation? Have we offended him in some way? Is he at odds with the trending search or with our studio? Bang! Han Qing slammed his hand on the table, infuriated, bellowing, "Damn it! 3 days, a full 3 days. In the span of 3 days, he has disrupted us 3 times. Does he have some cosmic grudge against me, or is he specifically out to thwart my efforts?" Han Qing felt as though he was on the verge of collapse. Just yesterday, he had confidently assured Teacher Wang that he would secure the top trending spot. He even made a wager, promising to perform the absurd act of standing on his head and eating feces if he failed. And now, it seemed he was perilously close to having to fulfill that promise. Boss, what do we do? This trending search is still rising. Indeed, it has climbed to 5th place on the trending list. This is astonishing. Damn it, this person is too formidable. The studio erupted in chaotic discussions. Han Qing gritted his teeth, declaring, "Keep going, don't back down. If we do, we might as well prepare to drink the bitter winds of the Northwest next time. All right, let's follow the boss's lead and confront this mouse droppings phenomenon. Damn it, today I will give it my all. Even if my hands tire, I must restore the boss's dignity. Charge! We cannot allow this mouse droppings to spoil our broth." At their computers, everyone expressed their determination and resumed their work at lightning speed. The studio was filled with the furious sound of fingers striking keyboards. However, it wasn't long before despair echoed throughout the room. Are we even allowed to live? Why is he rising so swiftly? Damn it, he's already reached 3rd place on the trending list. Is there no justice in this world? It was merely a wreck involving a broken cherry and a Porsche 911. How could it become so sensational? They were baffled by the current state of affairs, questioning how such a mundane and vulgar publicity stunt could be so appealing. With all this hype, why not just debut as an artist instead of pretending to be an ordinary citizen? Amidst the heated complaints, Han Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, and no matter how hard his team worked, they were unlikely to surpass Chu Qiu in the short term due to the overwhelming support he had online, rivaling that of top-tier celebrities. Goodness, he's now in 2nd place. How is this possible? Is he riding a rocket with such speed? Look at his data. It's continuously soaring, and the number of supportive comments is increasing exponentially. Oh no, this is bad. 1st place. Goodness, he's taken the lead. This is happening far too swiftly. My heavens, the data continues to surge. The group erupted in astonished exclamations. The fervor they had just displayed was instantly extinguished by the harsh reality. It's over. It's really over. Han Qing stood there in a daze, realizing that he had fallen completely behind Chu Qiu, destined to eat excrement after all. Indeed, the next moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, even without speakerphone, everyone present could hear Teacher Wang's furious shouts. Han Qing, it's noon. I've been glued to this computer for an entire morning. Is this what you promised me, a trending first place? It barely made it into the top 10. This is your idea of a top trending search? What on earth are you and your team doing? If you want to perform the act of standing on your head and eating feces, I'm the one who finds it repulsive. I'm giving you two choices. 1. Reach the top 3 before 1 o'clock, and I'll give you 80% of the remaining payment. 2. I'll take this payment and find someone else. Our collaboration is off. Think carefully. After 5 minutes of relentless shouting, Han Qing finally managed to appease the other's fury with all manner of assurances. Boss, what should we do now? Should we continue to confront that mouse droppings? Yes, but he has monopolized the first place now. After hanging up the phone, the group looked at Han Qing expectantly. He glanced at Chu Qiu, occupying the top trending spot, and felt that this individual was his nemesis. He relented. Perhaps we should not confront him any longer. My fragile heart cannot withstand any more surprises. Let's proceed steadily and aim for the top 3. If we must settle for less, then so be it. Han Qing exhaled deeply. It wasn't that he wished to dampen others' spirits, but Chu Qiu was simply too formidable. His 3 appearances on trending searches had been like riding a rocket. If it were anyone else, he would have been willing to fight. In truth, everyone else secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite their outward show of unity against a common foe, they were merely putting on a facade to spare one another from embarrassment. Considering Chu Qiu's overwhelming data, if they were to truly confront him, even if their hands grew weary, it would be a miracle if they could bring him down by nightfall. On the other side, as Chu Qiu's car crash video continued to gain traction across the internet, virtually all short video platforms were ablaze with its popularity. The number of viewers skyrocketed by the second. In a luxurious billiards room within Hangda Mall, a young man with bleached hair stumbled upon this video. He watched in awe as Chu Qiu recklessly collided with the Porsche 911, unable to contain his admiration. Wow, this guy's bold. Driving a beat-up Cherry and daring to crash into a Porsche 911. What a show of strength. However, just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of the Porsche 911's license plate and froze in shock. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he cursed aloud. What the hell? Isn't this the Porsche that Kai just bought? Kai, you need to see this video? He sprinted to a billiards room where a wealthy second-generation heir was playing. Watch what? Get lost. My luck is terrible today. I've already lost several rounds. I finally have a good feeling. Don't mess with me. Qian Kai snapped, continuing his game. The young man, in a panic, replied, Kai, your newly purchased Porsche 911 seems to have been hit in the parking lot. Who the hell is crazy enough to crash into my car? Qian Kai scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Really, Kai, take a look. Doesn't the plate number Hue 488 belong to you? He thrust his phone toward Qian Kai. What? Upon hearing his plate number, Qian Kai hurriedly grabbed the video and glanced at it. When he saw the footage of the car crash, he was instantly dumbfounded. The Porsche 911 that had been hit was the very car he had just begged his father to buy for him, and he had only been driving it for less than 3 days. Damn it. I'm giving you face, and you dare to hit my car. Qian Kai exploded in rage. Chapter 88. How do you want to resolve this? Part 3. Damn it. I'm giving you face, and you dare to hit my car. After witnessing the video of his car being struck, Qian Kai erupted, slamming his cue stick down on the billiard table. Kai, what's going on? Yeah, what happened? His friends at the table asked, bewildered. Alas, someone has collided with Laozi's car. To the parking lot. With fury erupting, Qian Kai forcefully slammed down on the billiard table before turning and striding towards the exit. A few close companions and a group of underlings followed him, equally incensed. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they found a throng of onlookers gathered, chattering and gesturing in excitement. Qian Kai's entourage advanced to disperse the crowd. Make way! Make way! Clear out! Once the spectators were parted, Qian Kai approached the scene of the incident. His breath caught in his throat at the sight of the nearly wrecked Porsche 911. Damn it! He cursed uncontrollably. This Porsche had been a hard-won prize, a gift from his family after much pleading. Until today, he had only enjoyed 3 days behind the wheel. Yet now, this vehicle, barely warmed in its seat, lay in a state of ruin. The door was severely twisted, the tires and rims deformed. The bumper was almost unrecognizable, and the rear end resembled a lizard with a severed tail. fighting for survival. It was a truly ghastly sight. Who dares to be so brazen as to ruin Kai's car? He thought furiously. This was an outrageous affront. Brothers, I'll have you investigate and track this person down. Indeed, we shall find him. I must teach him a lesson in humility. Qian Kai's underlings, incensed by the devastation, erupted in a chorus of outrage. How audacious to crash into my car with a mere cherry. Qian Kai seethed. You've angered the god of wealth, and if I don't make you pay until you're destitute, I'll change my surname. In his eyes, driving a cherry was synonymous with poverty. He believed he could easily manipulate his opponent. Yet, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. They had planned to cruise out that evening to charm some women, and now this impoverished fool had nearly wrecked his plans. Suppressing his fury, Qian Kai retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Chio's number from his call log. Beep beep beep, the line rang repeatedly, but to his dismay, it remained unanswered. After hanging up and trying again, he was met with the same silence, which only fueled his rage. How dare you ignore my call? You better be prepared. The onlookers, witnessing his agitation, kindly advised, young man, perhaps you should consider calling the police. Yes, Brother Kai, let us alert the authorities and have them bring that rascal in, his companions echoed. To hell with that. I intend to settle this privately, Qian Kai retorted, his anger simmering. He knew that once the police were involved, his options for vengeance would be severely limited, and the thought of not being able to exact his revenge on the insolent peasant who had damaged his car was intolerable. Finally, after 5 or 6 attempts, the call connected to In that instant. The pent-up fury within Qian Kai erupted. Is it you who crashed into my car? He bellowed. Indeed, that would be me, came Chu Chio's indifferent response from the other end. Then why the hell aren't you rushing back here? Qian Kai shouted angrily. I'm sorry, but I'm dining with family. I'll call you back when I'm done. Chu Chio's voice was leisurely, seemingly relishing the situation. Qian Kai was incensed and roared, What did you say? Damn it. Hurry up and get here. But his tirade was cut short by the sound of the line going dead, indicating that Chu Chio had hung up. Qian Kai seethed with rage, his vision turning red as he let out a furious roar. He had never been so utterly disregarded by anyone in his life, and Chu Chio was the first to treat him with such contempt. He longed to confront Chu Chio immediately and deliver a sound thrashing. Meanwhile, at the Tsinghua Hotel, after ending the call, Chu Chio felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He had employed the same tactics against his adversary, allowing Qian Kai to experience the frustration and anger he had felt in the parking lot. Of course, unlike Qian Kai, he could vent his fury on the latter's vehicle. While Qian Kai could only endure it, the thought brought a chuckle to Chu Chio's heart. After enjoying a hearty meal with his family, he excused Su Qingya to return home with his parents before finally dialing Qian Kai's number again. Damn it! You dare to call again. Qian Kai's voice dripped with venom as soon as he answered. Chu Chio calmly replied, Please mind your language, or I will hang up, you. Qian Kai seethed with fury. However, he quickly reconsidered. If the call ended, he might not get another chance to reach Chu Chio. He decided to suppress his anger until they could meet face to face. Fine, we'll discuss it when you arrive. Qian Kai gritted his teeth. I've never encountered someone so arrogant in my life. He signaled to his underlings to clear the area. With a grim expression, Qian Kai awaited his adversary. After a long 20 minutes, a silver cherry Fengyun sedan leisurely rolled into the parking lot. Upon seeing it, Qian Kai's eyes sharpened with intensity. That is the car. He stood up, crushing his cigarette but in his hand. His underlings rose, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation of the impending confrontation. The car halted, and Chu Chio stepped out with a calm demeanor. I'm here. How do you wish to resolve this? He stated boldly, unperturbed by the crowd surrounding him. You bastard, you're the one who crashed into my car? Resolve? I'll beat you to a pulp first. Qian Kai could no longer contain his fury. As soon as Chu Chio spoke, he kicked out, relying on the numbers at his back. But in the next moment, he felt something was amiss. The environment around him seemed to shift. Wait, what the hell? Am I suspended in midair? Qian Kai suddenly realized. But before he could voice his confusion, a loud thud echoed as he found himself face down on the ground. Damn it! He groaned in pain, only to look up and discover Chu Chio standing right before him.